An inexplicable grand event has caused humanity worldwide to collectively traverse into a bizarre and dangerous road survival world. This is a dimension that has already become distorted and is on the brink of collapse. During the day, mutated plants and animals dominate the land, posing a constant threat to the lives of survivors as they are the visible dangers. At night, various forms of night demons emerge from the shadows, representing a deeper unknown fear. Each traveler is assigned a car, and on this seemingly endless, light and shadow intertwined mysterious road, they embark on a long survival migration with an uncertain destination. Among the countless desperate travelers, a young man named Wei Chuan is fortunate that he awakens an extremely rare S-rank talent, mechanical control, and binds it to a sturdy armored vehicle. This wheeled armored personnel carrier is tall and mighty, with strong power that can withstand most conventional attacks, becoming his most reliable mobile fortress in this deadly world. Driving this steel vehicle, Wei Chuan's path to survival seems to have an extra glimmer of hope. Chapter 1. S-rank talent and armored vehicle. Survivor, welcome to the light and shadow road. The survival game officially begins. Please open the gift at your feet to receive your initial supplies. Supply boxes and resource points may appear along the light and shadow road. You can use the vehicle randomly obtained from the gift to search along the way. Newbies always need more help. You have learned to drive a vehicle. Vehicles are very important. If you lose your vehicle, you can only pray to meet friendly survivors on the road. Day and night will be divided by 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. each day. Daytime sandstorms will engulf anyone who hesitates, and the risks of nighttime activities will greatly increase. Good luck, survivor. In the wide 8-lane highway, Wei Chuan stood in the middle of the road, looking bewildered. Light and shadow road? Survivor. He had just finished cleaning the shop and was about to go next door to buy a pack of cigarettes when a sudden flash of white light occurred, and then he found himself here. Looking around, the road stretched like waves into the deep blue sky, with the ground on both sides covered in yellow sand, devoid of any greenery. Oh, did I just cross over? Wei Chuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic rising inside him. He had read about crossing over countless times in novels, but never thought it would happen to him one day. And he wasn't particularly interested in it, because he was quite satisfied with his life. After graduating from high school, he and two childhood friends who had come out of an orphanage together started working, saved some money, and opened a milk tea shop. Just in time for the rise of takeout and milk tea, they could earn nearly $20,000 a month, living quite comfortably in the county town. However, thinking about this now was meaningless. The urgent task was to understand this survival game and then survive. Gift. Got it. Wei Chuan looked down and saw a small gift box tied with a bough on the ground behind him. As soon as he reached out to grab it, the gift box turned into a beam of light and disappeared, leaving a black notebook on the ground and a rusty large camouflage armored vehicle appearing 5 meters away. When he picked up the notebook, a prompt sound rang out. Survival manual activated. Opening. Personal, talent, social, vehicle, trading post, communication channel. Obtained. S-rank talent, mechanical control. Talent levels are divided into S, A, B, C, D, E, with S rank being the highest unique talent. Obtained. 88 military wheeled armored personnel carrier, 500 milliliters mineral water X1, for 150 G toast X1. Personal storage slots X10. Storage slots can only hold items that can be carried by one's own strength. What the hell? I hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan trembled all over, a hint of excitement flashing across his handsome face. He actually got the best S-rank talent, and even the vehicle is a super strong military armored vehicle. This luck is simply too good to be true. Mechanical control and armored vehicles are simply a perfect match. He can go down the tech route. All right, crossing over is good. A mere milk tea vendor, not a big deal. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around to confirm that there were no other beings nearby and slowly opened the survival manual. First, he needed to understand the basic situation before considering the next steps. Survivor. Wei Chuan talent. S-rank mechanical control time. 08:03 weather. Clear temperature. 29. The first page of the manual had his real avatar and name, with the time, weather, and temperature displayed next to it, followed by functions like talent and vehicle. Talent skills. Insight into essence, thought shaping, concept fusion, mechanical perception, blueprint construction. Insight into essence. When touching mechanical devices, 1. can instantly obtain the most basic parts, structures, and energy operation path diagrams, understanding their design principles, material composition, and energy conversion methods, and see their internal damage, fault points, redundancy points, and optimization points. Thought shaping. Through highly concentrated mental power and contact, one can perform any shaping operation on any mechanical material, part, and device. Concept fusion can adapt and fuse seemingly unrelated mechanical principles and products of different technologies conceptually. Mechanical perception resonates when touching machinery, allowing one to perceive the real-time status of the machinery, including how much energy is stored, whether the engine is running smoothly, and even vaguely sensing external malice or attacks against the machinery. Blueprint construction. When conceiving mechanical modification plans, the talent will automatically deduce and optimize, forming feasible virtual mechanical blueprints, reducing trial and error costs, and enhancing mechanical potential. Using talent skills requires consuming mental and physical strength. Excessive use can lead to headaches, blurred consciousness, or even fainting. Isn't this invincible? As long as I understand the principles of more machinery, I can create a giant base vehicle. After reading the talent skills, Wei Chuan was extremely excited. There are so many types of machinery, from home appliances to firearms, aircraft, vehicles, etc. All of these are machinery, and even nuclear bombs are a type of mechanical weapon. Although it's definitely not possible to do that now, it's always good to have a thought in mind. Amidst his secret joy, Wei Chuan continued flipping through the manual. Social, non-vehicle, 88 military wheeled armored personnel carrier fuel tank, 600L/600L, maximum highway speed 100 km per hour, under steady driving conditions, consumes 55 L of diesel for 100 kilometers. Function, manufacturing station. Although it has been around for some time, the vehicle's structure and operating system are still useful, capable of withstanding impact from 7.62 millimeters bullets. What the hell? Seeing the fuel consumption, Wei Chuan turned pale. That it's normal for armored vehicles to burn diesel since diesel is more powerful than gasoline. But isn't this 55 liters per 100 kilometers a bit exaggerated? 55 liters is enough for a normal diesel vehicle to run 700 kilometers. Damn it, there's definitely a pit. This isn't just a fuel guzzler, it's a fuel Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wei Chuan's excitement instantly diminished, and a sense of pressure rose in his heart. He definitely couldn't give up the vehicle. He would have to sell his kidney to keep it, hoping that the upcoming search for supplies would go smoothly. Finding diesel directly would be best. If not, he would have to trade other supplies for diesel. If he was unlucky enough not to find anything, then there was nothing more to say. He could just dig a hole by the roadside and lie down before starving to death. Trading post. Click to open communication channel. Click to open the last 2 pages with a trading post and communication channel, but Wei Chuan had no time to look at them because a sandstorm was coming. The skyline behind him had already been completely dyed a muddy yellow, almost covering the entire sky and earth. Damn, they came so fast. Wei Chuan cursed under his breath and quickly ran towards the armored vehicle. The key was already in the door, and after he got in the driver's seat, he immediately started the vehicle and drove forward on the right side of the road. Chapter 2. Fuel Crisis, Freshwater Crisis. The engine let out a low growl, and the rusty steel beast began to accelerate on the wide highway. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The yellowish sky was swallowing everything behind him at an astonishing speed, rolling sand surging forward like a tsunami. It's so hot. Wei Chuan glanced at the survival manual. The temperature had already risen to 30 degrees, turning the interior of the vehicle into a microwave, extremely stuffy. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned on the air conditioning. Although using the air conditioning would increase fuel consumption, the loss of moisture from sweating was clearly a more serious issue than fuel consumption, especially since he only had 1 bottle of water on him. Moreover, feeling refreshed was important for maintaining a stable mood. After driving for nearly half an hour, the swallowing yellow sky behind him gradually receded, eventually disappearing from the rearview mirror. Sunlight poured back onto the cracked highway, creating visible heat waves that seemed to distort the air. Wei Chuan let out a long sigh, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. He instinctively glanced at the fuel gauge, and his heart gave a jolt. The needle indicating the diesel level had visibly dropped a little. Damn, how far have I even gone? Wei Chuan couldn't help but curse, feeling a pang of heartache. Although there were no numbers on the fuel gauge, he could be sure that the fast travel of the last half hour had burned at least 30 liters of diesel. The combined capacity of the main and auxiliary fuel tanks was only 600 liters, and in such a short time, he had lost 1/20th of it. Fuel consumption is too high. Wei Chuan sighed and gradually reduced the speed to a relatively fuel-efficient 40 kilometers per hour, scanning the sides of the road. Yellow sand, gravel, and dead shrubs. There was nothing useful to be seen. Just then, a vague outline appeared on the edge of the dirt slope on the right side of the road, getting closer and clearer. A house. Wei Chuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately turned the steering wheel towards it. The armored vehicle roared off the road, its heavy tires crushing through the gravelly ground, leaving deep imprints. As he got closer, he could see that it was a very dilapidated yellowish small house, with doors and windows nearly falling off and even a hole in the roof, looking like it had been abandoned for a long time. Run down? I hope it's not empty. Wei Chuan steadied the vehicle, took a deep breath, and cautiously approached the small house, pushing open the rickety wooden door. Creak! The door hinge let out a piercing sound, and a heavy smell of dust hit him. The light inside was somewhat dim, with only a few shafts of light coming through the holes in the roof and windows, revealing the dust dancing in the air. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed as he carefully scanned the small space that a broken single wooden bed, a rickety wooden table, 2 short bamboo back chairs, and a pile of indistinguishable clutter in the corner. There was no danger, but he didn't see any supplies. Well, it's better than nothing. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and immediately got to work. The back of the armored vehicle was empty. Not even a chair, but these pieces of furniture could be tidied up and used, better than sleeping on steel plates. After dealing with the furniture, he turned to the pile of dust and gravel-covered clutter in the corner. Got it. After clearing away the larger stones, Wei Chuan found 3 pieces of poorly packaged compressed biscuits. Although they were a bit dirty, the packaging was intact. Next, he discovered an even bigger surprise underneath a squashed enamel basin. 2 1.5-liter plastic bottles filled with clear water. The bottles were slightly yellowed but sealed well. Score! Wei Chuan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he opened one bottle. Damn! Smelling the aroma wafting from the bottle, his excitement immediately halved. After tasting a sip, he capped it again. This was fragrant white liquor, not fresh water. Although it was a good thing, he wasn't in a position to enjoy it right now. Better save it. This stuff will definitely sell. Wei Chuan took the compressed biscuits from the storage compartment, cleared out space, and put the 2 bottles of liquor inside, then continued to rummage in the corner. 3 steel pipes of varying lengths. 1 slightly dented enamel cup. 1 iron water bottle that was half squished and missing its cap. 1 frayed toothbrush. 1 towel covered in dust. 1 bundle of tangled wires with severely cracked insulation. Take the daily necessities. The rest of this junk. Wei Chuan looked at the garbage, and a description of mind-shaping flashed through his mind. These seemingly useless metal pipes and scrap wires might be important materials for modifying the armored vehicle in the future. This trip was worth it. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and then gathered all the items he could carry, returning to the armored vehicle as he stepped out of the small house. The scorching sun made him squint slightly. It was too hot. It was already this hot at 8:30, and it would surely reach at least 35 degrees at noon. The importance of water was now on par with diesel. He opened the back door of the vehicle and placed the collected items in the rear compartment. Military stuff is different. Wei Chuan climbed into the vehicle from the back, carefully surveying the interior of the rear compartment. There were 5 small observation windows on each side of the compartment, 2 of which were sealed, and 3 had shooting holes that could be opened and closed freely. The compartment was about 1.6 meters high. Not very comfortable, but as long as he found metal materials, he could raise the height of the compartment. Unfortunately, there was no soft furnishing. Otherwise, it would be much more comfortable. In his impression, this type of military armored personnel carrier should have cameras at both the front and back, and a heavy machine gun mounted on top. After arranging the gains from this trip, Wei Chuan glanced at the crafting station. The crafting station was not large, about the size of a tabletop sewing machine, and had 2 functions: craft and dismantle. Craft can only craft corresponding items for which there are existing recipes. Dismantle can only dismantle semi-finished and finished items. It was fairly easy to understand, similar to crafting stations in games. one for crafting recipe items and the other for dismantling items to obtain materials. According to the usual game mechanics, the dismantle function would likely require a fee. Let's give it a try. Wei Chuan thought for a moment and took the shortest steel pipe to put inside. The crafting station had 10 material slots, which could also be used as storage when not in use, which was quite nice. After clicking dismantle, the steel pipe instantly disappeared, and a line of text lit up on the crafting station. Dismantle successful. Obtain steel ingot *1. Chapter 3. Manufacturing weapons. Gray iron box. Damn! Wei Chuan took out the steel ingot and felt dismayed. The steel pipe he chose was just over 40 centimeters long, but weighed at least 2 pounds. After dismantling, it was only left with 4 ounces. The fee was as high as 80. Even the big tech companies aren't this greedy. This function might work for others, but for me, it's a pure loss. At least mechanical items can't be dismantled. I need to keep the materials from modifying the armored vehicle. Wei Chuan immediately lost interest, shaking his head as he returned to the driver's seat. Wait! Just as he started the vehicle, Wei Chuan suddenly froze, diving back into the rear compartment to grab the last 2 steel pipes. Focusing his mind shaping activated. The 2 steel pipes stuck together quickly softened like clay and slowly fused together, forming a steel machete about 1.2 meters long. The Miao knife is entirely silver, with a relatively straight blade that has a noticeable curve only at the tip. The edge glimmers with a cold light in the dim light of the carriage. Found it! Wei Chuan clenched his fist suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifting high, his eyes shining brightly. Cold weapons should be quite valuable in the beginner village stage, right? He could easily buy up metal scraps and then turn them into cold weapons for sale, repeating the cycle to quickly earn his first pot of gold. Truly deserving of an S-level talent. Wei Chuan smiled broadly. The fatigue he felt was instantly diluted by the immense surprise, and he immediately started the engine that he needed to keep this Miao knife for self-defense. So he had to search for a bit more metal materials. It didn't necessarily have to be steel. Metals like copper, iron, and aluminum alloys could also be used to make cold weapons. After all, they were better than being empty-handed. As he set off again, Wei Chuan reduced his speed, concentrating most of his attention on the right side of the road. The previous hint mentioned that there could be supply boxes and resource points along the roadside. While he might not miss the resource points, supply boxes, since their boxes wouldn't be too large in size, and he might easily overlook them if he didn't pay close attention. Yellow sand, gravel, and occasional dead shrubs formed a monotonous and oppressive picture. With nothing else to do, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel. The communication channel was divided into 2 sub-channels, regional channel and world channel. The world channel was empty and indicated that it was unavailable, while the regional channel was very lively, showing that one could speak 10 times a day. Area 50001, 9901/10,000 people. Lin Heng. Damn, these bikes are not meant for people to ride. If I sunbathe for another hour, I might turn into a dried corpse. Gao Fei. What the hell, there's a lion chasing me. Niu Sheng. Milk for gasoline. DM me if you want. It. Qiling. I got a van. Is everyone else getting cars too? Lin Jiajia. Found a supply box, got a barrel of gasoline and 2 bottles of beer, and the beer is cold. It was so refreshing to drink. Zhang Mingting. I'm by the roadside. Can anyone see me? Each message was preceded by a real name and a real avatar. Wei Chuan tried clicking one, and 4 functions popped up: trade, private chat, block, and add friend. There weren't many valuable messages. Most were complaints and bragging. Well, it had been over half an hour, and serious people were basically trying to familiarize themselves with this world as quickly as possible. Only the foolish were still chatting. In the channel, Area 50001, with 10,000 people in one area. This means at least 510 million people have crossed into this world. Wei Chuan closed the communication channel and turned his attention back to searching. He hoped not to encounter people too soon. In a world where survival resources were extremely scarce, humans were the most dangerous creatures. But as time passed, the world fell into a dead silence except for the roar of the engine. The sunlight grew increasingly fierce, streaming through the windshield, and even with the air conditioning on, Wei Chuan could feel a wave of heat. Just as he stopped to drink some water, a sharp outline that didn't belong to the wilderness caught his eye. About 20 meters ahead to the right, near a wind-eroded rock pile, something was half buried in the dirt, resembling a square box. A supply box? Wei Chuan's heart raced. After capping the mineral water bottle, he gripped the meow knife and walked over. The risk of nighttime actions will greatly increase. This sentence, if thought about inversely, could be understood as daytime actions also having risks, just not as significant as at night. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the area. Given that the initial supplies included a bottle of 500 milliliters of mineral water, dying of thirst or sun exposure wouldn't happen so quickly. Safety is not something to be careless about. It's too hot. The scorching air assaulted him from all directions, causing Wei Chuan to catch his breath. He dared not delay and quickly ran over in a few strides. The gray box was about half a meter square, with a simple clasp on top. Gray iron box, the most common supply box, containing mostly basic survival supplies. The rarity of supply boxes from lowest to highest is gray iron box, bronze box, silver box, gold box, platinum box, shadow box, source crystal box. This is the worst. Seeing the level, Wei Chuan's excitement dropped by half. He didn't immediately try to open it, but gently kicked it a few times from the back. The box was silent, with no movement. It shouldn't be a trap. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, stood beside the wooden box, used the meow knife to open the clasp on top, and quickly lifted the lid. Click! As the lid opened, Wei Chuan swiftly jumped back, and when he saw nothing springing out from the box, he slowly leaned in to take a look. The inside of the box had no partitions and contained a barrel of gasoline and a bottle of mineral water. Got it! Wei Chuan almost cheered out loud and directly stored all these items into his storage compartment. The gasoline was 20 liters, and the mineral water was 300 milliliters. These supplies came just in time. The gasoline could be exchanged for diesel at the trading post, and the mineral water could be kept for himself. Take the box too. Wei Chuan closed the lid of the gray iron box and pulled it out of the ground. This thing should be disassemblable. If it couldn't be disassembled, he could keep it for storage and occasionally use it as a chair. Returning to the armored vehicle, he started the vehicle, and Wei Chuan felt much more relaxed than before. The pressure of needing fresh water was greatly relieved, and the diesel in the tank would last until the evening. The next focus was on metal materials. In the next 2 hours, Wei Chuan found nothing, that he encountered a few forks in the road along the way, always choosing the narrower path so he could see the situation on both sides of the road, increasing the probability of finding supply boxes, houses. Wei Chuan muttered to himself, focusing on the roadside. Aside from his heartbeat and the roar of the engine, the world seemed to consist only of endless silence, creating an unsettling feeling. Suddenly, about 100 meters ahead on the road, a black dot was growing larger. Wei Chuan squinted, instinctively letting off the accelerator, and the armored vehicle's speed gradually decreased. Chapter 4. Passive First Kill. It was a person. A middle-aged man in a black tracksuit, drenched in sweat, stood in the middle of the road, desperately waving his arms. His face full of surprise. His movements were exaggerated, and his mouth was wide open, seemingly shouting for help. But his cries couldn't reach the armored vehicle at all. Behind him, an old-fashioned electric bicycle lay on the ground. Out of battery? Wei Chuan's heart raced as he quickly scanned the surroundings. The sides of the road were still completely open, with a clear view and no other creatures or threats, but that didn't ease his mind, because that middle-aged man had an axe strapped to his waist. The axe, reflecting a cold glint under the blazing sun, pierced through the sliver of sympathy and hesitation that had just risen in Wei Chuan's heart. Damn it! Wei Chuan's throat felt dry, the cold reminder from the survival manual echoing in his ears. Vehicles are very important. If you lose your vehicle, you can only pray to encounter friendly survivors on the road. Wei Chuan didn't dare to gamble. He couldn't risk whether the man was truly desperate or trying to trick him into offering help, only to attack with the axe the moment he got out of the vehicle. He couldn't bet on how tempting his armored vehicle might be to others. In this world where everyone was on edge, kindness was too extravagant. The only rule was to survive longer. Buddy, figure it out yourself. A flash of determination crossed Wei Chuan's eyes as he gently pressed the accelerator and slightly turned the steering wheel to the left. Help me. Seeing the armored vehicle trying to bypass him, the middle-aged man's hands waved even faster as he took a few steps forward, trying to force the armored vehicle to stop. Damn! Seeing this scene, only tension remained in Wei Chuan's mind as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Roar! The engine of the armored vehicle erupted with a roar. like an enraged steel beast, the heavy body suddenly lunging forward, speed skyrocketing in an instant. The rusted front of the vehicle charged at the middle-aged man with an unstoppable momentum. No. The unwillingness on the middle-aged man's face instantly transformed into sheer terror. He tried to fall to the side, but it was too late. Bang! A faint muffled sound emerged, quickly drowned out by the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. The armored vehicle was too heavy, with excellent shock absorption. It didn't pause at all, as if it had rolled over a small stone, continuing to roar forward. Wei Chuan, sitting in the driver's seat, only felt a slight tremor in the seat. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, staring straight ahead, his foot not easing off the accelerator. After several seconds, Wei Chuan's tense heartstrings slowly relaxed, and after an inexplicable shiver, he began to reverse the armored vehicle, glancing at the rearview mirror. There was a pool of blood on the road, with a distorted red stain in the middle. The axe lay in the blood pool, completely stained red. "This isn't my fault. It was your choice to rush at me." Wei Chuan's breathing was slightly heavy, his hands gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly. Even his legs felt numb, his whole body light and floating, unsure if it was from tension or fear. As long as it's not me who died, that's all that matters. He shook his head vigorously, repeatedly reminding himself in his mind, forcibly suppressing the intense physical and psychological discomfort, his gaze gradually sharpening. After sitting quietly for a minute, Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle with a machete. He held his breath, stepped on the axe to push it to the side of the road, and rubbed the blood off with dirt, then looked at the electric bicycle that lay nearby. The corpse hadn't dropped any items. Personal storage compartments could only be accessed by the owner and disappeared after death. But what about the vehicle's material compartment? The more weight it carried, the greater the energy consumption. The middle-aged man might have stored heavier supplies in the material compartment. It shouldn't be, without a crafting station. It couldn't be used. Wei Chuan carefully searched around the electric bicycle, but still found no crafting station, and the seat bucket was also empty. Finally, when he turned the key to start the electric bicycle, the words craft and decompose lit up on the seat with a material compartment beside it. Inside the material compartment were 3 iron ingots. 3 iron ingots in the same storage compartment. It seemed identical items could stack, but he didn't know the limit. Wei Chuan tried to take out an iron ingot, and it went smoothly. Not bound. Looking at the iron ingot in his hand, Wei Chuan's heart sank slightly. Vehicles and their functions are not bound to any person, which means that killing for loot would become one of the best ways to obtain supplies. Of course, the situation was chaotic, but hadn't reached him yet. When he was in the vehicle, he was the only one causing trouble. When he wasn't in the vehicle, the doors and transmission system were locked tight. Even a thief would shed tears. He stored the iron ingots in the storage compartment. Wei Chuan used mind shaping to directly dismantle the electric bicycle into parts. The storage compartment could only hold items he could carry. This electric bicycle was relatively heavy and couldn't be stored as a whole, so it had to be dismantled into parts first. Under the effect of the inside essence skill, he had already grasped all the mechanical principles and operational principles of this electric bicycle. This was more important than the electric bicycle itself. As long as he could find some batteries and solar panels, he could create a battery pack and a solar power system, converting the armored vehicle's power system into a hybrid system. These things weren't easy to find. He would have to accumulate them slowly. Keeping this in mind, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle and started up. His thoughts had completely calmed down, as if the cruel scene from earlier had never happened. Only the shrinking red in the rearview mirror silently told the story of the cold and darkness of this world. Another hour passed, and it was noon at 12 o'clock. During this time, Wei Chuan found a gray iron box, but unfortunately, it only contained a pair of scissors and a copper ingot. He parked the armored vehicle by the roadside, preparing to eat something and take a break. All right, put the gasoline on. While eating toast, Wei Chuan walked to the back compartment, picked up the gasoline can, and then opened the trading interface. Buzz! The manual page glowed, and a translucent light blue screen instantly unfolded above the manual, hovering in front of Wei Chuan. At the top were 5 clear category tabs: search, sell, buy, request. My items. Wei Chuan searched for the price of fuel and found that diesel and gasoline were mostly exchanged per liter. So he directly traded for a 20-liter can of diesel. Not bad. The trading interface didn't charge any fees. The current prices hadn't stabilized yet, so no one was losing or gaining. As long as they could exchange for what they needed, it was a win-win. The most expensive were fresh water and recipes, with prices soaring high. Ridiculous. Even deities couldn't afford it. Seeing that a 300 milliliters bottle of mineral water was priced at the same as 10 liters of gasoline, Wei Chuan couldn't help but complain, casually switching to the request page. Chapter 5 Silver Box, Pistol Crossbow Recipe. Wanted. I want food and fresh water. Willing to trade with brand new nail shoes. Just click my avatar to private chat. Wanted. I'm looking for medical supplies to stop bleeding. Willing to trade everything I have. Wanted. I'm looking for self-defense weapons. Any weapon will do. Price is negotiable. Wanted. Urgently need a lot of gasoline. Willing to exchange for clean well water. Serious sellers come. Wanted. Urgently need a bicycle pump. Willing to trade for unlimited razor blade blueprints. I only want a bicycle pump. Please don't bother me if you're not serious. A flurry of purchase posts flooded in, making his head spin. This feature is quite convenient. Wei Chuan browsed for a while and also posted a purchase message. Wanted, need various metals, metal products, mechanical equipment, diesel, photovoltaic panels, batteries, blueprints. Willing to trade for weapons. Price is negotiable. You can post 3 purchase messages a day, effective for 1 hour, before the prices stabilize in the trading market. Purchase posts that allow for private chats are obviously more useful, as they can more accurately find sellers or buyers. As soon as the post was sent out, this social feature lit up. When he clicked in, it was all private messages. Chun Yin, did you get the weapon recipe, boss? What weapon is it? Zhang Wei, hello, I have a broken water pump, do you want it? Lin Kong Kong, what weapon? If it's a kitchen knife, forget it. But if it's a mountain knife type weapon, I can trade you my 2/8 bicycle. Gao Qian, wow. Handsome guy, you're amazing. Already wholesale weapons so quickly. Wu Binbin, brother, what's the price for the hub? It's the size used for regular cars, made of aluminum alloy. Weapons indeed have a market. Seeing so many private messages, Wei Chuan smiled. Hello, I want a water pump. I have a dagger. Want to trade? Much better than a mountain knife. A nearly half-meter long chopping axe. I just use it to take down a wolf. The blood on it hasn't even been cleaned off yet. Brother. Aluminum alloy, ISNT very durable. How about I trade you for a dagger? Wei Chuan picked out those who genuinely wanted to do business and replied to each one. The aluminum alloy frame from the electric bike would be perfect for making cold weapons. Without a wooden stick for the handle, a dagger is the most suitable choice. Hollow handle and solid blade, requiring little material and effort. Deal. A few seconds later, replies came in, and everyone expressed willingness to trade. This result was within Wei Chuan's expectations. For the vast majority, these scraps of metal are worth less than a slice of toast, let alone a dagger that could be used for self-defense. He uniformly replied to wait a moment, melted down part of the electric bike frame, and made 10 daggers in one go. All were about 30 centimeters long, not too short, definitely a conscientious businessman. This blue bar is too short. After expending quite a bit of energy, Wei Chuan felt a wave of fatigue. He wondered if there were any items to enhance mental strength and physique. Based on the current situation, even if you were given 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to upgrade an armored vehicle into a base vehicle. Shaking his swollen head, Wei Chuan opened private chat and clicked on the trade, exchanging everything he had. In fact, the value of scraps is far less than that of weapons. But he urgently needed materials, so he didn't bargain. 1 slightly crooked 2/8 bicycle. 1 rusty, small water pump. 1 slightly rusty aluminum alloy hub. The materials themselves are good and can be kept as reserve materials. In a short while, dozens of private messages piled up again. Wang Meng, brother, I have a safe about the size of a microwave. Heavy as hell. Do you want it? Zhao Qian's son, I have half a box of various types of screws and nuts. What weapons do you have? Bai Jia, hello, I have a battery. Not sure if it's usable. Do you want it? Cheng Xiaoqiang, boss, I have a big butt TV. There aren't many who genuinely want to do business. Only a dozen or so. After chatting with them for a bit, Wei Chuan completed the trades in order. The daggers were not enough, so those who didn't trade were put in line to add as friends for the next batch. He struck it rich. Looking at the pile of scraps in the trunk, Wei Chuan felt a bit more at ease, revealing a satisfied smile. These are the ammunition for his arms business. With 2 posting opportunities left, he decided to save them for the evening to specifically collect food fresh water, recipes, and diesel. While most people's survival situations have not stabilized yet, he must seize the advantage of being able to make cold weapons and stock up on some hard currency. Wei Chuan started the armored vehicle again and slowly moved along the road. The monotonous and repetitive desert scenery was making him numb. After driving for more than 10 minutes, just as he was about to open the communication channel to kill time, a strange reflection caught his eye. The reflection came from about 10 meters behind on the right. There was a nearly 2-meter-high, wind-eroded rock pile, behind which was a silver box, its luster somewhat dull, not very noticeable in the sunlight. If he hadn't glanced at the rearview mirror when taking out the survival manual, he might have missed it. Silver grade. Wei Chuan's spirit suddenly lifted, and his heart began to race. If a gray iron box could yield gasoline and water, what could this silver box, 2 levels higher, contain? Wei Chuan immediately reversed, gripping the machete in his hand, and quickly ran towards the silver box, braving the almost melting heat wave. Silver box, rarely appearing supply box. Contents have increased value. As usual, he knocked twice. After confirming there was no sound from inside, Wei Chuan took a deep breath, huffed into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and slowly opened the lid of the box. There weren't many supplies, only 3 items. 1 pure black small plastic carry case, which looked like a toolbox from its design. 1 neatly arranged row of crossbow arrows, a total of 30. 1 roll of non-paper, non-leather, light yellow scroll, tied with a white ribbon. A recipe blueprint? Wei Chuan's gaze was instantly drawn to the scroll. Filled with anticipation, he carefully picked it up and gently untied the ribbon. Recipe: semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow, accurate range of 30 meters, arrow chamber holds 5 arrows, can complete 1 launch preparation each time the mechanism is pulled. Crafting times: 1-1. Materials needed: spring 2, rubber 3, steel ingots 3, plastic 3, nails 3. Do you want to learn? Without any hesitation, Wei Chuan clicked to learn. The next moment, the scroll turned into countless tiny light spots and disappeared in his hand. You should be able to craft it now. Wei Chuan turned to look at the armored vehicle, but he didn't hurry back. Instead, he first checked the other 2 supplies. Chapter 6: Invincible. The crossbow bolts were clearly a set, each one exquisite with sharp tips. As for the black plastic box, it was indeed a toolbox, fully equipped with various hardware tools. If we count all the different knife heads, there must be around 100 types. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded slightly and closed the toolbox. These tools weren't of much use to him. After all, aside from the voltage tester and tape measure, he could make everything else by hand, as many as he needed. However, the appearance of this toolbox gave him an idea. Just because he couldn't use it didn't mean others couldn't. Vehicles would inevitably need repairs after bumps and scrapes, so he could make a batch and sell them at the trading post. The tools were small and had almost no cost, so if there was a market, it would be highly profitable. Only 10 could be stacked? That is still acceptable. Wei Chuan put everything into the storage compartment and found that the 30 crossbow bolts only took up 3 compartments. He then quickly walked towards the armored vehicle. The first thing he did when he got back to the vehicle was check the crafting table. Sure enough, the once empty crafting table now had an icon for this semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow recipe. After selecting it and placing the materials in the slots, he could craft it. Springs, rubber, iron nails. Wei Chuan noted down the materials and directly crafted one by hand. But the only material that could fit into the slots was the steel ingot he had obtained from disassembling the steel pipe. Clearly, the crafting required natural materials. Artificially made ones couldn't be used. TSK, so stingy. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. He had been thinking of exploiting a bug to resell materials. But that idea was a big loss. When he opened the trading post, he saw that the materials needed to craft the handgun crossbow were abundant, with hundreds of pages available, but the prices were absurdly high. Item name: spring quantity, 5 price, 500 milliliters fresh water. Item name: steel ingot quantity, 4 price, 10L diesel. Forget it. I'll deal with it later. I can exchange for materials with daggers or disassemble some junk. No matter what, it's cheaper than buying directly. Wei Chuan shook his head and closed the trading post. In fact, he didn't really lack weapons. With this armored vehicle, no one could hurt him, and he wasn't afraid even if he encountered lions or tigers. Stepping on the gas, it was just a speed bump. The main issue was his fear of insufficient firepower. Without a handy weapon at hand, he always felt restless, Also, the handgun crossbow was mechanical. Once he figured out the crafting principle, it would be like obtaining a recipe with unlimited crafting opportunities, a super money tree. Once the handgun crossbow was on sale, he would have to get himself some iron armor to avoid being killed by the weapons he sold. He also needed to make a few more for personal use, filling them all with crossbow bolts so he could pull them out anytime, saving time on loading bolts. The armored vehicle drove back onto the road, its rusty body shimmering in the heat waves under the blazing sun. However, this time, Wei Chuan was in a great mood. He looked forward to the handgun crossbow recipe like a hot iron branding itself deep into his mind, dispelling the monotony of long-distance driving. In the afternoon, Wei Chuan's luck wasn't very good. From 12:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., he hadn't encountered a single supply box, nor had he seen any supply points. The only good news was that the temperature had finally dropped. At the peak heat of 39 degrees at 2 p.m., it had now dropped to 29 degrees, which was a bit cooler, and turning off the air conditioning saved some fuel. Just as he was feeling a bit discouraged and preparing to stop for dinner, the armored vehicle passed by a severely weathered dirt cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a relatively concealed indentation, the entrance partially obscured by rags and rubble, resembling a makeshift resource point. Wei Chuan immediately parked, grabbed his machete, and approached to carefully observe the dirt cliff. It really was a cave. The entrance was small, barely allowing one person to bend down and enter, but the internal space was not small, filled with many broken wooden boxes and oil drums, resembling an underground shelter. A supply box? Wei Chuan moved the rubble aside, stuffing the rags into his pocket before crawling into the cave. After searching through it, the smile on his face gradually faded. It was just a bunch of weathered, empty wooden boxes that crumbled at a touch. Even the oil drums were empty, rusted to the point of being flakier than biscuits, having no recycling value at all. However, after clearing away all the garbage that took up space, he found a real treasure deep in the cave, an orange that was a bit shriveled on the outside, exuding a rich, sweet, and sour fragrance. A 10-liter portable plastic diesel barrel that was still sealed. The afternoon's bad luck finally came to an end. Wei Chuan quickly collected the orange and the oil barrel, checked carefully again to confirm there was nothing else of value in the cave, and swiftly returned to the vehicle. The setting sun began to sink, dyeing the endless Gobi Desert with a golden red hue. Wei Chuan glanced at the time on the survival manual, 1819. It was almost 7. A sense of urgency rose in Wei Chuan's heart as he drove the armored vehicle a short distance, stopping on a stretch of road with an open view all around. Just in case, he needed to craft the handgun crossbow before dark. That should be enough. Wei Chuan picked up the gray iron box that was on the passenger seat and went to the trunk. The gray iron box contained 19 daggers, which he had made one after another from noon until now, crafting them whenever he had the energy to avoid wasting time. The daggers are ready. Can I trade now? He opened the social app and sent a message to the customers who had reserved daggers. 10 customers had said they could wait at noon, and he had added them as friends, but now only 7 remained. The other 3 had probably lost interest. After waiting a bit, 6 customers responded and clicked to trade. There was still one who hadn't moved, probably didn't want it anymore. After organizing the junk he had exchanged, Wei Chuan opened the trading post. He searched for the materials needed to craft the handgun crossbow and found that the prices were still high, so he decisively chose to disassemble instead. Disassembly successful. Obtain plastic 2, spring 3, nails 3, rubber 5, steel ingot 10. Disassembly successful. Obtain electronic components 1, bearing 1, plastic 3, cable 5, iron ingot 5, nails 5. Wei Chuan first disassembled a 28-bar bicycle. Finding that the plastic obtained was not enough, he exchanged for some steel ingots at the trading post. Finally, gathering a set of materials. That's enough. Wei Chuan excitedly opened the crafting table, selected the handgun crossbow recipe, placed all the materials in, and clicked to craft. Spring 2, rubber 3, steel ingot 3, plastic 3, nails 3. Crafting successful. Obtained Falcon handgun crossbow 1. It worked. Wei Chuan grabbed the handgun crossbow, feeling its weight in his hand, and a sense of indescribable achievement and safety surged within him. He quickly loaded the crossbow bolts into the chamber and pulled the cocking mechanism. A crisp click sounded as Wei Chuan held the handgun crossbow tightly in his hand, aiming at the window of the driver's cabin, and his restless heart finally settled down. From now on, who would dare to speak loudly to me? Huh. Chapter 7. Hoarding supplies, red-eyed zombies. What treasure! Wei Chuan fondled the pistol crossbow with great affection. This pistol crossbow had a magazine capacity of 5 bolts, and it could fire once with a single pull of the trigger, making it suitable for use as a bolt-action sniper, albeit a budget version. Moreover, its size was just right, allowing for one-handed aiming and firing while using the other hand to pull the trigger. With a little speed, all 5 bolts could be fired within 3 seconds, and it was even possible to shoot while running. An absolute artifact. With the weapon sorted, it was time to gather survival supplies. Wei Chuan opened the trading post and clicked on Wanted, posting a request. Wanted, need food, fresh water, diesel, recipes, will trade with premium long daggers, message me with prices. Slow hands will get left behind. Just a few seconds after the post went up, the social feature was instantly flooded with a massive influx of private messages. The red, unread notifications jumping wildly. Lu Xiangxiang, boss, can I trade materials? I have a lot of iron ingots. Xuong, awesome. Do you want the cigarette holder blueprint? Gao Yu, 3 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water. Want to trade? Yang Chongfei, brother, I have 10 liters of diesel for trade. Wei Chuan quickly skimmed through the messages, picking out satisfactory offers, and directly clicked on trade, exchanging 13 daggers for a large amount of basic supplies, 14 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water, 7 pieces of near-expiry compressed biscuits, 140 liters of diesel, 1 apple, 3 bananas, 3 slices of toast, 5 iron ingots. As night approached, many people were eager to collect weapons with very straightforward prices, and a few even raised their offers because Wei Chuan couldn't respond in time. It can only be said that there are still many wealthy players. The richest even offered 50 liters of diesel, perhaps due to some related talent. I underestimated the luck of the European players. My talent is impressive, but others may not be lacking either. The next batch of daggers must be priced higher. Wei Chuan happily organized the supplies. The only regret was not obtaining any useful recipes. However, this was normal. Before running out of ammo and food, not many would sell their recipes, and those that could be traded wound tea help with survival. Of course, with the increasing number of newbies, there were bound to be lucky finds. It's just that Wei Chuan hadn't spent much time in the trading post and communication channels, so he missed out on that good fortune. After tidying up the room, he checked the armored vehicle. Vehicle, 88 military-wheeled armored personnel carrier fuel tank, 380L, 600L, max highway speed, 100 kilometers h. Fuel consumption of 55L for 100 kilometers in stable driving conditions. Function, crafting station. Damn, seeing that it burned 220 liters of diesel in a day. Wei Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He only drove 400 kilometers today. If it were a normal sedan, 30 liters would be about right. Thankfully, he had the S-level mechanical control talent. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford it. After adding all 170 liters of diesel obtained today into the fuel tank, Wei Chuan also filled up some water, then returned to the vehicle, checking the doors and firing ports to ensure they were all locked. There might be danger at night. He absolutely wouldn't get out of the vehicle. With the mineral water, Wei Chuan ate a piece of compressed biscuit to fill his stomach before heading to the rear compartment, placing his hand on the remaining frame of the electric vehicle. Mind shaping, activate. The frame slowly softened, the tires lightly bouncing like jelly, as the second pistol crossbow and 30 crossbow bolts rapidly formed. Enough. Wei Chuan looked at the second set of pistol crossbow, his eyes gleaming. In fact, he still had plenty of energy and could easily make 2 or 3 more sets, but considering the possibility of fighting at night, he didn't dare expend too much. This was the consequence of reading too many novels. It always felt like no preparation was ever enough. The reality might be that he wouldn't need it at all. Just hiding in the vehicle would allow him to safely get through the night. After all, if even a bulletproof armored vehicle couldn't withstand the threats, then District 50001 would surely be wiped out tonight. Outside the vehicle, the last trace of daylight completely vanished. The darkness, thick as ink, swallowed the Gobi, and the world fell into a terrifying silence. Night fell. Wei Chuan loaded the crossbow bolts into the pistol crossbow and placed it in the storage compartment. Then opened the communication channel. The regional channel was already in chaos, panic spreading like a plague. District 50001, 9,567, 10,000 people. Linhai Dam. There's something by the roadside. Looks like a person. Those eyes are red like lanterns. Zhao Gang. Where did these monsters come from? Can't you stop scaring yourselves? Chen Shouty. Damn, a horde of zombies is chasing me. Luckily my motorcycle is fast. Almost got finished off. Yiping. Haha. Damn, I opened a bronze box and got some oil-braised shrimp. This survival game is too ridiculous. Dong Xiaobing. It's over. The ones on 2 wheels are doomed. Zhao Baoja. Everyone, don't get out of the car, turn off the lights, don't make a sound. Those things seem to not attack humans proactively. Monsters? Zombies? Wei Chuan's movements froze instantly, a chill creeping up his spine. He suddenly looked up and peered out through the vehicle's firing port. In the darkness, multiple pairs of red eyes glimmered, locking onto his gaze as if they would pounce at any moment. By the faint moonlight, Wei Chuan saw the true appearance of those monsters. They were humanoid creatures without clothing or physiological features, with glowing red eyes, an average height of about 2 meters, long limbs, and gray-black skin, resembling a more terrifying version of zombies. However, mechanical perception did not issue a warning, which meant there was no malice outside the vehicle. What does it mean to surround but not attack? Wei Chuan tightly gripped the crossbow bolts, his heartbeat accelerating, silently reminding himself, "Don't panic. This is a damn armored vehicle. Only I could take action." Buzz buzz just then, a deep engine roar came from outside, cutting through the silence of the Gobi night like cold steel needles. Damn, are they crazy? Wei Chuan was startled by the noise and hurried back to the driver's seat to prepare for ignition while glancing at the rearview mirror. A van was speeding by, with several red-eyed monsters chasing after it. However, the red-eyed monsters were not particularly fast. They moved at a speed similar to that of humans and were quickly left behind by the van. Suddenly, the dozens of crimson eyes that had been fixated on the armored vehicle all turned toward the speeding van. It was as if they had caught the scent of enticing prey. Their long limbs moved in unison, their gray-black skin glowing ominously in the moonlight as they darted onto the road, lunging toward the van. Good brother, you've done me a huge favor. Seeing the scene, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, gaining crucial intel. It turned out that the red-eyed monsters' attacks had trigger conditions. No wonder they were just wandering around instead of attacking directly. Sounds, lights, movement, temperature, etc. could all be triggers. However, it was already clear that as long as he turned off the vehicle and didn't make too much noise, the red-eyed monsters wouldn't initiate an attack. If it's just like this, then it's not too dangerous. Even the unlucky ones on 2 wheels could honestly lie down on the ground to avoid them. In such hot weather, they wouldn't freeze to death. Chapter 8 Source Crystal. A killing spree. Wei Chuan held his breath, staring intently through the rearview mirror at the approaching van. The various noises created by the vehicle merged together, echoing clearly in the silent Gobi night, like a provocative drumbeat, igniting the fury of all the red-eyed monsters. Roar. The hoarse and furious roars surged one after another as dozens of red-eyed monsters charged towards the van. The van's driver seemed to be frightened and slammed the accelerator to the floor, attempting to crash through the monster horde to find a way out. Bang, bang, bang. The deep, jarring sounds of impact rang out continuously. The van, relying on its weight and speed, knocked several red-eyed monsters flying. Those monsters were sent tumbling, crashing heavily onto the road, their bodies twisting and deforming, black blood splattering under the moonlight. The combat power was average. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. If an armored vehicle crashed into them, it would be no problem to take out 100 or 80 of them, just as he thought the van could break through the encirclement. One of the red-eyed monsters lunged at the van, not being knocked away, but instead smashing through the windshield, half of its body embedding itself in the driver's cabin. In the next moment, the front of the van suddenly swerved, darting off the road from the left front of the armored vehicle, wildly spinning and rolling due to inertia. Finally, the van came to a stop in the sandy ground less than 30 meters from the armored vehicle, wheels up, smoke billowing from under the hood, and the headlights flickering. The red-eyed monsters that had been thrown off quickly surrounded the van, dragging the driver out of the driver's seat in a horrifying tearing motion. In this nauseating scene, Wei Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. A red-eyed monster with half its head smashed by the van staggered up from the ground, then immediately fell back down. As it fell, something emitting a faint blue glow dropped from its brain, appearing particularly clear in the darkness. What is that? Wei Chuan's heart raced. His intuition told him that this object was definitely not simple. Could it be a prop that grants supernatural abilities when consumed? That's how it's written in novels. Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed, instantly igniting the flame in his heart, which burned brighter and brighter. Hoarding treasures, you have already paved your way to death. After a few seconds of contemplation, the hesitation in Wei Chuan's eyes was replaced by greed and desire. Although he didn't know what that thing was. He had to get it. It's just a bug that could be easily crushed by a van. In front of the armored vehicle, it was no different from tofu. Nothing to be afraid of. Boom! The engine of the armored vehicle roared instantly, the lights illuminating the surroundings. The red-eyed monsters that were feasting on the spoils suddenly looked up, their crimson eyes all turning towards the roaring steel beast. Cool, mate. Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened as he activated the armored vehicle's 8-wheel drive mode, slammed it into reverse, and floored the accelerator. The massive vehicle shot backward and then quickly came to a stop. At that moment, the attracted red-eyed monsters had already abandoned their spoils. They roared and charged towards the armored vehicle, their crimson eyes forming a river of blood in the darkness. Wei Chuan showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of frenzy emerged. He suddenly shifted into drive, sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The rusted steel beast charged forward like a runaway wild horse, with a furious momentum to crush everything in its path, colliding head-on with the rushing red-eyed monsters. Bang! 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 The first few that charged in front were instantly knocked away, their bodies twisting and deforming in mid-air, some even being torn into pieces. The heavy wheels ruthlessly rolled over their bodies, producing the sound of shattering bones. Awesome! Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, maneuvering the armored vehicle left and right. With every turn and every acceleration, he could take down at least one red-eyed monster. Although there were many red-eyed monsters in front of the 88's bulletproof armored vehicle, they were no different from ants. They all died under the wheels. In less than a minute, as the last red-eyed monster was crushed into mud, the highway finally returned to silence. Wei Chuan peered through the car window and saw that there were no more red-eyed monsters around. However, even so, he still didn't dare to get out of the vehicle directly, but drove the armored vehicle around the highway for a few more minutes. It seemed that they were really gone. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, slowly opened the car door, leaned out to look around, and only after confirming it was safe did he carefully exit the armored vehicle. The ground was littered with the severed limbs of red-eyed monsters, and the air was thick with a heavy stench. His target was clear, the glowing blue object. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a crystal, angular and sharp, resembling a piece of crystal, only about the size of a small pinky finger. Wei Chuan worried that the blood and flesh of the red-eyed monsters might be toxic, so he picked it up using a piece of torn cloth. Source crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the power source of night demons, and the core energy of source devices. Following the formula, the second item with self-contained information appeared. Night demon, source crystal, source device. Wei Chuan froze momentarily, quickly piecing together this information in his mind. Was it a source of energy for some special technological product or weapon? Although it was worlds apart from the imagined ability-awakening crystal, Wei Chuan still felt a surge of excitement. Using such a magical energy crystal as a power source, the source device must be impressive. Similarly, the source crystal that could be used as energy for the source device would definitely be valuable. It might even become the mainstream currency in the future. With an armored vehicle at his disposal, killing night demons would be easier than killing chickens. Wouldn't source crystals be abundant? Let's do it. Wei Chuan licked his slightly dry lips, looking at the bloody scene on the road, no longer feeling disgusted or nervous. Only an unprecedented desire remained. Step by step, moving slowly, the first few days after the launch are the most important. After searching around, Wei Chuan found a total of 18 source crystals, and after putting them all into the storage compartment, he hurried back to the vehicle. Vroom! The engine roared back to life, the high beams illuminating the distance. But Wei Chuan's eyes shone even brighter than the lights. As he pressed the accelerator, the armored vehicle drove into the darkness ahead. 5 minutes later, outside the vehicle, corpses lay everywhere, with the foul-smelling black blood staining the highway. The sturdy body of the armored vehicle also bore many dents from impacts, but the overall structure was intact. The 7.62mm bulletproof standard was not something flesh and blood could breach. And in Wei Chuan's storage compartment, the number of source crystals had increased to a total of 26. Not enough, I want more. After placing all the source crystals in the rear compartment, a fiery light flickered in Wei Chuan's eyes. The night was no longer a tense ordeal, but rather a gluttonous feast for General Wei to hunt for the future. All right, I can't drive too far. That van is still waiting for him to reclaim it. Chapter 9, A Good Harvest, Hybrid Power. It was 10 p.m. Wei Chuan was driving an armored vehicle stained with a lot of black blood, returning to the site of the van accident. Almost there, Wei Chuan leaned back in his seat and let out a long breath. 3 hours of continuous hunting had earned him a total of 150 source crystals. The amount was less than expected. Only the first wave of night demons had a larger number. The subsequent ones were found in smaller groups, never reaching 10, mostly 2 or 3 together. It seemed that where there were more people, there were more night demons, and where there were fewer people, there were fewer night demons. However, 150 was still a considerable number. From now on, he would aim for this standard. Without special circumstances, collect 150 source crystals every day. Putting all these source crystals into the silver box, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel and briefly checked the situation in Area 50001. Area 50001, 7,626, 10,000 people. Zhao Baojia. As long as you turn off the engine and make no noise, these monsters won't attack you. I have no more speaking opportunities, so please pass this message around. Chen Hao, it's still unsafe with so few people. How about we form a convoy? We can team up when we encounter others in the future. Wu Mengjin, damn, there's several zombies outside. I'm afraid they'll pounce on me while I'm sleeping. Luli, thanks to Brother Zhao's reminder, everyone be careful tonight. Lin Heng, laughing to death. I'm riding an electric bike and I'm fine, while you guys in cars are like entering a ghost den. Can't you set up a shelter before dark? Seeing that the number of people had decreased by nearly 2,000 in 3 hours, Wei Chuan nervously touched the steering wheel. Luck was the first hurdle. Most of the dead must have been using unprotected 2-wheeled or 3-wheeled vehicles. If it were him, upon seeing the night demons, he would have run for his life, only to be caught or blocked and become a midnight snack for the night demons. Continuing to read, many people were thanking Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao was probably Zhao Baojia, a seemingly strong middle-aged man who had sent out a warning message when the night demons first appeared. He must be a warm-hearted person. Some others were discussing forming teams, with different vehicles in the same team. Wei Chuan also thought forming a team was a good idea, but it couldn't be done casually. Issues such as equivalent vehicles, complementary talents, and profit distribution needed to be resolved. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form a convoy, with even a gray iron box being fiercely contested. If he were to form a team, he would definitely look for teammates who were not strong in combat, had gentle personalities, and could assist him. Preferably, they would be beautiful women. With that thought, a knowing smile appeared on Wei Chuan's face, and he secretly added in his heart, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless one is male and the other is female. Turning off the communication channel, Wei Chuan's gaze shifted to the van that was upside down. It hadn't exploded or burned. It was just severely deformed from the collision. This material is excellent. Wei Chuan backed up to the vehicle and opened the rear door. The rear door of this armored vehicle was a lift door. When lowered, it became a ramp, allowing for quicker entry and exit than the front door, which was perfect for situations where there was danger nearby, facilitating an escape. Insight into the essence. Wei Chuan pressed his hand on the van, activating his S-level talent skill. An invisible mental force extended like tentacles, penetrating every part of the van, flooding his mind with a wealth of mechanical information. A gasoline engine, just right. A flash of inspiration crossed Wei Chuan's eyes as he instantly thought of how to utilize this van. He placed his hand on the armored vehicle and activated blueprint construction. At that moment, the armored vehicle lit up with blue light, transforming into a semi-transparent structural vehicle where every component, from armor to screws, was clearly visible. Length increased a bit, with a gasoline engine and fuel tank placed at the rear. The transmission. Energy might not be enough, so he decided not to fuse it yet. The 4 small tires were also insufficient, so he would make them narrow for now. Wei Chuan used both hands, drawing on the vehicle blueprint. Each time he completed a stroke, his talent would automatically optimize the blueprint, forming a usable vehicle blueprint. What he had to do was fill in the missing component materials. Done. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan finished blueprint construction. The armored vehicle's height and width remained unchanged at 3 meters and 6 meters, but its total length increased from 10 meters to 5 meters. The power became dual-powered with a total of 10 wheels, where the front 8 wheels were driven by a diesel engine and the rear 2 wheels by a gasoline engine. Time to get to work. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began disassembling the van. Drawing was not difficult. The challenge lay in the final shaping and fusion. With his current energy, he couldn't complete it all at once. That's why he started working late into the night, preparing to take apart everything that needed to be dismantled and repair everything that needed fixing, hoping to complete the modifications before departing tomorrow. At 10:20 p.m., Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle, dragging his exhausted body, and began assembling the disassembled single-person wooden bed. The van had been taken apart into components, with parts of its body integrated into the armored vehicle, increasing the armored vehicle's chassis by 5 meters. After finishing these tasks, he started to get a headache. The remaining work would have to wait until tomorrow. If he slept for a night, wouldn't his back be broken by morning? After assembling the wooden bed, Wei Chuan tried lying down for a while, only to find that he, used to a mattress, could not get used to the hardboard. This wouldn't he do. Sleep quality was crucial, directly affecting energy recovery efficiency. Wei Chuan decisively opened the trading post and searched for items like mats. Item name, bamboo mat. Quantity, 1. Price, 5 liters of gasoline. Item name, straw mat. He indeed found quite a few items. From the item descriptions, it was clear that these were not new goods made from formulas, but second-hand items found at supply points. Wei Chuan sifted through them and finally bought a foldable rattan mat, a second-hand buckwheat pillow, and a worn-out blanket. The total cost was 4 steel ingots and 6 iron ingots. After lightly shaking and cleaning them, he laid the blanket down, put the rattan mat on top, and placed the buckwheat pillow on it, creating a decent bed. There were also quilts in the trading post, but he didn't buy one. In normal deserts and Gobi regions, the temperature difference between day and night was significant, but here it was only about 10 degrees, making heating unnecessary, and it was even a bit warm. Huff. Wei Chuan lay down to try it out, feeling completely different, comfortable. To maintain air circulation, he opened a small crack in a shooting hole, which also allowed outside noises to come in. Before sleeping, considering that the food he had eaten today was not very nutritious, Wei Chuan treated himself to a snack of the oranges he had found earlier in the afternoon. Gently peeling the orange skin, the fruity aroma immediately spread throughout the vehicle, refreshing his spirits. He broke off a segment and put it in his mouth. The plump juice and sweet flavor exploded instantly, even pushing away his fatigue. Although the orange peel was a bit shriveled, the flesh inside was unaffected, instead being perfectly ripe and sweet. Chapter 10. The next day. Getting into the zone. The next day, Wei Chuan was woken up by his biological clock. Seeing that it was still pitch black outside, he took his survival manual from the storage compartment and glanced at the time. Survivor. Wei Chuan. Talent. S-Class Mechanical Control. Time, 6:03. Weather, clear. Temperature, 27. On such a hot day, it was already 6 o'clock and the sky hadn't brightened yet. It seemed like it was set to be dark until 7. Wei Chuan lazily crawled out of bed, got off the bed to lock the shooting hole that was open for ventilation last night, and did a quick reconnaissance. He didn't see a single night demon. Good. With no night demons to disturb him and no sun to add to the discomfort, it was a perfect time to get to work. After finishing the last 3 slices of toast, Wei Chuan hurriedly got into the vehicle. Blueprint construction. He reached out and gently tapped the back of the vehicle, and the armor vehicle's blueprint lit up again. 10 minutes later, a weary Wei Chuan lay back on the bed. The chassis had been modified, completely integrating the van's operating system into the armored vehicle. Now only the body shape remained to be done. However, the body was the most difficult part to modify. To ensure the body's defensive capabilities did not decrease, the materials needed to be sufficient, which meant more metal for shaping and fusion, and more energy expenditure. There were still 40 minutes until dawn, and that little bit of time would only allow him to recover a portion of his energy, not enough to complete the remaining modifications. So, the plan had to change. After recovering enough energy, he would directly pack up the remaining materials from the van and extend the vehicle body during the day when he had free time. He didn't want to be chased by a sandstorm. That would be too suffocating and risky. He lay there for 40 minutes. When the time hit 7 o'clock, the sky quickly brightened. The most amazing thing was that when exposed to sunlight, the corpses of the night demons quickly turned to dust and were blown away by the wind. Wei Chuan quickly got out of the car to wrap things up, then started the armored vehicle and began a new day of resource searching. Area 50001, 7,006, 10,000 people. Lujingi. There's a motorcycle across the street that was pounced on by a pack of wolves. So tragic. It managed to avoid the zombies at night, but didn't escape the wild animals. Lu Dong. Does anyone know how to use source crystals? Kong Rue. Solid tire modification template is now available. Only 10 bottles of mineral water. Ma Zhanyun. Brothers in front. Wait a moment. I'm driving an old man-s vehicle. Want to team up? Add me if you see this. Sure, Jia. Does anyone want a portable stove? Li Bing. I added a few friends in the purchasing post, and they're S1 from area 420619, with 2 billion people crossing over. Zhang. Not just that, I added one from area 482011. It should be a global crossing, but there are no elderly or children. The youngest in our area is 15 years old, and the oldest is 60. It's the same in other areas. With nothing to do, Wei Chuan took out the survival manual and opened the communication channel. The number of people in the area had decreased again. However, compared to the nearly 2,000 deaths in the 3 hours before nightfall, the more than 600 deaths in the past 9 hours was not too much. After a night, the conversations in the channel became more normal. Everyone was gradually entering survival mode, and most topics were related to survival. Source crystals. Seeing someone asking about the use of source crystals, Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook his head with a smile. There's nothing strange about it. There will always be lucky people in this world. Not to mention military combat vehicles like tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Even regular trucks can easily handle night demons. Source crystals are just too easy to farm. What is a solid tire modification template? And the portable stove, that's nice. If he could find fresh water in the wild, he could use the kettle he found yesterday to boil it. Wei Chuan quickly spotted something that interested him. Hello. What is the price of the portable stove? He sent a private message to Sure Jia and then opened the trading hall to search for modification templates. He was shocked by what he found. There were a total of 102 pages with 10 trading slots per page, meaning the total number of modification templates in the trading hall had reached 4 digits. Not only were there solid tire modification templates, but also window modification templates, chassis modification templates, door modification templates, and more. All were used to upgrade vehicles, and even 2-wheeled and 3-wheel vehicles had a chance to make a comeback. Wei Chuan casually selected one and checked the item information. Tempered door modification template. Stick it on the vehicle door to use. Can make the door more robust. Modification times, 1-1. Modification requirements. Depends on the size of the vehicle door. Oh! Wei Chuan suddenly realized that this thing was basically a budget version of S-Class mechanical control. It wasn't worth even a bottle of water to him. But for those without mechanical talents, this could be considered a divine artifact. After all, vehicles were an extremely important part of survival. The price was a bit inflated. The cheapest batch required 20 liters of fuel, and at this stage, not many people would be willing to buy. One template could only modify one component. Modifying all 4 wheels would require 4 templates, and after buying the templates, materials would also need to be purchased, a definite pay-to-win scenario. Not bad. After scanning through, Wei Chuan closed the trading hall with a smile. He was genuinely worried that these templates would allow for free vehicle modifications, but after seeing them, he felt much more at ease. S-Class talents will always be the ones in charge. Switching to social, he saw that Sure Jia had already quoted a price for the portable stove. Sure, Jia. I just found this in the supply box, brand new and fully inflated. 1 liter of fresh water or 20 liters of gasoline. Wei Chuan. That is a bit expensive, sister. There is not much water right now. I can only offer 1 bottle of 300 milliliters of mineral water at most. If you want to sell, let us trade. And if you think it's too little, just consider me bothering you. The other party's avatar looked like it belonged to someone around 45 years old, so Wei Chuan referred to her as sister. Business is business. Sure, Jia didn't say anything, directly clicked on the trade, and placed the portable stove on the trading slot. The trading slot was the same as the storage compartment. Identical items could stack up to 10, but the trading slot had a full 100 slots, which was more than enough. Wei Chuan checked, placed a bottle of mineral water up there. Items placed in the trading slot would display item information, just like in the trading hall, so there was no worry about being scammed. After getting the item, Wei Chuan casually placed it in the passenger seat. The portable stove was not a survival necessity at this stage, but he had an armored vehicle and the ability to hunt wild animals, so he bought it. Who knows? He might be able to drink meat soup later. To put another way, when resources were not scarce, just buying something he wanted for psychological satisfaction was worth it. He was even too lazy to haggle. Half an hour later, the supply box and wild animals that Wei Chuan most wanted had not appeared, but he found a resource point. There was a ruined house on the left side of the road, and from a distance, it looked like there were 5 or 6 rooms, which should yield quite a bit. Bring on some recipes. Wei Chuan shouted in his heart and drove directly over. Chapter 11. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. The armored vehicle rolled over the gravel of the Gobi Desert and stopped in front of the ruins. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, and the low roar faded, leaving the surroundings in dead silence again. After a quick reconnaissance of the area and confirming there were no biological activities, he took out a pistol crossbow from the storage compartment, opened the car door, and got out. A wave of heat mixed with the scent of dust hit him. Upon closer inspection, the houses in front had only walls left, resembling ancient ruins due to their stone construction. However, Wei Chuan was not disappointed. These ruins were not tourist attractions, but unique resource points in this world, which might yield some gains. The first room was empty, with scattered wooden planks on the ground and no furniture. Damn! Wei Chuan's sharp gaze scanned the floor and discovered many footprints. The patterns of the footprints were different, indicating that more than one person had been here, and they were quite fresh, clearly visible in the thick layer of dust. Someone got here first. If a sandstorm hits, these footprints won't last, meaning these people must have arrived last night or this morning. It was only 7:30 now if they got up late. Wei Chuan tightly gripped the pistol crossbow, lightened his steps, and retreated outside, preparing to return to the armored vehicle. That group might still be here. The possibility of ambushing him while hiding in a resource point was too high. A resource point was not worth the risk. Just as Wei Chuan stepped back to the vehicle, 2 people suddenly rushed out from the corner of the building behind him, waving at him. Wait! Whoa! Wei Chuan's nerves were on high alert, startled by the shout, and the pistol crossbow immediately turned in their direction. At the same time, a crisp scream rang out, and the 2 figures quickly crouched down, covering their heads. Not a robbery? Seeing their reaction, Wei Chuan's gaze quickly swept over them. They were 2 very beautiful girls, looking younger than him, probably under 25. One wore a pink t-shirt with a white pleated skirt, her messy brown hair and slender, fair legs covered in fine sand. The other wore an apricot lace-collared long-sleeve top and a little black skirt, her black stockings already snagged, with brown hair just reaching her shoulders and a gold pendant hanging around her neck. The 2 crouched close together on the ground, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind, filled with fear. From 8 or 9 meters away, they thought Wei Chuan was holding a gun. Don't shoot. The girl in the white skirt's voice trembled severely, but she still made an effort to speak. We mean no harm. We just spent the night here and came out when we heard noise. What's going on? Where's your vehicle? Wei Chuan opened the car door, climbed onto the footboard, using the door as cover, and scrutinized every movement of the 2 girls with sharp eyes, judging by their appearance and outfits. This combination resembled a cheerful senior and a foolish rich girl. Hello, I'm Lu Qingqing, and this is Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Ling Xue's car was stolen by someone I rescued, and I met her in the afternoon and let her ride my motorcycle. Later, we encountered a pack of wolves and ran all the way here to shake them off, but we ran out of gas and could only spend the night here, barely avoiding the monsters last night. Her voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. So, you want to trade for fuel? Wei Chuan understood. No wonder these two unlucky girls came out. They were out of supplies. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Lu Qingqing's eyes as she whispered. Ling Xue's supplies are all in the car that was stolen. I have 4 iron ingots left, which I found here. Wei Chuan almost laughed. What could 4 iron ingots trade for? Of course, if they had supplies, they could just go to the trading post. Why come to him? Sorry, I can't help. Wei Chuan's gaze swept back and forth across Lu Qingqing and Zhu Ling Xue's faces, finally shaking his head, feeling no ripple in his heart. Sympathy? Sympathy in this world is a luxury and can be poison. Zhu Ling Xue was likely scammed because of sympathy. This was a ready-made cautionary tale. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's refusal, Zhu Ling Xue trembled even more, her eyes filled with despair, while Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned pale. But she didn't give up. She directly hugged Zhu Ling Xue and stood up, extending her hand and shouting, "Wait. We can team up. My talent is sea-level life healing. Though it's not great, it can speed up wound healing and handle minor infections. Ling Xue's talent is B-level lucky blessing, which allows her to find nearby supply boxes and resource points by intuition. This resource point is the one she brought me to." She eagerly showcased their value. Hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Wei Chuan paused his movement to get into the vehicle. C-level life healing? B-level lucky blessing? One was a healer, and the other was a treasure radar. Both talents were quite good. However, business couldn't be done like this. So Wei Chuan didn't respond, but instead adopted a thoughtful expression. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Ling Xue's hearts were in their throats. As if an eternity had passed, Wei Chuan slowly raised the pistol crossbow, but didn't retract it, his gaze landing on Lu Qingqing's face, his voice low and slow. These two talents are decent. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Ling Xue exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up with surprise. However, Wei Chuan's next words pierced their hearts like a sharp blade. But my supplies didn't come from the wind. The pressure of supporting 2 more people with supplies will be great. I don't support outsiders. If you want to get on my vehicle, everything about you will belong to me. Lu Qingqing's body trembled violently, her face even paler. She understood the subtext of Wei Chuan's words. Zhu Ling Xue had no reaction. She secretly admired Wei Chuan's handsome face, and instead of resisting, she relaxed a bit, her face slightly flushed. "Ling Xue, what do you think?" Lu Qingqing's lips moved slightly, her eyes filled with struggle. She wanted to refuse, but recalling the terrifying red-eyed monsters in the darkness last night and the continuous mental torment, she had already made her decision in her heart. She quietly asked Zhu Ling Xue, but saw a shy expression on Zhu Ling Xue's face. Lu Qingqing felt helpless and amused. The hesitation and pain in her heart instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of relief and relaxation. She nodded vigorously and looked at Wei Chuan, saying, "Okay." She could understand Zhu Ling Xue, as this man was indeed quite handsome. She had been too nervous earlier to notice this point. Now, thinking back, this was already the best result, and she could actually accept it in her heart. If a man who had completely abandoned his conscience had come instead, she and Zhu Ling Xue might not even have a right to choose. "I can too. I'll do whatever you say." At this moment, Zhu Ling Xue also reacted, looking at Wei Chuan and nodding repeatedly. Chapter 12. The driver with a car? The driver without a car. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan opened the back door of the armored vehicle, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Ling Xue pushed over the out-of-fuel motorcycle. Under the puzzled gazes of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Ling Xue, Wei Chuan placed his hand on the motorcycle. Immediately, the motorcycle began to rapidly disassemble, transforming into a pile of scattered parts in just a few seconds. Zhu Ling Xue exclaimed, "Superpower!" This miraculous ability was nothing short of superpowers, definitely the rarest S-level talent. Lu Qingqing was also stunned. She suddenly realized that the deal they made earlier was a huge profit for her and Zhu Ling Xue, in a world where many people struggle to survive. With Wei Chuan's looks, the armored vehicle, and his powerful talent, he would have no trouble attracting women. This is my talent, S-level mechanical control. I can modify any mechanical items at will and can bind a talent vehicle, which is this vehicle I'm modified. It can only be started when I'm on it. Ling Xue, your talent is suitable for navigation, so you will be in charge of driving from now on. If you get tired, let Qingqing take over. Looking at the surprised expressions of the two women, Wei Chuan gently patted the vehicle. The engine let out a low rumble as he activated the ignition switch. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. Zhu Lingshue's eyes began to shine with excitement, feeling a tremendous sense of security from both the vehicle and its owner. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly. Although Zhu Lingxue couldn't tell, she understood. Wei Chuan was reminding them, or perhaps warning them. However, she had no other thoughts. Her decision before getting in the car was sincere, and whether or not she could use the vehicle didn't matter much to her. She just hoped that Wei Chuan could do well, so he could provide a better life for her and Zhu Lingxue. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle set off. Zhu Lingxue was driving, Lu Qingqing was in the passenger seat, and Wei Chuan was resting in the back. Having a driver was great. It saved him more energy, and he could also drive when he had nothing to do at night. This was how an S-level talent should live. Damn it. Wei Chuan planned to make some more daggers to sell, but when he searched the trading post, he found that cold weapons were flooding the market. Daggers, butterfly knives, machetes, dogleg knives, axes, and even long weapons like spears were available, and they weren't even second-hand junk. They were brand new items made from recipes. The prices were low, with the cheapest butterfly knife costing only 5 material ingots, and the most expensive spear only 10 material ingots. These people must be really starving. Wei Chuan shook his head. The prices of cold weapons had plummeted. It was probably because last night they couldn't go out to gather supplies, leading everyone to stay in their vehicles or shelters and trade. I'll sell hand crossbows directly. Wei Chuan climbed out of bed and dove into the pile of junk at the back of the vehicle. Although handcrafted cold weapons were still profitable, he had lost interest in the small profit. He decided to sell hand crossbows directly, while there were still no ranged weapons on the market. He wanted to seize the opportunity to make a big haul before encountering a price war. Wei Chuan, can you still make weapons? Lu Qingqing, sitting in the passenger seat, had been watching him. After seeing 5 hand crossbows and over 100 crossbow bolts at his feet, she finally couldn't help but ask. Wei Chuan nodded. This is a branch ability of mechanical control. I can make mechanical weapons that I have touched, while no one is competing for business. I plan to stockpile more supplies and recipes. In a few days, I'll make a self-defense weapon for each of you. Lu Qingqing responded a bit shyly. The supplies in the vehicle were actually quite abundant, but they wouldn't be enough for 3 people. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, Brother Chuan, are guns considered mechanical too? If you had a gun, could you sell arms? Yes, but that thing is hard to come by. There isn't even a shadow of one in the trading post. A hint of expectation and regret flashed across Wei Chuan's face. His understanding of firearms was limited to their appearance and power. He knew nothing about their principles and structures. Otherwise, he could have tried to make a homemade gun. Zhu Lingxue said proudly, Brother Chuan, just watch me. My talent is perfect for searching for supplies. Just yesterday morning, I found 4 supply boxes and 3 resource points. As long as this road exists, I can locate them without missing any. What did you find yesterday? Any recipes? Hearing the number of supply boxes and resource points, Wei Chuan became interested. Zhu Lingxue frowned. None. They were all the lowest level gray iron boxes. There was enough water and food for me to last 2 or 3 days, and I also found 2 large barrels of gasoline, all stored in the vehicle. Just consider it a lesson learned. One lesson of this kind is enough. Remember, unless it's a talent reminder or I'm talking, you must not stop for anything you see. Don't show kindness in this cannibalistic world. Some people only prey on kindness. Qingqing, it's lucky for Ling Xue to run into you, and it's also your luck to meet her. If it were someone else, your vehicle, clothes, or even flesh could be considered supplies in their eyes. Wei Chuan emphasized this particularly. He respected true altruists, but he had no ability to walk alongside them. Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. Lu Qingqing suddenly felt a bit scared, but replied seriously. Zhu Lingxue smiled slyly and asked, Brother Chuan, why did you let us get in the car? Is it really just because of your talent? Of course. Otherwise you would already be in bed, Wei Chuan said irritably. Although a small head was important, it could never be more important than a big head. Hearing this, both Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing thought about how there was only one bed in the vehicle. Their faces slightly flushed, and their hearts began to race. The atmosphere in the vehicle suddenly became a bit ambiguous. Wei Chuan noticed the two girls' flushed cheeks and felt a slight expectation in his heart. But he maintained a calm exterior, cleared his throat, and broke the silence. All right, drive well, and don't miss any resources. Not just resource points and supply boxes. Scrap metal is also valuable. Zhu Lingxue quickly nodded, her eyes scanning the desolate scene outside like radar. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, preparing to catch up on sleep to regain her energy, ready to take over for Zhu Lingxue when she got tired. Wei Chuan focused on the pile of junk and continued to work on the hand crossbows. Various materials flowed and shaped in his hands, making faint clicking sounds. And soon he made another hand crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts. Almost done, Wei Chuan sat on the bed, gently rubbing his temples. He had made a total of 6 hand crossbows and 120 crossbow bolts, preparing to divide them into 6 sets to sell. As for the price, it was still hard to determine, since he didn't know how rich the buyers were. It would be better to post a purchase request and let the buyers quote their prices, then I can find an excuse to delay returning. Whoever offers the highest price gets the sale. Wei Chuan's lips curled up as he quickly opened the trading post. Chapter 13. Material Explosion, Water Collection Cup. Wanted, 1 semi-automatic crossbow pistol, with 20 bolts, capable of firing 5 arrows in succession, immediately invincible upon acquisition. I need food, fresh water, diesel, recipes, bring your own price. Only one available, highest bidder wins. After posting, Wei Chuan licked his lips. The crossbow pistol was a divine weapon at this stage, and it would definitely allow him to make a fortune. Sure enough, as soon as the post was sent out, the social feature lit up and didn't go dark, clearly indicating a constant influx of private messages and a large number of direct trade clicks. Damn! Wei Chuan cursed under his breath and quickly turned off the Allow Trading feature in the settings. Fortunately, the survival manual didn't require internet. Otherwise, it would have been overwhelmed in seconds. Sujia, brother, is it that powerful? Lin Jinhua, I have a big barrel of clean creek water, 11, 2 liters. Want to trade? Guijia, handsome. Can I trade for something else? Zheng Xiaojun, bro, how about an unlimited flip-flop recipe? This thing is perfect for the current weather, definitely a good sell. CMA, I have 22 packs of spicy beef noodles, some rice, and fruits, so you reply, and the price can be negotiated. Gao Xiaoing, how to trade? Iron ingots? Yang Jiqiang, brother, only 20 bolts? Phone you. The crossbow pistol is a small crossbow. How powerful is it? How much are you planning to sell it for? Opening the private messages, most were just onlookers, so he had to sift through slowly. Thus, Wei Chuan checked each one, ignoring those without prices. He replied to the stingy ones that it had already been sold and raised the price for those offering high bids. After back and forth for nearly half an hour, all 6 crossbow pistols were sold, exchanged for 240 liters of diesel, 60 liters of gasoline, 22 packs of instant noodles, 10 kilograms of rice, 10 bottles of 300 milliliter mineral water, and a total of 3 kilograms of various fruits, 15 liters of bottled drinking water, 20 liters of gasoline, a broken water dispenser, 15 packs of cigarettes, 5 bottles of 500 milliliter mineral water, 10 lighters, a bag of green tea, a box of instant coffee, a bag of fruit candy, and some seasonings, a home medical kit, a plastic canister recipe, and a pile of winter clothes. A recipe for a solar air water collection cup. Many of these people asked Wei Chuan if he could make bolts, to which he confirmed, eventually negotiating a price of 1 bolt for 1 unit of material, allowing for long-term trade. Among the 6, Li Yongsheng, who sold fuel, was a regular customer. He had bought a dagger from Wei Chuan yesterday and unexpectedly had 300 liters of fuel to offer today, saying he could get various fuels and to contact him anytime for good stuff. This was already beyond the realm of good luck. Wei Chuan suspected this guy's talent was related to fuel. CMA, who sold food, was similar, claiming she could also procure food, her talent likely related to food. Wei Chuan added both resource traders as friends. The other 4 disappeared after completing their trades, probably eager to try out the crossbow pistols. And Wei Chuan didn't chase after them with messages, since the most important deals were already done. Chuan Gu, Are all these traded for the crossbow pistols? Zhu Lingxue asked in surprise as she saw the growing amount of supplies in the trunk from the rearview mirror. Yeah, you need to put in some effort too. Wei Chuan replied while organizing supplies, not looking back. Zhu Lingxue pouted, if there are resources on the road, I could definitely 1T miss them, but if there aren't, no matter how good my talent is, there's nothing I can do. It's fine, just don't miss out on the resources nearby, Wei Chuan casually comforted. He had anticipated this situation, as Blessing of Luck was a passive talent with a range, and its usefulness depended on whether the road was generous. Don't worry, I won't miss any resources around, Zhu Lingxue said confidently, secretly praying to find more supplies today to prove her value and importance to Wei Chuan. After organizing the supplies, Wei Chuan began to repair the water dispenser. The damage wasn't too severe, only the shell was slightly damaged, and the wires were a bit aged. He just needed to patch some materials, and once the power issue was resolved and cleaned up a bit, it would be usable. Then came the most important recipes. A total of 2. Recipe: sealed plastic canister. Container for holding liquids, capacity of 0.5 liters with excellent high and low temperature resistance and relatively high corrosion resistance. Crafting times. Materials required: plastic 2. Recipe: solar air water collection cup. By condensing moisture from the air, filtering it into safe drinking water, and storing it in the cup, under ideal conditions, can generate 0.6 liters of water per hour. Crafting times: 3. Materials required: plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, solar panel 1. Wei Chuan clicked to learn and absorb both recipes. The former had no limit on crafting, while the latter could be crafted 3 times. The solar air water collection cup would be used to produce water, prioritizing self-use. And any excess water would be stored in plastic canisters for sale. This was a small water well, definitely a money tree. However, the solar panel had never appeared in the trading post, and it was still unknown when he could make one. This was likely the main reason the other party was willing to trade it. Nothing to do now. Let's take a break. Wei Chuan lay down on the bed, hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to rest. Once his energy was restored, he planned to extend the armored vehicle's body and make some minor modifications inside to fully utilize the space. The right side would be used for a bed, making 2 bunk beds with a larger bottom and smaller top. The left side would be used for storage shelves, creating a row of 3-tiered shelves fixed to the vehicle, avoiding observation and shooting holes. Currently, materials and energy were insufficient, so he would make small modifications for now. Once the hybrid system of wood, gas, and electricity was completed, he would carry out a comprehensive upgrade of the armored vehicle, proportionally enlarging the vehicle body and dividing the rear compartment into a bedroom and a storage room. Xuanyi. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Chuan, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by Zhu Lingxue's exclamation, and Lu Qingqing was also disturbed. Seeing that it was almost noon and he had slept for 4 hours, he asked, "What did you find?" Wei Chuan quickly jumped out of bed and walked to the driver's seat, casting his gaze toward the windshield. There's a resource point over there. Zhu Lingxue pointed to the right front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing followed her gaze and saw a 2-story wooden house, with a small wooden house next to it, resembling a woodshed or toilet. Let us go. Drive the car over there. By the way, don't rush to park. Circle around the house first, and see if there are any people or vehicles. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. A resource point with such a complete building structure should have quite a few supplies inside. Things like firewood, rice, oil, salt, pots, bowls, clothing, tableware, and home appliances. Even if there was nothing, tearing down some wooden planks would be good, as he was in need of bedboards. Got it, Zhu Lingxue replied, and immediately turned the car around. Chapter 14: Acquiring Solar Panels. All right, stop behind the house. The armored vehicle circled the resource point slowly, and Wei Chuan found no tire tracks or footprints, so he signaled Zhu Lingxue to stop. If it had been him yesterday, he would have parked and searched right away. But the appearance of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue in the morning reminded him that resource points could also be traps set by others, so he had to be cautious. Let us go together. Wei Chuan got out of the car with the 2 women and looked through the window into the wooden cabin. The first room was the hall, equipped with tables and chairs, and even 2 sofas, with a kitchen set in a corner and a lot of kitchenware hanging on the wall. The presence of these supplies, along with a thick layer of dust, was enough to prove that no one had been to this resource point. As for the small wooden cabin next to it, it was neither a toilet nor a wood storage, just a layer of straw piled on the ground, seemingly used for raising livestock. Go ahead. I'll leave the small items to you. Wei Chuan instructed, using his mind to soften the hinges and took down the 2 windows. When he later got polycarbonate fibers, he planned to make a bulletproof sunroof for the armored vehicle to let in more light and make living inside more comfortable. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded and started to work. With Wei Chuan's talent, most of the things in the house were useful, even if it was just a piece of scrap metal. 10 minutes later, the first floor was thoroughly searched. Aside from solid wood furniture, everything that could be taken was collected by the 3 of them. Even the water pipes, door locks, and hinges were dismantled. They gained a lot, and the value was quite high. A backpack, a set of kitchenware, a set of tableware, some tools, some matches, a bag of sweet potatoes, some wires, 3 light bulbs, and a pile of scrap metal. The backpack was the most valuable, as it was a storage item. Camouflage backpack, slightly old, with 15 storage slots. Let's go upstairs. Wearing the backpack, Wei Chuan was in a good mood as he led the 2 women up to the 2nd floor. There was only one room on the 2nd floor, a bedroom. There were 2 nightstands beside the bed, a standing fan, and a television along with a DVD player and its remote control on the table opposite the bed. Brother Chuan, these things are very new. Zhu Lingxue quickly packed the fan into the storage slot and then checked the television and DVD player. Whether they were new or not didn't matter. My ability can fix them anytime. Check if there are any discs. If there are, once I get the solar panels, we can watch them. Wei Chuan said with a smile. Lu Qingqing thought for a moment and asked, Electricity is very important. Should I browse the trading post? And one adds more. The keywords are solar energy, photovoltaic, silicon, battery. If you see anything, call me. Let us post the want ads at 7 p.m. That's when the most people are free. Wei Chuan nodded, and now all 3 had tasks to do. Shortly after, the 2nd floor was also searched clean. The quantity of items wasn't as much as the 1st floor, but they were all good things. A fan, a big color TV, a DVD player, a spring mattress, a dozen discs, a set of bedding, and some old clothes. The discs were very new, some even still in their packaging. There were both TV dramas and movies, making Wei Chuan feel excited. He needed to get the hybrid system out soon. If he could watch TV in this world, life would be much more enjoyable. Finally, they took apart the bedboard and returned to the vehicle. Qingqing, Lingxue, let us eat first. You can eat whatever you want from the stuff in the car, just don't waste it. Wei Chuan looked at the time. It was almost noon, so he called the 2 women who were sorting their haul to take a break here. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue responded excitedly, grabbed an apple, lay on the nearby sofa, wiped it casually, and stuffed it into her mouth. Lu Qingqing sat next to Wei Chuan and quietly asked, Not hungry? I'm not very hungry. I'll just eat a little and have a proper hot meal in the evening. Wei Chuan picked up 2 bananas and handed one to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly. All right, then I'll wash the kitchenware and tableware this afternoon, use the water we have, and I'll change a batch of supplies in the evening. Wei Chuan was very pleased with Lu Qingqing's thoughtfulness and placed his hand on her fair thigh. Lu Qingqing felt a tingle all over her body and instinctively wanted to move her leg away, but quickly stopped, allowing Wei Chuan to play with her while blushing and lowering her head, silently eating the banana. Seeing this, Wei Chuan remained calm on the surface, but was actually more satisfied inside, and his hands became bolder. To avoid making the atmosphere too awkward, he found a topic. Qingqing, where are you from? Are you still in school? I'm from Fujian. I just graduated this year and am helping a private hospital opened by my family. Lu Qingqing's nervous mood relaxed a bit, mixed with a hint of inexplicable anticipation. Having never been in a relationship, this was her first experience, and she didn't expect that a light touch could make her feel so weak all over. It was strange. Your talent suits you quite well. Actually, my major is management, but I learned a bit about basic wound treatment and common disease treatment from watching my dad since I was little. That's already impressive. In this world, even a slight fever could be a big problem. To strengthen their bond, Wei Chuan kept finding topics to discuss, focusing on what Lu Qingqing was interested in. While chatting, his hands were not idle. At first, it was just a leg massage, but then they gradually slid up to her waist. And when he pulled Lu Qingqing into his arms, he even brushed against her chest. At first, Lu Qingqing felt quite shy. But soon she was led away by Wei Chuan's words. Unknowingly, 10 minutes passed. Perhaps even Lu Qingqing herself didn't notice. But her attitude towards Wei Chuan had become much more affectionate. Her hands had actively wrapped around his waist. Wei Chuan glanced at the sofa next to them. Zhu Lingxue had finished her apple and was now silent, as if she had fallen asleep. So, he immediately decided to seize the moment, gently lifted Lu Qingqing's fair chin, and leaned down to kiss her. His tongue easily pried open her lips, tasting the faint scent of banana. Lu Qingqing's face turned bright red, her eyes widening. But what surged in her heart wasn't embarrassment or resistance, but rather a sweet feeling. She unconsciously closed her eyes and awkwardly responded. This kiss lasted intermittently for several minutes. When Wei Chuan released Lu Qingqing, her lips were slightly swollen. Lu Qingqing didn't say anything. She just gave Wei Chuan a heavy kiss on the face and quietly leaned her head on his shoulder. Chapter 15. Make a rainwater collection cup. 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the highway. Zhu Lingxue had fallen asleep. So it was Lu Qingqing who was driving now. Wei Chuan tossed a fruit candy into his mouth and placed his hand on the vehicle's body. After sleeping for a whole morning, his energy was fully restored, and he could start the transformation work on the vehicle. The thought-shaping mechanism activated, and the metal materials piled at the back of the vehicle began to melt, crawling up the vehicle's body like tentacles and quickly merging in. At that moment, the rear section of the vehicle visibly extended backward. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The armored plate, originally covered in white paint, seemed to be stretched and shaped by an invisible hand, forming an additional segment of gray-black armor. Lu Qingqing looked at this magical scene through the central rearview mirror. Her eyes filled with amazement. Wei Chuan's focused profile appeared especially handsome under the dim light. She subconsciously bit her lip, still feeling the warmth from a moment ago, and her heart raced a little faster. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan satisfiedly retracted his hand and patted the newly extended vehicle body, producing a dull thud. His energy was insufficient. He had only extended the vehicle by 1 meter. However, the remaining 0.5 meters was simple. He could modify it again in the afternoon. It consumed too much material. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the pile of materials. To ensure the vehicle's defensive capability didn't decrease, he maintained the armor's thickness at 20 millimeters, which meant the materials from a van were simply insufficient, and the remaining ones could barely extend the vehicle by 0.2 meters. So, he had to go to the trading post to scavenge for more. This time he needed to collect more, as he would need even more materials for widening and heightening later. At 3 p.m., the transformation of the armored vehicle was completed, reaching a total length of 11.5 meters. Wei Chuan looked at the spacious rear compartment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, while driving, Lu Qingqing turned around and shouted, "Look at the trading post. There's a solar panel." Solar panel? Wei Chuan was overjoyed and immediately opened the trading post to search for solar panels. Item name, solar panel quantity, 5 price, 40 liters of gasoline. Seeing that 5 were stacked together, he knew without looking that they had been broken down from a crafting table. The scraps found at resource points couldn't be stacked for storage. Damn greedy bastards. Seeing the price, Wei Chuan cursed under his breath, but honestly took out 40 liters of gasoline and purchased the items instantly. There was no choice. Solar panels were too important. Whether for the armored vehicle's tri-hybrid system or the solar-powered rainwater collection cup, they were core components. Next, he exchanged some bottled water for plastic and electronic components. After preparing the materials, he opened the crafting table directly. Plastic, 5, steel ingot, 1, cable, 1, electronic component, 1, solar panel, 1, crafting successful. Obtained solar-powered rainwater collection cup, 1, plastic, 5, steel ingot, 1, cable, 1, electronic component, 1, solar panel, 1, crafting successful. Obtained. Wei Chuan used up all 3 crafting attempts without any hesitation. When he took it out, the appearance was nothing special. It resembled a thermos, with a flexible solar panel wrapped around the cup body, capable of charging directly from sunlight, and the panel could also be detached and spread out for use. It collected moisture from the cooled, humid air, and the higher the temperature and humidity, the more efficient the water collection would be. Wei Chuan looked at the item description, deep in thought. With such high temperatures, It was unbearable without air conditioning, but with air conditioning, it became too dry to use the collection cup. He decided to place it outside. Wei Chuan took some scrap metal from the back of the vehicle and then opened the shooting hatch on the roof. The scrap metal softened and reformed, creating 3 clasps on the roof to hold 3 collection cups. Next, Wei Chuan made a mesh cover. The sunlight in this world was abundant, so there was no need to spread out the solar panels. Instead, he worried that the harsh sun might damage the cups and decided to provide some shade. After finishing, Wei Chuan retreated inside the vehicle and closed the shooting hatch. The climate in the desert was relatively dry, and he was unsure how efficient the rainwater collection cups would be, so he planned to test one for the afternoon. If the efficiency was high, he could mass-produce a batch of collection cups and have Lu Qingqing sell water. If the efficiency was poor, he would keep these 3 for personal use and save his energy for making a pistol crossbow. As for the collection cups themselves, regardless of their efficiency, he had no intention of selling them. Fresh water was the most crucial and expensive survival resource, and he, who had the ability to exchange a small cost for large amounts of fresh water, did not want the price of fresh water in the market to drop. Wei Chuan, can you make solar panels now? After Wei Chuan finished his tasks, Lu Qingqing curiously asked. Yes. Wei Chuan nodded and said, most of the materials can be bought. Just missing silicon wafers and conductive glue. You can search for them when you have time. Okay, I got it. Lu Qingqing nodded repeatedly, knowing the importance of electricity. Wei Chuan opened a shooting hole, lit a cigarette, and thought about the upcoming transformation plans. The television, DVD player, and electric fan. These 3 appliances had a total electricity consumption of 0.4 kilowatt-hours per hour, which meant even if used continuously for 24 hours, they would only consume 9.6 kilowatt-hours. The solar panel had a power rating of 0.3 kilowatts, and with an effective sunlight duration of 12 hours, the daily power generation would be 0.36 kilowatt-hours. As long as there were 30 solar panels, the daily power generation would reach 10.8 kilowatt-hours, completely satisfying the use of these 3 appliances. The excess electricity could be used for light bulbs, preventing the armored vehicle from being pitch black at night when the engine was turned off. Later on, once the solar panels and batteries were abundant enough, in addition to the armored vehicle's tri-hybrid system, he could create an independent living system, collecting daily appliances like refrigerators and induction cookers. He could also make 1 or several large rainwater collection cups to be placed on the roof as a water tank. Damn, the more he thought about it, the more ideas he had. Wei Chuan rubbed his temples, shaking his head with a wry smile. Plans never keep up with changes. He originally intended to make a bed and storage shelf in the afternoon, but now he hadn't even started and had found new tasks, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Although everything was good news, he truly felt busy, experiencing a mix of pain and joy. Brother Chuan, what time is it? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue woke up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from the sofa. It's a little past 3. Wei Chuan threw the cigarette but out of the shooting hole and then handed Zhu Lingxue a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water to wake up. I have something for you to do. Zhu Lingxue took a couple of gulps and wiped her mouth, asking, Brother Chuan, what is it? Do you want to watch TV? Wei Chuan pointed to the television at his feet, smiling at Zhu Lingxue. I do. Hearing this, Zhu Lingxue perked up and quickly nodded. Here's the thing. Wei Chuan didn't keep her in suspense and told her about the solar panels, asking her to hang around the trading post when she was free. Chapter 16 Resource Points. Crossroads time unknowingly reached 5:30 p.m., and Wei Chuan had completed the modifications inside the vehicle. 2 double-decker iron bunk beds and a row of 3-layer storage racks. Under the effect of mind shaping, these pieces of furniture were all fixed onto the vehicle body, and they were also equipped with guardrails, so there was no fear of things falling off. After categorizing the supplies and handing them over to Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan opened the shooting skylight and checked the water collection cups. Indeed, in such a dry place as the Gobi Desert, the water collection efficiency of the cups was very poor. All 3 water collection cups were the same. After 2 hours, they had only collected about 100 milliliters of fresh water. Based on this water storage efficiency, 1 water collection cup could only collect 600 milliliters of fresh water in 12 hours during the day, just enough to fill a bottle. Damn it, Wei Chuan sighed. The drop from 0.6 liters in 1 hour to 0.6 liters in 12 hours was just too big. Luckily, he He wasn't relying on water for business. Otherwise, he would be spitting blood right now. Useless things out. It had to be the handgun crossbow. Just one could easily be exchanged for at least a dozen liters of fresh water, much more cost-effective than using water collection cups. So frustrating, wasting 3 battery panels. Wei Chuan took down all 3 water collection cups and gave one each to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Unless the climate changed and solar panels became free, he wouldn't make these things again. He'd keep these 3 as toys for now. Brother Chuan, there's business. I posted a request for solar panels, and now 2 people have messaged me privately. What price can we buy them for? Zhu Lingxue sat on the sofa, waving at Wei Chuan. Whether it's junk or semi-finished products, I'll take 1 bottle of 300 milliliters of mineral water or equivalent fuel and food. Anything more expensive is not needed. Wei Chuan directly sat down next to Zhu Lingxue and wrapped his arm around her waist. Zhu Lingxue's face quickly flushed with 2 shades of red. But she didn't shy away. Instead, she smiled sweetly, leaning her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder. She was very fond of Wei Chuan's looks and had decided in the morning to become his woman. This kind of intimacy was exactly what she wanted, but was too shy to initiate. Seeing Zhu Lingxue being so obedient made Wei Chuan feel a bit itchy inside, and he started to indulge in his hands again. He wasn't some lecherous pervert, but as a normal, healthy 25-year-old man. He always wanted to taste the meat at his lips sooner rather than later. There was no need to pretend. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would follow him from now on. Being real was better for everyone. Zhu Lingxue felt the restless hand on her waist, her body slightly heated, but she nestled closer to Wei Chuan while replying to the seller's message. The first seller had 3 solar panels and wanted to exchange them for 30 liters of gasoline. The second seller had 5 solar panels and wanted to exchange them for 10 liters of water. Zhu Lingxue reported softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Wei Chuan's right hand gently rubbed her waist, feeling the delicate skin beneath the fabric, quickly calculating the market price of these supplies in his mind. The first one was fine. Give him diesel and let him exchange it for gasoline himself. As for the second one, is he selling this thing like a cake? Reply to him, at most 3 liters, take it or leave it. Wei Chuan scoffed. 10 liters of water could be exchanged for 100 liters of diesel. Okay, Zhu Lingxue quickly replied, sending the fixed price over. After sending the message, she turned her head, her slightly moist eyes looking at Wei Chuan's profile, just inches away, and asked softly, Brother Chuan, what if he doesn't sell? If he doesn't sell, then forget it. This thing isn't a necessity, not many people can use it, and we're not in a hurry. We can just shout a bit more. By the way, the request post has a limited number of times. Let's save the last 2 for tonight when the most people are at the trading post. Wei Chuan shook his head, his right hand gradually sliding down. The sensation was completely different from Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing was smooth and soft, while Zhu Lingxue was youthful and firm. And he liked both. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Lingxue received a reply from the seller. She opened it, and her face lit up with surprise. This guy agreed. I thought he wouldn't accept such a low price. This is called asking for sky-high prices while paying back on the ground. His expectation might have only been 1 to 2 liters, but we offered 3 liters. He might be laughing at us for being fools now. Wei Chuan smiled and said, let him laugh. Anyway, we're not short on water. Zhu Lingxue raised her chin nonchalantly, went to the storage rack, and exchanged all 8 solar panels. Even if we buy, we'll take as many as we can get at this price. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction, directly pulling Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, his hands becoming a bit more reckless, almost reaching under her little black dress. It was already too late to charge now, but definitely by tomorrow night. Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing's voice interrupted him, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Wei Chuan paused his hands, but didn't pull them back, just slightly restrained his movements. Zhu Lingxue, like a startled rabbit, instinctively tried to sit up straight, but she was firmly held by Wei Chuan's arm, only able to lower her head slightly with a blush, gently clenching her legs together. There's a resource point. Lu Qingqing saw the 2 cuddling together in the rearview mirror. Her gaze swept over them before she quickly looked away as if she hadn't seen anything. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's pert bottom, unabashedly wrapping his arms around her slim waist, and walked to the driver's seat. Look over there. I see what looks like the outline of a house. Lu Qingqing pointed to the front right. Wei Chuan took a closer look. There were several sections of vague low walls, which indeed looked like a resource point and might be similar to the one from the morning, remnants of a building. As they approached, the outline of the structure became clearer. It was indeed a resource point, but it looked inferior to the one from the morning, with only some walls and stone pillars left, quite reminiscent of a dilapidated style. Wei Chuan initially wanted to ask Zhu Lingxue why she didn't sense this resource point, but seeing the blush on her face, he swallowed the words before they reached his lips. Fine, it was his fault. Before long, the armored vehicle arrived in front of the resource point. This resource point was very close to the road, and ahead they could see a three-way intersection. Two of the roads were standard 8-lane, while one was so wide that it was impossible to count how many lanes it had. Saying it was 100 lanes might even be an understatement. The largest road on Earth wasn't half the size of this one. Brother Chuan, that road is so big. Zhu Lingxue clung to Wei Chuan's arm, astonished as she stared at the superhighway ahead. A road that big isn't necessarily a good thing. It's hard to keep an eye on everything, which can be unsettling. It's better for us to take the small road, Wei Chuan said with a smile. With Zhu Lingxue's lucky favor, taking the big road wouldn't worry him about missing out on supply boxes and resource points on the other side, but he still preferred to take the small road. After all, the handgun crossbow recipe was found on a small road, and there were also food and fuel available, which made him temporarily reluctant to change to the big road. What if he lost his luck? Chapter 17, Portable Water Filter Cartridge Formula. After a few casual chats, the three entered the resource point. The resource point was bright and spacious, with tall stone pillars standing silently on both sides, guarding some stone platforms. As soon as they entered, they discovered a bottle of mineral water lying on the nearest stone platform. 300 milliliters, a good start. Wei Chuan picked up the mineral water, put it into the storage compartment, and smiled. He could accept any amount of supplies, as long as they weren't empty. The three continued forward, their feet crunching on the gravel, making a rustling sound. As they passed two stone platforms, Lu Qingqing suddenly stopped and pointed to a stone pillar on the left. That looks like a bag. A gray little shoulder bag was half hidden in the pile of rubble. Wei Chuan quickly stepped forward, pulled the bag out, and opened it to find a large pack of sanitary napkins inside. Wei Chuan's excitement immediately deflated, and he helplessly handed the items over. Seeing Wei Chuan's expression, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and all laughed, with the items eventually being taken by Lu Qingqing. After the sanitary napkins, the three found a piece of compressed biscuits, a can of ham, and a box of 250 milliliters of milk. Not bad. The ham came just in time, adding a dish to their instant noodles for dinner. Just as Wei Chuan was about to head back, he noticed Zhu Lingxue staring blankly at a broken stone pillar that was just a little over 2 meters tall. Lingxue, what's wrong? Wei Chuan walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Brother Chuan, my talent is telling me that there seems to be more supplies here, but I can't see anything. Zhu Lingxue was a bit unsure and suspected her intuition might be wrong. More? A glimmer of light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he circled around the stone pillar. While circling, he kicked aside the rubble and yellow sand, stepping firmly on the ground, finally focusing his gaze on the top of the pillar before giving a gentle jump. Found it! Wei Chuan jumped again, reaching out to grab a formula from the broken surface of the pillar. Formula: portable water filter cartridge, attached to standard caliber containers. Efficiently filters most pollutants, produces safe drinking water, and saturates after purifying 1,000 liters of water. Crafting count: 5. Materials needed: activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3. Learn this? Another non-saleable item that can only be used personally. If this thing were to be sold, there would be a lot more clean drinking water on the market, leading to a drop in water prices. Brother Chuan, this is the formula, right? Zhu Lingxue immediately leaned over, as the formulas in the trading hall looked like this, but the icon didn't reveal the size. Yes, it's the water filter cartridge formula. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow and handed the formula directly to Zhu Lingxue. This should be important, right? If we can find a natural water source, we can filter it with this and sell it right away. Zhu Lingxue fondly touched it a few times, then handed it to Lu Qingqing. There are indeed natural water sources in this world. Some people sell well water and creek water in the trading hall, and some might cause diarrhea after drinking, priced a bit lower than clean water. Lu Qingqing just weighed it and returned it to Wei Chuan, mentioning the information she knew. Let's keep it for now. Hope it will come in handy. Wei Chuan smiled and learned the formula, wrapping his arms around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's waist as he turned to head back. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's faces flushed slightly as they avoided looking at each other. As they walked, Zhu Lingxue suddenly remembered and turned to ask Brother Chuan, "How did you know there was something on top of the pillar?" You see, Wei Chuan slid his hand down and patted Zhu Lingshue's perky backside, explaining, "If there's nothing on the pillar and nothing underground, then it must be up in the air." "Oh, Brother Chuan, you're so smart." Zhu Lingxue immediately understood and happily hugged Wei Chuan's arm. Lu Qingqing smiled slightly to herself. This girl was not only infatuated, but had a unique way of thinking, not even knowing how to use the process of elimination. But that's fine. If it were a green tea type, her future days would be tough. Back in the vehicle, Wei Chuan handed over the earlier finds to Lu Qingqing. "It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's prepare. We need to finish dinner before dark. I'll drive. What do you want to eat?" "Just instant noodles, and let's see if there are any side dishes available in the trading hall. If they're not expensive, buy some. You can arrange these things in the future. Don't stress too much. We're family." "Okay, I'll call you when it's ready." Lu Qingqing's face lit up with a bright smile as she led Zhu Lingxue towards the storage shelf. Wei Chuan started the armored vehicle, keeping the speed at 30 kilometers per hour to avoid shaking Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Two small roads flanked a large road, and he chose the right small road because there was a mountain range on the left skyline, while the right side was clear, offering a broader view. He scanned the roadside, hoping to find some leftover resources. However, after several minutes, apart from the monotonous gravel and occasional dead grass, he saw nothing. "Brother Chuan, the noodles are ready." Zhu Lingshue's cheerful voice came from the back compartment, filled with excitement. The rich and spicy soup base, mixed with the aroma of ham and vegetables, wafted through the vehicle, making his mouth water. "Coming." Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile as he slowly parked on the roadside. The scene in the back compartment warmed his heart a little. On the small wooden table were 3 bowls of steaming instant noodles, with curled noodles soaking in deep brown broth, topped with a circle of thinly sliced ham and a few green vegetables scattered around. 1 large bowl and 2 small ones. The large bowl had the most noodles and ingredients, even more than the 2 small bowls combined. Zhu Lingxue held 3 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the food, secretly swallowing her saliva, seemingly already craving it badly. "You've worked hard." Wei Chuan sat on the small bamboo chair. Taking the chopsticks, Zhu Lingxue handed over. "Try it and see how it tastes." Lu Qingqing pushed the largest bowl in front of Wei Chuan, her eyes carrying a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. One word, delicious. Wei Chuan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, letting out a long sigh of relief after chewing and swallowing. It was just ordinary instant noodles, but in this tense and desolate world, it was already a rare delicacy, exuding an unparalleled charm. Hearing Wei Chuan's evaluation, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both laughed. The 3 sat around the small wooden table, steam rising and swirling, with only the sound of slurping noodles and satisfied sighs. This dinner not only filled their stomachs, but also eased their tense nerves. No one spoke, just eating heartily, savoring this precious warmth and sense of fulfillment. Chapter 18 Dinner is instant noodles. Late night snack is sleep? Huh. Qingqing, your cooking skills are really good. I originally thought you were the type of a cool woman or a sunny girl, but now it seems you are more of a good wife and loving mother type. Wei Chuan took the last sip of soup and contentedly lit a cigarette. Lu Qingqing's face flushed slightly as she tidied up the dishes and said softly, "It's not as good as you say. Instant noodles just taste like this." At this point, she paused, her voice becoming even softer with a hint of hesitation. Lingxue and I sweated a lot yesterday. We want to wash up and buy a set of clothes." The air in the car seemed to quiet for a moment. Wei Chuan's gaze fell on Lu Qingqing. There were some dust marks on her dress, but it wasn't dirty, and there was no smell of sweat on her. In fact, it wasn't to the point of needing a wash. He instantly understood the true meaning behind Lu Qingqing's words. This wasn't about wasting water, but rather an implicit suggestion to fulfill promise. Zhu Lingxue also stopped what she was doing, looked at Wei Chuan's handsome face, recalled the whispers Lu Qingqing had just shared with her, and her face turned crimson. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust her skirt. Then let's buy it. Wei Chuan understood without pointing out the real intentions of the two women. He sat up straight, a gentle smile appearing on his face, and gently patted Lu Qingqing's hand. I said, "We are a family. You don't need to tell me about these small matters. Feel free to tidy up as you wish." Lingxue too. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue met his gaze, and seeing the warmth and smile in his eyes, their anxiety dissipated significantly, replaced by a strong sense of security and determination. "I'm going to install the solar panels. It might take a while." Wei Chuan checked the time. It was almost 6:30, so he left space for the two women. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and quickly took out their survival manuals, opening the trading post to search for suitable clothing. After bringing the materials to the roof of the car, Wei Chuan took out the solar panels. He had bought 13 in total that afternoon, used 3, leaving exactly 10. If he sunbathed them for a whole day tomorrow, they would likely generate about 6 degrees of electricity, enough for use at night, and he could continue to buy more in the meantime. After pondering for a while, Wei Chuan decided to install them on the left side of the roof, right on top of the storage rack. Later, he would secure the electrical appliances on the storage rack to shorten the distance and save some wiring. The battery had been prepared, and he had collected 14 pieces over the past 2 days, assembling them into a battery pack that could store 35 degrees of electricity, which was enough for now. With a thought, the installation and securing of the 10 solar panels were completed in less than 3 minutes. However, Wei Chuan didn't rush back into the car. In such a short time, exchanging for supplies was fine, but wiping his body definitely wouldn't be enough. He casually lit a cigarette and looked towards the distant horizon. The sky was gradually darkening, and the temperature was slowly dropping, but it would still take half an hour until it was completely dark. Area 50001, 6,755, 10,000 people. Chen Ping, brothers, it's about to get dark. Does anyone need a hammer? No matter what kind of night demon, one hit will make them behave. Shun Jiaming, I'll trade a bottle of pepper spray for just 20 liters of gasoline. Zhang Xiongwen, the road bike is up for trade. Just 10 liters of water. When the car runs out of gas, the bike can save your life. Friends who want it, hurry up. Lin Hui, I just encountered a robbery. Luckily, my car is fast. They were in a van and a small truck. Everyone be careful. These people are black-hearted. Xia Hao, damn, I encountered them today too. They damaged my trunk. There were 3 of them, and the leader is called Wang Biao. Kvang Yun, them. There are several electric batons for trade in the trading post. Just looking at the formula used to make them, how come this guy is so lucky? Today, during the day, the district was down by just over 200 people. This is a normal phenomenon. As long as no new dangers appear, the death toll will only decrease day by day. After all, most of the people who have survived until now are driving 4-wheeled vehicles and are more or less familiar with this world. Wei Chuan was watching the area channel while listening for sound in the car. The rustling of fabric, the soft sound of water being poured into an enamel basin, and the low, barely audible conversations filtered through the half-open shooting skylight. These sounds are like feathers, gently brushing against his nerves. It should be almost done. The corners of Wei Chuan's mouth involuntarily curved into a barely noticeable arc, and then he opened the trading post to search for the supplies he wanted. Seconds ticked by. Finally, at 6:50, Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxue's call. "Brother Chuan, we're done." "So slow. I could do it in 3 minutes." Wei Chuan silently complained in his heart, then smiled and returned to the car, locking the shooting skylight. Upon closer inspection, they looked great. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both wearing nightgowns, and they were summer nightgowns, which saved fabric. The former wore a gray strapless short dress, while the latter wore a red deep V strapless short dress with lace cutouts at the waist. They look very nice, just right for you too. Wei Chuan's mouth could barely contain a smile, so he had to cover half of his face with his right hand, pretending to evaluate seriously, nodding from time to time. "Brother Chuan, this is what I picked out, and you have that set on the bed." Seeing Wei Chuan's satisfied expression, Zhu Lingxue proudly straightened her waist, while Lu Qingqing beside her shyly lowered her head. "All right, I'll give you credit for this." Wei Chuan felt secretly pleased and directly sat between the two women, wrapping his arms around their waists. Zhu Lingxue leaned her head on his shoulder and asked with a hint of expectation, Brother Chuan. Tonight, Qingqing will sleep on the upper bunk. When are we going to rest? Hearing Zhu Lingxue's words, Wei Chuan understood. They had already discussed the order. Although he felt a bit regretful that he couldn't have both, it was fine. After all, it was the first day, and who would eat the best dishes right after a meal? Moreover, after spending the day together, he knew that both women came from strict families and had never been in relationships, so the first time should indeed be special. Lingxue, you make me feel like I'm at a loss. Wei Chuan laughed helplessly and patted Zhu Lingxue's slim waist, his palms slowly resting on the hem of her skirt. No need to rush. You're like a lustful woman. Lu Qingqing burst out laughing. She hadn't expected that the sister she picked up on the road would be such a lovesick girl. It seemed she had been too strictly controlled at home before, and now that she was free, she was going a bit wild. Brother Chuan, Zhu Lingxue playfully bumped her head against Wei Chuan's shoulder, her face slightly flushed. She wasn't a starving wolf, but while fully accepting this world, she had fortunately found the most realistic and best choice. What woman doesn't like a handsome guy who meets her aesthetic? Moreover, this handsome guy is a super potential stock with enough ability to become her support in the future. And, although she was very grateful for and liked Lu Qingqing, she still needed to compete a little, even if it was just for a bit more intimacy. Chapter 19, A Wonderful Night. The rest won't come so soon. I still have things to do. Do you know about source crystals? Wei Chuan gently rubbed Zhu Lingxue's head and said softly, I know, it's hidden in the night demon's brain. Many people in our district are talking about it, saying that source crystals will be the energy of the future. Zhu Lingxue immediately replied, and Lu Qingqing nodded as well. They were scared by the night demon last night and had been squatting in the area channel looking for solutions. And they really found one. As long as they stayed quiet, they wouldn't disturb the night demon. However, achieving this is quite difficult, because when normal people see the night demon, no matter what vehicle they are in, the first thought is to run away quickly, which provokes the night demon to attack. They managed to get through the night safely thanks to the pack of wolves in the afternoon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent the night at the resource point. Yes, so we need to gather more source crystals. Wei Chuan embraced the two girls and shared his guesses and original plans with them. Lu Qingqing asked, Are we going to crash into it directly with the vehicle? Wei Chuan nodded. Yes, the night demon looks terrifying, but actually, a gentle bump with an armored vehicle will take it down. To avoid being slaughtered in the future, we need to gather more. Of course, there are significant matters in the next couple of days. Just gathering about 100 should be fine. With a little push on the gas, it can be done in an hour and a half. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit embarrassed. The significant matters Wei Chuan referred to were about them. It's about time. Check the storage rack and make sure nothing falls down. When I'm killing the night demon, you can collect the loot. Wei Chuan gently patted their slender waists, changed into the ice silk cartoon pajamas Zhu Lingxue picked for him, and walked towards the driver's seat. 5 minutes later, the night had completely enveloped the Gobi Desert. In the thick and unyielding darkness, only the roar of the armored vehicle's engine broke the surrounding silence. Wei Chuan sat steadily in the driver's seat, scanning the night through the windshield, searching for traces of the night demon. Here we go, he whispered to himself, and suddenly slammed down on the gas pedal. The 10-wheeled steel beast exploded with powerful energy, the headlights cutting through the darkness. And where the beam passed, dozens of crimson eyes turned toward it. Roar, provoked by the light and the sound of the engine. The night demons instantly went into a frenzy, howling as they charged toward the armored vehicle. The more, the better. Let me get off work early. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of Wei Chuan's mouth as he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The armored vehicle charged like a rampaging rhinoceros, crashing fiercely into the oncoming night demons. Bang, bang, bang. The outcome was already determined. The night demons struck by the armored vehicle shattered like puppets, their black blood and broken bodies splattering under the light. But that wasn't the end. After dealing with the night demons, Wei Chuan ran over them again. Why bother digging them out himself? Just let them explode. After all, the source crystals can't be crushed. He charged through the group of night demons, the solid vehicle becoming the most terrifying meat grinder. This scene was somewhat bloody and frenzied. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue could initially watch it, feeling a sense of safety in the vehicle, but gradually they began to feel a bit nauseous and crawled back into the rear compartment. Soon, an hour had passed. Wait a minute. Wei Chuan looked at the 80 source crystals in his backpack and keenly sensed something was off. The quantity. The night demons tonight were clearly more numerous than last night. Small groups of 3 or 2 were hardly seen. Most were starting from 5. Last night, he harvested 150 in 3 hours, but tonight he had already gathered 80 in just 1 hour. Although he had increased the speed a bit, improving the hunting efficiency, the increase in the number of night demons was the main reason. Moreover, the night demons tonight seemed to be moving faster. Do these monsters level up? Wei Chuan's heart sank slightly. He wasn't afraid of the increasing numbers, but he was worried that their strength might increase as well. This armored vehicle was powerful, but if it encountered mutated creatures that were overpowered, it might not hold up. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it. I need to gather more scraps these days and complete the full vehicle upgrade as soon as possible. If 20 millimeters thick armor won't hold, then let's go for 50 millimeters, 100 millimeters. I refuse to believe that something made of flesh can turn the world upside down. A fierce glint flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he adjusted his direction and charged toward another area with red light. The armored vehicle roared, crushing all the night demons in its path. After another 20 minutes, when a number of source crystals in his backpack reached 122, Wei Chuan decisively stopped hunting. That's enough for today. The most important battle is still waiting for me. He turned the vehicle around, saw that there were no night demons around, parked, turned off the engine, and pulled the handbrake. The world instantly fell silent. The light in the rear compartment was dim, with only a faint moonlight spilling through the observation window. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were sitting on the couch chatting. When they saw Wei Chuan come over, they immediately stood up. What are you talking about? Wei Chuan squeezed between the two girls, wrapping his arms around their waists as he sat down. Brother Chuan, we bought 5 more solar panels for just 25 liters of diesel and also got a small bottle of conductive glue. Zhu Lingxue said excitedly, taking out the items from the storage compartment. Great, I promise you can watch TV tomorrow. Wei Chuan tossed the items onto the opposite shelf and then gave both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue a kiss on their pretty faces. You two keep chatting. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep early. Lu Qingqing whispered and quickly climbed to the upper bunk of another iron frame bed. Seeing this, Wei Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing smelled of liquor. It was clear she had been drinking white wine. The reason? Probably to sleep more soundly and avoid the cannon fire later. Brother Chuan, Zhu Lingxue affectionately leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible tension. Wait for me a minute, just 1 minute. Wei Chuan rubbed Zhu Lingxue's head, went to the storage rack to get some materials, and made 3 sets of pistol crossbows. The items could wait until tomorrow to be sold, but the crafting had to be done tonight. After all, his energy was a resource, and wasting it would be a loss. Although he had significant matters to attend to later, Zhu Lingxue was still a novice and wouldn't take much of his energy. She might be exhausted after just 1 round. After tidying up the source crystals and the pistol crossbows, Wei Chuan sat back on the bed, gently pulled Zhu Lingxue into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "It's getting late. Let's rest." "MHM." Zhu Lingxue obediently nestled in his embrace, softly responding. Wei Chuan's lips curled up as he leaned down to kiss her cherry-like lips, his hands gradually sliding down to explore. Not to mention, the short strappy dress was quite convenient. The two pressed their lips tightly together, their tongues intertwining, and it took several minutes before they finally separated, their bodies naturally collapsing onto the bed. Creak! The wooden board made a faint sound, accompanied by a suppressed moan that soon transformed into a crisp chirp like a oriole. On the upper bunk of another iron frame bed, Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she silently covered her ears. If she had known, she would have drunk a few more sips of white wine. Chapter 20. The Tycoon of Supplies, Big Black Star. The next day, Wei Chuan woke up from his dreams. He was holding Zhu Lingxue in his arms, with her snow cone in his hand. It was now 5:30 in the morning, and the sky outside was still dark. He initially wanted to go back to sleep, but the light coming from the back of the car instantly woke him up, and he quickly looked up. Qingqing? Just a glance, and Wei Chuan relaxed. It was Lu Qingqing using a portable stove. After gently pulling his left arm out from under Zhu Lingxue's head, he got up, dressed, and walked over to Lu Qingqing. Wei Chuan, it's still early. You can sleep a bit longer. I'll wake you up at 7 for breakfast. Lu Qingqing said in a low voice as she turned to look at him upon hearing the noise. Why are you cooking so early? Wei Chuan asked with a smile, squatting down beside Lu Qingqing and speaking softly. I'm making sweet potato porridge. I want to finish it early so it can cool down. There's half a can of ham left from last night, and a quick fry will make it a good side dish, Lu Qingqing explained. Wei Chuan felt warmth in his heart and softly said, Qingqing, I have no dietary restrictions. I eat anything. In the future, you can cook according to your taste. Buy whatever you want to eat. Okay, Lu Qingqing replied gently, then lowered her head and fell silent. She still clearly remembered the sounds she heard last night, and thinking about it made her cheeks flush, especially since it would be her turn tonight. Then you keep busy. I'll go install the solar panels on the roof. Wei Chuan said, seeing that Lu Qingqing didn't dare to look at him. He had a good idea of what she was thinking. He kissed her on the cheek and climbed up to the roof with some materials. There was a breeze outside, which felt quite cool. In the distance, a few night demons were wandering, their red eyes like small lanterns, a bit eerie. He made little noise, so the night demons didn't come over to cause trouble. Done. In no time, Wei Chuan finished installing 5 solar panels. Now, the total number of solar panels on the roof had reached 15, generating 4 kilowatt-hours in 12 hours. Enough to support 5 hours of uninterrupted use of 3 electrical appliances. Nice. Returning to the cabin, Lu Qingqing was already sitting on the sofa, but her eyes were still fixed on the portable stove and the stainless steel pot. Wei Chuan connected the solar panel wires to the battery pack and then made 5 sets of pistol crossbows, including the 3 sets he made last night. He had a total of 8 sets to sell. Then he opened the trading post and published a purchase request. Wanted 1 semi-automatic pistol crossbow with 20 crossbow bolts, capable of firing 5 shots in succession, instantly invincible upon receipt. I want food, fresh water, diesel, recipes, bring your own price. Only one available, highest bidder wins. Still the same, just the essential basic supplies and recipes. After posting, he sat on the sofa, pulled Lu Qingqing onto his lap, and wrapped his arms around her waist, comforting her weary soul. Don't! Lu Qingqing felt a tingle in front of her and couldn't help but push him away. But thinking that Zhu Lingxue hadn't woken up yet, her embarrassment lessened significantly, and she quickly suppressed her resistance, quietly leaning against Wei Chuan's embrace, enjoying the warm tranquility. After a while of indulgence, Wei Chuan flipped open the survival manual. His private messages had accumulated a lot, all wanting to trade for pistol crossbows. Perhaps it was still early in the morning, and the wealthy hadn't gotten up yet, so the offers were generally low. However, after thinking for a while, he decided to sell. The material cost of the pistol crossbow was low, and since he could produce them in large quantities, he should sell them fiercely while there was no competition in the market, reaping supplies aggressively. Only the supplies in his pocket truly belonged to him. Moreover, the current generally low was just a comparison to yesterday's average price. In reality, it was still quite considerable. For the 8 sets of pistol crossbows, he exchanged 215 liters of gasoline, 180 liters of diesel, 39 liters of drinking water, 7 bottles of liquor, 1 small freezer for boxes of tissues, 1 computer, and 1 recipe for a rapid growth bed planting platform. There were also some extras, a small amount of condiments, wine utensils, materials, food, etc. The best was the recipe for the rapid growth bed planting platform. This deal could be considered a huge windfall. Recipe: 33-meter rapid growth bed planting platform. Suitable for planting all crops, automatically adjusts temperature, requires no light, no watering, increases crop growth speed by 50, increases crop yield by 20, consumes source crystals 10 every 24 hours. Crafting times, 5. Materials required: copper ingots 10, activated carbon 10, source crystals 10, plastic 10. Humus 10, learn. Both crafting and using will consume source crystals, which are undoubtedly source items. The effect is particularly good. Once the space inside the vehicle is spacious enough, he can use the planting platform to create a greenhouse, achieving self-sufficiency in agricultural products. It's just that he doesn't know what humus is. It can't be found in the trading post and will have to be waited on slowly. Your talent is too overpowered. Seeing Wei Chuan continuously pulling out supplies, Lu Qingqing exclaimed. These supplies were enough to drive most people in this world crazy, but for Wei Chuan, it was just a very ordinary trading gain. It was too exaggerated. It can only be said that he is indeed worthy of his unique S-class talent. Your talent is also great. This world has night demons and beasts, and a healer is very important. Wei Chuan gently rubbed with his left hand and smiled to compliment her. Don't. Wait until tonight. Lu Qingqing let out a soft moan. Almost overwhelmed by the tingling sensation coming from in front of her, her whole body lying softly in Wei Chuan's arms. The term healer likely referred not only to her talent, but also to where his hand was currently placed. Hearing this, Wei Chuan gave Lu Qingqing a deep kiss and then slowly stopped his actions. Now was indeed not the right time for that. Time was one aspect, and his energy was more than half consumed was another. He would handle the trivial matters tonight, restore his state, and then savor things slowly. At exactly 6 o'clock, Wei Chuan withdrew his hand with satisfaction, his fingertips seeming to still carry a faint fragrance and soft touch. He moved Lu Qingqing off his lap, planted a kiss on her cheek, and got up to organize the supplies he had just acquired. The desktop computer and small freezer were in good condition. They could be used with just a little repair. However, their power consumption was a bit high. Even under normal use, they would consume 4 kilowatt hours in 12 hours, which he certainly couldn't afford these days, so he could only keep them for now. After organizing the supplies, Wei Chuan opened his private messages again. His energy wasn't exhausted yet. If he pushed until his head hurt, he could probably still produce 5 more sets of pistol crossbows and make a few more trades. Wei Wenfa, do you want Big Black Star? If you can add some crossbow bolts and supplies, I'll trade with you. Wow. Seeing one of the private messages, Wei Chuan's heart suddenly raced, and it felt like his heart was about to jump out. Many people might not know what Big Black Star is, as it is just a nickname. Its real name is the Type 54 pistol. Chapter 21. The 54 type pistol is in hand. How terrifying. Wei Chuan, can you add materials and crossbow bolts? What's the condition of the Great Black Star, and how many bullets does it have? Wei Chuan immediately replied. He had heard of the 54 type pistol, which was said to have excellent combat performance, a long range, great power, and strong penetration. If he could trade for this thing, safety would be guaranteed. Wei Wenfa, it's a little rusty. There are 3 bullets left, the trigger is loose, you can disassemble and fix it to use. Seeing the reply, Wei Chuan had 3 question marks on his forehead. What does it mean to disassemble and fix it to use? Without thinking, the gun was probably unusable, and the problem was more than just a loose trigger. Otherwise, this guy would have fixed it long ago. It makes sense if it were a usable pistol. Even if it had only 1 bullet, it wouldn't be brought out for trade, let alone 3. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chuan replied, Wei Chuan, brother, put in the trade slot and let me see. If it's not too badly damaged, I can keep it to bluff people. If it's too exaggerated, then forget it. Wei Wenfa. Okay, you can take a look. The appearance is definitely fine. Wei Chuan directly sent the trade request, and the other side accepted it in seconds. 54 type pistol, caliber 7, 62 millimeters, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 3-8 rounds, body damp and rusty, trigger and recoil spring broken, unable to fire. All right. Seeing the item description, Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. In front of S-grade mechanical control, this little damage is no problem at all. It can be fixed in the blink of an eye. If it were damaged to the point of being just a rotten shell, it would be uncertain whether he could figure out the principles and structure. Wei Chuan, it looks fine. I'll give you 30 crossbow bolts. Wei Wenfa, add a little more. Just give me some water. Wei Chuan, I can't add more, brother. This thing is basically unfixable. It can only be used to show off. Wei Wenfa, if it could be fixed, it wouldn't be this price. If you pull out, who on the road wouldn't be at your mercy? Wei Chuan, a pistol crossbow works too, if I didn't like it. This rotten shell wouldn't be worth a single crossbow bolt. Forget it, I'll keep it a trade for supplies. Wei Wenfa, fine. I'll give it to you. Why can't I click to trade? Wei Chuan, too many useless private messages. I turn off trading. Wait for me. I'll click you once I finish making things. In just a minute, Wei Chuan made 5 sets of pistol crossbows. He didn't have a suitable storage box, so he tied the crossbow and bolts together with iron wire. 1 set equipped with 50 crossbow bolts. After finishing these 5 sets, his energy was nearly depleted. His legs felt weak, and his head was a bit dizzy. He opened the trading function, found Wei Chuan, and traded for the Great Black Star. Once he had the item in hand, he didn't rush to check it, but first sifted through the private messages to trade away the remaining 4 sets of pistol crossbows. 80 liters of diesel, 70 liters of gasoline, 30 liters of engine oil, 5 liters of drinking water, 1 box of 5 kilograms dry noodles, 6 cans of fish, 1 watermelon weighing 5 kilograms, 5 bottles of soda, 1 folding electric bike, 1 handheld game console, and some miscellaneous items. The average price was even lower than the previous batch. However, this was actually carefully selected by Wei Chuan based on his preferences. He didn't lack supplies now, so there was no need to constantly squeeze for value in trading. You should enjoy it. Otherwise, what is the point of getting rich? Watching Wei Chuan start organizing supplies again, Lu Qingqing was already numb. Wei Chuan's speed of earning supplies was simply too fast. The 3 of them couldn't use them all, and if he kept earning like this, the compartment would be bursting with supplies in no time. After the second batch of supplies was stored, Wei Chuan let out a long breath and sat back down on the sofa. He took out the brand new handheld game console, but halfway through unboxing, he stopped and handed it to Lu Qingqing. Almost forgot the main point. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing took the box and asked with some confusion. Wei Chuan didn't answer, just spread his hands lightly, and the Great Black Star appeared in his hand. A pistol. Lu Qingqing's pupils constricted. But soon she realized something was off and curiously asked, "A pistol crossbow, shouldn't he be able to trade for a pistol, right?" "Of course it can't." Wei Chuan smiled and put his arm around Lu Qingqing's fragrant shoulder. Lu Qingqing instantly reacted, feeling a bit excited. "But your talent can repair it, and you can mass-produce it." "Exactly. Guns are easy to make. The hard part is the bullets. Search for gunpowder and oxidizers. They might also be called propellant and detonating agents. If we can't find those, I'll look for their scientific names later." As Wei Chuan spoke, he began to repair the Great Black Star. It might be more accurate to say he was reforging it. All parts had varying degrees of damage and rust, needing materials added to reshape it, and once reshaped, it would be a new gun. His dwindling energy was once again consumed, and his dizziness had turned into a slight headache. However, looking at the brand new Great Black Star in his hand, all discomfort seemed to vanish. At this moment, Wei Chuan had only one thought in his mind. Awesome. It's quite handy. It weighs about 1 pound and 6 or 7 ounces. And if the magazine is full of bullets, it should weigh around 1 pound and 8 or 9 ounces, not reaching 2 pounds. Should I make a larger one? Wei Chuan played with the Great Black Star, lost in thought. With the blueprint open, it was clear that a rifle with structural differences couldn't be made. But a high-powered pistol would definitely not be difficult. However, he quickly dismissed this idea because a high-powered pistol would also have significant recoil, and he knew he couldn't handle it. Scenes like the precise rapid-fire Desert Eagle and M500 in movies do not exist in reality. That's even harder than handling a Barrett. Firing a powerful shot would require some adjustment. So it's better to fire a series of smaller shots for direct fire suppression and to avoid injury. Found it. Do smokeless powder and primer work? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing exclaimed softly, shaking Wei Chuan's arm. Of course. Wei Chuan immediately opened the trading interface to check smokeless powder and primer. Item name, smokeless powder quantity, 5 price, 10 liters of engine oil, item name, primer quantity, 10 price, 300 milliliters of fresh water, smokeless powder. Can be used as a propellant. Non-explosive, completely different from the nature of explosives, often used to propel firearms in combat. Primer, a crystalline substance that can be used as an oxidizer. Has high sensitivity to external force, completely different from the nature of explosives, often used to ignite propellant flames. Not raw materials, but semi-finished props. The appearance of these 2 props indicates that a formula for firearms definitely exists. However, Wei Chuan wasn't very worried. With S-grade mechanical control and an armored vehicle, he wasn't very fearful of firearms. Besides, it's hard to encounter people on the road, let alone those with firearms. No more talking buy it. Directly buying semi-finished products can save a lot of time, avoiding the tedious process of raw material preparation and experimentation. Chapter 22. Firepower of Firearms, Age of Electricity. As it approached 7 o'clock, the sky gradually brightened. Lu Qingqing carefully set the steaming stainless steel pot on the small wooden table and brought out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. The freshly fried ham slices sizzled, with crispy golden edges, exuding a rich aroma. Wow, it smells so good, Qingqing. What delicious food have you made? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue rubbed her eyes and sat up, drowsily mumbling. She yawned. The straps of her tank top that Wei Chuan had pushed aside last night slipped down instantly, revealing her fair upper body. Her face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly pulled the straps back onto her shoulders. Sweet potato porridge and fried ham. Come and eat. Lu Qingqing pretended not to see and brought the open pressure cooker to the table, serving each person a full bowl. The sweet potato porridge had cooled, presenting an enticing orange-yellow color. The rice grains soaked up the broth, and the sweet potato chunks were soft and sweet, a hint of sweetness wafting through the compartment. Qingqing, where's Chuan Ji? Zhu Lingxue sat down at the table, asking curiously. Lu Qingqing pointed to the back of the vehicle. Wei Chuan was squatting in the corner with his back to them, making no noise at all, almost invisible if one didn't look closely. Chuan Ji, what are you doing? Zhu Lingxue bent over and walked over, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Doing something big. Wei Chuan let out a long breath, holding up a plate with 6 magazines neatly arranged on it, along with a few bright yellow bullets. As the mental shaping couldn't be used on gunpowder, he had to manually load the bullets, one by one, which was very inefficient. These 55 bullets were the result of nearly an hour's work. Bullets? Zhu Lingxue was taken aback, a guess forming in her mind. But before she could ask, Wei Chuan directly took out the big black star from the storage compartment. A handgun. Zhu Lingxue's gaze fell on the big black star, her eyes filled with surprise. With this thing, who would dare to trouble them? Want to try it? Wei Chuan loaded a magazine into the big black star, lightly swiping his finger, rendering the firing pin and trigger inoperable, then handed it to Zhu Lingxue. Yes, this is a gun. Zhu Lingxue excitedly took the gun, playing with it affectionately, aiming it at various spots in the compartment. However, she didn't touch the trigger, nor did she point the gun at Wei Chuan or Lu Qingqing. After playing with it for a while, she handed the gun back to Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan packed away the ammunition and sat down at the table with Zhu Lingxue, handing the gun to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing had little interest in firearms. She just weighed in her hand before letting it go, urging Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue to eat breakfast. Wei Chuan quietly restored the firing pin and trigger, putting it back in the storage compartment. The cooled sweet potato porridge was very delicious, the soft rice mixed with the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes, and the ham was salty and tasty, perfectly complementing each other. While eating, Wei Chuan browsed the trading post. He primarily sought gunpowder and solar panels, with formulas and various items of interest as secondary. In just over 10 minutes of breakfast, he had actually collected quite a bit. He got enough gunpowder to make 200 bullets, 7 solar panels, for boxes of 250 milliliters near-expiry milk, over 3 pounds of assorted fruits, a formula for a massage chair good for 10 uses, and some scrap metal. Buying directly from the trading post was pricier than negotiating for purchases. But Wei Chuan had already achieved material freedom and didn't even blink when buying. After installing the 7 solar panels, Wei Chuan announced it was time to depart. He needed to continue making bullets, while Zhu Lingxue would clean up the traces left from last night and tidy the bed, so Lu Qingqing temporarily took over driving. Luck was good this morning. Although they hadn't seen a single resource point or supply box, the haul from the trading post was significant. 3 solar panels, 3 kitchen appliances that could be repaired, a case of 24 bottles of 330 milliliters beer, a bulletproof vest, a formula for a gasoline-powered saw good for 5 uses, and a pack of unopened cigarettes. These are just Wei Chuan's favorites and most practical items. He also bought many things that weren't practical but were inexpensive, mostly unlimited use formulas. There were formulas for sneakers, shirts, bikinis, kipayos, down jackets, black stockings, scarves, and more. These formulas appeared on the first day, and many were listed in the trading post. Due to their price and practicality, they had not sold. When Wei Chuan scrolled through, he found they had all been marked down. So he activated his purchasing power and bought over 20 different formulas in one go. They might not be needed now, but who knows about the future? Some were for enjoyment, and they could be used every night. With all these items combined, Wei Chuan had only paid for the materials he exchanged for 4 sets of handgun crossbows, while he had made a full 15 sets of handgun crossbows that morning. Now, the storage rack in the vehicle was overflowing, and even the space under the bed was stuffed with supplies. After completely resolving daily life issues, it was time to prioritize the most important mainline plan: a comprehensive transformation of the armored vehicle. Crazy acquisition of solar panels, creating a hybrid system combining wood, gasoline, and electricity, while proportionally expanding the vehicle's body. Otherwise, the current cabin space would really not be enough. At 12:30 p.m., the armored vehicle stopped by the roadside. Lunch was ready, still made by Lu Qingqing. This soft girl from the south was very enthusiastic about cooking and had taken on the responsibility for future meals. White rice, daylily and pork rib soup, stir-fried vegetables, and spicy stir-fried meat. The meat was wolf meat, exchanged with 10 liters of water, and the other party was also in Area 50001. Wei Chuan had seen them while they were hawking their goods. However, the highlight of today's lunch was not the food itself. Ladies, it's time to witness a miracle. Wei Chuan stood in front of the storage rack, gently pressing the power button on the DVD player with his right thumb, then inserting a movie disc. The snowflakes on the screen of the big TV flickered, suddenly revealing a deep blue earth with a line of letters circling around it, finally settling in the center of the screen. 3 seconds later, the earth burst into dazzling light and quickly transformed into the sun. This sun slowly descended upon the tip of a pyramid, and the camera panned down, revealing the pyramid surrounded by a stone city. As narration began to play at that moment, at the same time, both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's faces lit up with surprised smiles. They were actually watching a movie in this barren world. Wei Chuan first glanced at the expressions of the two women, then looked at the TV screen, feeling particularly satisfied. He currently had a total of 25 solar panels, generating 9 kilowatt-hours of electricity a day. If all were dedicated to the TV and DVD player, they could watch continuously for 24 hours. Chapter 23. How dare you rob me? Brother Chuan, this movie is actually quite good, Zhu Lingxue said while digging into her meal, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Qingqing was also glued to the screen, hardly daring to blink, afraid of missing any part of the plot. Wei Chuan smiled and asked, "The Mummy One. This is an old movie. It used to be quite popular. Haven't you guys seen it?" "No." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both shook their heads. They preferred romantic films and comedies, and this kind of horror fantasy old movie was something they wouldn't even think about on a regular basis. An hour later, lunch was over, and Wei Chuan was sitting on the sofa with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. On the screen, the male lead rescued the female lead from the mummy, escaping with a group of teammates through the dark corridors of ancient ruins. Zhu Lingxue nervously hugged Wei Chuan's waist, while Lu Qingqing leaned slightly forward, completely focused. To enjoy this pleasant afternoon, Wei Chuan planned to finish watching the movie before heading out. After achieving material freedom, it no longer mattered whether they could find supply boxes and resource points. Moving forward was just to avoid being caught by sandstorms, not needing to push as hard as they did in the past couple of days. Brother Chuan, do we have enough electricity now? Can we still watch after the sun goes down? Maybe we should watch it tonight? Zhu Lingxue suddenly asked as they were watching. Hearing this question, Lu Qingqing also perked up her ears. Once accustomed to the benefits brought by electricity, it was hard for them to accept a pitch-black night. If there would be a power outage at night, it would be better to endure it now and save electricity for later use. Don't worry. We can watch from day to night, Wei Chuan casually replied, reassuring the two girls. Good. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue instinctively nodded, pulling out their survival manuals while watching the movie and browsing the trading post. Just then, Wei Chuan's mechanical perception went off the charts with warnings. He sensed malicious intent coming from outside the vehicle. Almost in the next instant, a roaring engine sound surged from afar, violently breaking the atmosphere of watching the movie inside the vehicle. The sound was chaotic and loud, resembling not just one vehicle but coming in fast. Get ready to drive, Wei Chuan shouted, abruptly springing up from the comfortable sofa, darting to the center of the vehicle under the shooting skylight, unlocking the latch without hesitation, and sticking his upper body out of the vehicle. In his line of sight, 3 vehicles swathed in swirling sand were speeding towards them from a distance. targeting his massive armored vehicle. Leading the charge was a small sedan, followed closely by a van and a small truck. They showed no sign of slowing down, charging forward with a fierce momentum, clearly hostile. Looking for death. Wei Chuan's eyes turned cold, the big black star appearing in his hand, revealing his murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled over a nearby dining table to prop his feet on, aiming directly at the driver's seat of the sedan. Bang! 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 The small sedan, speeding along, had its windshield instantly shattered like a spider's web. Immediately after, the sedan began to lose control, its front end swerving sharply to the right, spinning wildly as if drunk, before finally flipping over and coming to a halt. This sudden barrage of firepower was like a blow to the head. The small truck and the van following closely behind reacted almost simultaneously, abruptly swerving around in fear, clearly terrified. Charging in with bullets? No way. They only wanted to escape this death trap as fast as possible. The engines howling, the dust rising thicker than before. Little brat feeling good now? Wei Chuan sneered coldly, quickly swapping in a new magazine and continuing to shoot. Bang! 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 With 8 shots fired in quick succession, one of the van's rear tires exploded, drastically slowing it down until it finally got stuck in the sand. As for the small truck, by the time Wei Chuan aimed, it had already run far away. In a hurry, he should have let it come closer before shooting. Watching the small truck disappear in the dust, Wei Chuan showed no signs of emotion as he pulled his head back inside the vehicle and shouted, "Chase them!" Lu Qingqing, sitting in the driver's seat, wasted no time and floored the gas pedal. At the same time, the van's driver had already jumped out, fleeing back in the direction they came from, wielding a machete. Bang! Bang! As the armored vehicle passed by, Wei Chuan fired 2 shots, sending the driver down for good. Sister Qingqing, there's a guy named Wang Biao cursing us. He said we're driving around in an armored car robbing people, and he just told them we have guns. Zhu Lingxue, who was monitoring the communication channel, said with annoyance. He's still got time to slander us. It seems there's more than one person in that small truck. He not the driver. Lu Qingqing gripped the steering wheel tightly, her face serious as she focused on the small truck not far away. The small truck's full speed wouldn't be slower than the armored vehicle, and it might even be faster, but this was not a smooth highway. It was a gravel-strewn desert. A minute later, the armored vehicle caught up with the van. Lu Qingqing was worried that a collision might affect Wei Chuan, so she controlled the speed to follow closely beside the small truck, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan started with an American-style draw, emptying the magazine. The small truck's window shattered instantly, and the driver, a young man, was hit in the head, collapsing onto the steering wheel. Without a driver, the small truck immediately lost control, crashing straight into a half-person high rock and rolling over, skidding for several meters before stopping. Lu Qingqing slowed down, parking the armored vehicle in front of the small truck. The windshield was cracked, but not too many cracks, allowing them to see a bald, middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat, looking quite robust. This guy seemed to be in good physical shape. The rollover didn't seem to have hurt him, and he was waving his hands. Bro, don't shoot. We just want to team up with you, nothing else. The bald, middle-aged man shook his slightly dizzy head, unfastened his seatbelt, climbed into the driver's seat, and shouted loudly at Wei Chuan. Hey, come on, man. No need to be so polite. I can take care of it myself. Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold arc as he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the middle-aged man's forehead, causing him to slump down. Next life, be smarter. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he wouldn't say he was a bad person either. He wouldn't take the initiative to harm others, but if someone targeted him, then he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 24, The Reward of Justice. After taking down the bald, middle-aged man, Wei Chuan called Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to get out of the car. Not bad. This can save us a lot of resources. Wei Chuan touched the car body and smiled with satisfaction. He had been thinking about a complete overhaul of the armored vehicle that morning, but he didn't expect the materials to come to him so quickly. Brother Chuan, that bald guy just slandered us in the district, Zhu Lingxue said angrily, hands on her hips, very displeased with Wang Biao's behavior of accusing others while being guilty himself. Lu Qingqing patted Zhu Lingxue's arm. There's no need to get worked up. Everyone knows what kind of person he is, No one will speak for him, and besides, he's already dead. Everyone knows him? Wei Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Qingqing nodded. Many people know him. On the first day, someone was tricked by him into losing their vehicle, and when he spoke, someone recognized him. His name is Wang Biao. Wang Biao. Upon hearing this name, Wei Chuan recalled something. Yesterday afternoon, someone was cursing Wang Biao, saying they almost got robbed by him, and it was revealed that Wang Biao's convoy had 2 vehicles and 3 people. That's quite fast. They gathered 3 vehicles in just 3 days. There are at least 4 people. 2 here, 1 van, and 1 sedan. Ling Xue, be polite. My good brother worked hard to bring me 3 vehicles and probably a lot of supplies. I won't allow you to speak ill of him. Wei Chuan smiled and ruffled Zhu Lingshue's hair, making it all messy. Then let's get started. Zhu Lingshue's anger dissipated significantly, and she took Wei Chuan's hand, eager to head to the back of the vehicle. The back door was locked with a padlock, and Wei Chuan directly used his mental power to reshape and remove it. Bang! With a dull sound. Half of the car door fell to the ground, revealing a chaotic pile of supplies inside. These guys had quite a harvest. Inside were a battery-powered bike and 3 bicycles. Several wooden boards that seemed to be used as beds, a pile of clothes, several empty sacks, and 3 gray iron boxes. One of the gray iron boxes had its lid open, spilling out several bottles of mineral water. Hurry up! We have 3 vehicles to deal with. Wei Chuan crouched and walked into the cabin, with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue closely following. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Chuan, at the cost of exhausting his energy to the point of dizziness, managed to handle the 3 vehicles just before the sandstorm engulfed the land. With storage compartments available, the transport work was effortless, but the energy consumption from dismantling the vehicle was too great. Half of the 2 hours was spent resting, listening to the howling wind outside. With sand and gravel hitting the car body, making a crackling sound, Wei Chuan dragged his exhausted body onto the sofa. It was exhausting, but the rewards were also immense. He didn't waste any of the 3 vehicles. The metal materials he obtained were measured in tons, enough for a complete vehicle overhaul. Thankfully, the storage compartments were plentiful. Otherwise, the armored vehicle would struggle to carry everything. The 3 of them had 30 storage compartments, 30 consignment slots at the trading post, 15 storage compartments and backpacks, 10 material slots at the crafting table, and 40 material slots at the crafting table for the 4 two-wheeled vehicles. These 125 slots accommodated most of the harvest from this trip. Are you okay? Do you want to drink some water to catch your breath? Lu Qingqing squatted beside the sofa, holding a freshly opened bottle of mineral water, her voice filled with concern. No big deal, just a bit drained. Wei Chuan took the water, sat up, and gulped down a few swigs. The cold water flowed down his throat, slightly clearing the chaos in his mind. He wiped his face and looked at the sacks and gray iron boxes under the dining table, asking, what good things did my good brother leave for me? Time was tight, so I didn't count carefully, but conservatively, about 80 liters of fuel, 10 liters of mineral water, 15 pounds of potatoes, 3 pounds of snacks, 3 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of rice and flour, roughly 100 units of materials, and some spare parts and tools, Lu Qingqing said slowly. That's quite a fortune. Who knows how many dirty deeds were done? Wei Chuan sighed. These supplies were nothing to him, but to an ordinary person, it was already a considerable sum. Definitely a lot. A hint of disgust appeared on Lu Qingqing's face. She had been cursed by people since the first day, mostly for robbing anyone they encountered. And how many dirty deeds they could do depended on how many people they met. Let's not talk about them. The dead have nothing to say. My head hurts a bit. Can you help me massage it? Wei Chuan shifted his position and gently patted the sofa. Lu Qingqing's face turned slightly red as she sat next to Wei Chuan. Just when she thought Wei Chuan wanted to rest his head on her knee, he suddenly fell back, directly lying in her arms, his head resting right in front of her. The warm touch and heavy weight came through the thin fabric, momentarily stopping her breath. Is this pressure okay? But she quickly relaxed, gently massaging Wei Chuan's temples. They had shared intimate contact over the past 2 days, even without any fabric barrier during unprotected massages, so this was nothing. She just didn't react immediately. Good. Wei Chuan let out a comfortable sigh from his throat, his furrowed brows finally relaxing a bit, sinking deeper into Lu Qingqing's embrace. He even unconsciously rubbed against her, finding a more comfortable position. As the armored vehicle continued to move forward, the sandstorm was gradually left behind. Wei Chuan's consciousness, amidst Lu Qingqing's gentle comfort and the retreating noise, slowly sank into a dark ocean. Lu Qingqing looked down at his sleeping profile, a faint smile spreading across her lips. That seemingly warm, yet always alert handsome face now revealed a rare vulnerability and fatigue. Holding her man, who would belong to her tonight, an indescribable, soft emotion spread in her heart. Zhu Lingxue glanced at the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Time flowed silently. Wei Chuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, his consciousness slowly rising from deep sleep. A familiar light scent lingered at the tip of his nose, and the soft, warm touch beneath his cheek, along with a hint of wet coolness. He opened his eyes in confusion, his vision still a bit blurry. What came into view was Lu Qingqing's gentle gaze as she looked down at him, and a wet spot on his sleeping gown near his mouth. Damn, did I drool? Wei Chuan instantly woke up a bit more, sitting up abruptly, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. Awake? Lu Qingqing, seeing Wei Chuan's flustered state, didn't care at all about the wetness in front of her, biting her lip to suppress a laugh. I drank too much soup at noon. Wei Chuan cleared his somewhat dry throat, rising from Lu Qingqing's embrace, then pulling her back into his arms. His temples still felt a bit swollen, but the mental fatigue had vanished, and his body was filled with strength, feeling better than ever. Chapter 25. Growing Affection. A family of three. What do you want to eat tonight? Lu Qingqing gently kissed Wei Chuan on the corner of his mouth and asked tenderly. You decide. Wei Chuan returned a light kiss. He didn't know why, but it felt like after a nap, his relationship with Lu Qingqing had deepened significantly. It was that special kind of tacit understanding, a heartfelt connection. Then let's have rice. You consumed too much this afternoon, and drinking porridge will leave you hungry soon. By the way, Lingxue and I bought 12 solar panels. They're all with me. We could have bought more, but others were buying too, and when we clicked to purchase, it said sold out. Lu Qingqing leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder and talked about the gain from the afternoon. If we can buy them, we buy them. If we can't, then forget it. Wei Chuan closed his eyes and gently patted Lu Qingqing's waist with his hand. Today is the third day, and many people's lives have stabilized. Solar panels, which can generate electricity, will only become more sought after. But it's not a big problem. He acted quickly, and with these 12 panels, he already had 37 in total. They generate 32 kilowatt hours a day, nearly 400 kilowatt hours a month. As long as he doesn't waste it, this electricity is enough to support all the electrical needs of the vehicle. The warmth of the two cuddling didn't last long. Wei Chuan pressed a kiss on Lu Qingqing's forehead, took the 12 solar panels, and stood up briskly. It was now 5:30 p.m., while the sun hadn't set yet. The new power station had to start operating quickly to generate some electricity. Lingxue, stop for a moment. I need to go out and install the solar panels. He shouted toward the front of the vehicle and then opened the shooting skylight. The wind outside was quite strong, and the air was filled with the taste of dust, while the scorching sun relentlessly beat down on everything on the ground. In the distance, he could still see another road, but there were no cars on it. Once the armored vehicle stopped steadily, Wei Chuan climbed onto the roof with the materials and skillfully installed the deep blue solar panels in place. The 37 solar panels were neatly arranged, giving the left side of the roof a blue edge. Wei Chuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, feeling the solid sense of power that came with generating more electricity. Back inside the vehicle, he asked Zhu Lingxue to slow down and drive a bit longer, then connected the wires to the battery pack, plugged in the freezer, and put in some drinks, beverages, and fruits. He had swapped in a watermelon in the morning, which he would finish later. Now, he needed to make some bullets. The consumption from the midday encounter was not small. He had only 30 bullets left from 55, which made him feel insecure. Sitting in the corner at the back of the vehicle, Wei Chuan neatly arranged the materials and entered a focused state. He shaped the primer and shell, filled in the primer powder and propellant, carefully pressed in the bullet heads, and finally tightened the shell mouth. For safety, the structure couldn't be too big or too small, and the powder couldn't be too much or too little. Every step had to be done meticulously. Time passed in monotonous repetition, with only the occasional sound of bullets sliding in the cabin. An hour later, dinner's ready. Lu Qingqing's pleasant voice rang out. Wei Chuan had just pressed the last bright yellow bullet into the magazine, producing a crisp clicking sound. 6 new magazines were neatly arranged by his feet, and with the one in his hand, that made 7. He had made 56 bullets in an hour, which was about the same efficiency as in the morning. Including the leftovers from noon, the total number of bullets reached 86. With quite a few magazines prepared, he had a total of 20, and as soon as he had bullets, he pressed them in, ready to use. All right, I'll fill the remaining ones tomorrow. After tidying up the ammunition, Wei Chuan let out a long breath. The dullness and tension instantly disappeared, replaced by a sense of security. Brother Chuan, hurry up. Zhu Lingshue's urging voice came from behind. Coming. Wei Chuan replied, noticing that both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had not put down their chopsticks. And he paused for a moment. A warm current surged in his heart. After hesitating for a second, he took some materials from a storage shelf, made 2 big black stars, fully loaded them with magazines, and gently placed them in front of the 2 women. Brother Chuan, is this for us? Zhu Lingshue's eyes instantly lit up, but when she saw the bullets inside, she didn't dare to touch them. Yes, we might encounter people like Wang Biao in the future. It's for self-defense. I've already turned off the insurance. Let's put it away for now, and I'll teach you how to use it after dinner. Facing the 2 women's eager gaze, Wei Chuan nodded affirmatively. Brother Chuan, I love you to death. Zhu Lingxue cheered, directly putting the big black star into the storage compartment, then leaned over and gave Wei Chuan a hard kiss on the cheek. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wei Chuan grinned and looked at Lu Qingqing. All right, let's eat. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing smiled gently and kissed Wei Chuan on the other cheek. Both women were particularly happy now, not because they had a handgun, but because of Wei Chuan's trust in them. He dared to face them with the gun's muzzle. After the affectionate moment, the 3 began to enjoy dinner. The meal was quite simple: white rice, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, canned beef and radish, fruits, and drinks. Halfway through the meal, Zhu Lingxue suddenly put down her chopsticks and looked at Wei Chuan. Brother Chuan, let me handle the night demon hunting from now on. Wei Chuan's hand, which was picking up food, paused, and he looked up at her. Zhu Lingxue continued, saying, just drive over and crash into them. Then go out to collect the source crystals. This small matter I can handle. You just rest well. Her tone was calm but serious, and her clear, innocent eyes showed a hint of determination. We could take turns, 1 person a day. Lu Qingqing also paused her chopsticks at this moment, her eyes full of agreement. Although she hadn't fully committed to Wei Chuan yet, she had already recognized him and wanted to help bear some of his burdens. Wei Chuan hesitated for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping across Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's faces, and finally nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to you too. Since they had brought it up to this point, he had no reason to be overly sentimental. Driving during the day would save him some energy, and hunting the night demons at night would save him more energy. The energy saved could allow him to do a lot more things. Brother Chuan, should you thank us? Zhu Lingxue leaned her head closer to Wei Chuan, tapping her delicate face. I'll pay you some interest first. I'll properly thank you tomorrow night. Wei Chuan laughed, leaned over to kiss her, and then Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, both suppressing smiles. The former smile was a bit shy, while the latter's was sweet and cheerful. Dinner continued in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wei Chuan looked at the lively Zhu Lingxue and then at the gentle Lu Qingqing, and the heavy sense of survival in his heart was greatly alleviated. After dinner, Wei Chuan taught the 2 young women how to use the handgun. It was actually quite simple. There was no threshold at all. Many people had heard of it to some extent, and even if they hadn't, they would understand it after watching it once. Chapter 26. The Supportive Partner. At 7 o'clock sharp, night fell. Zhu Lingxue ignited the armored vehicle, using the deep rumble of the engine to attract the night demons around. Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, while Wei Chuan stood behind the driver's seat, softly reminding her, Lingxue, there's only one key point. Don't be afraid. This is a bulletproof armored vehicle. Just step on the gas and roll over them. Oh, and remember to switch to the 8-wheel drive mode. The button is this yellow one. Don't worry, Chuan Ge. Zhu Lingxue huffed in her palm and slapped it onto the steering wheel, simultaneously pressing the gas pedal. Bang! Bang! Thud! The dull sound of collisions rang out, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. The night demons charging towards the armored vehicle were instantly crushed. Wei Chuan watched for 2 minutes, and seeing that Zhu Lingxue was driving steadily, he slowly retreated to the back compartment. He picked up his backpack and approached the crafting table. The first thing he dealt with was the seats from the 3 cars they had taken during the day. A total of 13, all thrown in for disassembly. Disassembly successful, obtained aluminum ingots 4, copper ingots 4, rubber 3, plastic 3, leather 3. Disassembly successful, obtained aluminum ingots 3, copper ingots 3, rubber 3, plastic 2, leather 2. Disassembly successful, obtained aluminum. A total of 43 aluminum ingots, 43 copper ingots, 39 rubber, 30 plastic, and 30 leather. Wei Chuan was not short on the first 4 materials. This disassembly was mainly for the leather. Making a massage chair required leather, and 1 chair needed 6 pieces. There wasn't much leather in the trading post. He could only collect 10 a day, but he wanted to make 3 massage chairs. So he thought of disassembling it himself to free up some space. Disassembling directly wasn't a loss either, as he had already become free of basic materials. The tiny bit of material from the seats was not worth his effort to recover. Once he had the leather, Wei Chuan directly opened the massage chair recipe. Aluminum ingots 10, copper ingots 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, leather 6, cable 3, electronic components 1. Production successful. Obtained full-body multifunctional zero-gravity massage chair 1. Aluminum ingots 10, copper ingots 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, leather 6, cable 3. Electronic components 1. Production successful. Obtained full-body. He made a total of 3 chairs, 1 for each person. Wei Chuan tidied up the right side of the compartment, placing them side by side between the sofa and the bed. He connected the power and sat down to try it out. It felt amazing. He sank deeply into the chair with every part of his body being kneaded and pressed, and he automatically relaxed, feeling especially comfortable. If he laid down when exhausted, it would definitely feel like heaven. However, the power consumption was a bit high, using 1 kilowatts for an hour, which he couldn't afford right now. A few minutes of kneading was acceptable. After finishing the massage chairs, Wei Chuan turned his attention to the shooting sunroof on the roof. The height of the compartment was 6 meters, which was fine for peeking out, but shooting was not very convenient, especially when the target was close, requiring support from the ground. He immediately got to work, using steel to make a tubular hanging ladder at the edge of the shooting sunroof. The hanging ladder connected to the chassis, allowing him to stand steadily on it. This made things much more convenient. Wei Chuan stepped up to try it out and was very satisfied. While Zhu Lingxue was still clearing the night demons, he took a stroll around the trading post. Solar panels were still in high demand. Only a batch with an exorbitant price remained unsold, nearing 3 times the normal market price. Wei Chuan, feeling financially bold, didn't hesitate and quickly purchased them. They were indeed a bit pricey, but such resources were nothing to him. He bought a total of 8 panels. Adding to his original 37 panels, he now had an astonishing 45 solar panels, capable of generating 2 kilowatts a day. Freedom in electricity was not far away. Just as he completed the transaction and stored the newly purchased solar panels in his storage compartment, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop. The headlights were still on, illuminating the chaotic scene ahead. The road was stained black, with the blood and remains of the night demons covering the ground. Xuan Yi, we need to get down and find the source crystal. Zhu Lingxue called back with a hint of excitement in her voice. I'll go with you. I'll walk from the back. Wei Chuan hesitated for hardly a moment, grabbing the Dahei Xing and bending down to approach the back door. Although the night demons in this area had been cleared, many were still lurking in the dark gobi, and he was not comfortable letting the 2 girls get out alone. The heavy door slowly lowered, letting in a warm breeze laden with a strong stench. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing followed Wei Chuan, each holding a pair of tongs for collecting the source crystals. Go ahead, I'll keep watch for you. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette, his sharp gaze scanning the deep darkness around them. The 2 girls needed to build their courage, so he did not plan to help. He just needed to ensure their safety. Okay. A glimmer of reassurance flashed in Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's eyes. They immediately sprang into action, moving quickly among the wreckage on the ground, using their tongs to pick up the source crystals that emitted a faint glow. Area 50001, 6,055, 10,000 people. Zhengkai, have you all noticed that there are more and more cars on the road? Wang, Ursol, I feel the same way. I encountered 4 cars today, and it seems like the destination of these roads is the same. The further we go, the more people we encounter. Yang Ping, so annoying. There are too many night demons tonight. It's impossible to kill them. Almost got blocked. Li Haihuan, urgently need help. Does anyone have some water to borrow? He Shulin, damn, this lion pack is too awesome. Directly pressing the night demons to the ground. We can pick up source crystals for free later. Ma Jin, vehicle repair kits are now available. It's a super artifact. Jialu, haha. I found a small stream while fleeing. I'm gonna get rich. Lu Wenming, bro, I have the tooth cup recipe. Do you want to collaborate? While Wei Chuan was scouting, he opened the communication channel to take a look. He hadn't checked in a day and a night and didn't know the situation in the area. The number of people had dropped by a full 700, not a lot, but not too few either. Vehicle repair kit? Wei Chuan was a bit curious and immediately searched the trading post. Vehicle repair kit can be used on a stationary vehicle. It can repair any damage and malfunction of the vehicle. Repair times 1-1. Repair requirements depends on the extent of the vehicle's damage and malfunction. Good stuff. Wei Chuan exclaimed in admiration, then closed the survival manual. It was somewhat similar to the modification template, but its functionality was much stronger. For those who lack the ability to repair cars, this thing was indeed a lifesaver. It could save lives in critical moments. If he thought about it deeper, this item could even turn a wrecked chassis into a new car without considering the cost. This thing was really a bit over the top. Unfortunately, it was a mechanical item, and he couldn't use it. Chapter 27. Jingjing's song, Raise the Carriage. At exactly 9 p.m., the heavy armored doors slowly closed, completely isolating the cold night outside that was permeated with a fishy smell. Inside the vehicle, bright lights dispelled the darkness, and the electric fan buzzed, blowing away the slight odor and heat from the 3 people. Finally done, Zhu Lingxue let out a long sigh, placing the bucket filled with source crystals on the dining table, stretching her somewhat sore wrists and neck. Killing the night demons hadn't taken much effort, but the subsequent bending and searching had been quite tiring. Good job. Wei Chuan put the big black star into the storage compartment, walked over to the fridge, took out 3 bottles of chilled beer, opened the caps, and distributed them to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, then tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cold beer, with a slight bitterness, washed away all fatigue. Ah, so refreshing. Zhu Lingxue also took a sip, letting out a satisfied murmur, then turned on the television and DVD player, continuing to watch the movie that she hadn't finished at noon. The images and sounds emerged, adding a bit of warmth to the steel carriage. The 3 gathered around the dining table, watching the movie while counting the harvest from the last 2 hours. One by one, the source crystals that emitted a faint glow were extracted with tongs and transferred to a silver box specifically for storing source crystals. 10, 20, 50, 100. Lu Qingqing counted carefully, while Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue verified beside her, ultimately landing on a total of 155 pieces. TSK. It's more than before. Wei Chuan compared it with yesterday's earnings, raising an eyebrow. Yesterday, they got 115 pieces in an hour and a half, while today they managed 155 pieces in 2 hours, averaging 38 pieces every half hour. But tonight, it was Zhu Lingxue driving, not as swift and decisive as he was last night. Even so, they managed to gather so many source crystals, which could only mean that there were more night demons tonight. Last night was just a guess, but tonight it was confirmed. The number of night demons would keep increasing, and their agility would also grow stronger. However, as long as the method of triggering attacks remained unchanged, the danger from the night demons wouldn't increase. If they could fight, they would. If not, they would just lay low. Half an hour later, the movie ended. Brother Chuan, Sister Qingqing. I'm going to sleep now. I still have to drive tomorrow. Zhu Lingxue put down the second empty beer bottle, stretched, and let out a small yawn. She nimbly climbed into the upper bunk of the second bed, leaving the space below entirely for Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat subtle and ambiguous. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to sit on Wei Chuan's lap. Wei Chuan naturally wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fragrant lips directly. This kiss carried a hint of the beer's slight bitterness and a sense of comforting relaxation, gradually becoming deeper and more lingering, with tender feelings bursting forth in both their hearts. In just one day, their distance had been pulled closer by an indescribable intimacy. After a long while, their lips parted, their foreheads touched, and their breaths quickened. At this moment, no more words were needed. Wei Chuan embraced Lu Qingqing and retreated back, sitting on the relatively spacious lower bunk of the first bed. Amidst each other's breaths and body warmth, the two figures gradually melded together. The next morning at 6 a.m., Wei Chuan's biological clock woke him up on time. Lu Qingqing in his arms also opened her eyes almost simultaneously, exchanging a smile of perfect understanding. They held each other warmly for a few minutes before getting up together. Lu Qingqing got up to grab a bottle of mineral water from the storage rack, preparing to wipe her body down, tidy up the bed, and then cook. Wei Chuan sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently on the ceiling of the vehicle. Last night, he had raised the height of the cabin by 10 centimeters, and today the goal was to raise it another 30 centimeters, bringing the cabin height to 200 centimeters. 2 meters isn't too high, but it was enough for him to stand straight without bending over all the time. Just as he was fully focused on shaping the materials and integrating them into the vehicle, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Private chat? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, temporarily putting down his work to open the survival manual. Li Yongsheng, crossbow bro, are you awake? I've come across a group of wild donkeys by the roadside and want to try some donkey meat, but I don't have enough crossbow bolts. Wei Chuan, just woke up. Why not run them over with the vehicle? Li Yongsheng, I'm from the north. I've seen wild donkeys before. These things run really fast when they're desperate and don't stop. A small vehicle can't catch up once it gets into the Gobi Desert. So I want to shoot a few arrows first. Wei Chuan, all right, I'll make you 50 bolts. Can you spare me some meat? Especially the 3-piece set of tail, egg, and kidney? I'll make you a pistol crossbow as a backup later. Li Yongsheng, crossbow bro. Didn't you say you only have one left? Wei Chuan, I'll cover lunch today. Rice, spicy stir-fried donkey meat, stir-fried vegetables, chilled beer, and chilled fruit. Enough to go around. Is that okay? Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng. If my bro says so, I'll get right on it. The conversation quickly ended, and Wei Chuan made and sent over 50 crossbow bolts. Communication among the wealthy was this simple, unlike normal transactions that were so troublesome, where even the slightest thing required haggling. Putting away the survival manual, Wei Chuan refocused on the modifications. With a thought, a large amount of materials softened and melted, like a parasitic tide, continuously crawling up the vehicle body. This full-scale modification was far clearer than last night. The materials began to melt, combine, and reshape under the influence of his thoughts. Standing in the center of the cabin, Wei Chuan could clearly feel the roof slowly rising. 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters. His field of vision gradually elevated. The external scenery that was originally at the height of the windows began to sink little by little. Corresponding to this magical process was the rapid consumption of his energy. Sweat beads quickly formed on his forehead, his temples began to throb, and his legs gradually started to weaken. 8 centimeters, 10 centimeters. When the cabin height was forcibly raised to 180 centimeters, Wei Chuan felt a strong wave of dizziness, and his vision even momentarily darkened. Damn it! If only I didn't have to expend energy. Wei Chuan let out a muffled groan, immediately stopping the modification and slumping onto the sofa. At this moment, the armored vehicle clearly appeared taller, giving a freer and more comfortable feeling. The sense of oppression completely disappeared. Wei Chuan, what is wrong with you? Lu Qingqing, who had just put the rice in the pot, saw Wei Chuan's face turn pale and was startled, quickly coming over to check. Same old story, I'm exhausted. Wei Chuan waved his hand, and under Lu Qingqing's concerned gaze, joked, Qingqing, isn't it inappropriate to call me by my name directly? Hubby, is that okay? Lu Qingqing looked at Wei Chuan's tired appearance, feeling both angry and amused, but ultimately complied, softly calling out while gently pinching his face. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. If one time doesn't work, do it twice. The materials 1 run away. Wei Chuan replied contentedly, resting his hands under his head. The materials wouldn't run away, but the energy wasted if not used was still a concern. Those night demons were getting more numerous and fiercer. He was truly afraid that one day the armored vehicle wouldn't hold up, so he needed to quickly improve the frame and then strengthen it with full force. Chapter 28, Who's the Fool? 1 against 2 plan. As it approached 7 o'clock, there were rustling sounds from the upper bunk. Zhu Lingxue, with her slightly messy short hair, poked her head out, yawning sleepily. Sister Qingqing, good morning, let me help you. She tidied her hair a bit and climbed down the ladder. Already done, go wash up, Lu Qingqing said with a smile, turning off the gas cylinder and flipping the potato pancakes in the pan. She looked towards the back of the vehicle and naturally called out, Hubby, it's time to eat. As soon as the words left her mouth, the compartment fell into a subtle silence, with only the sizzling sound of the potato pancakes and hot oil breaking it. Lu Qingqing was stunned. Her hand holding the spatula froze, and her ears turned visibly red at a rapid pace. How did she just call him that in front of Lingxue? Although it was true, even Lingxue, who was infatuated, didn't say it like that. It was quite embarrassing. Having regained quite a bit of energy, Wei Chuan, who was squatting at the back of the vehicle making bullets, couldn't help but smile, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. Here it comes, he responded, tidying up the bullets and materials before sitting down to wait for breakfast. Zhu Lingxue blinked, glancing at the smug Wei Chuan and then at the blushing Lu Qingqing, feeling a sourness rising in her heart. It was clearly her who spoke first. She pouted and directly sat on Wei Chuan's lap, deliberately using a sweet and sticky voice to say, Hubby, I dreamed of you last night. She even stretched the last syllable, carrying an obvious teasing tone and a hint of competitiveness. Wei Chuan was overjoyed by the hubby coming from both sides, feeling his energy restore even faster. Suppressing a chuckle, he said, Tonight, I'll reward you well. Maybe you can dream of a bit more. Zhu Lingxue gave Wei Chuan a fierce kiss on the cheek, then proudly tilted her chin towards Lu Qingqing, as if to say he's my hubby. Lu Qingqing's face turned even redder, quickly lowering her head to plate the potato pancakes. That little girl really has no shame. Just as the atmosphere was funny yet slightly ambiguous, Wei Chuan's survival manual lit up again. Li Yongsheng? Wei Chuan muttered, picking up the survival manual to check the information. Sure enough, it was Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng. Crossbow brother, let's trade, I got one. Now I'm bringing it to you. Wei Chuan, it's been half an hour. I thought you let it run away. Li Yongsheng. Almost did. It could run for 10 minutes with arrows in its legs and belly. Took me another 10 minutes to deal with it, and I almost got intercepted by a night demon. Wei Chuan, you're impressive, brother. Wei Chuan immediately opened the trade and swapped the items. Li Yongsheng was quite generous, giving a whole donkey leg, a whole donkey ear, a whole donkey, and a set of male accessories. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and tacitly averted their eyes. Although they hadn't eaten it, they had heard of it. It was clearly a symbol of a certain male animal, said to enhance vitality, which men love to eat. Wei Chuan organized the freezer and put the donkey meat inside. This freezer was specifically for storing alcohol, with only a cooling compartment and no freezing compartment. He could get a freezer with freezing capabilities later. After the trade, Li Yongsheng messaged again. Li Yongsheng, crossbow brother, did you freeze your alcohol and fruits yourself? You didn't already use electricity, did you? You think I have a fridge recipe? Wei Chuan smiled faintly, knowing what this guy was thinking. The storage compartment can store food, but it has no preservation function. The time flow is the same as the outside world, and the vehicle's air conditioning can't keep food fresh, which is why he hadn't hoarded a lot of food. Thinking about Li Yongsheng's strength as a fuel tycoon, Wei Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to deepen their cooperation. Wei Chuan, big man, don't beat around the bush. Don't say I don't take care of you. Get a fridge, add some batteries and solar panels, good or bad, I'll help you convert it into a solar fridge. This message revealed a bit of his strength. As long as Li Yongsheng wasn't foolish, he would see what the ability to make solar appliances meant. As for whether it would make solar panels more sought after, how many solar panels does it take to make a solar appliance? Isn't that up to the manufacturer? Li Yongsheng, Crossbow brother, you're really my bro. I just happen to have solar panels. I disassembled several yesterday afternoon. I'm going to take them off the shelf right now. Li Yongsheng, damn, sold out. I listed it at 3 times the price. That fool has ruined me. I don't know how long it will take to get them again. Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan was instantly stunned. He felt his cheeks getting a bit hot, as if something red was about to grow on his nose. Wei Chuan, was it 8 pieces? All exchanged for fresh water? Li Yongsheng, crossbow brother. How did you know? Those 8 pieces weren't sold by you. Wei Chuan, no. A friend of mine told me that a fool took such treasures like solar panels out to sell and got lucky. Li Yongsheng, I'm the fool. I should have known better than to sell it. Crossbow brother, should I save up for now? Wei Chuan, depends on the situation. Modifying appliances is quite troublesome. I might not have time these days. Li Yongsheng, don't, bro. I'm begging you. Can I collect more solar panels? The extras will all go to your friend. For now on, I'll take care of your friend's fuel. Wei Chuan, fine, start with 800 liters. Li Yongsheng, well, after chatting with Li Yongsheng for a bit, Wei Chuan turned his attention back to the dining table. Ching. This stuff is from a friend of mine who sells fuel. His health isn't good, and he can't cook right now, so he asked me to help him out. When you have time in the morning, look up ingredients like goji berries and ginseng. Make a nice meal for lunch, and I'll take a portion to him. The rest is ours. Okay. Lu Qingqing responded with a slight blush as she drank her porridge. Zhu Lingxue was still sitting on Wei Chuan's lap, looking up at him. She kissed him shyly and said, Hubby, you're already amazing. If you get any more amazing, I won't be able to handle it. Spare me, please. Nonsense. Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's waist and said seriously, I certainly don't need it, but my friend does. Not every man is like me, and he doesn't have a fridge, so he can't store meat. He was confident in a one-on-one situation, but his goal was 1 against 2, and it was a long-term 1 against 2, so he had to prepare in advance. In addition to basic nourishment these days, he also needed to squeeze out some energy for exercise. He couldn't wait until the last moment to find out he wasn't strong enough. Just thinking about it was super embarrassing, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. Chapter 29 version update. After the little interlude, Wei Chuan and the other 2 continued to eat. However, before they could take another bite of porridge, a series of clear mechanical prompts interrupted their breakfast once again. Survivor. Congratulations on surviving the relatively safe first 3 days. Real survival officially begins now. You have entered the first phase of survival, day-night division. The dust season has passed, and sandstorms will no longer appear. The night demons are continuously evolving. Their bodies are producing a large number of infectious germs, polluting most water sources, causing mutations in plants and animals, turning them into terrifying predators. Mutated creatures have less malice towards humans, but they possess a strong territorial awareness and will attack all creatures that intrude into their territory, only active during the day. The evolved forms of night demons are numerous. They harbor hostility towards humans, will track and hunt humans, and are only active at night. To combat the mutated creatures and night demons, human treasures have manifested. Please find a key to activate them. Good luck, survivor. What the hell? They just left the newbie village? Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised. The first 3 days had already been tough for most people, and he didn't expect it to be just the simplest newbie experience period. The next version is going to ramp up the difficulty for players. The next moment, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and quickly looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Go to the trading post and exchange for water. Just get the large bottles. Exchange as much as you can. Don't exchange from the first page. Jump to the later pages. The price of water is going to skyrocket. While many people are still asleep or inactive, he wants to stockpile fresh water in large quantities. It doesn't necessarily have to be resold, but he needs to accumulate enough for the 3 of them to use freely, to avoid being taken advantage of when buying water later. Good. Both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue are smart. As soon as Wei Chuan reminded them, they immediately understood and quickly opened the trading post to stock up. Transaction successful. Gasoline 180 liters, received. 5L drinking water 4. Transaction failed. Item sold out. Transaction successful. 50G compressed biscuits, 10, received. 6L drinking water 1. Transaction successful. Diesel, 130 liters, received, 14. 8L drinking water 1. Transaction failed, item sold out. Transaction successful, sweet potato, 1. 5 kilograms, received, 18. 9L drinking water, 1. Wei Chuan was also busy. His speed was the fastest. He specifically chose to buy bottled water. The total price of bottled water is relatively high, and very few people can afford it, making it sell slower, so the average quantity of water is more cost-effective than small bottles, perfect for stockpiling. While accumulating, Wei Chuan encountered a few invalid purchases. This was when he clicked to buy and was prompted that the item was sold out. This situation was expected. Those who had already gotten up and were not short on supplies would not miss this good opportunity to stockpile water. So he jumped to the later pages to reduce the chances of running into sold-out items. 1 minute later, the three of them stopped. They had exchanged a total of 505 liters of drinking water, and with the water they originally had, they now had about 700 liters of drinking water, if not more. The reason they stopped was not that they didn't want to exchange anymore, but that they had no materials left to exchange. Wei Chuan kept only the essentials and his favorite items from the supplies exchanged for the crossbow pistols, trading away the rest. Honey, we should be able to make a lot of money this time, right? Looking at the shelves filled with drinking water, Zhu Lingshu asked happily. It's definitely a profit. Most of the water in the trading post comes from the wild, and once those water sources are cut off, the water from supply boxes and resource points will definitely not be enough, probably increasing by 2 to 3 times. However, we are not exchanging water to sell to others, but to avoid buying from them. The supplies we exchange will be used to make a few crossbow pistols this afternoon to earn back. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile. Speaking of which, he opened the survival manual and sent a message to Li Yongsheng and CMA. Wei Chuan, the price of water is going to skyrocket. Hurry up and stock up. Wei Chuan, Mei Jia, are you up? The price of water is going up. If you can stock up a bit, do it quickly. No matter if the other party realizes this point or not, reminding them doesn't hurt. It can at least increase some goodwill. A fuel dealer and a food dealer are extremely important partners. Li Yongsheng didn't reply, probably busy buying water, while Xie Mei earnestly thanked him and sent Wei Chuan 2 bags of colorful butterfly pasta. At 7:30, the armored vehicle set off. The driver was still Zhu Lingshu, with Wei Chuan in the passenger seat and Lu Qingqing sitting on his lap. From now on, they need to be careful when encountering resource points and supply boxes, staying a bit further away and driving around a few more circles. Wei Chuan gently caressed Lu Qingqing's slender waist and reminded her. Lu Qingqing seemed to ponder and suddenly raised her head. Do you think the territory of mutated creatures is near resource points and supply boxes? Or could the mutated creatures be the guardians of the resource points and supply boxes? Exactly. If it's in the Gobi Desert, there wouldn't be a need for a prompt. But there is no need to worry too much. The mutated creatures shouldn't be too strong. At least not at the beginning. Wei Chuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast Gobi Desert as he spoke. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshu felt a bit more at ease in their hearts, but their spirits remained tense. Not daring to relax for a moment. Relatively safe first 3 days, the power of this phrase is too great. 4,000 people died in 3 days. How long can the remaining 6,000 hold out? Although they were doing well now, just thinking that they might never see other living people again made them feel a chill in their hearts. Zhu Lingshu tilted her head and asked, Honey, what about the night demons at night? Do we need to keep watch? No need. We absolutely cannot skimp on rest. This afternoon, I'll reinforce the armor and then build a fence on the roof. If something wakes us up at night, we'll go up to the roof and deal with it. Don't think too much. If even we can't hold on, then very few people can. Just live life as usual. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Wei Chuan shook his head and said casually. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshu both smiled. Having someone to rely on is nice. But soon, Lu Qingqing's smile faded, her face showing a hint of shyness, coupled with a slightly hesitant feeling. Don't wait until tonight. Her conscience was gripped. A warm, tingling sensation rushed to her head, making her soul tremble, and she weakly leaned against Wei Chuan's embrace. Zhu Lingshu, in the driver's seat, saw this and pouted sourly. What do you mean wait until tonight? Tonight is obviously hers. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan, who was exercising his hand speed, fell in a thought as he looked out the window. Human treasures? abilities that can combat mutated creatures and night demons. This should be the supernatural power he has been yearning for. He just doesn't know what the key to activate it is. He needs to pay more attention to the communication channel today to avoid missing important information. By the way, do night demons have source crystals? Will mutated creatures have them too? Chapter 30. Mutant cockroaches, wells, and the great success of the filter cartridge. The armored vehicle was cruising slowly along the Gobi Road. Although the three people inside were saying they could carry on with their lives as usual, their vigilance had reached an all-time high after the morning's update announcement. Wei Chuan seemed to be casually playing with Lu Qingqing's snowflake, but his eyes were scanning the seemingly calm scenery outside like a radar. Honey, there's a resource point. After less than an hour of driving, the one in charge of driving, Zhu Lingxue, suddenly pointed to the left front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked in the direction she pointed and saw a few rooftops of single-story tile houses faintly visible behind a low dirt slope. This is a resource point, and it doesn't look small. Don't slow down, go around it. Wei Chuan's eyes sharpened. He patted Lu Qingqing's perky bottom to signal her to get up, then walked to the center of the vehicle and opened the shooting hatch to lean out. Zhu Lingxue pressed the accelerator a bit harder, increasing the speed, controlling the tall armored vehicle to circle around the tile house area. One circle, two circles. Just as they completed the third circle, an unexpected incident occurred. Creak! A wooden window of one of the tile houses shattered, and a shiny black shadow shot out at high speed, directly lunging towards the armored vehicle. The creature was far larger than what a human could comprehend. Definitely over a meter long. It had a characteristic flat, oval body, long antennae, and 6 spiny, rapidly crawling limbs. This was a giant cockroach magnified hundreds of times. Its shell reflected a disgusting brown-black sheen under the sunlight, its compound eyes flickering with a cruel red light, and the sound of its mandibles clicking was chilling. Ah! Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing were both startled, their screams reaching Wei Chuan's ears. Damn! So this is the mutation. Wei Chuan was also taken aback. Such a large cockroach was indeed disgusting. After reacting, he immediately fired at it with the big black star. The size mutation was not a problem. No matter how big it was still just an insect, merely stronger in melee capability and thicker in shell, far from the psychic beast he was worried about. Zhu Lingxue frantically turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, trying to shake off the giant cockroach. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan calmly fired in succession, the bullets accurately hitting the giant cockroach's shell, splattering green, sticky fluid. The creature's shell was very hard. Even an entire magazine didn't kill it, only creating a few dents on its forehead. It emitted a sharp screech and charged at them even more frantically. Almost forgot, cockroaches have especially thick health bars. Wei Chuan quickly switched to another magazine, steadied his breath, and continued aiming at the head of the giant cockroach, which had already been broken open. Bang! 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 Another magazine was fired, and the giant cockroach's head was completely smashed. Although it wasn't dead yet, its massive body had lost balance and was rolling around on the ground. Wei Chuan worried that its self-healing ability was strong, so he fired another magazine. Finally, the giant cockroach couldn't take it anymore, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. Damn it, I was scared by it. Something that the 54 model could take down, just running over it with the armored vehicle would have blown it up. Wasted my 24 bullets. Wei Chuan retracted back into the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, and his expression eased slightly, although it looked exaggerated. Its combat power was still within the range that conventional weapons and armored vehicles could handle, which was good news. I was scared to death. That cockroach is too big. Zhu Lingxue patted her chest, her waves slightly rising. If it weren't big, it wouldn't be called a mutation. However, if it's only to this extent, we can easily deal with it with the armored vehicle. There might not be only one here. Let's circle around a couple more times. Wei Chuan walked over and patted Zhu Lingxue's head, speaking in a deep voice. Okay. Zhu Lingxue nodded and circled around the tile house area for another 2 rounds. There was no movement. It should only be one. Wei Chuan relaxed a lot and began assigning tasks. Lingxue, you go on top of the vehicle to keep watch. Qingqing, follow me inside to search. Stick close to me. All right, be careful. Zhu Lingxue cautiously parked the armored vehicle next to the nearest tile house. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing quickly got out, keeping their guns pointed forward, covering each other as they entered the tile houses. The search process was quick. There were relatively few supplies, only finding a small bag of 5 kilograms of rice and less than 1 kilogram of fruit in the earthen stoveroom. Score, Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Although the amount isn't much, rice and fruit are both good things. We can keep them for ourselves. It's not over yet. Wei Chuan's gaze was drawn to an old-fashioned water pump in the corner of the yard. He quickly walked over and gently pressed down on a rusty pump a few times. Sure enough, murky water with a slight yellow tint flowed out from the spout, carrying a faint, indescribable foul odor. Honey, this should be contaminated water. Lu Qingqing sniffed lightly and immediately frowned. We can try filtering. Wei Chuan nodded, taking Lu Qingqing's hand to walk back. Back in the vehicle, he opened the crafting station and made all the portable water purification filter cartridges. Activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3. Crafting successful. Obtained portable water purification filter cartridge 1. Activated carbon 1. Copper ingot 1. Zinc ingot 1. Plastic 3. Rubber 3. Crafting successful. Obtained portable. In total, there were 5. Their appearance was quite different from what he had imagined. He had thought they would be water purification faucets installed at the outlet, but they turned out to be funnel-shaped filters. The head was relatively large, with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, but the mouth was only around 2 centimeters. Not bad. Simple and straightforward. This is much better than a water purification faucet. Next, Wei Chuan made 10 sealed plastic containers with lids, then called Zhu Lingxue to go with him to the water source. During the heavy rains, he placed the water purification filter cartridges on the plastic containers. The water that came out was still slightly yellow and had a foul odor, but after being filtered through the water purification filter cartridge, the water poured into the plastic container was very clear and odorless. Success! Lu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Don't rush, let's confirm. Wei Chuan patted Lu Qingqing's waist, closed the lids on the plastic containers filled with both types of water, and set them on the trading platform. Water container. Sealed plastic container filled with 489 milliliters of clean well water. Water container. Sealed plastic container filled with 492 milliliters of contaminated water. Drinking it directly may infect one with the night demon virus. Done. A gleam flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. The purification ability of this water purification filter cartridge was truly impressive. It could even handle contaminated viruses. This is a real windfall. 5 water purification filter cartridges could purify a total of 5,000 liters of water. In the absence of sandstorms, they had enough time to collect well water. They just didn't know how much water was hidden underground. If there was too much water, he could also handcraft a batch of water purification filter cartridges. But he didn't know if the handmade ones would work. After all, these 5 were special natural props. Let's go, get some big buckets and fill them up first. We can slowly distribute them once we finish pumping the water here. Wei Chuan immediately pulled the 2 women back. What was hidden underground was not just a well. It was clearly a gold mine. Chapter 31, Freshwater Tycoon, Evolution Crystal. The plastic on the vehicle was no longer sufficient. So Wei Chuan went directly to the trading post to exchange for a batch of clean water buckets made according to a formula. They were all 20-liter and 25-liter lidded containers, very similar to portable fuel cans, and the price was not expensive, averaging only 8 units of materials per bucket. Once the containers were in hand, the 3 immediately got to work. Wei Chuan, being the strongest, was responsible for pressing the water, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were in charge of filtering and collecting the water. They worked nonstop for an hour and a half until the spout could no longer produce water, and the 3 returned to the vehicle, still feeling unsatisfied. 1 water filter can purify 1,000 liters, and it took a full hour to saturate. The second filter was just replaced for half an hour, which calculates to about 500 liters. They initially estimated that they had collected around 500 liters of water. Looking at the packed water buckets in the vehicle, although the 3 were sweating profusely, they all wore excited smiles. This was truly a windfall. Wei Chuan twisted open a bottle of ice-cold beer and took a big gulp. The refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, instantly dispelling the fatigue from an hour and a half of hard work. He wiped his mouth and quickly assigned tasks. Qingqing, Lingxue, Find all the empty bottles we've accumulated over the past few days to fill with water in exchange for some plastic at the trading post. It doesn't matter if it's scrap or specialized materials, as long as it's plastic. Lu Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel and asked, "Do we need to make plastic cans?" "Yes. The more water we have, the higher the price, making it harder to sell. Just help me prepare the plastic. We can discuss how to sell once the water price stabilizes. I need to check on the mutated cockroach and see if there's any source crystal." After saying that, Wei Chuan dug out his retired machete from under the bed and got out of the vehicle again. The corpse of the mutated cockroach was still lying there, emitting an indescribable odor. It was tea stinky, but it had a strong, oily, fishy smell. Holding back his discomfort, Wei Chuan carefully flipped the mutated cockroach with the machete. The shell wasn't too hard, and he could pierce through it with a little effort. He examined the mouth parts, head, and abdomen closely. Apart from the sticky dark green liquid, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. He even cut off a cockroach leg to take to the trading post, which displayed that it was inedible. Mutated cockroach leg. The hind limb of a mutated cockroach. Consumption may lead to infection by the night demon virus. It was somewhat regrettable. If this thing were edible, even if it had a particularly bad taste, it could definitely fetch a good price at this stage. Just as he was preparing to head back, the machete seemed to hit something hard in the soft tissue connecting the head and thorax of the mutated cockroach. Found it? Wei Chuan's heart raced as he pried open the shell and flesh at that spot. A faint blue glow was visible through the disgusting blood and flesh. He held his breath, using the machete to dig it out, brushing off the blood that had smeared it on the ground. It was about the size of a pinky finger, presenting an irregular polyhedral shape, and it was almost transparent blue. Oh! Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. This was just an ordinary source crystal. However, when he picked it up, the item information description was completely different from that of a source crystal. Evolution crystal. A crystalline substance containing faint source energy, a source of power for mutated organisms. Directly swallowing it can slightly enhance physical fitness and mental strength, with a very small probability of awakening a second talent. Holy crap! The moment he saw the item information, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his breathing became rapid. Enhancing physical fitness and mental strength was the item he had longed for. Although it was only a slight enhancement, any direct enhancement was priceless. What made his heart race even more, almost leaping out of his chest, was the last line about the very small probability of awakening a second talent. A second talent. Without any peculiar smell, this was the ability to counter mutated organisms and night demons, likely a supernatural ability. So this is how it works. Source crystals come from night demons, and evolution crystals come from mutated organisms. A huge surprise coursed through him like electricity, making his hand tremble slightly as he held the crystal. He tightly clutched the light blue crystal, feeling its cool touch, with unprecedented heat bursting from his eyes. Mutated organisms are not hard to kill. If they are indeed the guardians of supply boxes and resource points, many people should have already obtained evolution crystals. These people might have good vehicles and weapons, but food and water are not guaranteed. There are always unfortunate souls who can't afford to eat, and if the price is right, he might be able to buy some. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and hurried back. On the vehicle, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had already collected quite a bit of plastic, including scrap and specialized materials, and were currently organizing them. "Honey, did you find anything?" Zhu Lingxue immediately hugged his arm when she saw Wei Chuan return. "Yes, look at this." Wei Chuan opened his right hand, and the evolution crystal lay in his palm. "Source crystal?" Zhu Lingxue said uncertainly. The color of this crystal was slightly lighter than that of a source crystal, but no matter how you looked at it, it was still a source crystal. "No, look at the item information." Wei Chuan reached out his hand, his voice tinged with barely suppressed excitement. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both curious and picked up the evolution crystal to examine it closely. The next moment, both women gasped in unison, their beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. It could enhance physical fitness and mental strength, and there was a chance to awaken a second talent. This thing would become the most valuable item at this stage. Lu Qingqing held the evolution crystal, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. "That's right." Wei Chuan nodded heavily. "From now on, All our purchase posts should be reserved for it. We'll post one every hour, rotating them. If someone asks for a price, we can quote high. Up to 50 liters of water for one. 50 liters? Zhu Lingxue exclaimed. That was more than 6 boxes of 330 milliliters bottled water. This water could be exchanged for over 4 pounds of food in the morning, and now, just half a morning had passed, and the price had risen to 6 pounds of food. And this was only the first morning. It might rise even more afterward. It's a maximum of 50 liters. So we can start quoting from 5 liters. Even without considering the awakening of second talent, just enhancing physical fitness and mental strength is worth it. Once my energy limits and recovery speed improve, making 10 or so pistol crossbows will be a breeze. And I can earn back the resources for buying evolution crystals in no time. Seeing Zhu Lingxue's pained expression, Wei Chuan smiled and rubbed her head. Got it. Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously and immediately opened the trading post to post a purchase request. All right, let us see how it goes. Lu Qingqing handed the evolution crystal, which had been rinsed clean with water, to Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan took the evolution crystal and directly tossed it into his mouth. Initially, he was worried he wouldn't be able to swallow it, but to his surprise, it dissolved in his mouth. It tasted a bit like chilled goji berry juice. Sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness, and it was quite nice. Chapter 32. Freedom of Electricity. Acquire evolution crystals. About 5 seconds later, a gentle warmth began to spread slowly from his stomach, flowing to his limbs and bones. This warm current was not intense, but the overall feeling was very comfortable, like drinking a sip of hot soup in the cold winter, dispelling fatigue from the inside out. Wei Chuan could clearly feel that the muscles in his body seemed to be slightly tensed, and a sense of fullness of strength vaguely emerged. He tried lifting a 25-liter water bucket, which felt a bit easier than before. His strength had indeed increased. An even more remarkable change occurred on a mental level. The mental fatigue from an hour and a half of work was completely swept away, and his brain became very clear. The sounds and changes around him seemed to become distinct and discernible. A refreshing feeling he had never experienced enveloped him, as if he had been subtly tempered, feeling reborn. The effect was so obvious. Wei Chuan looked down at his open palm, shocked in his heart. Although it was said to be a slight improvement, he felt that his physique and mental strength had increased by at least 10%. He was completely captivated by this intuitive sense of becoming stronger, and his assessment of the value of evolution crystals rose to a new level, his gaze becoming increasingly fervent. Such a good thing, the more the better. At that moment, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Upon opening it, it was another private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, bro, I got it. 23 solar panels. 1 small fridge, got 9 batteries. The fridge and batteries are broken, but not severely. Li Yongsheng, is it convenient for you now? I want to charge them as soon as possible. All the extra panels will be given to your friends. From an unknown distance, Wei Chuan could feel Li Yongsheng's excitement and urgency through the text. So much, Wei Chuan was a bit surprised. Solar panels were in high demand. Wei Chuan, so quick. Did you increase the price? Li Yongsheng, no, there were more sellers today, especially for things they won't use for a while. I traded water for it. Just posted a buying request once and got this much. Bro, is this enough? If not, I'll collect more. But I want you to help me charge these first for use tonight. Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan understood. With today's version update, anyone with a bit of background was trading and hoarding water. As long as one was willing to spend time at the trading hall, they could indeed find many good items. He opened the trading function and replied to Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan, all right, I'll help you make a solar power system first. Charging for 12 hours a day will be enough for you to add 2 more small appliances. Li Yongsheng, thanks bro. Li Yongsheng replied almost instantly, trading the items over and also included 5 barrels of 20 liters of diesel. His younger brother was straightforward. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with resource folks was indeed enjoyable. Qingqing, Lingxue, I'm going to help my partner set up a power system. You both take a break and keep an eye on the evolution crystals. We'll cook in half an hour. He greeted the 2 girls, then walked to the back of the vehicle with the items. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan traded the finished product to Li Yongsheng. He kept 8 solar panels and 2 batteries as a reward for his hard work, Everything else was made into a solar power system. For convenience, he made a split design. A large flexible solar panel, battery pack, connection ports, and electrical appliances that could be used separately, easy enough for kids to handle. It could generate 4 kilowatt-hours a day, which was sufficient for Li Yongsheng's use. Any more wouldn't be necessary, as Li Yongsheng was driving a van that couldn't carry too many appliances. They could add more when needed later. Wei Chuan, charge for 2 hours before use. Or the power 1T keep up. The solar panels need to be fixed to the roof of the vehicle. Can you manage that? Li Yongsheng, absolutely. There are tools in the trading hall. Wei Chuan, okay. Closing the private chat window, Wei Chuan put away the survival manual, climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, and installed the 8 solar panels. In total, 53 panels. Looking at the deep blue color growing denser on the roof, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Generating 19 kilowatt-hours a day, he had barely achieved home appliance freedom. The next step was to install several hundred panels to cover the entire roof and create a hybrid system. However, there was no rush. Solar panels were not easy to buy, so he could only accumulate them slowly. The immediate core task was to modify the vehicle and collect evolution crystals. He dusted off his hands and returned to the cab, closing the sunroof. Just as he got back inside and hadn't had a chance to speak, a figure rushed in with the wind, crashing into his arms tightly wrapping around his neck. Husband! Zhu Lingshue's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy, even bouncing a couple of times as she cheered. I bought them. 2 of them. One hand still wrapped around Wei Chuan's neck. The other eagerly opened to reveal 2 light blue evolution crystals resting in her palm. 2. Wei Chuan's heart jumped, a huge surprise rushing to his head. Where did you buy them? Just bought them at the trading hall. One cost 30 liters of water. The other cost 10 liters. I was afraid someone would snatch them away, so I bought them immediately. Zhu Lingxue spoke quickly, her face flushed with excitement. 40 liters of water for 2 evolution crystals? This was like a pie falling from the sky. Wei Chuan, overjoyed, cupped Zhu Lingshue's face and planted a heavy kiss on her cherry lips. Lingxue, you've done a great job. Lucky me. I posted a buying request, but no one was selling. I didn't expect to get them at the trading hall. Seeing Wei Chuan's surprised expression, Zhu Lingxue was also particularly happy, pulling Wei Chuan's right hand and placing the 2 evolution crystals in his palm. After the ecstatic moment, Wei Chuan thought of a very realistic issue. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to consume them immediately, and looked at Zhu Lingxue in his arms and Lu Qingqing on the sofa, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Lingxue, Qingqing, you both know the effects of evolution crystals. They are too important for my talent. The next few evolution crystals might. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Zhu Lingxue stood on tiptoe, her soft red lips pressing deeply against his. It was an incredibly passionate kiss, filled with love and trust. After the kiss ended, Zhu Lingxue gazed at Wei Chuan with fiery eyes and firmly said, Husband, don't say silly things. You are the pillar for me and Qingqing. Everything in the car belongs to you. Lu Qingqing teased, Lingxue, don't mind him. Just eat it yourself. This gentleman said yesterday that we are a family, and now he's being polite. Typical man-s words. My fault. Wei Chuan was taken aback, then laughed, wrapping his arms around Zhu Lingxue and, sitting down on the sofa, pulling Lu Qingqing over as well. Chapter 33. Strength Surge. Embracing the 2 soft bodies and feeling their unreserved trust, Wei Chuan's heart swelled with warmth. He tightened his embrace around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, giving each of them a kiss on the cheek. After a moment of quiet intimacy, Wei Chuan calmed his joyful emotions, no longer hesitating, and placed the 2 precious evolution crystals into his mouth. The crystals once again transformed into a cool stream flowing into his body. Eating both at once, the warmth surged more noticeably than the first time. A gentle tide washed over his body, his muscles slightly writhing and stretching, becoming more resilient. Even his bones felt a faint tingling sensation, as if their density was increasing. The growth of his mental power was simultaneously taking place, elevating it to a new level. Just like his physical constitution, the effects were unmistakably significant. Wei Chuan felt invigorated, his gaze sweeping across the compartment before finally landing on a 25-liter plastic bucket filled with water. He walked over, gripping the handle with one hand and lifting it slightly. The bucket floated effortlessly, his arms steady as a rock, as if he were lifting not 25 kilograms but a small bag of fruit. Although he could lift it easily before, it required a bit of effort. At this rate of growth, after consuming another 10 or 8 evolution crystals, flipping a small car would be a piece of cake. Wei Chuan estimated excitedly. This newfound strength was irresistibly alluring, something that could not be measured by material goods. By the time he adapted to the added strength and mental power, it was nearly 11 a.m., and Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began preparing lunch. "I'll handle the meat," Wei Chuan volunteered, stepping forward and whispering, "You might not know how to deal with these, but I've seen it done a few times when eating barbecue." What he referred to, of course, was the manly 3-piece set. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue flushed slightly, but they did not object, as they indeed did not know how to handle those things. Wei Chuan took out the 3-piece set and, relying on the bits and pieces he had seen before, carefully cut, modified, cleaned, and blanched the meat. Although he wasn't very professional, he made sure to be more meticulous, resulting in cleaner processing. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were busy washing rice, cooking, cleaning vegetables, and cutting donkey leg meat. The three of them busied themselves in the cramped kitchen area of the compartment, the clinking of pots and pans intertwining, filling the air with a comforting sense of daily life. They worked until nearly noon, and a lavish lunch was finally prepared. A large bowl of steaming, aromatic three-ong stew, enhanced with goji berries and red dates. A plate of spicy and appetizing stir-fried donkey leg meat, dotted with green chili peppers. A plate of fresh and juicy stir-fried broccoli. A big pot of plump, fragrant white rice, with 5 small sweet potatoes resting on top. And, as heavyweight guests, there were chilled fruits, cold beer, and chilled carbonated drinks. This lunch was nothing short of luxurious in an apocalyptic setting. So delicious. Zhu Lingxue's eyes sparkled. Even the cool and composed Lu Qingqing couldn't help but lean down to sniff, a slight smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Wei Chuan watched this scene, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. He had worked hard since day one, often pushing himself to the brink of dizziness, all for the sake of being able to enjoy meals like this in the future. "Qingqing, Lingxue, you eat first. I'll take a portion over to my partners." After thinking for a moment, he prepared several sealed plastic containers, putting a little of each dish inside, along with a portion of chilled fruits and drinks. One for Li Yongsheng and one for Xiamei. He couldn't forget these social niceties. Upon receiving it, Li Yongsheng was extremely excited and sent Wei Chuan a donkey leg in return, saying he wanted to scrounge another dinner. Wei Chuan agreed. Xiamei was more practical, simply saying thank you twice, and then giving him a bag of 5 kilograms of rice. These two resource tycoons were not lacking in supplies. They just had limited abilities at this stage and couldn't enjoy them. A warm feast like this was far beyond what the continually increasing meager supplies could compare to. After delivering lunch, Wei Chuan opened a bottle of cold beer and gently raised it. "Wives, to a better life and a brighter future, cheers." "To the future." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue smiled and raised their drinks in response. After lunch, the three watched a movie and then re-entered the resource point. Wei Chuan had grown up in a county welfare home, and the old welder taught him that as long as the underground water didn't decrease, the well water could slowly accumulate. So he thought about getting some more water before they set off. This time, he actually had a good harvest, managing to gather about 200 liters of water. Now, he had a total of 2,300 liters of clean drinking water, an absolute water resource tycoon. Back in the vehicle, Zhu Lingxue seemed a bit excited. "Hubby, since there's no sandstorm now, should we stop here a bit longer and gather some more water?" "Forget it. It's not really worth it." Wei Chuan felt a bit tempted, but after thinking it over, he shook his head. "We have plenty of water already. Next, we need to look for resource points and supply boxes. Evolution crystals are hard to come by, and we have to rely on ourselves to find them. Unlike recipes, evolution crystals have no usage threshold. Anyone could just pop them in their mouths. There aren't that many leaks to pick up. Furthermore, after the version update, more and better recipes might be refreshed, so he wanted to try his luck. "I'll take the wheel this afternoon." Lu Qingqing kissed Wei Chuan on the cheek and got up from the sofa. "You've worked hard." Wei Chuan nodded, gently squeezing Lu Qingqing's hand. He was very satisfied with his two little wives. They didn't cause any fuss and were very proactive, making things easy for him. "Hubby, I worked hard this morning too," Zhu Lingxue said, wrapping her arms around Wei Chuan's waist and pouting cutely. All right, you've worked hard too." Wei Chuan found it both amusing and helpless, kissing Zhu Lingxue's lips and pulling her onto his lap, playing with her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Zhu Lingxue smiled, picked up the remote for the DVD player, and pressed it lightly to continue the movie. The luck in the afternoon seemed to be exhausted from the morning's water source. In the trading hall, whether at trading booths or purchase posts, there was no sign of evolution crystals even after waiting until 6 p.m. The search for mutated creatures was equally unfruitful. They didn't encounter a single resource point, only finding 2 gray iron boxes. However, there were no mutated creatures near these 2 supply boxes, meaning that only resource points were the territory of mutated creatures. This was bad news, as it reduced one avenue for obtaining evolution crystals. The only consolation was that while searching for evolution crystals, he came across quite a few good items. A total of 20 solar panels, 1 unlimited use match blueprint, 3 bulletproof window modification templates, 1 unlimited use fairy intercept recipe, and a large amount of snacks and drinks. The sellers all wanted water, and the prices were not low, but Wei Chuan currently had more than enough water, so he directly bought what he wanted. Lastly, the armored vehicle modification was progressing rapidly. The height of the compartment had already been raised to 220 centimeters, and the armor thickness of the vehicle body had been increased to 25 millimeters. Initially, he had only planned to raise the compartment height to 200 centimeters, but the appearance of the evolution crystals had invigorated him, leading him to accomplish much more. Chapter 34. The Mutated Night Demon Strikes. As night fell, the last glimmer of daylight was swallowed by darkness. A strong wind suddenly swept across the Gobi Desert, lifting sand and dust into the air with a howling sound. After hastily finishing dinner, Wei Chuan felt his heart gradually tighten. It was the first night after the update. He had no idea what form the evolved night demon would take. "Qingqing, you get on the roof and keep watch for a bit. Lingxue, you take the driver's seat and be ready to start the car at any moment." Wei Chuan took a deep breath and pulled out a big black star from the storage compartment, checking the magazine. He made bullets every day and now had 20 spare magazines ready. "All right, be careful," Zhu Lingxue said, nothing more, and immediately sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, her gaze scanning the darkness through the windshield. "Let us go." Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing nodded at each other, climbing up the hanging ladder to the roof. Using the metal railing installed in the afternoon as cover, they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. The moonlight was faint tonight, visibility extremely low, even the headlights couldn't illuminate far. It felt as if the light was swallowed by the night. This might be one of the updated difficulties. Really unsettling. Wei Chuan gripped the cold big black star, palms slightly sweating, his mind racing with various speculations. The prompt said, "The evolved night demon has countless forms," which meant that the night demon was no longer just humanoid. It might appear as a ferocious beast or even a bird, and they are filled with malice towards humans. Will track and hunt humans indicated that they would certainly come looking for them, and they needed to be prepared for combat. Although he didn't believe that an outrageous boss would appear on the first night of the update, he still felt a bit uneasy since he had never encountered one before. Time passed slowly amidst the howling wind and sand. Every second felt elongated, and every dark corner seemed to hide something ominous. Just as Wei Chuan was lost in thought, sweating profusely from fear, Lu Qingqing suddenly lowered her voice and said urgently, "Hubby, the front of the car to the left. There's something. Is it coming?" Wei Chuan's heart suddenly tightened, and he followed the sound, locking his gaze on the left front. In the darkness, it seemed that a light flickered. He squinted, trying to adapt to the dark, and suddenly saw a pair of red dots flash. It became clear that those were the eyes of the night demon. It really was coming. Wait a minute, those eyes are so low, it looks like it's crawling on the ground. Could it be a reptile? Wei Chuan speculated, feeling a bit relieved. In any case, this night demon was moving slowly, and, judging by the size of its eyes, it didn't seem very large, so its combat power shouldn't be strong. However, as the night demon gradually approached and Wei Chuan got a better look at its specific appearance, he felt his scalp explode with terror, a cold chill rushing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. That was definitely not a reptile. It was a monster that he couldn't even describe. It roughly resembled a grotesquely twisted spider, but its components made Wei Chuan's sanity plummet. Its body looked like a human torso that had been forcibly stretched, with limbs so thin they were almost unrecognizable. Pale and distorted, supporting its body with all joints twisted backward, belly up and back down. The most terrifying part was that its face was still upright. On that hideous face, the features were twisted, its mouth opened at an astonishing angle, and its blood-red eyes were staring directly at Wei Chuan. Damn! Wei Chuan was almost scared out of his wits, his stomach churning, and the back of his neck instantly tensed as if gripped by an invisible force. Was this really a night demon? Had it wandered into the wrong movie set? He had only seen such things in horror movies and games. On the roof of the car, time seemed to freeze. Not just Wei Chuan, but Lu Qingqing was also terrified, her face pale. "Hubby, what is that thing?" She instinctively took 2 steps back, hiding behind Wei Chuan, her cold left hand wrapping around his waist, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Whatever it is, if it dares to come over, I'll give it a taste of bullets." Although Wei Chuan was panicking inside, feeling his wife's fear, he forcibly suppressed his own anxiety, raising his right hand holding the big black star. "Okay." Lu Qingqing relaxed a little, letting go of her hand from Wei Chuan's waist, standing beside him with both hands gripping her gun. The crawling humanoid spider seemed to have also noticed Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. It pushed off with its limbs and surprisingly started to run. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. "Fire!" Wei Chuan shouted, pulling the trigger first. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qingqing almost simultaneously opened fire, the big black star spitting flames. The crisp gunfire instantly shattered the night's silence. The bullets whistling toward the humanoid spider, easily tearing through its pale skin, splattering thick black-green blood. Unexpectedly, this terrifying-looking night demon had quite average reaction speed, or rather, it had no dodging ability at all. It just stared wide-eyed, directly facing the hail of bullets. The 2 magazines unleashed 16 rounds, almost all hitting their target. Blood holes exploded on the humanoid creature, mostly in its head, dark green blood gushing out, causing its crawling movements to freeze instantly. Its 4 twisted limbs twitched a few times before its entire contorted body thudded to the ground, its scarlet eyes flickering a few times before rapidly dimming, no longer moving. On the roof, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing, having just changed magazines, exchanged bewildered glances. "Hubby, is it dead?" Lu Qingqing's voice trembled slightly, her face showing disbelief. "A monster this terrifying just died like that?" "Hard to say, that was too easy." Wei Chuan frowned, his unease not dissipating. After a brief moment of thought, he decisively pulled the trigger again, aiming at the humanoid spider lying on the ground, emptying another magazine. Better dead than alive. Secret skill, big black star wave, sprint rapid fire. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered, but the creature still showed no reaction. It seemed truly dead. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing finally exhaled, but the questions in their minds grew heavier. The creature's combat power was too weak. Not to mention being able to withstand a handgun. But how could it not even struggle a bit? Just then, Lu Qingqing suddenly seemed to remember something. Slapping her forehead, "I got it. Hubby, do you remember the hint? The first 3 days are the easiest, like a beginner's welfare period in games. There are many night demons, but they don't attack directly, and their physical abilities aren't stronger than humans. This should be an opportunity for survivors to collect source crystals." As she spoke, her speech quickened and her eyes brightened. Now that the beginner welfare period is over, the number of night demons has decreased, their combat power has increased, and they will actively attack humans. The output of source crystals has significantly decreased. This should be the biggest difficulty. Hearing this, Wei Chuan suddenly understood. That makes sense. The difficulty in obtaining supplies increases, raising the risk for acquiring evolution crystals. This should be the core content of this update. If that's the case, I should collect some source crystals. While not many people are aware yet, I need to seize this opportunity. Even if I gamble wrong, it won't matter. I can just consider it as storing energy for the source device in advance. Wei Chuan looked at the corpse of the humanoid spider, his eyes gradually lighting up. Chapter 35. Market Madness, 10,000 Source Crystals. The sharp dagger precisely pierced the head of the humanoid spider, the blade stirring and producing a faint scratching sound. Wei Chuan carefully searched a few times, and finally, the tip of the dagger touched a hard object. With a flick of his wrist, a light blue crystal covered in dark green slime was lifted out, rolling on the ground. Source Crystal. A crystallized form containing weak source energy. The power source of a night demon, and the core energy of source devices. Upon seeing the item information, it was just an ordinary source crystal. Sigh. Wei Chuan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his tone clearly filled with disappointment. He had hoped to dig out evolution crystals, higher-grade source crystals, or multiple source crystals, but in the end he could only dig out a single ordinary source crystal, which was unexpectedly the lowest tier. Looking around, the darkness remained, and there were no other pairs of crimson eyes appearing. It seemed that the only troublesome guest nearby was this one. However, this did not make him feel relieved. Instead, it further confirmed Lu Qingqing's suspicion that the yield of source crystals had significantly decreased. We must buy. Wei Chuan firmly resolved in his mind that otherwise, when everyone else reacted, the price of source crystals would surely soar. He no longer lingered, putting away the dagger and source crystal, and quickly returned to the vehicle. How was it? Lu Qingqing, who had been on guard on the roof of the car, also returned inside, asking curiously, "Just one source crystal a total loss?" Wei Chuan succinctly replied, then looked seriously at the two women. "Qingqing, Lingshu, it's already certain that the yield of source crystals has plummeted, and the price will definitely rise sharply. We need to hurry and conduct a large-scale purchase while the source crystals at the trading post haven't been bought or taken down yet." All right. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshu also realized the importance of the situation without any hesitation, using the bottled water prepared at noon to exchange for source crystals at the trading post. Wei Chuan prepared another batch of plastic containers. The ones made at noon were not enough. After handing the plastic containers to the two women, he took out the last batch of metal materials and increased the thickness of the vehicle's armor from 25 millimeters to 30 millimeters. Dawn. He lightly tapped with his finger, and a dull yet solid echo came back, giving an incredibly reassuring feeling. Almost done. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding in satisfaction. Now, even if it were a weeknight demon like earlier, it wouldn't be able to penetrate, and he could sleep soundly at night. Area 50001. 5534, 10,000 people. Ding Song, damn, the night demon turned into a snake man. Almost scared me to death. Zhao Baojia. I've already fought with a new night demon. It's very fierce, but its defense is still the same. 2 hits can kill it. Everyone just needs to ram it with their vehicles. Xia Yujian. What the hell? Why did I encounter a head owl? This is impossible to fight. It keeps grabbing my car roof. Does anyone have a battle end? Guixiu. Is there only one night demon tonight? Jian Lingjia. Not just one. I encountered 2 just now. Let us be careful tonight. Don't let the night demon sneak up on us. Kayak-san, this damn place. I really can't take it anymore. My car is a blue trident. Friends who want to team up can honk when they see me. Qian Wenqi. Laughing to death. Only thinking about teaming up now? Our team already has 7 people. Before starting the shopping spree, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel to take a look. The discussions were lively. The vast majority were talking about the night demon, and many people were scared by the new form of the night demon. Not just him and Lu Qingqing. There was no mention of a second talent, which was good news. If someone awakened a second talent right after the update, it would make him extremely envious. Time flew by in busyness and anticipation. 2 hours later, the 3 of them, slightly fatigued but exceptionally excited, opened 3 bottles of beer to celebrate. On the dining table beside them lay a gray iron box emitting a soft blue glow, containing nearly 10,000 source crystals. 428 of them were accumulated from killing night demons over the past 4 nights, and a shopping spree just now yielded a whopping 9,310 crystals. A total of 9,738 crystals. This quantity far exceeded Wei Chuan's expectations. He originally thought he would be satisfied with collecting 2 or 3,000 crystals. When he went to search for source crystals, he realized that they were so abundant that they were flooding the market, with tens of thousands of pages listed. So the price was relatively low. The 310 crystals only cost around 300 liters of water. 1 liter of water could be exchanged for 31 source crystals. This price was simply a bargain, almost like picking them up for free. Upon careful thought, it was quite normal. There had been so many night demons to kill in the previous 3 days, and anyone with a large vehicle could easily get 2 or 3 source crystals just by stepping on the gas. Unfortunately, this price did not last long. 10 minutes ago, the price of source crystals began to rise, sweeping through the entire trading area like the wind. Those who were still hesitating or had not reacted instantly became energized, either taking down their listings to repost at high prices or hoarding in a frenzy. The new price of source crystals could be described as astronomical, directly multiplying by 5 or 6 times the original price. Wei Chuan could easily guess that it was definitely the knowledgeable ones showing off their discoveries in the communication channel, accelerating the speed of information dissemination and market fluctuations. However, being able to acquire 310 source crystals before the price skyrocketed was already an extremely successful investment. Not too much, not too little. It was wise to take profits. Honey, everyone in the district is buying source crystals. They say there are only 1 or 2 night demons a day now, and the source crystals will become fewer. Should we continue to buy? Zhu Lingxue, holding the survival manual, looked at the discussions in the communication channel with a puzzled expression. No need, this is already enough. We can consider it when we need to use the source device in the future. Wei Chuan looked at the gray iron box, feeling very calm. Those who frantically recommended others to buy source crystals were either selling source crystals themselves or were the ones who couldn't afford them and wanted the prices to rise so that others couldn't buy them either. Just a joke to watch. Those who truly wanted to hoard source crystals wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. All right, then let's not. Zhu Lingxue nodded, then smiled as she hugged Wei Chuan's arm. Her eyes crescent-shaped. She reminded him, honey, it's almost 9:30. When are we going to rest? Lu Qingqing immediately burst out laughing. It's over. Lingxue has turned into a little greedy cat. Zhu Lingxue stuck out her tongue, snuggling closer to Wei Chuan. Sister Qingqing, if you're not greedy, how about letting me have tomorrow? I'm a bit tired. I'll take a shower and go to sleep. Lu Qingqing directly muted her microphone, springing up from the sofa and quickly walking toward the back of the car. Having tasted forbidden fruit, she craved more. She was also a bit greedy. Just wouldn't be as straightforward as Zhu Lingxue to say it out loud. It was too embarrassing. Seeing this, Wei Chuan's lips curled up, pulling Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, pinching her cheek, and softly whispering in her ear, "We also sweated a lot. How about we wash up later?" Zhu Lingxue didn't give a direct answer, just offered a warm kiss. Chapter 36 Awakening is too hard. At 6 a.m., the biological clock woke Wei Chuan up on time. The light inside the carriage was dim, with only 4 windows and 10 small observation windows letting in a little bit of light. He carefully moved Zhu Lingxue, who was still asleep, leaning on his shoulder, and tucked her blanket properly before quietly getting out of bed and sitting down on the sofa next to him. Phew! Wei Chuan stretched and twisted his neck. He had rested quite well last night. Aside from a humanoid spider causing trouble at midnight, the latter half of the night was unexpectedly calm, allowing him to sleep soundly. He habitually took out the survival manual and browsed the communication channel. Area 50001, 5,119, 10,000 people. Zhang Xiaofu. Damn it, it's almost dawn, and it came. Smash my window, nearly got finished. Hans alone. I'll teach you a trick. Sleep during the day and drive at night. Resource points and supply boxes 1T run away. Plus you can avoid night demons. Luoya. Came across a car. The owner is left with only half a body. Gao Yingying. Is there anyone who wants anti-stab clothes? I only need food that can be stored long-term. Wu Jun. Unlimited times smoking recipe. I'm getting rich. PM me if you have tobacco. A night passed, and the population in the area decreased by more than 400. TSK. Wei Chuan shook his head, not surprised by this result. Not everyone had a high-defense blood cow like him. Surely some people were successfully ambushed by various forms of night demons while they were asleep. if no countermeasures were taken. The death toll each night would not be low. After a brief glance, Wei Chuan exited the communication channel. The apocalypse was full of variety, and he only needed to take good care of himself and his two little wives. He then entered the trading hall to look for the goods he wanted. Good luck. Just as he entered Evolution Crystal and clicked Search, his eyes lit up. Item name, Evolution Crystal quantity, 1 price, 350 liters of gasoline. Item name, Evolution Crystal quantity, 1 price, 330 liters of diesel. Item name, Evolution Crystal quantity, 1 price, 20 liters of fresh water. Wow. There are actually 3. Wei Chuan felt ecstatic, almost reflexively snapping up the latter 2, fearing that if he hesitated for a second, they would be snatched away by someone else. He didn't have gasoline on hand, but he could trade water for it. After some delay, he successfully made the purchase. It seemed the prices were too high. Those who could afford it hadn't woken up yet. Awesome. Holding 3 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan didn't rush to consume them, but continued searching and bought a lot of good stuff. 16 solar panels, 1 unlimited use bandage recipe, 1 unlimited use thermos recipe, and a large pile of winter blankets and winter clothing. The thermos and winter supplies were prepared for cooling down. Since the version would update, future seasons might change from summer to winter. In his eyes, everything was at a low price. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Looking at the gains in just a few minutes, Wei Chuan was in a great mood. He cleaned the 3 evolution crystals and swallowed them one by one. The familiar gentle warmth swept over him again, and he felt a clear improvement in his physique and mental strength. His muscles became firmer, his senses sharper, and his thoughts more agile. Unfortunately, he still hadn't awakened a second talent. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. That extremely small probability was indeed not a joke. Eating 6 evolution crystals yielded no response, and he didn't know how many he would need to consume. He shook his head, shaking off this regret. The stable improvement in physique and mental strength was already a tremendous gain. The second talent would come in time. Next, he posted a purchase request, this time targeting metal materials. Buying various scrap metal materials, trading clean fresh water, bring your price. The metal materials he had accumulated had been used up, leaving only 3 bicycles and 1 electric car. The materials from these 4 vehicles were very useful and could not be disassembled. His upcoming modification plan required a massive amount of metal materials, so he chose to post a purchase request, aiming to gather 10 to 8 tons at once. His next goal was clear: to transform the armored vehicle into a true land armored giant beast. Increase the length to 15 meters, the height to 5 meters, and the width to 6 meters. He planned to adopt a wide-body design similar to the 4-wheel drive racing cars in cartoons, which would be impactful and stable, with no obvious weaknesses. The 3 bulletproof window modification templates he obtained yesterday were specifically bought for this transformation. He intended to divide the rear compartment into 5 main areas: driver's cabin, entertainment lounge, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, kitchen storage room. For now, he would divide it like this and first build the main framework. The bathroom and other things could be pushed back. This was a huge project that would require a massive amount of metal materials and energy, which might take several days to complete. Around 6:30 a.m., there was gradually some movement in the carriage. Lu Qingqing woke up, yawning sleepily. Seeing Wei Chuan sitting on the sofa, she lazily greeted him good morning and then got up to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was very simple, just heating up some milk and bread. This was agreed upon during last night's dinner. The meals could be simple for the next few days to save time and to look for resource points and mutated creatures. After about 10 minutes, Zhu Lingxue also woke up. She made much more noise than Lu Qingqing, shouting for Wei Chuan to kiss her. Lingxue, our metal materials are used up. You'll be responsible for collecting them this morning until our storage is full. Wei Chuan pulled Zhu Lingxue into his arms, kissed her on the face a couple of times, and then assigned her a task. In the past half an hour, he had only received about 1.5 tons of scrap metal, which was far from enough. Okay, Zhu Lingxue replied earnestly. Once she was free, Wei Chuan took out the bullet materials and began making today a supply of bullets. Although he still had a good stock, this stuff consumed quickly. Every time he used it, it was 1 or 2 magazines, or even more, so he had to make them whenever he had time. At the same time, He also made 5 sets of handgun crossbows and put them up in the trading hall. He chose to trade them for items, offering 1 set of handgun crossbow for 1 evolution crystal. He wondered if he could trade for them, just trying his luck. At 7:20 a.m., the 3 finished breakfast and began a new day of searching. Since Zhu Lingxue was responsible for collecting metal materials, Lu Qingqing drove in the morning while Wei Chuan continued making bullets. The modified armored vehicle was still very stable, especially when driving at a constant speed. After about an hour of driving, the vehicle entered an area with more vitality, with many dry trees on both sides of the road. Suddenly, Zhu Lingxue, who was lying on the sofa, looked up and shouted, "Sister Qingqing, my talent has reacted. There should be a resource point or supply box nearby. But I can't see it." "All right." Lu Qingqing immediately slowed down the vehicle. "I'll go to the roof." Wei Chuan put down what he was doing, climbed up to the roof through the shooting hatch, and carefully searched for signs of supplies around. Chapter 37 Golden Box. M870 Shotgun. Powerful handgun. The withered trees, wind-eroded rocks, gravel, and yellow sand. Wei Chuan's gaze scanned every detail like a scanner. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a massive, completely dead poplar tree in front of him. There was a noticeable metallic sheen behind it. As the armored vehicle gradually approached, he saw a box half buried in piles of yellow sand behind the dead poplar tree. The color of the box reflected a dazzling and noble golden hue under the sunlight. "Holy crap, a golden box!" Wei Chuan almost shouted out loud, his heart racing instantly. If a silver box could yield a handgun crossbow recipe, what would be inside a golden box? A source weapon recipe? "Honey, did you find something?" Zhu Lingxue asked loudly from below. "Found it. It's a golden box." Wei Chuan's voice was slightly elevated with excitement as he quickly returned to the vehicle, shouting to Lu Qingqing, "Qingqing, the poplar tree to the right front." Soon, the vehicle stopped by the roadside. Wei Chuan didn't rush over recklessly, but went back to the top of the vehicle to observe for a while, confirming there were no threats before carefully jogging towards the poplar tree with the black star in hand. The closer he got, the clearer the golden box became. It seemed to be made of pure gold, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, radiating an enticing glow. Suppressing his heart that was almost jumping out of his chest, Wei Chuan used the muzzle to pry open the latch. Damn! The moment he saw the items inside the box, Wei Chuan was so excited that his eyes went wide, and his breath suddenly stopped. The bottom of the golden box was lined with a black cloth, and in the center of that black cloth lay a powerful shotgun. The gun was long and sleek, with a cold metallic barrel emitting a deadly glint. Next to the shotgun, 5 boxes of red cartridges were neatly stacked, each marked with the number 12. Remington M870 shotgun, long barrel type, effective range 40 meters, magazine capacity 7 rounds, fires 12-gauge shot. It's happening. This time it's really happening. Wei Chuan was ecstatic to the point of almost jumping up. This was a deadly weapon that could blast the current night demons wide open with just 1 shot, far superior to the Black Star. The mutated creatures would also be nothing but scraps at close range. Opening a cartridge box, he found that each box contained 10 rounds, totaling 50 rounds from the 5 boxes plus the 7 rounds in the magazine, making a total of 57 rounds. Gripping the shotgun, a wave of immense joy surged through Wei Chuan like an electric current. Awesome. He couldn't help but caress the gun, even though he already had the Black Star. The power of these 2 guns was simply not on the same level. In the midst of this extreme excitement, a thought that had been suppressed before sparked in his mind. Right? Why not enhance the power of the Black Star? When he first obtained the Black Star, he had considered making a handgun with a larger caliber and more power. He had given up at the time because he knew his physical condition couldn't handle that kind of recoil, and he might even hurt himself. But now it was different. He had already taken 6 evolution crystals, significantly enhancing his physique. Not to mention anything exaggerated, 12. 7 millimeters was definitely not a problem. Wei Chuan rushed back to the vehicle, his heart racing again with new possibilities. Honey, what kind of gun is that? Seeing the long gun in Wei Chuan's hands, Zhu Lingxue asked excitedly. It's a shotgun, the one I told you about before. The bullets contain many small pellets, providing a large striking surface. Not very precise, but extremely powerful. Here, you could try the feel of it. Just don't touch the safety and trigger. Shotguns are very dangerous. Wei Chuan handed the shotgun to Zhu Lingxue. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingxue quickly waved her hands in rejection. No, I don't want it. I'll wait until I learn before playing. All right, I'll teach you during the lunch break. I have something to do now. Wei Chuan nodded, putting the shotgun into the storage compartment, then took some metal materials from the shelf and crawled to the back of the vehicle. Seeing this, Zhu Lingxue understood that Wei Chuan was going to do something important, so she sat in the passenger seat and shared this discovery with Lu Qingqing. 10 minutes later, a finely crafted silver handgun appeared in Wei Chuan's hands. It was 27 centimeters long with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, made of all-metal construction, and a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, weighing 2.5 pounds when fully loaded. It's done. Wei Chuan aimed a few times at the observation window and smiled with satisfaction. Now it truly has become Big Black Star. This was a large handgun he built using the blueprint, essentially a scaled-up Desert Eagle. Although he hadn't tested its power yet, judging by the caliber and powder load, taking down a wild donkey with one shot would definitely not be a problem. With the shotgun added, his close-range firepower was instantly maxed out, reaching a whole new level. I'm really a genius. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, ready to relax his excited nerves a bit. However, before he could even get comfortable, Zhu Lingxue, sitting in the passenger seat, called out again. Honey, there's a resource point. A resource point? Wei Chuan jumped up instantly, rushing over to the passenger seat beside Zhu Lingxue, following the direction she pointed. Not far to the left of the road, there was an abandoned farmhouse, a small courtyard with most of its walls collapsed. But the structure of the 3 rooms was quite intact. Qingqing, draw them out. By the way, once you see it, you can stop. I want to test my guns. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly, gently squeezing Lu Qingqing's shoulder. Today's luck is just too good. It's not even been an hour and a half since they set off. He was eager to test the power of both new guns, hoping the mutated creatures in this resource point would be tough, at least with a thicker health bar. All right, Lu Qingqing responded, skillfully maneuvering the armored vehicle to slowly approach the resource point, starting to circle around at a distance of about 30 meters from the courtyard wall. This distance provided both reaction time and ensured the effective range of the firearms. Wei Chuan climbed back up to the top of the vehicle through the shooting hatch, holding the new handgun, crouching down. The armored vehicle quickly circled the resource point twice, but there was no movement inside. It remained eerily quiet, just as they made the 3rd circle, passing a pile of collapsed bricks. Whoosh! A gray-black shadow suddenly darted out from behind the pile of bricks, moving very fast, directly lunging at the moving armored vehicle. Here it comes. Wei Chuan instantly raised his right arm and pulled the trigger. He saw clearly what it was. It was a gigantic rat, its fur a shiny gray-black with bright green eyes and its exposed front teeth resembling 2 rusty chisels. Excluding the tail, its body length was just over a meter, slightly smaller than the mutated cockroach from yesterday. Chapter 38. The twin guns will tell you the answer. Drive back the convoy. Bang! A sound far beyond that of an ordinary handgun shot erupted like a small cannon. A massive recoil jolted through, and even with Wei Chuan's enhanced physique, he felt his wrist twist violently, and his entire arm trembled. Strong enough, Wei Chuan silently praised, quickly lowering the gun's muzzle and aiming again. The mutated rat was extremely agile. The first shot flew past its ear and hit the ground behind it, kicking up a cloud of dust. It emitted a high-pitched squeal, and its pouncing action became even faster. Bang! Wei Chuan's second shot was prepared, aiming ahead of its position. The heavy 12.7 millimeters bullet, carrying tremendous kinetic energy, accurately struck the bridge of the mutated rat's nose. Poochie! Like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer, the entire snout of the mutated rat, along with its nose, exploded, sending fragments of bone and flesh flying, creating a horrific blood hole the size of a fist. The mutated rat let out a piercing scream. Its pouncing motion suddenly froze, and then it collapsed to the ground, thrashing and convulsing wildly. Dark red blood continuously poured from its wound, clearly suffering a severe injury. Beautiful! Wei Chuan was extremely satisfied with the power of this handgun. This was just a hit on the nose. If it had struck directly in the head, it would likely have shattered the mutated rat's skull. Putting away the handgun, he switched to a more powerful shotgun. Brother Rat, it's time to send you on your way. Wei Chuan coldly looked at the mutated rat still wailing in a pool of blood, slightly lowering the gun's muzzle to aim at its blood-soaked head. His fingers squeezed the trigger. Boom! A sound deeper and more pronounced than that of the handgun rang out. The shotgun fired multiple lead pellets spraying out like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing the rat's head. The huge rat's head exploded in an instant, splattering a mixture of blood, flesh, and brain tissue across the ground. The mutated rat's body, which had been convulsing violently, suddenly stiffened and then completely slumped down, no longer moving. That's the feeling. Wei Chuan felt a surge of satisfaction. The shotgun's power did not disappoint him. It was truly a divine weapon in close combat. The key was that it excelled against large targets. He jumped off the vehicle, enduring the stench, and used a machete to rummage through the mutated rat's blasted head for a moment, extracting an evolution crystal. After returning to the vehicle, he skillfully cleaned it and swallowed it. The familiar warmth surged again. Although he still hadn't awakened a second talent, the steady improvement of his basic attributes was reassuring. Let's go take a look inside. Wei Chuan called out and led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue into the courtyard. The yard was small, consisting of only 3 low houses, with the left and right rooms having no doors or windows and completely empty inside. Only the largest room in the middle was relatively intact, with its wooden door hanging askew. Bang! Wei Chuan kicked the door open, and a musty odor rushed out. The light inside was dim, filled with dust and cobwebs. But upon seeing the furnishings within, the 3 of them brightened up. It seemed to be a rural grocery store. The shelves were leaning, and various scraps lay scattered on the ground, but they could still see quite a few supplies. Various staples like rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea were present. Although the packaging was quite damaged, careful searching revealed some items that were still well sealed. In one corner were several cardboard boxes containing daily necessities, such as toothpaste, soap, and toilet paper. The counter held the most supplies, mainly snacks and drinks, with some tobacco and alcohol as well. The most satisfying find for Wei Chuan was a few small bags of vegetable seeds he discovered in a tin box, including tomatoes, bok choy, and cauliflower. Although the quantity was small, the significance was great. Once he made a quick planting platform, these seeds would be very useful. A self-sufficient food source was just as important as firearms. Good luck. Wei Chuan nodded to himself. A few days ago, he had exchanged quite a bit of supplies for a handgun crossbow, and it seemed that similar grocery exchanges had been found at such supply points. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue excitedly began counting the supplies. These items were perfect for relaxation, significantly improving their quality of life. The 3 of them meticulously scavenged all usable supplies, making 2 trips before finally returning to the vehicle, satisfied and continuing on their way. However, their luck seemed to have run out. Up until noon, when the sun was directly overhead, they only found a solitary gray metal box, which yielded 2 bottles of bland mineral water. Parking the vehicle beside a relatively sheltered dirt mound, Lu Qingqing began preparing lunch, while Zhu Lingxue handed over the metal materials received in the morning to Wei Chuan. Just then, a faint engine sound came from the distance. Rapidly approaching. Vroom, vroom. Someone. Lu Qingqing reacted quickly, immediately shutting off the engine and dropping the spatula, leaping into the driver's seat, hands gripping the steering wheel, ready to step on the gas at any moment. Wei Chuan also quickly climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, scanning the surroundings. He saw 3 small cars weaving their way across the gravel expanse behind them, kicking up dust. All 3 vehicles were compact cars, but the rear trunks were a bit larger, resembling shorter vans, likely modified from car templates. Just as Wei Chuan was about to fire, the other party slowed down, and one of the cars even honked the horn. Beep beep. The horn echoed across the vast gravel plain, seemingly a reminder for those in the armored vehicle. Then, a nervous and excited male voice amplified through a loudspeaker came over. Brothers, can you hear me? Don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We just want to ask if you'd like to team up. It would be safer to travel together. The voice repeated, sounding like there was no intention to attack. But Wei Chuan's gaze remained icy. In this damned world, trusting others often led to the quickest deaths. He ignored their shouts and directly raised his big black star. firing a shot at the air above the three cars. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out like thunder, instantly overpowering the sounds of the engines and shouting. The bullet struck the gravel, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The effect of the equal treatment device was immediate. The three small cars simultaneously slammed on their brakes, the tires screeching against the gravel. "Brothers, don't shoot. We really mean no harm. We'll leave right now." They suddenly swerved, accelerating to their maximum speed, kicking up even more dust, clearly frightened by this merciless warning, shouting over the horn as they fled. TSK, still too kind. Good materials wasted. After the three cars disappeared from sight, Wei Chuan put away his gun and returned to the vehicle. Chapter 39. A convergence of vehicles. Honey, should we chase them? Lu Qingqing asked from the driver's seat, her eyes sharp. With the off-road capabilities of the armored vehicle and the firepower they had, catching up and dealing with those three cars would be easy. Wei Chuan shook his head. No need. These people are different from that fierce guy last time. Their speed isn't fast, and they don't seem to have the intention to encircle us. They probably just want to recruit people. He paused and added, if we encounter anyone charging straight at us, don't ask me, just ram into them. And after that, fight? Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshuan nodded in agreement, putting away their handguns. Although no battle occurred, this little incident made the three of them more alert. 2 days ago, someone mentioned that the number of people encountered on the road was increasing. At that time, they didn't pay much attention, but now they needed to focus on it. They weren't the only ones who could find golden boxes, nor were they the only ones who could acquire firearms. Those with good luck could encounter even better supply boxes and obtain stronger firearms. Afterward, whenever they encountered vehicles, they needed to issue warnings right away. If the other side didn't comply, they would go all out. In any case, they absolutely couldn't allow the other side to approach. An hour later, after a simple lunch and a short rest, just as Wei Chuan was about to announce their departure, Lu Qingqing, who was lying in the massage chair, suddenly spoke softly. Honey, can we switch the massage chair to the driver's seat? The original driver's seat of the armored vehicle is too hard. Sitting for a long time makes my back uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and rubbed her lower back. Why didn't I think of that? Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned. Then he slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities that he hadn't realized the importance of riding comfort, especially since he rarely drove. We must change it, both the main and co-driver seats. Wei Chuan immediately got to work, taking down the main and co-driver seats and replacing them with the two massage chairs, connecting them to the power supply. Zhu Lingshu sat down to try it out, activated the massage function, and felt a comfortable vibration, instantly closing her eyes in pleasure. Now driving has become enjoyable. It's my turn this afternoon. Qingqing Mua. I just remembered too. Lu Qingqing, who had been driving all morning, sighed helplessly. This is my fault. I should have thought of it when we got the massage chairs. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. We shouldn't neglect our own comfort. Wei Chuan smiled as well, secretly reminding himself. This highlighted the limitations of a person's thinking. It was impossible to cover every aspect. He needed to encourage them to voice their opinions more often. After chatting for a bit, the vehicle started moving again. Wei Chuan sat down at the dining table, starting to make ammunition. After getting the two new guns, he distributed the original Black Star and its accompanying ammunition to the two women. He needed to hurry and produce more ammunition for the new guns. After about an hour of busy work, the survival manual he had set aside emitted a soft glow, indicating a new message. Li Yongsheng is looking for me? Wei Chuan instinctively thought it was from the fuel magnate he had been in contact with frequently these past few days, and he clicked it open. However, the notification was not from social, but from trading. The item you consigned, semi-automatic Falcon pistol crossbow set, has been successfully sold. You have received Evolution Crystal 1. Please click to collect in my items. Received Evolution Crystal 1. It's sold. Wei Chuan was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Someone really made a trade. He immediately extracted the evolution crystal, washed it, and popped it into his mouth. He still hadn't awakened a second talent, but the gradual strengthening sensation was still intoxicating. Not bad, this method works. Wei Chuan was in high spirits, took down the other 4 sets of pistol crossbows, added 20 more crossbow bolts, and then continued working on making bullets. Time passed, and around 4 in the afternoon, Zhu Lingxue, who was driving, suddenly exclaimed, "Honey, Sister Qingqing, look around. Is that a vehicle?" Hearing this, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked out through the observation window. The window was too small to see clearly. They could only see many black dots and dust in the distance, which were definitely vehicles, and there were many of them. Crazy? Wei Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly climbed to the roof of the vehicle, crouching by the railing to observe. What was once a desolate road with only their vehicle was now filled with numerous vehicles. Those vehicles were traveling on the intricate, intersecting roads like a spiderweb, all heading in roughly the same direction. This sight made his pupils constrict suddenly. From all directions, near and far, there were at least 50 or 60 various types of vehicles, from tricycles, sedans, vans to trucks, and even several modified vehicles with very unique appearances. These vehicles were spread across the roads like a herd of migrating beasts. What the hell? Wei Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just an hour ago, when he looked outside, this area had only 2 or 3 roads, but now it had transformed into dozens or even hundreds of roads. So many vehicles gathering meant that the likelihood of friction or even fighting would sharply increase. And indeed, events unfolded just as he had anticipated. Before he could carefully observe the situation, signs of chaos emerged. To the right front, 2 small trucks driving side by side on the Gobi Desert suddenly seemed to reach some sort of agreement and simultaneously swerved sharply. They didn't return to the road, but accelerated towards another road. Their target was likely a lone van on that road. The intention was clear. Almost at the same time, Wei Chuan felt that their armored vehicle was also being targeted. A modified large pickup truck with a pair of sharp spikes welded to the front suddenly burst out from the side road behind the armored vehicle, charging straight at them. Following behind were 2 vans with protective nets on the windows, seemingly the pickup truck's companions. What the hell? I'm driving an armored vehicle. Wei Chuan's expression turned cold and fierce. He hadn't expected someone to charge at him. The allure of the armored vehicle was indeed strong. He leaned into the vehicle and shouted, "Lingxue, we're being targeted. Slow down and let them come closer." Understood. Zhu Lingxue instantly understood Wei Chuan's intention and gently eased off the accelerator. Lu Qingqing then climbed up to the roof, kneeling beside Wei Chuan, her right hand holding the handgun hidden behind her back. "Qingqing, as soon as I fire, you follow and shoot to kill." Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the 3 rapidly approaching vehicles, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. He was in need of metal materials, and unexpectedly, good brothers were delivering them to his doorstep. Sure enough, there are still many good people in this world. Chapter 40. Seeking Death, Instant Kill. As the 3 cars began to approach, Zhu Lingxue also started to accelerate. However, she did not fully accelerate. She merely increased her speed just enough to give the other party the illusion that the prey had sensed danger and was about to flee, luring them to come closer. Seeing this, the other party, like sharks smelling blood, roared their engines louder, quickly closing the distance. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. They were within effective range. On top of the car, Wei Chuan's eyes were cold as he firmly gripped the Black Star, first aiming at the pickup truck leading the charge, which was welded with a ram. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises erupted as 12 7mm bullets shot out at terrifying speed, easily tearing through the air and instantly penetrating the pickup truck's windshield. Crash! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, the bullet, carrying immense kinetic energy, continued forward and directly hit the driver's chest. The explosion of blood was instantaneous. The driver didn't even have time to scream. His upper body nearly torn apart by the volley, blood and flesh splattering all over the cabin. The out-of-control pickup truck swerved sharply, crashing off the road and slamming into a 2-meter-high, wind-eroded rock. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing also leaned out from behind Wei Chuan and began shooting, targeting the 2 vans behind. Although her marksmanship wasn't great, at close range and in a straight line, her accuracy couldn't be too bad. 1 magazine of 8 bullets hit the front windshield and hood of the right side van. Uft, uft. The bullets pierced the metal, striking the engine and producing a dull thud. Black smoke rising the next moment as the van's speed drastically decreased, eventually coming to a halt by the roadside. It was unclear whether the driver was dead or alive. The front windshield had not shattered. Only a few small holes were visible, making it impossible to see inside. The driver of the last van, witnessing the horrific fate of the two vehicles ahead, was terrified out of his wits. He slammed on the brakes and frantically turned the steering wheel to the left, attempting to escape the road. Now you want to run? Too late. Wei Chuan snorted coldly, quickly changing the magazine. Want to shoot, want to run? There's no such easy deal in this world. Bang, bang, bang. The handgun with the new magazine roared again, unable to hit the driver's seat. Wei Chuan aimed at the rear wheels of the van. The heavy bullets struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The last two shots hit the tires, and with a muffled sound, the right rear tire of the van suddenly deflated, the rims screeching against the gravel. The van instantly lost balance, sliding forward a dozen meters due to inertia, then completely stuck there, unable to move an inch. Ching-ching, have Lingxue drive closer, Wei Chuan called out in a low voice, switching to a shotgun with a click as he chambered around. Good, Lu Qingqing replied seriously, quickly returning to the vehicle to signal Zhu Lingxue to drive. After getting close to the van, without waiting for the armored vehicle to come to a complete stop, Wei Chuan opened fire without hesitation. Boom, boom. The van had both a male and female driver in the front seats. They had already opened their doors and run a short distance. But with just 2 shots from Wei Chuan, blood erupted from their backs, and they collapsed to the ground. Without pausing, Wei Chuan fired 2 more rounds at the van's windows. The 2 windows on the left side exploded, revealing that there was no one inside. Done. Wei Chuan let out a sigh of relief and shouted into the cabin for Zhu Lingxue to go look for the other 2 vehicles. The interiors of the other 2 vehicles were a mess, riddled with bullet holes and blood, with only a driver left, who was now beyond dead. With only 4 people left in total, it was worse than Biaoge. Wei Chuan carefully checked around, confirming there was no threat before stowing away the shotgun. Honey, are we going to collect materials now? Lu Qingqing climbed up the ladder and leaned out from the top of the vehicle to ask. You all go search the supplies in the 3rd vehicle, and remember to finish off those 2 people. I'll dismantle these 2 first. Wei Chuan jumped down from the roof and strode towards the nearest pickup truck. This pickup truck had given him a lot of inspiration. He could also add a bunch of sharp rams to the armored vehicle to increase its impact power. The wheels could also be reinforced with protective armor. Although they were military-grade explosion-proof tires, the stronger the defense, the better. As Wei Chuan and the others began to clean up the battlefield, the vast Gobi Desert fell into a deathly silence. The vehicles that had been driving along the web-like roads like a migration of groups were all frightened by the sudden, terrifying gunfire. Whether they had witnessed part of the process or just heard the sounds, everyone made the most instinctive choice. Escape. They either accelerated or turned around, all moving away from the area where the gunfire had erupted. In just a minute or two, the only vehicles left in sight were the 4 of them. 1 armored vehicle, 3 spoils of war. No other vehicles could be seen, as if the earlier scene had been nothing but an illusion. However, the calm in the real world formed an extreme contrast with the frenzy in the communication channel. Area 50001, 5,098, 10,000 people. Zhongliang, damn. That was gunfire, right? Scared the hell out of me. It was on the road right next to me. I heard it. I played with enough guns abroad. That's definitely not a regular handgun. Should be 2 types of shotguns. Meng Tao, I saw it. It was a huge armored vehicle. They took out 3 cars. Li Yuyu, is that true? An armored vehicle? Meng Tao, absolutely. Camo mixed with silver, definitely modified. They struck first, and as soon as the gunfire rang out, it was a whole string, emptying the magazine. Definitely ruthless people. Huang Liqin, I saw it too. It's bigger than a 100-ton king. Everyone be careful. If you see it, quickly find a detour. Chen Longquan, what's the difference between this and bandits? How did these people get their hands on an armored vehicle? The information in the channel was scrolling rapidly, with almost everyone discussing the gunfight that had just occurred. Most people initially believed that Wei Chuan, equipped with guns and an armored vehicle, had actively attacked the other 3 vehicles. Panic, condemnation, and curses filled the air. Zhu Lingxue, who was helping Wei Chuan transport materials, glanced at the communication channel and saw the overwhelming blame, a surge of anger rising on her delicate face. Nonsense. Clearly, those 3 vehicles charged at us first. Zhu Lingxue gritted her teeth in anger, her fingers tapping a few times on the survival manual, seemingly wanting to retort. It was like playing a game. Feeling wronged after being framed, she couldn't help but want to send a few messages back to vent her frustration. Chapter 41 Service Area. Lingxue, forget it, there's no need. Wei Chuan's voice came calmly as he smiled and shook his head. Honey, are we just going to ignore them? Zhu Lingxue paused her movements and looked up at him in confusion. Wei Chuan wrapped his arm around Zhu Lingxue's slim waist, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you really think they care about the truth? What they care about is that we have armored vehicles and guns, and they don't. Speaking now, we'll only let them know what we look like and our names. And then they'll curse us with our faces and names later. There's no need to pay them any mind. He pointed to the empty Gobi Desert around them. It's great like this. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't dare come near us, saving us a lot of trouble. This, all right. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan's indifferent profile, then glanced at the furious messages in the communication channel, and her frustration gradually subsided. She took a deep breath and put away the survival manual. Right, they're just a bunch of sour grapes. Let them be sour. Instead of wasting time on a war of words, it's better to move more materials and make the armored vehicle bigger, so that next time we meet, we can infuriate those sour grapes. Half an hour later, the heavy armored vehicle drove onto the highway. The 3 vehicles from earlier had already been dismantled and recycled by Wei Chuan. The abundant mental energy brought by the 8 evolution crystals allowed him to use his abilities with ease, only taking a short break of a few minutes. Several vehicles passed by, but when they saw the armored vehicle, they all slammed on the gas, fleeing as fast as they could, fearing that a moment's delay would make them a target for the armored vehicle bandit. Wei Chuan's infamous name had already spread throughout Area 50001. As the vehicles set off again, the scenery before them became increasingly shocking. The farther they drove, the originally spiderweb-like scattered roads began to converge at a visible speed. 100 roads became 50, 50 became 25. Finally, after about 10 minutes of driving, in front of their eyes, hundreds of roads from different directions completely converged into a superhighway that was difficult to describe in words. The width of this highway was incredibly exaggerated, visibly exceeding a kilometer, and the surface material was not ordinary concrete, but rather something resembling metallic composite materials. At the end of this superhighway, the outline of a massive building complex gradually became clear. Wow, is there a city? Wei Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately climbed onto the roof of the vehicle to observe. It seemed to be a small town, but the style was somewhat old. From a distance, there were no tall buildings commonly found in modern cities, but rather a chaotic array of low, densely packed single-story structures. Most of these buildings were made of wood, stone, and even a mix of metal sheets and clay, with no planning whatsoever. Some were even directly transformed from scrap cars and containers, giving off a chaotic patched-together, bankrupt version of punk style. On the outskirts of the town, there were several parking lots surrounded by rough wooden stakes, with over 100 vehicles parked inside. Vague shadows of people could be seen moving within the town. Strange. The more Wei Chuan looked, the more surprised he became. This place looked like a safe zone. As the armored vehicle continued to approach the town, just as the wheels rolled over a green line, 3 clear and cold notification sounds suddenly echoed in the minds of Wei Chuan and the others at the same time. Survivor, welcome to the service area. The service area will randomly refresh and exist for 24 hours each time. Combat and plunder are not allowed in the service area. Abilities cannot be used. Only trading functions are supported. You can use source crystals to purchase items in the store. Once the notification sound ended, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. It really is a safe zone. Wei Chuan put away his pistol and leisurely climbed back into the cargo area along the ladder. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also relaxed, showing expressions of relief. Since it was absolutely safe, there was nothing to worry about. Zhu Lingxue directly drove the armored vehicle into parking lot number 3, which already had a dozen parked cars, following the metal sign by the roadside. It was quite user-friendly. Each parking space was as large as a basketball court, and entry into already occupied spaces was not allowed, completely eliminating the possibility of malicious events, not even causing traffic jams. After changing clothes, the three got out of the vehicle. As soon as they stepped out, they noticed a large, translucent countdown floating in mid-air, emitting a soft green glow. 22, 25, 11. This should be the remaining time for the service area. Wei Chuan glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He had brought a total of 2,000 source crystals, not stored in the slots, but directly packed in the bag itself. Let's see what could be bought. If there are good items in the store, he could also come back and bring more source crystals. Following the sign, the three entered the street of the service area. Although it was called a street, it felt more like a passageway in a garbage dump, flanked by various crooked, shabby houses made of rough materials. The signs were diverse, featuring restaurants, inns, clinics. Many people hurried through, most with curious and vigilant expressions, some even covering their faces, giving off a heavy sense of secrecy. Wei Chuan casually chose a restaurant and walked in. Inside, it was very simple, with no decorations. The walls were merely rusted metal sheets, and there were no tables and chairs. Only two brand-new vending machines, incongruous with the surrounding environment and emitting a soft blue light, were lined up in front of the counter. Is this where we buy? Zhu Lingxue curiously leaned closer. It was the only possibility. Wei Chuan approached to operate it. Surprisingly, it was a touchscreen. Once the screen lit up, a list of products was displayed. Mineral water, 500 milliliters. 5 source crystals coffee, 350 milliliters. 4 source crystals apple cider vinegar, 1L. 12 source crystals. This vending machine sold water, and the one next to it sold food. These prices are a bit more expensive than those in the trading hall. Lu Qingqing compared and felt it was a bit unworthy. Normal. Wei Chuan, however, was not surprised and smiled. If things could be bought at low prices here, then resource points and supply boxes will be meaningless. However, some items are indeed worth buying. After saying that, Wei Chuan still made a purchase, buying 2 boxes of drinks, 2 boxes of beer, and various snacks, spending exactly 500 source crystals. This amount of source crystals was just a drop in the bucket for his current wealth. He believed that those who also weren't short of source crystals would, like him, not care about this little markup and buy some supplies that were hard to find in the trading hall, perhaps to prevent survivors from taking them away. The purchase supplies existed in card form. They had to be clicked to use and could only be retrieved within 24 hours. After putting the supply cards into his storage space, the three left the restaurant and continued to weave through the streets. Wei Chuan's sharp gaze scanned the area, excluding restaurants and inns. He wanted to buy some things that couldn't be purchased in the trading hall, but that he could use, such as source devices, large televisions, storage items, etc. Chapter 42. Source Appliance, Super Engine. 3 minutes later, on the 2nd Street, Wei Chuan's eyes caught a sign of a gun shop with a gun painted on it. Damn, they even sell guns. He perked up and immediately took the 2 women inside. The interior of the shop was just as shabby, but there were some firearms hanging on display, racks on the walls, and some empty shells piled in the corner. Strangely, the shop was empty, with only a vending machine present. How could the gun shop be so deserted? Wei Chuan was puzzled and quickly walked to the vending machine. However, as soon as the screen lit up and the product list appeared, he understood why there was no one here. Refined iron ingot unit. 1 source crystal, refined steel ingot unit. 1 source crystal standard priming powder unit. 1 source crystal standard propellant unit. 1 source crystal magazine, various models available. 10 source crystals. They didn't sell finished firearms here. They mainly sold standard materials needed for firearm recipes, and the only firearm part available was the magazine. No wonder no one came. With just these few items, even a firearms expert couldn't make a gun. Next shop. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed and left the gun shop with the 2 women. Since his talent couldn't be used, he couldn't even be bothered to touch the guns on the display rack. The only thing useful in the entire shop was the gunpowder. But the quantity of the recipe materials was too small and the cost-effectiveness was terrible. He didn't want to be a fool. Just as they reached a corner and were about to change streets, Wei Chuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw that on the other side of the corner, there were 2 shops side by side. One had a distorted sign made from old circuit boards, an appliance store. The other had a wrench and tire sign for an auto repair shop. Good. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy, temporarily putting aside his disappointment from the gun shop, and stepped into the appliance store first. Inside, there were 3 vending machines, two of which had people in front of them, so Wei Chuan walked to the empty third one. When the product list popped up, his eyes instantly lit up, and all previous disappointment vanished. The list was filled with an array of products that far exceeded his expectations. Small induction cooker, 15 source crystals, handheld vacuum cleaner, 20 source crystals multi-functional charger, 10 source crystals small electric fan, 18 source crystals. These were just appetizers. Continuing to scroll down, he found even more rare and even non-existent good items in the trading hall. Smokeless grill, 50 source crystals storage water heater, 80 source crystals fast electric kettle, 35 source crystals fully automatic sterilizing washing machine. 100 source crystals. What excited Wei Chuan the most was that most of the appliance descriptions clearly marked a line. Consume source crystals every 24 hours of use. Only when in use with a timer start. Which was much cheaper than the rapid base bed planting platform, where seeds would continuously consume source crystals for 24 hours once planted. It was like purchasing singles versus a monthly membership in a music app. Buy. This is what the service area should have. Wei Chuan did not hesitate and directly spent 825 source crystals to buy 25 types of source appliances, adding a thick stack of supply cards to his hands. In his view, the electricity costs of these appliances were quite cheap. Even the washing machine, with the highest consumption, would only require 5 source crystals for 24 hours of continuous use. The total consumption of 25 source appliances combined over a normal month might not even reach 100 source crystals. The usage cost was very similar to normal appliances. It would take a long time for the electricity cost to catch up to the price of the appliances themselves. The expensive part was the purchase, not the use. This perfectly solved the current problem of sufficient, but not unlimited electricity. Today, he would replace the electric appliances and then create a hybrid system of wood, gasoline, and electricity. The hybrid system he wanted was not about 3 energy systems competing with each other, but rather 3 energy systems driving the transmission system of a specific area separately. The fastest starting electric motor would drive the rear, the most powerful diesel engine would drive the front, and the gasoline engine would drive the middle section, allowing for any combination of driving modes. This way, when the armored vehicle got bigger, he wouldn't have to wait a long time just to refuel. Awesome. Even if he didn't encounter anything good after this trip was still a huge profit. Wei Chuan happily stuffed the supply cards into his backpack and left the appliance store with the 2 women, walking into the neighboring auto repair shop. As soon as he entered, several gazes turned towards him. There were 4 people in the shop, 2 men and 2 women. They all seemed to be around 30 years old and appear to be a small team, huddled together, discussing quietly, with 2 women each holding a supply card. The arrival of Wei Chuan and the 2 women, especially the beautiful Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, instantly attracted their attention. However, their gazes were restrained. After a brief pause, they looked away and left together. Wei Chuan paid them no mind, focusing solely on the vending machine. As expected, just like the neighboring gun shop, the auto repair shop sold various vehicle parts, recipe materials, and professional repair tools. Refined steel ingot unit. 1 source crystal bulletproof tire piece. 80 source crystals vehicle tool box, basic advanced. 50 source crystals suspension reinforcement kit. 40 source crystals mechanical supercharger, various models available. 10 source crystals. Although these items were practical, most of them were things Wei Chuan could craft himself. He carefully browsed through the pages, calculating which items he couldn't craft and were worth buying that weren't available in the trading hall. Damn! As the product list scrolled to the last few pages, Wei Chuan's breath suddenly caught in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. It was a source engine. Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template. Output horsepower approximately 7,500. Ultimate power, super high torque, continuous stability. Consumes source crystals 35 per 100 kilometers. Hunter 24-cylinder engine modification template. Output horsepower approximately 3,200. Strong power, good adaptability, relatively stable. Consumes source crystals 25 per 100 kilometers. Silent Storm 16-cylinder engine modification template. Output horsepower approximately 1,600. Ultra silent, efficient performance, relatively stable. Consumes source crystals 15 per 100 kilometers. Barbarian King 12-cylinder engine modification template. There were only 4 types. The prices were 3,000, 1,500, 1,000, and 800 respectively. From the dimensions shown in the product images, These 4 engines were not very large, so they wouldn't look out of place when installed in an armored vehicle. Hiss! Wei Chuan couldn't help but gasp. His heart raced, and blood rushed to his head. Such great items, available on the 5th day of the service opening. He was eyeing the strongest mammoth. 64 cylinders, 7,500 horsepower, source crystal-driven. Compared to this mammoth 64-cylinder source engine, his previously planned hybrid system was simply garbage. How many Star Destroyers could one of these engines replace? Not even in the same dimension. Oldly. Chapter 43. Returning loaded, renowned for danger. Imagine this. An engine designed for giant mining trucks that can weigh hundreds of tons, fitted on a tiny vehicle that weighs less than 35 tons at full load. What terrifying power would that unleash? With everything maxed out, it would be invincible. At least in the past few months, no matter how the armored vehicle was modified. This mammoth could keep up, fundamentally solving a major problem. Buy. I must buy it. A wild thought instantly occupied Wei Chuan's mind. Although the price of 3,000 source crystals was painful, the importance of this item was too high. If he missed this opportunity, who knows when he would encounter a service area again, and whether such a high-level source crystal engine would appear once more. If this was the only chance to buy it, he would definitely regret it. As for the consumption of source crystals, that was not a problem. The mammoth consumed 35 source crystals for every 100 kilometers, and the real-time market price for 35 source crystals was equivalent to 3 liters of water, which translates to about 66 liters of diesel. A fuel consumption of 66 liters per 100 kilometers isn't excessive, especially since the armored vehicle already consumes 55 liters per 100 kilometers. An additional 11 liters can easily be compensated for by selling a batch of pistol crossbows for a month. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Wei Chuan staring at the vending machine with red eyes, standing there for quite a while, Zhu Lingxue quietly asked and gently tugged at his hand. Good news. You guys wait for me here for a moment. I'll go get the source crystal from a car. No, let's go back together. Wei Chuan initially wanted Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to wait, but considering the mixed crowd in the service area, he decided it was better to go back together. Just because he couldn't take action didn't mean he couldn't talk. He didn't want his wife to be harassed by gossip. Okay, seeing Wei Chuan so anxious, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue asked no questions and quickly nodded. The short journey of 5 minutes felt unusually long. Wei Chuan quickly returned to the parking lot with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, got enough source crystals, and immediately turned back to the street. As he stepped into the auto repair shop again, his heartbeat was still hard to calm. A few people were gathered at the entrance chatting, and when they saw Wei Chuan and the 2 women heading straight for the vending machine, curious looks were cast their way. Wei Chuan ignored all the gazes, took a deep breath, and stood in front of the vending machine. He confidently pressed the purchase option. Please confirm payment of 3,000 source crystals to purchase the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template. Yes, no. Transaction successful. Source crystals minus 3,000. Obtained. Mammoth 64-cylinder engine template. Perhaps due to the large amount, confirmation was required for the purchase. Wei Chuan certainly didn't hesitate and clicked yes. A faint buzzing sound came from inside the vending machine, and the dispensing slot lit up with a green light. A special material card, black and gold with a flashing engine design, slowly emerged. High-end goods are indeed different. Even the card looks so good. Wei Chuan grabbed the card in his hand. Its cold touch felt incredibly hot, and immense joy and anticipation almost overflowed. He had already thought of how to proceed next. Changing the engine, replacing household appliances, how to use the solar panels in the future. Countless inspirations flooded his mind. Behind him, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also had smiles in their eyes. Although they didn't have a direct concept of vehicle engines, anything that made Wei Chuan willing to spend 3,000 source crystals must be extraordinary. Let us go. I'll take you shopping. Wei Chuan suppressed the impulse to head straight back home, put the material card in his storage compartment, and turned to smile at the 2 women. It was rare to have a safe area where they could relax, so they might as well stay a while longer. In the following time, the 3 continued to stroll through the streets of the service area. However, it seemed that all their luck had been spent on encountering that mammoth source engine, as they didn't find any other desired items. Nevertheless, Wei Chuan still spent generously on a batch of supplies. He bought several sets of beautiful clothes for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, even a batch of cosmetics, which excited the two women greatly. There were also many daily necessities, inflatable beds, soft pillows, shampoo, etc., as long as it could improve their quality of life. Wei Chuan bought it all. All in all, he spent another 300 source crystals. Including these 300 source crystals, the total expenditure for this trip had reached 4,625 source crystals. A high spending spree. But for Wei Chuan, who still held nearly 1,800 liters of fresh water and 5,114 source crystals, it was completely acceptable. By the time they finished shopping and returned to the parking lot, it was already 5 p.m. As they approached the parking area, Wei Chuan sensed something was off. At the edge of the parking lot, there were a dozen people squatting or standing, their eyes occasionally drifting towards the armored vehicle while they whispered among themselves. When Wei Chuan and the two women appeared and walked straight towards the armored vehicle, all those gazes instantly focused on them. The expressions were complex, filled with curiosity, awe, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Are they talking about me again? At the same time, Wei Chuan noticed that several people were looking down, their fingers moving quickly, likely using the survival manual. Area 50001, 5,087, 10,000 people. Chun Longquan, I see them. This armored vehicle is a 3-person team. 1 man and 2 women, they all look quite young. Wen Kai, if I encounter them, I'll just use a grenade to teach them a lesson. Meng Tao, damn, 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes? If only I had an armored vehicle. Zheng Liqing, are they still in parking lot 3? They didn't attack me when I passed by earlier. Is it possible that someone else wants to rob them? Huang Zhongyun, TSK, TSK, TSK. The little fairy wants to get close. Zhoujia, TSK, TSK, TSK. The soft guy is on the defensive. Zhao Baojia. Everyone don't worry. Whether they are good or bad, the big vehicle won't be fast. As long as we don't actively approach them, they will have a hard time catching up with us. Wei Chuan opened the communication channel and took a glance, feeling somewhat amused. After all this time, these guys were just squatting here to recognize people. They really were overreaching when they could have used this time to relax and shop. Honey, what should we do? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at and instinctively moved closer to Wei Chuan. Just a bunch of onlookers. No need to pay attention to them. Wei Chuan opened the car door and shook his head with a smile. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, they can say whatever they want. Let us just head out of the service area and sort out what we just bought. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also perked up, quickly got into the car, and shut the door tightly. They had just bought so many things, and many of them were selected by them. They couldn't wait to enjoy them. Chapter 44. The All-Powerful Modifier. Following the direction indicated by the parking lot sign, Zhu Lingxue slowly drove the armored vehicle out of the safe zone. The exit, like the entrance, featured an impressively wide superhighway. As they left the service area, Wei Chuan deliberately opened a small gap in the back door and cautiously glanced outside. Damn it, there were 2 cars behind them, and it was unclear if they wanted to leave the service area or if they were planning to convert their vehicles into motorcycles. Wei Chuan immediately became vigilant. But just 5 minutes later, when a fork in the road appeared, the 2 cars quickly turned off and disappeared from sight. Just some fellow travelers, a false alarm. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle drove onto a 4-lane road, where the terrain was relatively open and visibility was good. Lingxue, pull over, Wei Chuan said as he stood up from the sofa. This area was relatively safe and suitable for a long rest. Once the armored vehicle came to a stop, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan and asked, Honey, do you need our help? No need, Wei Chuan shook his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This modification is quite special. Everything will likely require my talent. Just help me unplug the wires from the old appliances. Okay, the 2 women complied, and Wei Chuan took the shotgun and got out of the vehicle. He quickly walked to the front of the vehicle, took out the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template from the storage compartment, clicked to use it, and then placed the blueprint-like modification template on the hood. In an instant, the front of the armored vehicle lit up with a modification blueprint. The blueprint clearly displayed the structure of the modified front end. The originally flat front of the armored vehicle, according to the blueprint, now protruded forward significantly, forming a design reminiscent of Optimus Prime's truck form. The energy box was next to the armrest box. Just open the lid and insert the source crystal, which could be replenished at any time during driving, making it very convenient. At the same time, a line of prompt information appeared. Modification required. Steel ingots, 200. Aluminum ingots, 50. Please place the materials near the template. Not too much, that's manageable. Wei Chuan had anticipated that all modification templates would require materials. He immediately returned to the cabin, exchanged a batch of steel and aluminum ingots for some canned water, and also brought some scrap metal and plastic. Transporting all these materials to the front of the vehicle and clicked to start the modification. Buzz. A deep buzzing sound emanated from the front of the armored vehicle, and the metal ingots on the ground instantly vanished. The armor plates at the front began to move like living creatures, extending and reshaping, accompanied by sounds of metal clashing and embedding. It was quite similar to mental shaping, just with added transformation sounds, enhancing the sci-fi feel. This process lasted nearly a minute. When the modification blueprint disappeared, the front of the armored vehicle had undergone a complete transformation. A powerful and muscular-looking protruding front replaced the original flat front, making the overall appearance much more imposing. Beautiful. Wei Chuan nodded to himself, impressed, and continued working. He used mental shaping to thicken the armor of the new front to 30 millimeters and added 2 rows of sharp, glinting spikes on top. Against mutated cockroaches and mutated rats, one encounter would be an instant kill. Ramming would also work. Probably only top-tier modified vehicles could withstand it. Next, he began to recover excess components. The Mammoth 64-cylinder engine had been perfectly installed, with the transmission and piping all handled by the template, integrated into the new engine system. Therefore, the armored vehicle's main and auxiliary diesel tanks, as well as the gasoline engine and gasoline tank installed the previous night, had all become independent components that could be directly recovered. With the space cleared, he handcrafted several large water tanks, totaling a capacity of 1,000 liters. Pulling the water pipes to the roof, he began to create a large rainwater collection system. A total of 89 solar panels. 9 would continue charging the battery pack for the lights that couldn't obtain source devices, and 80 would be used for the rainwater collector, theoretically producing 80 liters of water per day. Once the collection device was connected to the water pipe, the external modifications were complete. Wei Chuan returned to the cabin and took out the source appliances one by one, turning his attention to the ordinary appliances. He planned to try a talent skill he had never had the chance to use. Concept fusion can conceptually adapt and merge seemingly unrelated mechanical principles and products of different technologies. Looking at the ordinary appliances that were about to be eliminated, Wei Chuan placed them alongside the source appliances and activated the concept fusion. Buzz. The familiar translucent blue modification blueprint reappeared, enveloping both sets of appliances simultaneously. The lines of the blueprint flowed rapidly, disassembling and reorganizing the structures of both. As expected, it was feasible. The blueprint indicated that the source appliances and ordinary appliances could be fused. However, upon seeing the preview model of the fused source appliance generated by the blueprint, Wei Chuan's brow furrowed. The fused source appliance had become extremely bulky. The perfectly good 60-inch source television, after merging with the 21-inch bulky television, resulted in a blueprint for a 70-inch bulky source television. The screen size had increased, but the source crystal consumption had not increased. However, that incredibly thick, cheap plastic rear made Wei Chuan's eyes twitch. A 70-inch bulky television? Seriously? The same went for the other appliances. The basic parameters only increased slightly, but they sacrificed aesthetic appeal and cabin space. Did old goods drag down new goods? Wei Chuan realized the problem. Concept fusion was not omnipotent. It would combine the characteristics of the fused items, taking an average or combined value, where outdated technology would lower the overall standard. Forget it, no more fusion. Wei Chuan shook his head, halting the attempt at concept fusion. This deal wasn't worth it. He might as well stick with the source appliances. As for the ordinary appliances, disassembling them into materials would be too much of a loss, and selling them wouldn't yield much. Keeping them as reserves would allow him to give them as gifts when needed. However, the failure of this attempt did not disappoint him. At least he had grasped some of the limitations and rules of concept fusion. Perhaps in the future, when he found more suitable materials or items, This talent skill could truly showcase its power. He selected the positions for the source appliances, installed and secured them, opened all the energy boxes to insert 10 source crystals, connected the water pipes as needed, and then stored away the eliminated ordinary appliances. With that, this money-burning modification was finally complete. This was the kind of vehicle a master should have. Looking at the completely transformed scene inside the cabin, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Honey, with these source appliances appearing, won't fuel and solar panels drop in price? After Wei Chuan finished his work, Lu Qingqing raised a question. Of course. Not possible. Wei Chuan shook his head. Not everyone can afford source devices. Fuel and electric energy will still be mainstream energy sources, and prices will remain the same. Don't hoard. If you exclude the rainwater collector, this modification would be a huge loss for him, and it would only get worse. Only the top-tier resource tycoons could play like him. There might not even be 10 in the entire server. Chapter 45. Speed 580, 64 cylinders are not bad. After chatting with the two girls about the potential chain reactions that might occur due to the service area, Wei Chuan couldn't wait to sit in the driver's seat. The driver's seat had been replaced with a massage chair, which felt really good, providing excellent support. However, his attention was completely drawn to the newly refreshed dashboard. The once ordinary dashboard now had more display lights, looking more high-tech, and the speedometer's markings were extremely dense, dividing several different speed ranges. In the lower right corner, there was a heart-pounding value of 580 kilometers h. 580. Wei Chuan instinctively swallowed, wondering if he was seeing things. A top speed of 580 kilometers. Is that the speed an armored vehicle should have? Even the fastest supercars don't go that fast. Qingqing, Ling Xue, squeeze into the passenger seat. I want to test the power of 3000 source crystals. Suppressing his shock, Wei Chuan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Once the two girls tightly huddled together in the passenger seat and securely fastened their seatbelts, Wei Chuan opened the energy box next to the armrest and loaded in dozens of source crystals. The energy box emitted a slight hum, and all the display lights in the driver's area flashed once. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, shifted the gear into drive mode, and gently pressed the accelerator. There was no roar of a transmission engine, only a deep hum coming from the front of the car, and the entire vehicle jolted as if a giant beast had awakened. The next second, an indescribable, extremely violent thrust surged from behind. Awesome. Wei Chuan was firmly pressed against the soft backrest of the massage chair. The scenery outside began to fly past wildly, and a massive sensory overload even made him feel slightly dizzy. What power! Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled, and his lips uncontrollably broke into a smile that mixed shock and ecstasy. He instinctively glanced at the speedometer. The needle was spinning to the right at an incredible speed, like a clock's second hand accelerating. 60 kilometers. 100 kilometers. The acceleration to 100 kilometers was almost instantaneous. 150 kilometers. 200 kilometers. The scene outside the window was already starting to blur. 300 kilometers. 400 kilometers. When the needle crossed the 500 mark, Wei Chuan's vision could no longer capture any specific scenery. All he saw were the endlessly stretching brown-yellow earth on both sides and the road extending toward the horizon ahead. He was pinned to the chair by the powerful inertia, adrenaline surging through his body, experiencing an almost soul-shaking ultimate thrill. So exhilarating, incredibly exhilarating. When the needle passed 550, Wei Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. 3000 source crystals, not too expensive, right? Can't afford it? It's been 5 days since the server opened. Did you search for supplies seriously during the day and hunt night demons at night? Sometimes you should reflect on your own reasons. The only regret was that Insight the Essence couldn't reveal the formula for the source device. Otherwise, it would be even better. After speeding for a few minutes, Wei Chuan had his fill. Although he still craved more, he was also afraid of pushing himself to the point of a fatal thrill, so he directly relinquished the driver's seat. Qingqing, Ling Xue, you should give a try too and get familiar with the feel, he said with a smile to the two girls, whose eyes were shining with excitement. This 4-lane, straight road with excellent visibility and desolate surroundings was a very safe testing ground. One could drive it even with their eyes closed. I'll go first. Zhu Lingxue was already eager to try, immediately swapping places with Wei Chuan and cheering as she pressed the accelerator. However, this high-speed experience didn't last long. About 10 minutes later, after Lu Qingqing had her turn, Wei Chuan signaled her to stop. It was almost 6:30 p.m., and they needed to prepare dinner quickly to finish before the night demons came knocking. While the two girls cooked, Wei Chuan got out of the car with some metal materials and began working on the chassis modifications, starting with the chassis before the body would better match the power of the mammoth. Not long after starting, his survival manual in his pocket lit up. Upon opening it, it was another message from Li Yongsheng, who seemed to send dozens of messages a day. Li Yongsheng, bro, are you there? Are you there? Ha! I found a fun thing at the service area. Just from the text, one could tell Li Yongsheng was excited. Li Yongsheng, I spent 800 source crystals to get a 12-cylinder engine. Guess what? It can make a van go up to 250 kilometers high supercar speed. Li Yongsheng, but it consumes a lot of source crystals. This thing is a source device. It eats 10 source crystals for every 100 kilometers, which is about 19 liters of gasoline, more than double what it was before Sai. Barbarian King? Wei Chuan smiled at the message. This guy, while saying the consumption is high, is bragging in every line. Li Yongxing's talent is related to fuel, and he has no shortage of fuel. So converting it into source crystal consumption is naturally no big deal. Too stiff in his bragging. Wei Chuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he quickly replied. Wei Chuan, Barbarian King? Barbarian King, not bad. Wei Chuan, I prefer the mammoth. Even though it's only 580 kilometers, it's still powerful enough. After all, there's nothing better. Wei Chuan, if you run into difficulties later, just give a shout. If you're really tight on resources, I can lend you a bit. Don't shortchange yourself, Sai. After sending this message, there was an instant silence on the other end. It took Li Yongsheng a good 10 seconds to reply with a simple. Immediately after, the messages came flooding in like an explosion. Li Yongsheng, all he could up. Li Yongsheng, the mammoth? The 64-cylinder one? You really bought it? 3,000 source crystals. Li Yongsheng, speed 580 kilometers? Is it still a car? Through the screen, Wei Chuan could imagine Li Yongsheng's shocked and incoherent expression as he scratched his head in disbelief. After sending a dozen messages, Li Yongsheng seemed to finally regain his composure and sent a more normal message. Li Yongsheng, bro, Chuange, this is too exaggerated. How many source crystals have you gathered these past few days? Upon seeing this question, Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned. How many source crystals? He instinctively counted the crystals in his wallet. When he left the service area, he still had over 100 source crystals, but he didn't plan to use these. He wanted to save them for the source device as energy. As for fresh water, just the clean well water alone amounted to over 800 liters. At the current real-time water price, 1 liter of water could be exchanged for about 12 source crystals. So 800 liters of water would be 600 source crystals? Wow, am I that rich? After a quick calculation, Wei Chuan was shocked by the result and immediately felt a wave of satisfaction. As expected of me. Chapter 46, New District, New Features. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chuan replied, Wei Chuan, not much left, just about 20 or 30,000, all earned from trading water. I reminded you to stock up on water right away. Don't tell me you didn't tea. I'm really hurt, man. It wasn't necessary to be overly cautious from such a distance. It would be better to show some muscle again and tie up the little brothers. Li Yongsheng, bro, I trust you, but I've only got a little over 1,000 in oil left after changing all of it. I was planning to make more oil the next day, but the source crystal price went up that night, and my talent has a limit, so there's nothing I can do. Wei Chuan, making oil? You seem to have every kind of fuel, right? S-level talent? Ali, Yunshin, any fuel I've touched can be made, using standard materials for conversion, but it's not S-level. I'm an A-level fuel expert. Li Yongsheng, by the way. Bro, I'm using the source device fridge now. Planning to take down those solar panels. Do you still want this thing? Wei Chuan, yes. Solar panels are still very important. One can only power one small water collection device, so having more is not a bad thing. While replying, Wei Chuan recalled another issue. The moisture around the armored vehicle was limited, capped at a certain value. Having more water collection devices wouldn't necessarily produce more water. So the water collection efficiency calculated earlier might need to be adjusted. Forget it. Any water obtained for free is still a bonus. Wei Chuan shook his head, not feeling disappointed, and went to the roof of the vehicle to craft 15 more small water collection devices. Now there are a total of 95 small water collection devices. It was nearly dark, and they wouldn't produce much water today. He planned to save up for a day tomorrow and see how the collection efficiency turned out. Back in the cabin, just finished washing his hands, Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxue calling. "Hubby, come take a look." Zhu Lingxue held a plate of food in one hand and her survival manual in the other, her brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Wei Chuan walked over. Zhu Lingxue handed him the survival manual, pointing to the top of the page. "Look, our area code has changed. It used to be Area 50001, and now it's Area 89, and the population is now exactly 10,000. He couldn't check other people's survival manuals. Wei Chuan was taken aback, took out his own survival manual, opened the communication channel, and took a closer look. Area 89, 10,000 people. Libanwei, dumb. I opened it and saw Area 89. It scared me. Did we merge? Lin 11. It definitely is, otherwise where would all these people come from? Lu Changdong. What the hell, this area has foreigners. That idiot almost shot me in the head with a bow, an arrow. Kadam, Buddhi. You're a foreigner to me too. Rodriguez. Damn, there's at least a 3-meter-tall elephant at this resource point. I think I have to give up on this place. Shao Exine. Recipe, kerosene lighter. Now available for just 10 liters of water. Li Beaching. Brothers. We missed a good opportunity. Looking back, the service area was meant for us to team up, but it'll be hard to form a team after we come out. Sure enough, his interface had also changed to Area 89. The channel was buzzing with activity, countless messages scrolling through, almost all discussing the merger. He quickly browsed through, noticing that confusion, inquiries, and searches for former area companions dominated the conversation. Just then, he noticed 2 icons next to the speech box that he had never seen before, one resembling a camera and the other a small package. New features? Wei Chuan curiously clicked on the camera, activating the survival manual's camera, allowing him to take photos and upload them directly. Next was the small package, which prompted him to select an item and send out the item's information. This is interesting. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, instantly understanding the significance of these 2 features. The photo function allows for more intuitive communication, like sharing terrain, monster forms, or showing off. Of course, it can also effectively expose certain people and events. The item information sharing function is even more substantial, significantly enhancing the convenience and credibility of transactions. Previously, buying and selling relied solely on verbal communication, often wasting time with unreliable people. These 2 features were not available in the service area, so they must have been added after exiting the service area. Quite practical. Wei Chuan smiled at the 2 women. Luckily, the photo function came out late, otherwise we would have been bombarded on the image network. Zhu Lingxue chuckled and lightly tapped his arm at the plate. "Hubby, I and Qingqing might not be happy. You probably don't care, right? If it really comes to it, I can roast them at least 800 times. Besides, I have a top-tier S-level talent, driving a bulletproof armored vehicle, sleeping with the 2 most beautiful women in the world, and my pockets are full of either money or guns. It's reasonable for them to curse a bit." Wei Chuan waved his hand proudly, thinking that as long as one is shameless, they can live happily. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both smiled. At exactly 7 p.m., night fell. Darkness completely enveloped the desolate land, but the cabin was bright and refreshing. A simple dinner of crispy potato pancakes and refreshing vegetable salad had been finished, and the tableware was cleaned up. Wei Chuan comfortably nestled on the sofa, 1 woman on each side. Directly in front, the 60-inch Source device TV bought from the service area was playing an old movie. The picture quality was exceptionally clear, colors very vibrant, and the sound effects came through the TV's built-in speakers, providing an almost perfect viewing experience. The Source device air conditioner ran silently, maintaining the perfect temperature inside the vehicle, creating a world apart from the heat outside. "This is life," Wei Chuan sighed contentedly, his left hand resting on Lu Qingqing's thigh and his right on Zhu Lingxue's, feeling their delicate warmth. A powerful vehicle, a comfortable environment, ample supplies, and trustworthy women. This is simply a heavenly life, filling him with immense satisfaction and security. "Hubby, it's completely dark outside. How about I go check it out with you?" Lu Qingqing leaned against Wei Chuan's shoulder, feeling sweet yet a bit worried about the situation outside. She quietly asked. Usually, at this time, they would be ready for battle. However, Wei Chuan didn't even change his position. Instead, he squeezed her thigh playfully and said lightly, "No need. We can save such things in the future." He lifted his chin, indicating the thick armored plates around. This 30mm thick composite armor wasn't made for nothing. Those soft-shell shrimp can't even scratch it. From now on, we'll just stay comfortably in the vehicle and wait for them to come knocking on our door. And then we'll see them get hurt. Going out for reconnaissance is exhausting, always sweating. It was one thing when there were no conditions and just after the update. But now that they have conditions, they should enjoy it well. No need to be as vigilant as before. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Qingqing nodded obediently, relaxing her body and snuggling even closer to Wei Chuan. She exchanged glances with Zhu Lingxue, both seeing a strong sense of security in each other's eyes. Inside the cabin, only the movie's dialogue, the melodious soundtrack, and the 3's casual chatter remained, completely isolating them from the darkness and danger outside. Chapter 47 Awakening? The war movie time lasted about half an hour, and the atmosphere in the car was relaxed and pleasant. Bang! However, this tranquility was suddenly broken by a strange noise coming from the front of the car. It sounded like the windshield had been smashed. Wei Chuan and the two women turned their heads at the same time and saw a humanoid spider clinging to the windshield. Its pair of crimson eyes peering through the glass, staring intently at the three people inside the car. This thing was too disgusting. Every time he saw it, it sent shivers down his spine. "I'll be right back." Wei Chuan withdrew his hands from the waists of the two women, pulled out a shot from the storage compartment, and climbed out through the shooting hatch. Mechanical perception was very useful. He had sensed the malice a few seconds ago. However, he was now confident enough not to feel as tense as he had a few days ago. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It was just a matter of a few bullets. The humanoid spider noticed Wei Chuan's movement and let out a sharp hiss. Its reverse-jointed limbs suddenly exerted force, and with a leap, it pounced directly at Wei Chuan, who had just climbed onto the roof of the car. However, waiting for it was the cold, dark muzzle of the shotgun. Boom! The deafening gunfire exploded in the night sky. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim. Multiple lead pellets formed a deadly metal storm, instantly enveloping the pouncing humanoid spider. With a clear sound of piercing, the spider's upside-down head was blasted into a sieve. Dark green slime and shattered bones splattering everywhere. Its pounce abruptly stopped, and its body thudded heavily onto the roof of the car. It was a bit faster this time, but just a bit. Wei Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he quickly ejected the spent shell and reloaded, firing 2 more shots at the still twitching corpse to ensure it was completely dead. Then he took out a machete, skillfully carved through the rotten flesh, and extracted a source crystal. Combat experience 1, source crystal 1. He muttered to himself, then disdainfully kicked the disgusting corpse off the roof of the car. After finishing all this, he habitually turned his head, vigilantly scanning the dark Gobi desert around. Upon looking, he indeed made a discovery. About 100 meters away, another pair of familiar, heart-pounding crimson lights lit up and were quickly approaching. Immediately after, another pair lit up to the right front. The number of night demons is increasing. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, but didn't take it too seriously. The combat power of the night demons hadn't changed. 1 or 3 made no difference to him. He switched to his handgun and stood in place, waiting. The 2 newly appeared humanoid spiders moved quickly, seemingly attracted by the death of their companion and the gunfire, emitting sharp hissing sounds as they crawled rapidly from 2 directions. When they entered shooting range, Wei Chuan raised his handgun without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 8 gunshots rang out in clear rhythm. And the 2 humanoid spiders didn't even get close to the armored vehicle Shadow before following in the footsteps of the first one, all having their heads blown apart. Just 2 source crystals. Wei Chuan was too lazy to go recover them and directly returned to the cool cabin of the car. Done. He sat between the 2 women and said to them, who looked a bit nervous, "There are a few more than last night. 3 came. But their combat power is still the same. No need to worry. Letting them scratch for a night is fine. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were reassured by Wei Chuan's confidence and calmed down. An hour later, the movie ended. Zhu Lingxue naturally leaned over and gave Wei Chuan a brief but deep kiss, softly saying goodnight before climbing up to the upper bunk of the adjacent bed to rest. Wei Chuan smiled and looked at Lu Qingqing, who was still sitting beside him, patting his solid thigh. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently turned to sit on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wei Chuan held her waist with one hand, while the other hand slipped into the V-neck of her nightgown, gently feeling her heartbeat with a massaging motion. The two nestled against each other, quietly enjoying the moment. When the sound of even breathing came from the upper bunk next door, Wei Chuan picked up Lu Qingqing in a horizontal embrace and walked towards the large, soft double air mattress. Let's try out the new bed. It should feel great. He smiled as he gently placed Lu Qingqing on the bed and leaned down himself, entering smoothly. The soft mattress was indeed much more comfortable than the wooden bed that only had a blanket on it, especially for someone like him who needed to exert force on his knees. The next morning at 5:30, Wei Chuan was awakened by the need to urinate. He carefully moved Lu Qingqing, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, aside, put on his clothes, and got out of the car to take care of personal matters. Survivor, Wei Chuan talent, S-Class mechanical control, time, 5:33, weather, clay temperature, 25. It was the coldest time of day, and the cool morning breeze helped him wake up a bit. After relieving himself, he immediately returned to the car, picked up the survival manual that was slightly glowing on the sofa, and wanted to see what news had come in during the night. There were no private messages, only notifications from the trading post. The item you consigned, semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow set, has been successfully sold, earning Evolution Crystal 1. Please click to claim in my items. The item you consigned, semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow set, has been successfully sold, earning Evolution Crystal 1. Please click to claim in my items. The item you consigned, semi-automatic. Damn! Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, instantly wide awake. The 4 sets of handgun crossbows he had listed in the trading post were sold out, 3 sets sold overnight, earning him 3 precious Evolution Crystals. Earned Evolution Crystal 3. This is fantastic. A wave of immense surprise surged in Wei Chuan's heart. A new day, starting with the harvest of Evolution Crystals, felt simply wonderful. He happily took out the 3 Evolution Crystals, feeling their cool touch in his palm, as if he could already see himself becoming a superhuman in the future. After carefully cleaning them, he swallowed the 3 Evolution Crystals one after another. A gentle warmth swept over his body again, and his physical strength and mental power received a clear and perceptible boost. This feeling was intoxicating. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to savor the joy of his power increase. However, just as the warmth inside him reached its peak and began to slowly fade, he thought this enhancement would end smoothly like the previous times. An anomaly suddenly occurred. Without warning, Wei Chuan suddenly felt a darkness in his eyes. All the light in his vision was instantly drawn away, and a slight dizziness hit his brain, causing him to feel as if his bones had been removed. Collapsing softly into the sofa. What the hell? Didn't Ti clean it properly? This sudden feeling of weakness startled Wei Chuan. But strangely, aside from feeling weak all over and having blurred vision, he did not have any pain or discomfort. Chapter 48. Awakened. Second talent. Telekinesis. Before long, his vision began to gradually recover. The blurred colors reassembled into the scene inside the car, and a completely different, more pronounced warmth suddenly burst forth from the deepest part of his body. This warmth was no longer a gentle infusion, but like a raging flood, surging and overwhelming. He felt his body become light, every cell cheering and madly absorbing this sudden massive energy. His physical condition and mental strength began to soar at an unprecedented speed. The magnitude and velocity of this enhancement far exceeded any previous effects from consuming evolution crystals. Oh my god, this feeling. Something's not right. Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback, and then a terrifying guess flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that the extremely small probability had finally been hit? After consuming 11 evolution crystals, had he finally amassed enough luck to awaken a second talent? The moment this thought appeared, it filled him with immense joy, almost making him want to jump up with excitement. Calm down, calm down. He forcibly suppressed his swirling emotions, concentrating all his spirit to carefully experience every subtle change within his body. The surging energy stream was not only about enhancement. It seemed to be washing and unlocking some deeper, unknown cells or potential. His vision had fully recovered, even becoming clearer and brighter. It was clear enough to see everything inside the car without turning on the lights. Even the gunpowder particles left behind 6 meters away were visible. The feeling of helplessness gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable lightness and clarity. This incredible sensation made him realize that this enhancement was definitely not just a simple increase in attributes. Had he truly awakened? Wei Chuan tightly clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with dazzling light, quietly leaning against the sofa, waiting for the transformation to finish. About a minute later, the surging tide of energy finally completely subsided, merging into his body and becoming part of his strength. Just as the enhancement effect completely ended, Wei Chuan suddenly shivered. An unprecedented, wonderful perception appeared deep within his consciousness. He felt as if he had countless invisible hands. A power that could extend outwards and interfere with everything around him was stirring within him. At the same time, a brief and cold notification sound rang out. Survivor, congratulations on successfully awakening your second talent. Telekinesis. Had he really awakened? Although he had his suspicions earlier, when it was truly confirmed, overwhelming joy instantly engulfed Wei Chuan, and an extremely excited smile uncontrollably spread across his face. Since there was a notification, it should also be recorded in his manual. He eagerly opened his survival manual and flipped to the first page of the basic information section. Survivor, Wei Chuan, talent, S rank mechanical control, telekinesis, time, 5:37, weather, clear, temperature, 26, telekinesis, is it psychokinesis? Wei Chuan stared intently at the second talent, noticing that this new talent was not labeled with a talent level. It seemed that the second talent did not have a level distinction. He concentrated his mind and clicked on the telekinesis detailed explanation. Telekinesis, the ability to directly intervene in material systems through mental power, requiring mental power consumption when used. The intensity of the mental power directly determines the strength, precision, range, and duration of telekinesis. The talent description was very straightforward, with no flashy skill branches. Just one core mental intent. It really was psychokinesis. This is amazing. Wei Chuan's heart raced. He was very familiar with this ability. Whether in sci-fi movies, anime, or various novels, psychokinesis is an extremely powerful and practical superpower. Moving objects from a distance, controlling objects with thought, creating barriers, even directly tearing apart enemies. Its range of application is vast, with limitless potential. If he had to rate this talent, it would definitely be the highest, S. Unfortunately, the threshold is not small. After the initial excitement, Wei Chuan also noticed the key limitation in the description and couldn't help but rub his chin, feeling a bit frustrated. It was too similar to mechanical control, both being heavily reliant on mental power, a high-cost ability. Well, looks like the evolution crystals can't stop now. Wei Chuan smiled wryly, but his gaze was incredibly hot. Having room for improvement is a good thing. Just thinking about the various wonderful uses of telekinesis when developed to a high level makes this cost insignificant. He couldn't wait to try out telekinesis. His gaze swept across the car compartment, finally landing on the refrigerator. Let's give you a try first. Wei Chuan concentrated, attempting to mobilize that newly born invisible power, slowly extending it towards the refrigerator. When the invisible telekinetic force touched the cold refrigerator door, an extremely wonderful sensation feedback returned to his mind. Although it wasn't a true sense of touch, it incredibly and vividly told him that he had touched something. It was as if he had an invisible hand, capable of clearly sensing the shape, texture, and temperature of the object. Amazing! Wei Chuan marveled inwardly. This feeling was indescribable. With a thought, he gently pulled, and with a click, the refrigerator door opened in response. It worked. Wei Chuan steadied his mind, continued to control the telekinesis, probing into the refrigerator's interior, cautiously wrapping around a bottle of chilled beer and slowly pulling it out. The beer bottle wobbled and floated in the air, as if held by an invisible hand, smoothly flying towards the sofa. Wei Chuan reached out a finger and gently tapped the beer bottle. The cool touch completely convinced him that everything was real. With a bang. He even tried to simulate using both hands with telekinesis, one holding the beer and the other a lighter, accurately prying off the metal cap. Catching the beer bottle, Wei Chuan tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cold liquid slid down his throat, as if pouring onto a burning heart, making him feel utterly comfortable. Ah, that's refreshing. He let out a long breath of beer breath, his eyes sparkling with extreme excitement. This telekinesis is so damn awesome. The first experiment was a success, greatly boosting his confidence. For the next few minutes, he was like a child who had received a new toy, tirelessly using telekinesis to manipulate various small objects in the car compartment. The remote control, fruits, daggers, even a pistol. They floated, spun, and weaved through the air. The feeling of being able to control them freely was intoxicating. After playing with small objects, Wei Chuan began to seriously test the limits of telekinesis. He set his sights on the massage chair next to the sofa. This high-end massage chair was very heavy, estimated to weigh nearly 300 pounds. Chapter 49, New Map, the Dry Grassland. He concentrated all his spirit, and his invisible telekinetic power surged forth like a roaring undercurrent, instantly enveloping the heavy massage chair. Rise! Wei Chuan silently chanted in his heart, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the exertion. Suddenly, the massage chair trembled violently, then wobbled and lifted off the ground, slowly floating into the air. 300 pounds! Wow! Wei Chuan looked at the floating chair with astonishment in his eyes. The power of this telekinesis was already comparable to the strength of his body after multiple enhancements. They were likely at the same level. This meant he could now fight directly using his telekinesis. He gently lowered the massage chair to avoid waking the two sleeping women. But the excitement in his heart surged like a tsunami. The consumption of mental energy was too great, roughly equivalent to the physical energy expended in exercise. This was good news. As long as it was to use continuously or at full power, a single effort could last a long time. I can create skills by myself. Wei Chuan rubbed his hands together excitedly, a multitude of ideas instantly flooding his mind. At the beginning, he could keep it simple, like a straightforward telekinetic punch or a telekinetic shockwave. Later, he could attempt telekinetic forms, such as a telekinetic cone, a telekinetic gun, or precisely controlling sharp metallic objects like flying knives. He could even use telekinesis to manipulate a large number of firearms simultaneously, creating an absolute firepower cover. There were plenty of stronger applications to draw from in movies, anime, and novels. Thinking of those scenes made Wei Chuan feel invigorated. I must consume evolution crystals like crazy. Wei Chuan reaffirmed this belief and immediately went to the storage rack to select materials, crafting 9 sets of pistol crossbows to hang in the auction house, filling 10 stalls. The strength of mental power directly determined the power of telekinesis. Evolution crystals could not be paused. He also needed to post a purchasing request, but it was still early and most people hadn't woken up yet. It would be best to post it around lunchtime. 3 people could post 9 times continuously until 9 p.m. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue woke up one after another, began washing up, and prepared breakfast. Wei Chuan, on the other hand, leisurely sat on the sofa, watching the busy and graceful figures of the 2 women, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. He subtly extended his newly awakened telekinesis, which felt like 2 invisible hands gently tapping on Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's shoulders. Huh? Both women turned their heads in confusion almost simultaneously, looking at each other. Zhu Lingxue softly asked, "Qingqing, what's wrong?" "What do you mean, what's wrong? Wasn't it you who tapped me?" Lu Qingqing replied, equally puzzled. The 2 exchanged glances and saw the same confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Just then, slap, slap. 2 extremely faint sounds of tapping echoed, and both women felt their buttocks being tapped at the same time. The 2 women were startled and jumped back a step, instantly covered in goosebumps. There were only the 3 of them in the car, and Wei Chuan was still sitting on the sofa without moving. So, honey, something's not right in the car. Zhu Lingxue rushed to Wei Chuan's side, tightly grabbing his arm. Something invisible is tapping us. Lu Qingqing also leaned closer, her cold face showing a hint of uncertainty, nodding vigorously in agreement. Something? Where? Wei Chuan was nearly laughing out loud inside, but he feigned a serious and vigilant expression, scanning the car with sharp eyes. He casually waved his right hand. The next second, the handgun on the nearby dining table seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, swiftly flying into his hand. This scene left the initially tense Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue momentarily dumbfounded. Their beautiful eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, as if they had witnessed something incredible. After a brief silence, the two women exclaimed almost in unison, "Second talent?" Ha ha! Wei Chuan could no longer contain himself, bursting into triumphant laughter as he pulled the two women into an embrace, kissing each of their fragrant cheeks. That's right. I awakened it when I got up. After eating 11 evolution crystals, I finally unlocked this second talent. Is it telekinesis? Is it telekinesis? Zhu Lingxue excitedly shook his arm. She had watched plenty of modern sci-fi movies, and the earlier scene of him retrieving the item from afar was clearly telekinesis. Correct. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, briefly explaining the situation of telekinesis to the two women, and then shared his guesses about the second talent. It didn't depend on levels. Its strength relied entirely on evolution crystals with enormous potential. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's affirmative reply, both women were overjoyed, genuinely happy for him. Wei Chuan was their absolute pillar and support, and they naturally hoped he would grow stronger. Lu Qingqing wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm, her cold eyes sparkling. Honey, I haven't seen anyone mention a second talent in the communication channel. You might be the first. The first? That's unlikely. Wei Chuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Awakening depends on luck. Some people might awaken after eating just one evolution crystal, but they just keep it low-key and don't say anything. The second talent should be very strong, so we need to be more cautious when we encounter others later. There might be someone whose talent is related to magnetism, which could disrupt our vehicle and guns. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words, both women became alert. After discussing the topic of the second talent for a few more minutes, the two women returned to the kitchen area to prepare breakfast, but their smiles never faded. Wei Chuan utilized this time to make some ammunition. Half an hour later, the three of them, fully fed and watered, drove the armored vehicle towards the horizon. Zhu Lingxue continued to drive. Wei Chuan sat in the passenger seat, and Lu Qingqing snuggled tightly against him like a sloth. After about an hour of driving, the scenery outside the window began to change significantly. The once endless expanse of yellow sand and gravel wasteland gradually faded away, replaced by a vast stretch of low, grayish-yellow grassland. The grass blades were dry and thin, and the land was bare, overall presenting a sense of desolation due to a lack of moisture. This was a dry grassland, a type of prairie seen only in arid regions, filled with drought-resistant plants. Lu Qingqing recognized the scene outside the window. Looks like we've changed maps. Wei Chuan looked at the swiftly passing scenery outside, his tone filled with novelty and joy. This was good news for him. Although it appeared nearly lifeless and lacked greenery, it was still a grassland terrain, and no matter how low the humidity was, it was better than the wasteland. The 95 small water collection devices on the roof would likely produce quite a bit of water today. Chapter 50 Update Copy. The monotonous drive continued for more than half an hour, with the unchanging gray-yellow prairie scenery outside the window making one drowsy. Just then, Zhu Lingxue suddenly spoke up. Husband, Sister Qingqing, there's a resource point ahead. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing perked up immediately and turned to look in the direction of her voice. About 200 to 300 meters away on the right side of the road, a sizable ruin appeared. Unlike the previous resource points they encountered, this ruin was a true ruin. At a glance, it was filled with collapsed walls, broken beams, and shattered concrete blocks, as if it had experienced a fierce bombardment, leaving it in tatters. However, according to the remaining walls, it was faintly evident that there used to be a complex of buildings here, estimated to be over 1,000 square meters in area. I guess I don't need to say anything this time? Wei Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. No problem. Zhu Lingxue nodded slightly, skillfully controlling the steering wheel to drive the armored vehicle off the road towards the ruins. When they were about 50 to 60 meters from the edge of the ruins, she began to drive in circles, occasionally stepping on the gas. Due to the thick armor and chassis, there wasn't too much noise inside the vehicle, but outside, it was quite loud. The mammoth engine roared like a challenge, echoing across the prairie. The effect of this tactic was excellent. Before they finished circling, 2 wild wolf howls echoed from deep within the ruins. Oh, immediately after, 2 massive gray shadows bolted out from the broken walls like lightning, charging straight towards them. They were 2 large gray wolves. A normal gray wolf usually stands about 80 centimeters at the shoulder, but these wolves were well over a meter, reaching tiger proportions. Their fur was dirty and matted, muscles bulging, saliva dripping from their mouths, and their wolf eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty ferocity, exuding a strong sense of oppression. What the heck? 2 at once? Wei Chuan froze for a moment upon seeing the incoming mutated creatures, then laughed. That a good thing. We can get an extra evolution crystal. He was not worried at all and directly pushed open the back door, took out a shotgun, and calmly aimed. Boom, boom. Several muffled gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, with a large number of pellets spraying out in a fan shape, accurately covering the charging paths of the 2 mutated wolves. At a distance of just over 10 meters, the shotgun's power was fully unleashed. The 2 mutated wolves instantly erupted in blood, letting out a heartbreaking howl, their charge abruptly interrupted as they tumbled to the ground, struggling but unable to rise for a moment. Stop the car. Wei Chuan called back, and Zhu Lingxue immediately stepped on the brakes. Once the vehicle stopped, Wei Chuan jumped out of the back door and walked over to shoot each wolf in the head with a handgun bullet, putting an end to their suffering. He skillfully used a machete to split open the wolves' heads and collected 2 bloody evolution crystals. At this moment, Lu Qingqing also walked over, looking at the massive wolf corpses with a hint of regret as she said, "It's a shame for such big wolves." Not necessarily. Compared to cockroaches and rats, wolves are relatively clean, Wei Chuan replied, feeling a bit unwilling and with a mindset of trying it out. He cut off the thickest hind leg of one wolf and hung it up for appraisal at the trading post. The item information quickly appeared. Mutated wolf leg, the hind limb of a mutated gray wolf. Consuming, it has a very high probability of infecting the night demon virus. The appearance seemed normal, but it turned out to be more dangerous than cockroach legs. The cockroach legs only mentioned may infect with a night demon virus, while the wolf leg stated has a very high probability of infecting with a night demon virus upon consumption. It seemed it really couldn't be eaten. It wasn't related to the species. As long as it was a mutated creature, the meat was contaminated. After seeing the prompt, Wei Chuan shook his head helplessly. If only he could encounter normal animals by the roadside. He had never really hunted, and most of the meat he ate was bought from others. Although it didn't cost much in resources, hunting was certainly much more satisfying than buying meat. After cleaning and storing the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan prepared to enter the resource point with the 2 women for a thorough search. However, just as they were about to step forward, the cold system notification sounded without warning in their mind simultaneously. Survivors, hello. As you awaken your second talent, more and more source power seeps from the shadow realm into the light shadow realm. This source power causes some resource points to undergo mutations, becoming extremely rich in resources but also extremely dangerous perilous lands. Information about perilous lands will automatically appear as you approach. Please judge cautiously and enter according to your ability. Good luck, survivors. After the notification ended, Wei Chuan was stunned. Perilous land, rich in resources but extremely dangerous. With a notification upon approach, wasn't this just a dungeon? He immediately linked it to the earlier prompt about at the same time as your awakening. It might be that the number of people awakening their second talent reached a certain threshold, or someone had already encountered perilous land, triggering this small update and officially opening the dungeon feature. He instinctively looked at the ruins in front of him, but no special prompt appeared. Just an ordinary resource point? Wei Chuan stroked his chin, but his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was too interesting. Even dungeons were coming out. Abnormally rich in resources, How rich was that? This could be a big pit for others, making it hard to escape once they stepped in, but for him, it was a significant advantage, because he had the version answer shotgun, enhanced handgun, and telekinesis. 20 minutes later, the three returned to the vehicle with the resources they had searched for. Each of their faces bore a hint of joyful harvest. A big place makes a difference, Lu Qingqing remarked while counting the resources on the ground. They had quite a haul this time. The rice and flour combined exceeded 20 pounds. The fruits and vegetables were about 4 pounds. And there was a large pile of miscellaneous items. The best finds were 2 recipes. Unlimited use binoculars recipe. Unlimited use curtain recipe. The curtain wasn't worth much, but the binoculars were precious. In the open Gobi and prairie, binoculars were a reconnaissance tool. Wei Chuan had always wanted them, but they weren't sold at the trading post or service area. So he was surprised to find an unlimited use recipe today. This item would definitely sell well at the trading post. As soon as they got back in the car, Wei Chuan made 3, 1 for each of them to use first. Once Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue sorted the resources, Wei Chuan took out the 2 evolution crystals he had obtained from the mutated wolves. Chapter 51: Encountering the Hospital Instance. Without any hesitation, he directly handed one to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Here, 1 for each of you, Wei Chuan said with a smile. Maybe you'll be the next lucky ones, and just 1 will awaken. However, the 2 women looked at the precious evolution crystal and shook their heads simultaneously. Lu Qingqing spoke first. You should eat it. Your psychic power has just awakened. It's the right time to enhance your mental strength. It's most important to grow your psychic power quickly. Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously. Qingqing is right. If you're strong, we'll be strong. You should eat it. It's called raising pigs. But I want to eat soft rice. Wei Chuan felt warmth in his heart and insisted on stuffing the evolution crystal into the hands of the 2 women. Be good. Eat it. My mental strength isn't affected by these 2 crystals. What if you get lucky? Even if you can't awaken, enhancing your physique and mental strength a bit is still good. More strength means you can fit more things into the storage compartment. All right, just this one. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, no longer declining, and took the evolution crystals, swallowing them down. The vehicle compartment fell silent as Wei Chuan looked at the 2 women expectantly, hoping for a miracle. However, a few seconds later, as the 2 women sensed the changes within their bodies, a hint of regret appeared on their faces as they shook their heads at Wei Chuan. Their physique and mental strength had indeed been enhanced. That feeling was clear. But that was all. Their bodies felt no unusual sensations, and they didn't hear any awakening prompts. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed, but quickly let it go. If the extremely low probability could be triggered so easily, wouldn't he have fallen into a bad luck pit after eating 11 crystals? It's fine, accumulate slowly. He hugged the 2 women, accumulating little by little, raising the probability. First, let's South leave this place and see if we can find an instance. Let us go in with guns. Upon hearing about the instance, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also very excited. The vehicle started again, continuing to explore along the endless road towards the unknown ahead. Small water collection devices connected in groups, spread across the roof of the vehicle, trembled slightly in the wind of the dry grassland, quietly collecting the precious water vapor from the air. The morning's good luck seemed to have been exhausted by that unlimited telescope formula. The armored vehicle continued driving until noon, and no second resource point appeared in sight, not even a shadow of a gray iron box. As lunchtime approached, Wei Chuan asked Zhu Lingxue to stop the vehicle, deciding to eat and rest first and continue after an hour. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began to busy themselves in the simple kitchen area, preparing lunch. Wei Chuan took this opportunity to open the trading post again. He pondered over his wording and posted a purchase message. Wanted, buying evolution crystals and thermal weapons. Broken thermal weapons are also fine. Can exchange with hand crossbows and source crystals. Water is also acceptable. Sincere purchase. This time, he removed the phrases he often used before, like large amounts purchased, high price paid, self-set price, etc. On one hand, it was to avoid appearing wealthy and being seen as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. On the other hand, it was to lower his stance proactively. He knew very well that both evolution crystals and thermal weapons were extremely scarce high-end goods at this stage, and there weren't many people willing to sell them. Being too arrogant or having too high a stance might make some potential sellers give up selling or raise their prices, missing the opportunity for a transaction. After posting the purchase message, he casually opened the communication channel to take a look. Area 89, 9,923, 10,000 people. Hu Tai Xiao. Haha. After taking an evolution crystal, all my lipomas disappeared. Gustav. Recipe. Glass ashtray. Where is the elegant gentleman? You deserve it. Ali. Hey, does anyone know how to tackle the tunnel instance? Pan Xiaodong. Damn it, this church instance has over a dozen night demons. Almost scare me to death. Li Jing. Just saw a convoy. A total of 6 vehicles, including a large truck. They have bows and arrows. Everyone be careful. Betty, I succeeded. There is no concept of clearing the instance. You can exit at any time. I suggest running immediately after finding supplies. Gao Shuwan. I didn't expect to find wild fruits by the roadside image. The area was lively, with many people sharing information related to instances, and the intelligence was quite valuable. Just from the names of the instances, it was clear that they were not the same. After browsing some useful comments, Wei Chuan's gaze fell on the number of people in the area. In the merged area 89, after nearly a day, the total number of people had only decreased by a few dozen. However, once instances appeared, the death toll was likely to start increasing significantly. After all, those who survived to the second phase version update had some means and luck, and their ambition and spirit were naturally not small. Faced with instances rich in resources, there would always be people entering to expand their advantages or change their fate. The outcome was predictable. Those who succeeded would certainly not be few, but the number of failures would only be more, and the cost of failure would likely be death. An hour of lunchtime passed quickly. In the afternoon, the driver was changed from Zhu Lingxue to Lu Qingqing. Not sure if the change brought good luck, but just about half an hour after setting off, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "There's a resource point right by the roadside, and it's very large." Very large? Wei Chuan immediately looked over. He saw a massive outline of buildings appearing on the horizon to the left, taking the binoculars hanging on his chest. The details of the building complex gradually became clear. The complex featured a red cross. It seemed to be an abandoned hospital. There were several large buildings inside. Although the outer walls were worn and some windows were broken, the overall structure still looked relatively intact, exuding an air of age and silence. If it really was a hospital, then it was a huge find. Wei Chuan became excited. The medicines he had previously acquired could only handle common mild ailments like colds and fevers. The hospital might have more precious medical equipment and rare medicines. If one were to think positively, the hospital might even refresh serums that could clear the night demon virus. Qingqing, speed up a bit. Wei Chuan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lu Qingqing maneuvered the armored vehicle off the road, rolling over a patch of dry grassland, and slowly approached the silent hospital complex. The rusty hospital gates were ajar, and the square inside was littered with abandoned trolleys, hospital beds, and some medical waste. However, just as the armored vehicle came to a steady stop at the dilapidated hospital entrance, several rows of semi-transparent gray text suddenly appeared above the hospital gates, as if it were a prompt interface in a game. Survivor, welcome to the Shadow Hospital. The Shadow Hospital stores a large amount of scarce medical supplies and special items, but please note that it has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures. Please proceed with caution. Danger level, bronze level, danger access time, 30 minutes, danger existence time, 180 minutes, danger survival difficulty ranges from low to high, gray iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, platinum level, shadow level, source crystal level. Chapter 52. Entering the instance, just do it instance. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exclaimed in surprise at the same time, their faces filled with astonishment. The instance that had just been updated that morning unexpectedly appeared before them so soon. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan and asked nervously, "Honey, should we go in?" The hospital before them was eerily silent, and the dark windows of the building seemed to have turned into hiding places for countless scarlet eyes. "Of course we should go in." Wei Chuan's reply was resolute and unwavering. The presence of mutated creatures inside that could produce evolution crystals was reason enough to venture in, not to mention the medical supplies and special items. He knew the two women were a bit scared, so he paused and analyze softly. Moreover, look at the difficulty of this instance. It's bronze level, only one level higher than the simplest black iron level. Whether this level applies to everyone or just to us, it's within our capability to handle. Of course, we must prepare adequately before going in. Although he claimed it wasn't difficult, Wei Chuan was not careless in action. He glanced at the remaining time of the dangerous area and estimated, this instance will exist for another 114 minutes. We can go in for 30 minutes, which leaves us 84 minutes to prepare. We need to stock up on ammunition. All right. Hearing Wei Chuan say this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue relaxed. The three immediately sprang into action, clearing off the table to turn it into a temporary munitions factory. Wei Chuan was responsible for the core steps, shaping the shells, installing the primers, and inserting the bullets. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue assisted with the work. Wei Chuan used a few small scoops for precise measurements, and they filled the shells with propellant. Although it was just one less task for him, it saved him a lot of time. Inside the vehicle, the only sounds are the faint clinking of metal and the distinct smell of gunpowder. The trio worked in perfect harmony and with great efficiency. In just 1 hour, a total of 100 bright yellow bullets were neatly stacked in a nearby dish. There were shotgun shells, large bullets, and small bullets, with 2 spare enhanced black stars and shotguns made as well. The quantity wasn't large, but it was definitely enough to handle a bronze-level instance. After all, this was just the stage of leaving the novice village. What low-level instance could have hundreds of monsters? Done. Wei Chuan let out a long breath, twisting his somewhat stiff neck with a couple of cracks. He counted the current ammunition reserves: 69 shotgun shells, 76 large bullets, and 180 small bullets. In total, there were 325 rounds, with only 100 made today, while the remaining 225 were from previous reserves. Looking at the gleaming ammunition, Wei Chuan felt confident. A bronze-level instance definitely wouldn't be too difficult. These bullets would surely be enough, even if they only had a fraction. The reason for making so many was still due to his fear of insufficient firepower. Almost there, let's load all these bullets into the magazines. We'll take all the magazines with us. If the storage slots are full, we can put them in our waste bags. The trading post has some for sale, Wei Chuan said while making the magazines. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began to organize the bullets seriously. 5 minutes later, the preparations were complete. Wei Chuan drove the armored vehicle to the parking lot and then got out with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Just like at the service area, there was a dedicated parking lot at the instance entrance, also following the rule of 1 vehicle per person, so there was no worry about the car being stolen. After checking the firearms, Wei Chuan led the 2 women to the hospital entrance. Danger zone entry time: 30 minutes. Danger zone existence time: 180 minutes. Damn. Seeing the time limit again, Wei Chuan realized an important point. The instance had a time limit, but no limit on the number of entries. It wasn't necessary to stay for a full 30 minutes at once, but rather that the 30 minutes could be used separately. Forget it, it's just a small instance. How big of a deal can it be? However, when encountering high-difficulty instances in the future, we can take it steady, spending a few minutes to explore first to avoid unexpected mishaps. Wei Chuan took a deep breath and stepped through the dilapidated entrance. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue followed closely behind, forming a simple triangular formation as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. What first caught their eyes was a huge square. The ground was littered with a large number of discarded papers, broken medicine bottles, overturned chairs, and some unidentifiable garbage. At the end of the square were several connected main buildings. Most of the glass was shattered, and the dark windows resembled the eye sockets of a giant. Appearing somewhat eerie, "It seems safe here," Wei Chuan said in a low voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over every corner. After surveying the area and finding nothing, neither the expected supplies nor any immediate attacks from the night demons, they were only met with heaps of garbage. "Honey, there are a lot of metals and plastics that can be recycled." Lu Qingqing pointed to some discarded metal frames and broken chair parts. "Let's leave those." Wei Chuan shook his head. "The hospital is too large, and we only have half an hour to search. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We can't waste time on these scraps. Our goal this time is medical supplies and hunting mutated creatures to obtain evolution crystals." His gaze turned toward the largest main building at the end of the square. Without rushing close, He picked up a few larger stones from the ground, used his arm to swing them, and hurl them away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stones flew like cannonballs, accurately smashing into a few of the relatively intact windows of the main building. The sound of glass shattering echoed sharply, standing out starkly in the dead silence of the environment. This deliberately created noise shattered the hospital's stillness like stones thrown into a calm lake. Roar. Almost immediately after the sound of glass breaking, several fierce roars echoed from deep within the main building. Following that, 3 twisted figures burst forth at high speed from 2 windows on the first floor and the main entrance. The first was a familiar humanoid spider. The second resembled a bloated monster stitched together from multiple corpses. The third was the most bizarre, looking like a floating gas bag, continuously dripping slime, with a surface covered in pale eyes. 3 grotesque and disgusting night demons swiftly charged towards Wei Chuan and the 2 women. Come on! A cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes, and without any hesitation, he drew 2 handguns from his waist. Bang! 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 A series of muffled gunshots erupted in the square. His physique, reinforced 11 times, allowed him to completely control the recoil of the enhanced Black Star, hitting precisely where he aimed. The heads of the humanoid spider and the stitched monster exploded directly. The multi-eyed night demon was knocked back repeatedly, slime splattering everywhere, eventually collapsing to the ground. Wei Chuan calmly approached with his rifle, firing several more shots, ensuring the 3 night demons were completely dead, their bodies beginning to rapidly dissolve, leaving behind 3 dull source crystals. Chapter 53. Stirring up a centipede nest. All set a good start. Wei Chuan skillfully collected source crystals, his tone relaxed. The little monsters in the bronze-level dungeon indeed weren't very strong, and the monsters in the dungeon would automatically drop items. So there was no need to waste time digging for them. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue didn't fire a shot the entire time. Their task was to provide cover and vigilance, and all ammunition would be saved for when Wei Chuan couldn't handle it alone. After dealing with the welcoming party in the square, the 3 carefully entered the clinic building. The interior of the hall was very dim, with only sporadic light filtering in through broken windows, and the air was thick with dust and a rotten smell. The registration window was a mess, with a lot of broken glass scattered on the floor. Just like in the square, there was nothing of value in sight. In a normal hospital, the medicine storage would usually be in areas least traversed by patients, such as basements or corners, while operating rooms and some important departments were typically on higher floors where it was quieter. Lu Qingqing analyzed based on her knowledge. Okay, let's search the first floor first and stay alert. Although Wei Chuan felt that the resource refresh points in the dungeon wouldn't follow real-world logic, he wasn't familiar with the structure of hospitals, so having a search direction was better than running around like a headless chicken. The structure of the outpatient hall was complex, with corridors crisscrossing and many room doors blocked. Without a map, the 3 could only proceed along the paths they could navigate. Going deeper in, during this time, night demons continuously sprang out from dark corners, broken doors, and even the ventilation ducts in the ceiling. Sometimes it was a single one, and other times 2 or 3 appeared at once. Their forms grew increasingly bizarre, some resembling elongated humans, others hybrid creatures with animals, and some so twisted they couldn't be described in words. However, their combat power wasn't strong. Overall, they were only equivalent to slightly stronger humans. Wei Chuan could easily deal with them with just his pistol, without needing Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to step in. They advanced while battling. In just 10 minutes since entering, they had already taken down 12 night demons and obtained 12 source crystals. Ammunition consumption was low, and their reserves remained ample. Finally, after passing through a dim corridor marked Administrative Management Department, Wei Chuan saw a different door. It was a heavy double-iron door, the sign on it long gone, with no lock, slightly ajar. Through the gap, he could see many cardboard boxes and shelves stacked inside. Found it. It should be the warehouse. Wei Chuan's heart leaped with joy. After 10 minutes, he finally found a decent target. With so many boxes, there should be some loot. He signaled the 2 women to stay alert and cautiously approached the slightly ajar iron door, ready to push it open. But just as his finger was about to touch the cold door panel, a series of extremely subtle yet crystal clear sounds, like many hard objects rapidly striking the ground, came from inside the door gap. This sound? No way. Wei Chuan's movements froze instantly, every hair on his body standing on end, a chill running from his tailbone to the top of his head. He was all too familiar with this sound. Or rather, it was the sound he least wanted to hear, without exception. It was the sound of arthropods, specifically the sound made by multi-legged arthropods rapidly crawling, their legs striking the ground or walls. Disgusting. It's a centipede. Wei Chuan's face turned extremely pale, and he almost gritted his teeth as he stepped back. He had been bitten by a centipede when he was a child, and it hurt for several days, which led to a severe physiological fear and disgust for centipedes that almost turned into a psychological shadow. To say it was exaggerated. Just seeing a centipede would make him jump. Even hearing the sound of a centipede's footsteps in his sleep would wake him up instantly. A centipede? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also tensed up immediately, slowly backing away, their guns aimed at the slightly ajar iron door. They weren't afraid of normal centipedes. But these were mutated centipedes. The sound from the warehouse seemed to indicate the centipedes had noticed the three outside, and the footsteps became clearer, as if approaching the door. Get ready, shoot on sight, shoot to kill. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, forcing down his discomfort and chill. No matter what mutated creature was hiding inside, they had come this far. There was no reason to leave empty-handed. He gestured for the two women to prepare their fire cover. Then, he directly used his telekinesis, applying the simplest energy impact and slammed it against the iron door. Bang! The iron door was violently smashed open by the telekinesis, crashing heavily against the inner wall, producing a loud noise. Light instantly flooded into the warehouse. When the three saw the scene inside the warehouse, even though Wei Chuan had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp coldly, his stomach churning and his legs weakening. The internal space of the medicine warehouse was vast, filled with tall shelves, and many cardboard medicine boxes were scattered all over the ground. And on these shelves, on the ground, and even on the walls and ceiling, countless centipedes crawled densely. These centipedes were much larger than ordinary ones, each at least half a meter long, their bodies a slick and eerie dark red, with countless pairs of legs undulating like waves, making a chilling, clicking sound. Their sharp mandibles opened and closed, producing a hissing, threatening noise. Their compound eyes reflected points of cold light in the illumination, filled with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. And, at the deepest part of the warehouse, a particularly massive centipede, nearly 2 meters long and comparable to a door panel, was coiled on the highest shelf. Its shell was a darker color, almost black-red, with 2 long antennae on its head whipping like whips, and its fierce mouth parts continuously dripping transparent venom. Clearly the leader of this group of mutated centipedes. Damn! Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle, his limbs weak as sweat began to pour out, as if all his strength had been drained away. Is this really a bronze-level dungeon? Is this some kind of joke? Chapter 54. Telekinesis Activation. Firepower Coverage. Honey. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue instinctively called out to Wei Chuan, their voices trembling uncontrollably. They were also terrified by the densely packed, shiny dark red giant centipedes in the warehouse, almost triggering their claustrophobia. With so many of them and such large sizes, just looking at them gave one goosebumps all over. A somewhat scared Zhu Lingxue suggested quietly. These guys look tough to deal with, and there are so many of them. Should we retreat and think of a plan? Upon hearing the phrase, so many, Wei Chuan, who was already feeling disgusted by the group of centipedes, suddenly froze. Many mutated centipedes? Many. Doesn't T that mean there will be many evolution crystals? This thought surged into his heart like a shot of adrenaline. The fear and disgust receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable excitement and greed. These mutated centipedes were walking treasures. Let's do this. Wei Chuan's weak body instantly filled with energy. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. The corridor space was small, which was our biggest advantage. Letting them out would only cause trouble. Before he finished speaking, his movements were as quick as lightning. He directly took out the 2 spare upgraded Dark Stars and 3 M870 shotguns from the storage compartment, throwing them at his feet. including the 2 upgraded Dark Stars he was holding. In the next moment, a powerful telekinetic force surged forth. The 7 guns seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, instantly floating up and automatically aiming at the door of the medicine warehouse. The 7 firearms hovered in the air, forming an array filled with sci-fi and violent aesthetics. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Yes, why be afraid? The current mutated creatures are not strong enough to withstand bullets. They may be numerous, but can they outnumber the bullets? The fear in the hearts of the 2 women was instantly replaced by excitement, and they no longer hesitated, raising their Dark Star pistols. Hiss! At that moment, the centipede leader perched on top of the shelves seemed to be giving orders, emitting a sharp, piercing hiss as its thick antennae flailed wildly. Dozens of 100-meter-long centipedes began to move, surging out of the warehouse like a dark red tide, rushing toward Wei Chuan and the 2 women in the middle of the corridor. The cacophony of their many legs striking the ground created a nauseating noise. Fire! Wei Chuan shouted coldly, his hands hovering in mid-air, his index finger suddenly pressing down. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! At the same time, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also opened fire. In an instant, 9 firearms unleashed deadly tongues of fire, with bullets pouring out like a torrential rain, forming a nearly impenetrable metallic barrage that instantly engulfed the first few mutated centipedes. Puff! Puff! The bullets easily tore through the seemingly hard dark red shells of the mutated centipedes, splattering green liquid and broken limbs everywhere. The first few didn't even run 2 meters before being turned into sieves by the dense firepower, collapsing to the ground and thrashing violently. Seeing that the mutated centipede's defenses were not high and could not withstand the penetration of bullets, Wei Chuan's last bit of concern completely vanished, and he let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, a bronze-level dungeon wouldn't have hard-hitting enemies. He felt reassured. As long as these mutated centipedes couldn't withstand bullets, their numbers were merely moving evolution crystals. Shoot them mercilessly, not letting a single one escape. Wei Chuan reminded again, taking magazines from his backpack while using telekinesis to reload. The intense gunfire echoed like firecrackers in the hospital corridor, with shell casings clattering to the ground. After just 1 round of fire suppression, more than a dozen slightly smaller mutated centipedes were all incapacitated. However, their vitality was somewhat stubborn. They twitched but showed no signs of dying. Seeing his underlings fall like wheat being harvested, the centipede leader finally couldn't hold back any longer, letting out an extremely sharp and furious hiss. Its massive body suddenly leaped down from the top of the shelves, the 2-meter-long dark red body crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. A nauseating stench accompanied by a chilling, killing intent rushed toward them. Its countless legs flailed madly, charging into the narrow corridor like an out-of-control vehicle, heading straight for Wei Chuan and the 2 women. The enormous size and frenzied momentum made Wei Chuan and the 2 women tense up, instinctively feeling a bit panicked. This is exaggerated. Don't be afraid. Our firepower is enough. Aim for its head. Wei Chuan suppressed his inner turmoil, shouting to encourage himself and the 2 women. Thinking of the firepower and ammunition they had brought, he steeled himself and directly faced that incredibly terrifying bug face, pulling the trigger like crazy. Bang! 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 All the gun muzzles spat fire again, and bullets poured onto the centipede leader. Puff! 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 The dense piercing sounds rang out in succession. And the centipede leader's charge suddenly halted, countless bullet holes appearing on its hard, dark red shell, with green liquid spraying out like a fountain. Its defensive power was indeed much stronger than those small centipedes. But in the face of such powerful firepower, it was still not enough, especially since its head, which was directly in front of the gun muzzles, became the primary target. Countless bullets exploded towards it, quickly smashing half of its head, revealing a shocking large pit from which one could even see the slightly writhing internal organs. Hiss! Huh! The centipede leader emitted strange sounds. Its massive body began to lose control, thrashing wildly, convulsing. Its head and tail whipped around like 2 giant whips, crashing into the not-so-wide corridor, smashing against walls and the ground with loud bangs. Quick, retreat, be careful of it crashing into us. Seeing this, Wei Chuan immediately manipulated his telekinesis, quickly retracting the 7 floating firearms, leaving only one shotgun in hand. While loading the shotgun, he called for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to retreat, avoiding the out-of-control, writhing bug body. The three of them kept their eyes on the dying centipede leader, with their gun muzzles always pointed at it. The moment it showed any signs of coming closer, they would fire again. After waiting for almost a minute, the sounds of its frantic thrashing and crashing gradually subsided. The centipede leader's massive body collapsed in the middle of the corridor, no longer moving. But Wei Chuan immediately sensed something was off. The corpses of the dead little centipedes had already turned into phantoms and dissipated, leaving only evolution crystals on the ground, with no physical bodies remaining. Chapter 55. The Potion Gift Pack. Are you fishing here, bro? Wei Chuan snorted coldly, raised his fully loaded shotgun, and fired another round at the limp, massive insect body. Boom, boom, boom. The shotgun pellets hit the centipede boss squarely, causing its damaged body to convulse violently again. Finally, after the 5th shot entered its body, the centipede boss's enormous form began to dissipate like smoke, ultimately vanishing completely. Only a slightly larger than normal source crystal, with a deeper hue, was left behind, clattering as it fell to the ground. Done. Wei Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He switched to his handgun and cautiously approached, giving the still-living centipede minions a finishing shot one by one, ensuring nothing was overlooked. It wasn't until all the centipede corpses began to disappear that he went over to collect the spoils. 135. When he picked up all the scattered evolution crystals in the corridor, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face any longer. 14 evolution crystals in total. This was a windfall. Moreover, the evolution crystal dropped by the centipede boss was of the 2nd tier. 2nd tier evolution crystal, a crystalline substance containing weak source energy. The source of power for mutated creatures. Direct consumption can slightly enhance physical strength and mental power, with a small probability of awakening a 2nd talent. This large one is 2nd tier, while the normal smaller ones can be considered 1st tier. The item information for 2nd tier evolution crystals is similar to that of 1st tier, except that the extremely small probability of awakening a 2nd talent has had the extremely removed, making the probability slightly higher. However, Wei Chuan believed that 2nd tier evolution crystals would definitely be more effective for enhancing physical and mental attributes than 1st tier crystals. After all, being larger means it must contain more source energy. Perhaps the difference in source energy just hasn't reached a certain threshold, which is why the item information hasn't changed. It's New Year's. He carefully packed these 14 evolution crystals into his backpack, feeling his heart leap with joy. This trip was totally worth it. Even if he didn't gain anything else afterward, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Let's go check the warehouse. With so many mutated centipedes guarding the place, there must be good stuff. Wei Chuan tidied up his mood, called out to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and officially stepped into the medicine warehouse. Inside the warehouse was even more chaotic than it seemed from the entrance, with shelves askew, many medicine bottles broken, and the medicines scattered everywhere, covered in thick dust. Just a few steps into the warehouse, Wei Chuan's attention was captured by a shelf on the left. On that shelf was a brand new silver-white metal briefcase, standing out starkly against the surrounding decay. He quickly walked over and picked up the case. The case was not locked. He gently pried open the clasp, and the lid popped open. Inside, it was lined with 2 pieces of black cushioning sponge, neatly holding 5 syringes. They looked very much like insulin needles, with transparent plastic shells that clearly showed the light yellow liquid inside, with the needle tips sealed by protective caps. A medicine? Wei Chuan's heart stirred as he picked one up for a closer look. When he saw the item information of the medicine, his breath caught sharply. Antiviral serum. If injected within 1 hour of infection by the night demon virus, it can completely eliminate the virus in the body. If injected after 1 hour of infection, 3 consecutive injections are required to completely eliminate the virus. Ineffective during the mutation stage. Good stuff. This is truly a lifesaver. Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly closed the lid and stored the entire briefcase in his storage compartment. Such treasures must be kept safe. Although he didn't think he would get infected, having the medicine as a backup was always good. This way, he wouldn't have to shrink back when facing the night demon, risking mistakes and getting caught off guard. At that moment, Lu Qingqing also found something behind a pile of cardboard boxes, running over with 2 recipe cards. "Hubby, look what I found." Wei Chuan glanced at the 2 recipe cards, and they were both top-tier recipes. Recipe: primary adrenaline injection. After injection, enhances physical strength and mental strength by 50 for 5 minutes. Significantly reduces pain perception and falls into a state of weakness for 100 minutes after the effect ends. Crafting times: 100. Materials required: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, plastic 3, steel ingot 1. Recipe: primary medical injection. After injection, can quickly heal non-fatal external injuries. Crafting times: 100. Materials required: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, plastic 3, steel ingot 1. Isn't this just buff medicine and red potion? Wei Chuan understood immediately. Both types of medicine were for combat and survival. Unfortunately, they were limited recipes, and each one required an evolution crystal to make, which he couldn't really afford with his current financial situation. No rush. When he has enough evolution crystals later, he can make a few as trump cards. Wei Chuan directly clicked to learn, using both recipe cards. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingxue also had a find. She dug out a brand new medicine box from a relatively intact cardboard box in the corner, containing 24 small plastic bottles filled with solutions. These weren't regular medicines, but item medicines. Source power glucose oral solution. Drinking it can quickly restore a large amount of physical and mental strength, with effects diminishing as physical and mental strength increase. Blue potions are here too. Wei Chuan smiled and stored the box of restorative blue potions. After that, there were no more valuable finds. These were the only worthwhile items in the entire warehouse. Those cardboard boxes that seemed full were either empty or contained items that had already rotted and deteriorated, rendering them worthless. However, Wei Chuan was already very satisfied. 5 antivirals, recipes for red potions, recipes for buff potions, 24 bottles of blue potions, plus those 14 evolution crystals. His haul had far exceeded expectations. He glanced at the time. It had been 18 minutes since he entered the hospital, leaving only 12 minutes before the time limit. He had to hurry up and search, then leave the hospital before time ran out. He didn't want to know the consequences of overstaying. "Let's go search other areas. We need to move fast." Wei Chuan didn't dare to delay, immediately leading the 2 girls out of the warehouse and running down another corridor toward the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. As he ran and scouted, Wei Chuan mused to himself. A small bronze-level dungeon could yield antiviral serums and special potion recipes. What treasures would higher-level silver, gold, or even source crystal-level dungeons hide? Machine guns? Automatic turrets? Mechs? Gene evolution serums? Thinking of this, his heart raced again, but at the same time, another thought emerged. The overall combat power level in this world should not be low. Perhaps after a few more versions, there would appear hulking men who could punch through a car, or even stronger firearms and energy weapons. Chapter 56, A Chance Encounter. The oil boss is also in Zone 89. With 12 minutes left, Wei Chuan and his 2 companions searched at a sprinting pace. They quickly swept through the remaining areas of the main building and then dashed into the adjacent inpatient building. Normally, finishing a rough search of one building in 12 minutes would be tough, let alone 2. However, the actual situation turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Aside from the 1st floor of the main building, the other floors in these 2 buildings were almost entirely empty, offering little of value. Along the way, they encountered no danger except for 2 or 3 night demons. The search process became extremely simple. They just needed to run down the corridors while quickly scanning the rooms with their eyes. The haul was meager. They only found some basic surgical tools like scalpels and sutures, as well as some mid-sized medical devices like blood glucose meters and small respirators. Although these items had decent value, they were far from comparable to the loot from the warehouse. Wei Chuan believed that the warehouse guarded by the mutated centipedes was the core area of this hospital instance, and other locations simply hadn't refreshed much in terms of supplies. Therefore, even though there were 3 more buildings left to search, he felt no regret. One cannot be greedy. Securing the most core loot was already sufficient. When the time reached the 27th minute after they entered the instance, Wei Chuan decisively led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to evacuate. He didn't want to risk getting caught up in any unexpected situations. The three quickly retreated along their original path, bursting out of the outpatient hall, crossing the desolate square, and directly stepping out of the hospital gates. Just as they crossed the threshold of the gate, the scene in front of them suddenly blurred, as if they had passed through a layer of light film. The dim, oppressive, and dead atmosphere inside the hospital instantly vanished, replaced by the relatively bright outdoor light. And the sound of the wind on the grass returned to their ears. They had exited the instance. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around and noticed that besides their armored vehicle in the parking lot, there was an unoccupied, modified van that had appeared out of nowhere. It was modified quite well, a regular small wheeling van, almost the size of a large truck. There was no one in the vehicle or around it. It seemed that others had also found this instance. Wei Chuan said quietly to the two women, "We didn't run into anyone while we were inside. So either they avoided us or the instance is an independent space. Not encountering anyone was naturally a good thing, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and troubles. Let us head back to the vehicle first." Once inside the sturdy armored vehicle and locking the doors, the three finally let out a sigh of relief. Wei Chuan eagerly took out all the loot from this trip, focusing naturally on the 14 evolution crystals. He placed the evolution crystals on the table and began to contemplate how to distribute them. Lu Qingqing immediately spoke up. "Hubby, you take more. Lingxue and I will just take one or two to try our luck." After the instance appears, each team needs a main combat force. The stronger you are, the safer we will be in the instance. Zhu Lingxue also nodded seriously in agreement. "Qingqing is right. We just need a ride on your coattails." Seeing the sincere expressions of the two women warmed Wei Chuan's heart. He thought for a moment, and this was indeed the most reasonable and quickest way to enhance the overall strength of the team. All right, Wei Chuan was not one to be overly sentimental, so he immediately nodded in agreement. "Let us do it this way for the next couple of days. Once I boost my strength a bit more, I'll concentrate the evolution crystals to help you awaken." He ultimately decided to keep 10 first-tier evolution crystals for himself. The remaining 3 first-tier and 1 second-tier evolution crystal would be given to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Each of you gets 2. The second-tier one has a slightly higher awakening probability, so let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. Wei Chuan pushed the 4 evolution crystals over. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and quickly extended their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. In a best-of-1 match, Zhu Lingxue won against Lu Qingqing's paper with scissors. Yay! Zhu Lingxue revealed a hint of pride and carefully picked up the second-tier evolution crystal. Lu Qingqing smiled and congratulated her, urging her to try her luck. Although this batch of evolution crystals was very clean and had not been contaminated by any mutated centipede blood, the three still felt a bit uneasy and decided to wash them all before consuming. Familiar warmth surged through them, enhancing their physical and mental strength. Consuming the 10 first-tier evolution crystals at once significantly boosted Wei Chuan's strength. He could now lift 500 pounds with telekinesis, and his arm strength was roughly the same. This power, if concentrated, was nearly equivalent to the force of a bullet, making it suitable for dealing with larger mutated creatures. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with developing his telekinesis. Unfortunately, neither Lu Qingqing nor Zhu Lingxue awakened. However, they were not disappointed. Instead, they felt that Wei Chuan getting 11 attempts at the extremely small probability was already particularly lucky. After a brief rest of a few minutes, the vehicle started again. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned against the sofa, holding a handheld game console, playing the classic game Contra. Zhu Lingxue quietly sat beside him, engrossed in a book. Lu Qingqing was driving, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was calm and relaxed, just as he was finishing a life in the game. The survival manual on the side table suddenly emitted a faint glow. Did the handgun crossbow sell again? Wei Chuan felt a thrill and immediately put down the game console to check the survival manual. He was particularly sensitive to information prompts now, as every piece of information could represent 1 evolution crystal added to his account. However, upon opening it, he found another private message from Li Yongsheng. "That guy again. Always chatting everywhere, what a bore." Wei Chuan shook his head with a smile and clicked on the private chat interface. Li Yongsheng, bro, are you there? Big news. I encountered an instance and got a lot of good stuff. We can share some experience. Seeing the words instance and good stuff, Wei Chuan immediately became interested. Wei Chuan, what good stuff? Send it over to take a look. The reply came back extremely quickly, as if he had been waiting right by the manual. Li Yongsheng, source power glucose oral solution, basic adrenaline injection, super awesome. One increases mana, the other increases combat power. Wei Chuan looked at the names of those familiar items, paused for a moment, then his expression became somewhat peculiar. Isn't this just buff potions and blue potions? Wei Chuan, you must have entered a hospital-type instance, right? Li Yongsheng, yeah, a rundown hospital. It's really creepy inside, and I even ran into a fellow competitor. The ground was littered with bullet casings, and there were gunshots in the building, which scared me so much that I didn't dare to go deeper. I could only scavenge a bit around the corners of the small building. Otherwise, there would have been even more. Li Yongsheng, those competitors were doing really well. They had guns, and their vehicle was super impressive, an armored car bigger than a 100-ton truck. Quite a lot. Chapter 57, Hesitation, Forming a Team. The ground was littered with spent shells. Gunfire echoed from the buildings, and there were armored vehicles larger than a 100-ton king. Wei Chuan's hand holding the survival manual suddenly stiffened. A guess instantly surfaced in his mind, and the expression on his face gradually solidified. That guy Li Yongsheng was indeed driving a van, and it had been modified several times using a transformation template. Damn! Wei Chuan couldn't help but curse softly, feeling a bit dazed. In other words, they had entered the same instance. And while they were fighting night demons, or mutated centipedes, that little bastard Li Yongsheng had quietly snuck around to pick up the leftovers? What are the odds? Wei Chuan was left speechless, feeling both amused and surprised. It was quite a delicate situation. Wei Chuan, 89th District Bronze Level Hospital Instance. Ali Yongsheng, yeah. Damn, I can't believe it. That fellow just now wasn't you, was it, bro? Wei Chuan, if you mean the armored vehicle was 10-wheeled, then that was me. You're smart, kid. If I run into someone in the instance, I'll definitely pull out the shotgun. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before new information came through. Li Yongsheng, that's awesome. I was so scared earlier I was tiptoeing around. Didn't expect it was you, bro. Immediately following, another message came through. The tone had completely changed, filled with flattery. Li Yongsheng, bro. Dear bro, you're not going down a wrong path, right? Wait for me. Let's form a team, okay? I'll cover all living expenses. Just protect me. Seeing that Li Yongsheng not only wasn't scared off, but actually wanted to team up, Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment. He thought it over carefully, and it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. Keeping Li Yongsheng, this resource guy, by his side would come in handy if they encountered urgent situations requiring a lot of supplies in the future. Moreover, through these past few days of contact, he had noticed that Li Yongsheng was quite straightforward, not very complicated in his thoughts, a bit like a wealthy otaku in real life, somewhat trustworthy. Most importantly, Wei Chuan had absolute confidence in his own strength and was not afraid of his little brother turning against him. However, teaming up was not a small matter, and some things had to be said up front. Wei Chuan, I have 2 wives, so teaming up is not very convenient, and you know the rules of this world. If you follow me, you won't be able to get resource points and supply boxes. Only the instance can take care of you. Do you still want to team up? Potential issues had to be clarified to avoid conflicts later. After sending the message, Wei Chuan patiently waited for a while. Soon, Li Yongsheng's reply came back, his attitude exceptionally firm. Li Yongsheng, boss, take me along. I don't want resource points or supply boxes. I'm a fuel seller and don't lack that little bit. Safety is more important than anything. Just give me a bit of soup when we go into the instance. Li Yongsheng, I understand the rules if you don't say anything. I definitely want to get out and wander around. When we get out of the instance, I'll be in front. We're all brothers. I trust you. Seeing himself go from bro to boss, Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This kid was quite perceptive. In fact, Li Yongsheng was also quite anxious inside, worried about Wei Chuan's firearm and armored vehicle. But what made him determined was also Wei Chuan's guns and armored vehicle. He didn't believe that someone as well off as Wei Chuan would be interested in his little possessions. His entire fortune probably wouldn't even compare to the rewards Wei Chuan casually gets from a single instance. After all, he could find treasures just by picking up leftovers. So someone like Wei Chuan, who could charge around in the instance, must be rolling in wealth. Following such a big shot, personal safety was guaranteed, and he could still get a bit of soup when going into the instance. No matter how he thought about it, it was 100 times better than running solo. Wei Chuan, all right, keep it in mind, no need to say more. When you exit the instance, just drive straight ahead, no detours. I'll wait for you on the road. Li Yongsheng, I'm ready to go through fire and water, boss. Closing the survival manual, Wei Chuan called out to Lu Qingqing in the driver's seat. Qingqing, pull over. Lu Qingqing obediently slowed the armored vehicle and parked it by the roadside. Wei Chuan got up from the sofa, went to the storage rack, and took some materials to make a pistol crossbow and exactly 100 crossbow bolts. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, "Honey, did you switch to evolution crystals again?" "No." Wei Chuan shook his head, smiled, and said, "It's a gift for a friend who delivered donkey meat earlier. He is coming from behind, and he'll follow us from now on. This is a little gift for him." "That fuel seller? Can we trust him?" Zhu Lingxue frowned slightly, asking cautiously. Wei Chuan smiled confidently. "Most likely trustworthy. I met him on the first day. That kid's thoughts are not complicated," and he paused, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "With my current telekinetic strength, I could crush a person in the blink of an eye." At this moment, Lu Qingqing also walked over. "Lingxue, did you notice something?" "It's not about Lingxue. It's my business." Wei Chuan shook his head and briefly explained the teaming situation. To reassure Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, he emphasized the form of the team. Same team, but different vehicles. Everyone still drives their own cars, just parking together at night, and when entering instances for mutual support, the usual daily rhythm would remain unchanged, and it wouldn't affect their lives. After hearing this, both women felt it was quite good and nodded in agreement. Having a neighbor in such an open and dangerous area would make sleeping at night feel more secure. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wei Chuan, who was standing on the roof of the vehicle, finally spotted a small black dot in the distance on the road behind, rapidly approaching. It was Li Yongsheng's van, which had undergone multiple modifications. Wei Chuan stood up and waved towards the approaching vehicle. Li Yongsheng, who was driving, clearly saw the imposing armored beast in front and the figure on the roof, gradually slowing down until it came to a steady stop about 10 meters away from the armored vehicle. This distance both showed respect and left a safe buffer zone. "Boss, it's me, Li Yongsheng." The car door opened, and a young man in his 20s swiftly got out, a warm smile on his face, vigorously waving his arms. Wei Chuan sized him up. He looked a bit chubbier than in the photo, especially his belly, which looked like it was hiding a football, stretching his t-shirt. Seeing this, Wei Chuan jumped down from the 3.6-meter-high roof and landed steadily. Wei Chuan didn't approach immediately, amidst Li Yongsheng's puzzled and nervous gaze. He smiled and raised his right index finger, giving a light beckon. The next moment, in Li Yongsheng's disbelieving gaze, a pistol crossbow and a large bundle of crossbow bolts were lifted by an invisible force, slowly floating down from the top of the armored vehicle, hovering steadily in front of him. Wei Chuan had originally intended to keep his telekinesis as a trump card, but after consideration, he decided against it. Never test human nature, especially that of teammates. Chapter 58, Envious Li Yongsheng. Is this telekinesis? Li Yongsheng gasped, his eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth open enough to fit an egg. He stood there like he had been struck by lightning, his brain nearly stopping in thought. Telekinesis. Mind control. This is completely a concept from science fiction. After the huge shock, there was overwhelming joy and an immense sense of relief. The boss really found the right one. By holding on to this golden thigh, he could really lie back and enjoy life in the future. Li Yongsheng looked at the crossbow bolt floating in front of him, then at the smiling Wei Chuan, his voice slightly changing with excitement. "Boss, this is telekinesis, right? Is it the initial talent or the second talent?" "Telekinesis, second talent." Wei Chuan smiled, and with a thought, the hand crossbow and bolt gently landed in Li Yongsheng's arms. For what he understood so far, the initial talents of the graded abilities were related to survival, manufacturing, and support, while the second talent was ungraded and leaned more towards combat, with strength depending on how many evolution crystals were consumed. He explained a little to satisfy his little brother's curiosity. Upon hearing that the second talent leans more towards combat, Li Yongsheng's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. A combat-oriented talent means real superpowers. Besides telekinesis, there might also be abilities like fire, ice, and physical metallization. What man could resist such temptation? Boss, how many evolution crystals did you consume to awaken? Li Yongsheng eagerly asked while hugging the bolt. Wei Chuan didn't hide it and directly said, 11, to gamble on that extremely small probability. I can't tell if it's good luck or bad luck. No one talks about this. 11. Huh, Li Yongsheng murmured, firmly remembering this number. He had already consumed 3 evolution crystals, and although he might not awaken at the number 11, at least he had a preliminary goal. At that moment, he could almost see himself awakening a powerful talent and dominating everything. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, interrupting his daydream, and suggested that while there was still time, they should see if they could find another dungeon or resource point. They could chat slowly after parking when it got dark. He paused and added with a smile, come over for dinner tonight. Try your sister-in-law's cooking. Li Yongsheng immediately nodded vigorously. Okay, thank you, boss. I'll just follow behind you. Feel free to call me anytime. I'm at your service. He had now firmly decided to cling to this strong thigh, his attitude extremely respectful. All right, we're all brothers here. Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, turning to open the back door and returning to the vehicle. Soon, the armored vehicle emitted a low, powerful roar and slowly started moving. Li Yongsheng hurriedly hugged the gift that Wei Chuan had given him, scampering back to his van, quickly starting the engine, and honestly following behind the armored vehicle, beginning his follower career. With a strong backing, Li Yongsheng felt that his survival path had suddenly become wide and bright. He gripped the steering wheel, occasionally grinning foolishly, already looking forward to dinner that night and the days of awakening powerful talents in the future. The next 3 hours went relatively well. The armored vehicle encountered 3 gray iron boxes and 1 bronze box along the road. The gray iron boxes contained mineral water, compressed biscuits, and small batteries, while the bronze box contained unlimited trash bag formulas. All were very ordinary basic supplies. For Wei Chuan, who had long achieved freedom in basic supplies, these items were merely a minor supplement, hardly causing any emotional fluctuations. What Wei Chuan was currently focused on was the evolution crystals that could enhance his strength. At 6 p.m., the brightness of the sunlight gradually decreased. Wei Chuan signaled Lu Qingqing to pull the armored vehicle over to the roadside, and the van following closely behind immediately stopped as well. Qingqing, Ling Xue, make some good dishes tonight. I'm planning to treat Li Yongsheng to a feast. Wei Chuan instructed the 2 women. Good. Lu Qingqing responded with a smile, starting to select ingredients from the source refrigerator. Zhu Lingxue also nodded, beginning to help with the preparations. Wei Chuan opened the back door and got out, walking towards the van behind. Li Yongsheng almost simultaneously got out of the car, and upon seeing Wei Chuan approaching, he hurriedly came forward enthusiastically, his face beaming with smiles. Boss. I came to take a look at your vehicle. Wei Chuan smiled. Boss, feel free to look around. Li Yongsheng quickly stepped aside and opened the side sliding door of the van, inviting Wei Chuan inside. Wei Chuan bent down and climbed in, and his eyes brightened. The van looked unremarkable from the outside, just a bit large and somewhat old. But the interior was quite different. The space was utilized extremely well, with a single soft mattress bed fixed on the left and a row of source appliances compactly arranged on the right. Although cramped, it was equipped with all the basic living facilities. Though small, it was fully functional. Wei Chuan exclaimed, this modification style was clearly made with effort. Li Yongsheng chuckled, taking out 2 cans of chilled beer from a small fridge, handing one to Wei Chuan, and proudly asking, Boss, how is it? ISNT my van pretty good? It was all modified using fuel to gradually exchange for supplies. Quite good, your talent is excellent. To be honest, it's definitely enough to support a vehicle team. Wei Chuan took the cold beer, opened it, took a sip, and nodded. Hearing the words vehicle team, Li Yongsheng's smile suddenly faded, turning into a bitter smile. Boss, forming a team is not that simple. I thought about teaming up to find someone to back me or forming my own group on the first day, but that's too difficult. Those I encounter on the road are either dirt poor, relying on me to support them, or they come to rob me right away. If it weren't for that hand crossbow, I would have been eaten clean. He patted the bed, his tone becoming relieved and satisfied. Now it's best like this. With a powerful boss backing me, I don't have to worry about safety, and I also lack for resources. Tonight, I can finally have a good night's sleep. There was a sense of relief in his words. Clearly, his previous solitary life had put immense psychological pressure on him. Now that he had found a reliable support, it was more gratifying for him than finding a few more resource boxes. That is true. Wei Chuan nodded in agreement. I've also encountered a few waves of robbers. Although I'm not afraid of them, it's still really nerve-wracking. In this chaotic world, if a lone wolf doesn't have some means and luck, life can indeed be very difficult, and they could easily flip over in the gutter at any time. Chapter 59, The Boss's Task. Wei Chuan looked at Li Yongsheng with a serious expression. Since you've joined, you're one of us from now on. I can't promise anything else, but I will definitely ensure you won't be bullied. Thank you, boss. Li Yongsheng's face immediately showed a look of gratitude and relief upon hearing this. Wei Chuan changed the subject and continued. Furthermore, I won't let you follow me for nothing. I'll assign you a task. If you can accomplish this, I'll arrange for you to get a gun, which will help make up for the loss of resource points and supply boxes. A gun? Boss, whatever you command. I'll handle it, whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or going through a sea of fire. Li Yongsheng instantly sat up straight, his eyes wide open, speaking with great enthusiasm. For someone who could only use a pistol crossbow, the temptation of a real gun was too great. Wei Chuan smiled and said, let us skip the mountain of blades and sea of fire. The task isn't too difficult. You just need to collect some hard-to-obtain goods. What kind of goods? Guns, formulas, and good firearms are not sold easily. So what I need are malfunctioning guns, but you must collect them with bullets, even if it's just one bullet. Wei Chuan explained the requirements in detail. The designs for rifle and pistol bullets are quite different, and he wasn't sure if he could make them by hand, so it was best to collect them together with the bullets. Malfunctioning ones are okay? Li Yongsheng was shocked by this, his face filled with disbelief. He remembered clearly that Wei Chuan had the ability to repair and modify home appliances. And now it seemed that he could repair and modify more than just home appliances. A talent that could be used on guns. Isn't that like an arms factory? However, he quickly suppressed his shock and didn't ask too many details, just thumping his chest. Boss, don't worry. I'll handle this. I'm a professional businessman. Good. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. You can offer a higher price, whether it's water, source crystals, or pistol crossbows. If the seller has a bigger appetite, just let me know. I can even provide him with a pistol and a shotgun. Understood. Li Yongsheng nudda rapidly, quickly calculating how to operate. In short, the core idea was scrap gun recovery. When encountering sellers, first stabilize them, negotiate prices, and buy as much as possible. The two spent over 10 minutes discussing the details of the collection. Once all potential issues during the collection process were clarified, Wei Chuan prepared to leave. As he got out of the car, he turned back to remind Li Yongsheng, when you're at the trading post, collect some scrap metal, preferably steel. In a few days, I'll help you modify the chassis and body to make it a bulletproof vehicle. After speaking, Wei Chuan patted his shoulder and turned to walk towards the armored vehicle. What a stroke of luck. Li Yongsheng stood in place, watching Wei Chuan's back, and touched his beloved van, feeling warm inside. He felt like he had latched onto a thick, golden thigh. The future looked promising. Better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail? Nonsense. In this cannibalistic world, only by sticking with capable cannibals can one hope to become the next capable cannibal and access resources and opportunities that were previously unreachable. As it was nearing 7 p.m., the sky was left with only remnants of orange. The inside of the armored vehicle was brightly lit, cool like autumn, with the aroma of delicious food wafting through the air. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had prepared a sumptuous dinner. 3 dishes and a soup, a plate of fragrant braised wolf meat, a plate of stir-fried cauliflower, a plate of luncheon meat and scrambled eggs, a steaming bowl of seaweed and cucumber soup, and a stack of cut fruit. After arranging the food, the two women exchanged nods and intuitively walked to the back corner of the vehicle, opening the refrigerator door for cover. They usually dressed casually in the car, often in comfortable nightgowns, and sometimes even chose to go without anything, adding only stockings based on Wei Chuan's interests. But since Li Yongsheng was coming over for dinner, they naturally couldn't be so casual. They quickly changed into sports pants and long-sleeve t-shirts, which, while still unable to hide their graceful figures, looked much more appropriate. Once the two women changed their clothes, Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle to call Li Yongsheng. Boss, I estimate the night demons will be coming soon. Should we wait to eat until after we take care of the first wave? When Li Yongsheng got out of the car, it was exactly 7 p.m., and the sky suddenly darkened, the sunlight completely swallowed, leaving only a sliver of moonlight. He nervously looked around, rubbing his hands and asking. At this stage, he wasn't afraid of the night demons. He could handle them directly with the vehicle or with rapid fire from the pistol crossbow, and even with a slightly longer cold weapon. But once too many night demons gathered, it would become troublesome. No need. Wei Chuan shook his head decisively, his tone filled with absolute confidence. Eat without worry. With my 30mm thick composite armor, let them shoot at us. If they leave even a scratch, that would be impressive. Let us go. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Hearing this, Li Yongsheng felt relieved. Looking at the cold steel giant, he was filled with endless anticipation for the promised van modification. Once his van also had bulletproof level defense, he could sleep soundly at night. What nonsense night demons. Let them make all the noise outside. Damn. Boarding the armored vehicle with Wei Chuan, Li Yongsheng was amazed by the spacious interior and complete facilities for the first time, especially when he saw all the source appliances. He felt incredibly envious. At the same time, he also saw the two sisters-in-law, both of whom were rare beauties. However, he understood the taboos of interaction between men and did not linger or scrutinize, just politely bowed slightly and said, "Hello, sisters-in-law. I am Li Yongsheng." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue smiled and nodded in response. "Hello. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy." The four of them sat around the dining table and started eating. At first, Li Yongsheng was a bit reserved, even awkward when picking up food. But under Wei Chuan's influence, after drinking 2 bottles of cold beer, he opened up completely. Perhaps it was because he had been repressing himself for too long, and now found a sense of security in having a backing, making it hard for him to stop talking. He shared various interesting stories and good luck he had encountered in recent days, complained about his unlucky experiences, and talked about the bizarre people he had seen. Wei Chuan and the others listened with great interest. They had traveled this way, relying on the high defense of the armored vehicle and increasingly powerful firepower, and had generally sailed smoothly, rarely experiencing the kinds of thrilling encounters Li Yongsheng spoke of, which made it all the more flavorful. Chapter 60. The PPSH-41 submachine gun. A meal took more than half an hour, and the atmosphere was warm and lively. It wasn't until the sound of thud, thud, thud from outside the car, along with the faint roar of a night demon, that Li Yongsheng reluctantly stopped the conversation. "Boss, sisters, thank you for the hospitality. I'll head back first. You all should rest early." Li Yongsheng downed the remaining wine in the bottle in one gulp, quickly got up to say goodbye. "I'll see you off." Wei Chuan nodded, taking him out through the back door. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a humanoid lizard knight demon smashing into the rear right wheel of the armored vehicle. The distance was too close, and Li Yongsheng instinctively shrank his neck in fright. However, Wei Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even pull out his gun. He simply raised his right hand, focused his mind, and an invisible telekinetic force instantly condensed into a fist, which he then smashed down hard at the night demon. Bang! With a dull sound, the humanoid lizard was hit as if struck by a giant rock. Its head instantly shattered, with broken flesh and slime splattered everywhere. Li Yongsheng was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, deeply shaken once again by this supernatural power. The unease he felt because of the night demon vanished in an instant, replaced by a sense of security. "Awesome." Li Yongsheng's voice became slightly higher with excitement as he patted his chest and assured, "Boss, I will definitely handle the gun situation." Wei Chuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "All right, go back now. Drive the car closer. Just sleep tonight. If there are night demons, I will take care of it." "Okay." Li Yongsheng almost bounced back to his van, feeling incredibly secure. After sending off Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan walked around the armored vehicle, checking the water storage tanks. The combined capacity of several tanks was about 65 liters of water. 65 liters were enough for 3 people for daily use, and even for a simple shower. Although it didn't reach the maximum efficiency of 95 small water collection devices, Wei Chuan was very satisfied with this result, as there simply wasn't enough water vapor to demand more. After carefully checking the water collection device, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle, closed the shooting skylight, and completely isolated everything from the outside. "Honey, my relatives are here. How about you go find Qin Qin tonight?" Zhu Lingxue, now back in her nightgown, gently pulled Wei Chuan to the sofa and whispered apologetically in his ear. "Relatives?" Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, pinching her cheek. "I'm not a cow. How can I plow every day? Since your relatives are here, it's just like giving me a break. Cut it out. I didn't make you plow every day." Hearing Wei Chuan's teasing words, Zhu Lingxue's face flushed with 2 shades of red, feeling sweet in her heart. She laughed and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. "Then I'll give you a few more days off. I'll be coming over in a couple of days." Lu Qinqin smiled as she sat on the other side of Wei Chuan, resting her head on his shoulder. "What if I get angry?" Wei Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, wrapping his arm around Lu Qinqin's slender waist, his gaze falling on her cherry-like lips. Sensing Wei Chuan's gaze and thoughts, Lu Qinqin said nothing, only blushingly turned her head to look at the TV. Wei Chuan already got his answer, and his smile was almost reaching his ears. Zhu Lingxue, sitting nearby, watched their secret conversation with narrowed eyes, deciding to take the initiative. The first time must be hers. After the idle chatter, the 3 cuddled together to watch a light-hearted comedy movie. During the movie, another clueless humanoid spider knight demon approached to smash the car, but Wei Chuan easily dealt with it using an invisible telekinetic punch. After the movie ended, the 3 turned off the lights to rest. Just as Wei Chuan was about to drift into sleep, holding the fragrant Zhu Lingxue, she suddenly left his embrace. Before he could reach out to pull her back, his half-body defense was deactivated. He opened his eyes wide, wanted to look up. However, a strong softness and warmth radiated from below, transforming into an indescribable pleasure that spread throughout his body, as if his soul had been sublimated. "This, so mischievous." Wei Chuan immediately understood Zhu Lingxue's intentions. This girl was always like this, wanted to take the first bite of everything. If she didn't get it, she'd sulk. Faced with this lemon essence, all he could say was, "Bring it on." The next morning, Wei Chuan still woke up very early. The first thing he did was pick up the survival manual from the bedside, skillfully open the trading interface, and check the sales status of the handgun crossbow. There were some gains, but not much. Over the night, only 1 set was sold, and he exchanged it for a solitary evolution crystal. That's fine. A mosquito leg is still meat. Wei Chuan had a good mindset, casually taking out the evolution crystal and storing it. Habitually, he browsed the trading hall again to see if there was anything new or any deals to be found. Just when he thought he would find nothing again, he clicked to search for gun, and surprisingly, a piece of information popped up. Item name, PPSH 41 submachine gun quantity, 1 price, 50 liters of diesel. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. ISNT, this the old Soviet's PPSH. The price was very low. Opening the item information, it turned out to be a damaged gun, and the seller wasn't too foolish either. PPSH 41 submachine gun, caliber 7, 62 millimeters, effective range 150 m, drum capacity 1671 rounds, barrel severely bent, unable to fire. What a treasure! Snatched it up. Wei Chuan was overjoyed, exchanged fresh water for diesel, and without hesitation clicked to purchase. Transaction successful. Diesel minus 50 liters. Obtained. PPSH 41 submachine gun 1. Wei Chuan excitedly rubbed his hands together and took the gun out from the storage compartment. The barrel was severely bent, and there were several twists along the bend. It seemed the seller had tried to straighten it but made it worse, hence selling it. Awesome. Wei Chuan lovingly caressed the PPSH, almost wanting to kiss it. Last night, he even asked Li Yongsheng to keep an eye out for guns. And he didn't expect to stumble upon one himself today. His luck was incredible. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the model of the gun. Although he didn't know much about firearms, he was quite familiar with his classic PPSH submachine gun. This thing had a powerful fire rate, and it used a drum magazine, making handguns and shotguns totally obsolete. However, the price of its firepower was the consumption of bullets. Just a slight pull of the trigger would unleash several rounds, making it impractical for regular use, so he could only save the ammunition for crucial moments. Walking to the storage rack, Wei Chuan picked out some suitable metal materials, wiped off the rust and scratches on the PPSH, and finally repaired the deformed barrel. Looking at the nearly brand-new PPSH submachine gun, Wei Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he could use fully automatic firearms. Next, let us make some bullets, at least to fill one drum. Chapter 61, Death Tolls Soars. I made some adjustments to the submachine gun from the last chapter. The wooden stock can now be replaced with a metal stock, and it can be crafted by hand. I got a bit confused while writing last night. For a whole hour afterward, Wei Chuan immersed himself in the repetitive and meticulous work of making bullets for the PPSH submachine gun. The craftsmanship for the 7.62 by 25mm bullets is slightly more complicated than that of the Great Black Star bullets and shotgun shells, so it felt a bit clumsy on the first try. Fortunately, with the talent, skill, insight into the essence, and sufficient materials, he barely managed to complete a 71-round magazine within 1 hour. During this time, when he went to the trading post to buy gunpowder, he also exchanged water for an evolution crystal, which he consumed along with the one he had in the morning. The continuous growth in his physique and mental power made him quite pleased. Now, he had consumed a total of 23 first-level evolution crystals. Just after 6:30 a.m., Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue gradually woke up, and the car cabin began to liven up. Wei Chuan finished making the bullets and stored the entire gun in his storage compartment. He didn't take a break, but instead took out the remaining metal materials to continue modifying the armored vehicle. In his plan, the next stage of this mobile fortress would be 15 meters long, 5 meters high, and 6 meters wide. It had already been modified to 5 meters long, 4 meters high, and 4 meters wide, so he was not far from his goal. He estimated that he could finish the modifications by tomorrow after integrating this batch of metal materials into the vehicle body. In fact, with his current greatly enhanced physical and mental strength, the efficiency of the modifications could have been improved 2 to 3 times, allowing him to finish yesterday. However, to prepare for any resource points or dungeons that might suddenly appear, he always reserved about half of his energy for unexpected situations, which made the modification progress seem a bit slow. After all, safety is always the top priority. He didn't want to end up in a weakened state like he did at the beginning, exhausting himself every time. Close to 7 a.m., the sky was just getting bright, but the temperature had already risen. The survival manual on the table lit up with a message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, are you up? I got some breakfast milk. You and your sister-in-law can have some. Wei Chuan smiled and replied, Wei Chuan, it's not even 7 yet. There might be night demons outside. Be careful, I'll go get it myself. He took 2 packs of the best cigarettes from the storage rack and got out of the back door of the vehicle. Li Yongsheng's van was parked just a few steps away, and the guy was leaning against the car door, munching on an apple, living quite a comfortable life. Boss, here, some calcium for you. Seeing Wei Chuan approach, Li Yongsheng turned around and pulled a whole box of packaged breakfast milk from the car. Thanks. Wei Chuan accepted the box of breakfast milk and naturally took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, handing them over. Frog fun, Huazi great smokes. Li Yongsheng happily accepted them, then lowered his voice, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. Boss, guns are not easy to buy. They can't be seen in the trading post, and no one responds to the purchase posts. Might have to wait a few days. Wei Chuan had anticipated this and shook his head with a smile, his tone relaxed. It's fine if we can buy them. It's luck. If not, it doesn't matter. No need to force it. It's normal for them to be hard to buy. If they were that easy to get, he would have become an arms dealer long ago. It was precisely because they were extremely scarce that he kept an eye on them every day. After chatting with Li Yongsheng for a few minutes, Wei Chuan returned to the armored vehicle, where Lu Qingqing handed him a portion of heated milk and bread. While eating the simple breakfast, Wei Chuan habitually opened the communication channel. Area 89, 8,801, 10,000 people. Xie Yizhong. Damn, a dungeon suddenly spawned by the roadside. Scared me. Gray Iron Level Kindergarten. That name sounds like a horror dungeon. Zhoujia. There are people selling bows and arrows in the trading post. Victor, I don't recommend entering dangerous areas so soon. Believe me, even a gray iron level danger zone requires teamwork. I almost died yesterday. Yishu. As long as I can survive, one spear recipe can last a lifetime. There's no need to go into dungeons to throw away my life. Qiu Shui. I also encountered a dungeon here, a bronze level mine, and as soon as I entered, I saw a giant python as thick as a water bucket. The difficulty is too high. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of people in the area, causing him to frown slightly. In less than 20 hours, the number of people in the area had dropped from 9923 to 8801, a decrease of 1122 people, which was a bit frightening in terms of mortality rate. As expected, once the dungeon system came out, it would definitely lead to many deaths. The gray iron level dungeons might not be too difficult. With a bit of courage and decent equipment, one might be able to solo them. But for bronze level dungeons, the difficulty increases dramatically. Just think about those mutated centipedes in the hospital yesterday. They couldn't be dealt with just by cold weapons. You either need firearms, or you need to work together with many people, or you need a powerful second talent. Otherwise, you definitely won't come out after entering. He continued to scroll through the information. There was no valuable intel. All the dungeons encountered so far were gray iron and bronze level, and no one had yet encountered a higher difficulty dungeon. Quickly finishing his breakfast, Wei Chuan closed the communication channel. The outside was already bright. It was time to set off. This morning's luck was indeed a bit poor. The armored vehicle had been driving for a whole morning, and all he saw were blue skies and dry grasslands. He didn't spot any supply boxes, resource points, or dungeons. Wei Chuan even occasionally visited the trading post, hoping to find something interesting, but the results were equally disappointing. Nothing piqued his interest. The entire morning was spent in this tedious driving and waiting, leading to a somewhat dull atmosphere in the vehicle cabin. However, just as Wei Chuan was about to announce a stop for a lunch break, creak, Zhu Lingxue suddenly began to slow down, and the lack of inertia caused everything in the vehicle to sway slightly. What's wrong, Lingxue? Wei Chuan immediately became alert, quickly walking to the side of the hanging ladder, pulling out his handgun from the storage compartment. Hubby, my talent has a sense. Zhu Lingxue turned back and waved her hand, her tone excited and certain. Hearing this, Wei Chuan immediately looked out the observation window. As far as he could see, apart from the vast, dry grassland and a few undulating low hills, there were no signs of any buildings. Not a resource point, not a dungeon. That must be a supply box. You two stay alert. I'll go take a look. Wei Chuan quickly made a judgment, leaving the two women in the vehicle while he opened the back door and jumped down. Along this stretch of road, the grass by the roadside was knee-high, obstructing his view, so he could only push through the grass and search step by step. Chapter 62. Intelligent AI, Complete Liberation. Boss, is that a supply box? Seeing Wei Chuan get out of the car, Li Yongsheng also followed and shouted from the roadside. After walking and stopping for 3 hours yesterday afternoon, he already knew that one of the sisters had an initial talent ability very similar to a supply radar. Now, without Wei Chuan saying anything, he could guess why they stopped ahead. Right? You go over there. Wei Chuan nodded and pointed to the other side of the road. Just like that, another person appeared in the grass. After searching for about 2 or 3 minutes, Wei Chuan spotted a dazzling gold color in a patch of low, dense grass. A gold box. This was the second gold box he had encountered. Wei Chuan's pupils contracted, his heartbeat accelerated, and he quickly walked over to check it out. The last gold box had yielded a shotgun and ammunition, so this gold box should be just as good. He was sure he would get something great. It's so hard to find. Come on, big loot. He suppressed his excitement, rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and directly unlatched the box. However, the scrolls and equipment he expected did not appear. The box was empty. Only 3 identical, already unfolded small blueprints lay quietly on the black cloth at the bottom. The surface of the blueprints patterned somewhat like lightning. Huh? Just this? Wei Chuan was immediately stunned. He was very familiar with this type of item. This was a modification template, and all modification templates looked like this. No, the modification templates from a gold box should be much stronger than common street goods. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he picked up the 3 modification templates. Intelligent Voice Control System Modification Template. After modification, you can issue commands to the vehicle via voice, control all energy devices on the vehicle, and achieve functions such as intelligent unmanned driving, device switching, and cruise control. Consumes source crystal 10 every 24 hours of use. Modification times 1. Materials required for modification. Electronic components 5, copper ingots 10, cables 10, glass 10, plastic 10. Please place the materials near the template. Wow. The moment he read the template information, Wei Chuan's eyes widened. and he couldn't help but curse. Isn't this just a vehicle AI? A good item. He had never seen a similar item in the trading market. Being able to completely liberate his hands while driving normally was simply a godsend for a lone wolf. Moreover, this vehicle AI perfectly matched his mechanical perception and Zhu Lingshua's lucky favor. Relying on mechanical perception for bad things and lucky favor for good things, without needing anyone to stay in the driver's seat. So refreshing. Wei Chuan stored away these 3 precious modification templates and quickly walked back, almost flying on his feet. He only had one thought in his mind. Immediately, right now, make this vehicle AI back on the road. He saw Li Yongsheng still digging in the grass on the other side. Yongsheng, I found it, come back. Wei Chuan shouted. Hearing this, Li Yongsheng straightened up, brushed off the grass clippings on him, and jogged over. Found it, boss? What good stuff is it? What good stuff? Wei Chuan looked at his foolish yet expectant eyes and hesitated a bit. This intelligent voice control system modification template was indeed a bit precious. Giving away one would be painful. But then he thought again. A sensible little brother is also a scarce resource in this world. It's still the early pioneering stage, and many people haven't completely become cold and shrewd yet. It's the perfect time to cultivate his own people. If he missed this stage, it would be incredibly difficult to find reliable teammates once everyone turned into seasoned veterans. That's why he brought Li Yongsheng into the group. Besides, it's not like there's only one template. He had a total of 3, so giving one away wasn't a big deal. With the vehicle AI, driving would save a lot of hassle. Thinking of this, Wei Chuan no longer hesitated and took out one template to throw to Li Yongsheng. I.e., Li Yongsheng clumsily caught the card and instinctively focused to check it out. When he saw the effect of this template, he instantly gasped, his whole body stiffening as if struck by lightning. What the heck, unmanned driving? Li Yongsheng repeatedly looked over the template information, and a huge surprise hit his brain. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, pushed the template back to Wei Chuan, and revealed a deep envy in his eyes. Boss, if you encounter such good stuff next time, don't forget about your little brother. What? Don't you want it? A natural smile appeared on Wei Chuan's face as he took out another one from the storage compartment. Boss is awesome. The next second, Li Yongsheng let out an excited scream, arms wide open like a meatball tank charging towards Wei Chuan. Get lost. Wei Chuan reacted quickly, smiling and raising one hand to accurately block his round belly, stopping his attack. Hurry up and install the stuff. If you hold me back, I won't let you off. Yes, sir. Li Yongsheng stood up straight with a cheeky grin, saluting Wei Chuan in a somewhat comical manner, and shouted. After that, he tightly clutched the template, turned, and dashed towards his van, as if even a second of delay would be a sin. Not bad at being sensible. Wei Chuan shook his head with a smile and returned to the armored vehicle. Hubby, what did you find? Zhu Lingxue asked curiously. Good stuff. We won't have to drive every day in the future. Wei Chuan teased, and after buying some standard materials in the trading market, he eagerly took the driver's seat. What? Hearing that there was no need to drive, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both became very interested and gathered around. Watch carefully, the treasure is about to come out. Wei Chuan whispered, placing all the materials at his feet, then sticking the intelligent voice control system modification template onto the central control panel and clicking to start the modification. Buzz, the familiar buzzing sound rang out, and all the materials piled at his feet disappeared in an instant, absorbed by the modification template. Soon, the central control panel seemed to come alive, rapidly transforming and expanding, with various materials flowing and reorganizing, and a glass screen extended from the central control panel. In just a few seconds, the previously somewhat rudimentary central control area had grown a clear, high-tech 31-inch vehicle central display screen. The energy box was also next to the armrest box. After inserting the source crystal, the screen lit up the next moment. A blue cartoon, lightning-shaped logo appeared in the center of the screen, followed by a gentle electronic, synthesized voice. Hello, Commander. I am your exclusive driving assistant Lightning. System initialization complete. Before using the system, please input your fingerprint and voice for binding according to the screen instructions. Chapter 63. The Era of Convoys. Gray Iron-Level Tunnel Dungeon. Driving Assistant. The moment the electronic voice sounded, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue almost simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief. their eyes bursting with incredible joy. They knew exactly what this meant. With this, they could completely free themselves from the driver's seat. How about it? Isn't it a great thing? Wei Chuan crossed his arms, looking at the two women with pride. His face written with praise, "Meet quickly. Honey, you're amazing." Zhu Lingxue directly pounced on Wei Chuan, randomly kissing him on the face. "It's fully practical." Lu Qingqing nodded vigorously, her gentle eyes filled with smiles. Wei Chuan laughed heartily and immediately began setting it up. He first entered his fingerprint and voice print as the highest authority, then recorded Lu Qingqing's and Zhu Lingxue's fingerprints and voice prints into the system, granting them control permissions. These two permissions were actually similar, but every time the engine was turned off and restarted, it could only be activated with the highest authority. Then, he eagerly tested the smart system. Lightning drive, slow down. "Okay, Commander, the speed is set to 30 kilometers per hour. Please call me anytime if you need to adjust the speed." The armored vehicle slowly started moving. Lightning, activate the massage function of the driver's seat, set the intensity to medium. "Okay, Commander, the command has been executed." The massage chair beneath him immediately began to work. A comfortable vibration sensation coming through. Lightning, lower the air conditioning temperature. "Okay, Commander, the air conditioning temperature has been set to cooling mode at 18 degrees. Lightning, open a car window. "Sorry, Commander, your car windows are integrated bulletproof windows and cannot be opened." The test results made Wei Chuan extremely satisfied. This system could not only perfectly execute driving commands, but also precisely control the vehicle's power devices and electronics through voice, maximizing convenience. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also eagerly tried various commands, quickly familiarizing themselves with the system, and the vehicle was filled with laughter and joy. An hour later, the lunch break ended. Wei Chuan sent a private message to Li Yongsheng. "Have you finished?" Li Yongsheng replied almost immediately. "Done, boss. This AI is amazing. I really love you." Wei Chuan smiled and replied, "All right, stop joking. You drive ahead at 50 kilometers per hour. Keep an eye on the dungeon and honk if you see anything." Li Yongsheng got it. "I guarantee to complete the task." The van slowly started, overtaking the armored vehicle from the side. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa and said, "Lightning, you can drive now. Maintain 50 kilometers per hour." "Okay, Commander." Cruise mode has been activated. The electronic voice sounded, and the armored vehicle smoothly started automatically, gradually accelerating and following behind Li Yongsheng's van. This is what life is about. Wei Chuan wrapped his left arm around Lu Qingqing and his right arm around Zhu Lingxue, happily watching a movie playing on a 60-inch power device TV. This feeling was simply exhilarating, turning the road survival into a camper van travel experience. However, this pleasant atmosphere was broken half an hour later. A loud, furious engine roar that clearly did not belong to the armored vehicle or the van approached from afar. Wei Chuan immediately became alert. Although mechanical perception had not been triggered, indicating no malice outside the vehicle, he still did not dare to be careless. "Qingqing, Lingxue, take over driving manually." He signaled the two women to prepare at the driver's seat, while he quickly took out a handgun and climbed onto the roof through the shooting sunroof. Standing on the roof and looking around, he saw a parallel road about 100 meters to the right. A chase was unfolding on that road. 4 modified vehicles were involved, with 3 cars crazily chasing a large pickup truck. Both sides' engines roared, especially the fleeing large pickup truck, with its exhaust pipe puffing out black smoke, seemingly under heavy load. Looking ahead, Li Yongsheng had also heard the commotion. He had opened the driver's window, holding a handgun crossbow, ready to shoot at any moment. However, the chase did not involve them. The large pickup truck was fast, and the driver's skills were quite fierce, swerving left and right, never allowing the 3 cars behind to overtake. As the angle between the 2 roads widened and the distance increased, the intense engine sounds gradually faded into the wind. It was becoming increasingly difficult for lone wolves. Wei Chuan sighed in relief, climbing down from the roof, feeling a bit emotional. With the emergence of service areas, the number of convoys had increased, as service areas not only offered good supplies, but also helped many people find teammates. Scenes of one vehicle being chased by multiple vehicles would likely become common in the future. After this brief episode, the convoy drove steadily for another half hour. Suddenly, Li Yongsheng, leading the way, began honking wildly. Lightning, slow down. Wei Chuan immediately ran to the driver's seat to check, seeing a solitary little hill on the right side of the road, surrounded by lush greenery. At the foot of the little hill, there was a dark tunnel entrance, with a row of empty oversized parking spaces on either side. As they drove into the parking space, several familiar gray lines of text floated above the tunnel entrance. Survivor, welcome to the Pan Mountain Tunnel. The Pan Mountain Tunnel was captured by night demons before its construction was completed and has now become a lair for them. Some supplies left behind by the engineering team during their hasty evacuation remain in the tunnel. Please explore with caution. Danger level, gray iron, access time, 60 minutes, existence time, 300 minutes. The sudden appearance of a vibrant little hill was indeed a dungeon, though the difficulty was not high, just the lowest gray iron level. The time limits were different from the hospital dungeon they encountered yesterday, indicating that each dungeon might differ. Boss, Li Yongsheng, who had already parked the vehicle, ran to the front of the armored vehicle waving. Get ready, we're going in 5 minutes. Wei Chuan opened the door and replied, then went to the storage rack to organize his gear. For a gray iron level dungeon, it could be used to train mental power, so there was no need to bring too many guns and ammunition. A submachine gun could be kept on him, along with a handgun and 3 magazines. However, just before setting off, Wei Chuan asked Zhu Lingxue to stay in the vehicle. Since they had run into Li Yongsheng yesterday, they might encounter others today. It was necessary to keep an eye on the entrance to prevent anyone from sneaking up on them. By the way, it would definitely be dark in the tunnel, so they needed to buy some lighting equipment. Chapter 64, simple and straightforward, a metal bonanza. After everything was ready, Wei Chuan led Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng to the entrance of the deep tunnel. Boss, sister-in-law, how about you wait for me here? I'll go back to the car and get a flashlight. Li Yongsheng looked at the flashlights in Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing's hands, then touched his empty hands, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Didn't I tell you to prepare? Wei Chuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and skillfully pulled out a brand new flashlight from his backpack, tossing it over. He had anticipated various situations and bought a total of 10 identical flashlights. They could be used casually during downtime, and in special circumstances, they could serve as throne lights, preventing any accidents. Life is precious. He never fought an unprepared battle. I prepared, but I didn't think of this. It's still up to the boss. Li Yongsheng fumbled to catch the flashlight, his face full of admiration and relief. Soon, the three of them turned on their flashlights and stepped into the pitch-black tunnel. As soon as they entered the instance area, the light instantly became extremely dim, with only 3 beams of light swaying in the dusty, moldy air. The front section of the tunnel looked no different from a regular tunnel, long and wide with a dark, deep semicircular cave. The difference was that it was filled with a large number of abandoned vehicles, rusted to the point of being mere frames, stacked haphazardly, creating a steel graveyard. After walking a few steps, a hoarse howl came from behind the wreckage of an abandoned small truck ahead. A figure clad in tattered work clothes, seemingly a worker mutated into a night demon, lunged forward with claws outstretched. There's a monster. Li Yongsheng was a bit timid, or perhaps too nervous. Without waiting for the night demon to get close, he rapidly pulled the trigger, firing several crossbow bolts with a whoosh. Although his aim was average, the sheer number was overwhelming. One bolt struck directly into the night demon's eye socket, instantly killing it and making it dissipate. Damn, you scared me. Li Yongsheng breathed a sigh of relief, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, and quickly replenished his arrows. Wei Chuan was already used to it. With this kind of play, where the bolts arrived before the monster, it was no wonder this guy used to buy bolts from him every day. However, this tactic was quite solid. It could learn its essence. The 3-person team continued deeper. There were no forks in the tunnel, but the abandoned vehicles and construction obstacles greatly slowed their progress. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they only encountered 3 night demons and didn't run into any mutated creatures at all. This gray iron level instance is too easy, Wei Chuan commented, a hint of disappointment in his tone. It was good that the instance was simple, but the lack of mutated creatures was annoying. He wanted evolution crystals. They did find quite a few other supplies. They discovered many specialized protective suits, goggles, searchlights, various tools, and standard materials in some abandoned construction vehicles and toolboxes, even finding some water and food. While not very useful, it was still considered a gain. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, the three finally reached the end of the tunnel. Ahead was a rock face that had not been excavated, and it was clear that construction had been interrupted here. Under the beam of the flashlight, they could see several skeletons scattered at the end, their clothing long since decayed. Suddenly, a pair of eerie green lights flared up among the bones. Squeak, accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream, a gigantic mutated rat, comparable to an adult Rottweiler, suddenly stood upright. Its filthy, oily fur and two massive front teeth gave it a menacing appearance, and it charged towards Wei Chuan and the others with incredible speed. "I'll handle it," Wei Chuan said softly, stopping Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng, who were about to shoot. He wanted to test the effect of telekinesis against a mutated creature. As his mind focused, a powerful mental force surged forth. An invisible telekinetic hand quickly formed ahead, slamming down on the charging mutated rat. Bang! With a muffled thud, the aggressive mutated rat seemed to hit an invisible wall. Its momentum abruptly halted as it was forcefully pressed against the dusty ground. It struggled wildly with its limbs, but could not break free. Wei Chuan felt the strength of its struggles and was reassured. He concentrated his thoughts again, transforming the invisible hand into a grip, tightly holding the mutated rat's plump body and lifting it high into the air before smashing it down onto the ground. Bang! The mutated rat let out a painful howl, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, clearly injured from the fall. Wei Chuan eagerly experimented with several ways to use his telekinesis, whether to hammer, press, or tear. Initially, the mutated rat could still struggle violently, but as its injuries worsened, it soon could only emit weak groans, ultimately collapsing and becoming motionless. Seeing that it could no longer withstand the pressure, Wei Chuan focused his thoughts and reached out his right hand to grip the air. Pop! The mutated rat's massive, pointed head exploded as if crushed by a hydraulic press. Its body quickly dissipated, leaving behind a dim evolution crystal. "Boss, that was too cool." Li Yongsheng watched in awe, nearly drooling with envy. He didn't expect to awaken such a monstrous talent himself. He would be satisfied with just half the power and coolness of telekinesis. "There's no way forward. This rat should be the boss here," Lu Qingqing said, looking at the dissipating body. "Yeah, looks like it. This gray iron level instance is much simpler than I initially thought. Let us start searching this area carefully." Wei Chuan nodded, bending down to pick up the evolution crystal. "All right." Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng nodded, shining their flashlights around and starting to gather supplies. It was a chaotic scene here, filled with various construction tools, wooden boxes, oil drums, and even a small transport shuttle lying on its side. The visible supplies were much richer than in the earlier sections of the tunnel. "Got some leftover transformation materials," Wei Chuan said with a satisfied smile as he approached the shuttle. This small transport shuttle was the best preserved vehicle in the tunnel, hardly rusted at all, not requiring any effort for renovation. The materials were very sturdy, mostly steel with a lot of plastic and wires. Most of the materials on the shuttle were useful. With his current strength, he could carry away these useful materials. Organizing the compartments could free up 20 slots, with each slot holding 500 pounds of materials, allowing him to take away a total of 10,000 pounds. Chapter 65, Acquiring Storage Props, Oasis Resource Point. 20 minutes later, Wei Chuan and his companions emerged from the tunnel, carrying a bountiful harvest. Each person's storage compartment was full, and their backpacks were stuffed to the brim. This trip was incredibly easy. It ended without a single shot fired. A total of 7 night demons were taken down by Li Yongsheng using his pistol crossbow. While Wei Chuan only killed 1 mutated rat, it felt as effortless as a trip to the supermarket. Danger zone access time. 8:60 minutes. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, noting that there were still 8 minutes left in the access time, and he couldn't waste it. He asked Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to organize the basic supplies while he took out all the metal materials and dumped them on the ground. After clearing out storage space, he turned and rushed back into the tunnel. This time, his target was the scrap cars at the tunnel entrance. Before time ran out, Wei Chuan salvaged 2 more vehicles. Done. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, looking at the pile of metal beside the armored vehicle, feeling quite satisfied. Metal materials are never too much. What isn't used in this round can be used in the next. When there's an opportunity to stock up, he should gather as much as possible. He needed to find a way to get some storage props. While transporting the metal materials to the vehicle, Wei Chuan couldn't help but frown. His current storage method was very primitive. Underneath 2 iron frame beds, he had stuffed 3 bicycles and 1 electric bike, which were reduced to just the main frames, and 4 production tables could provide 40 material slots. This 40-slot material space was his current materials warehouse. But this method wasn't a long-term solution. It took up space and was inconvenient to access, as he had to crawl under the bed every time. Storage props. Let's take a look. Wei Chuan opened the trading platform and posted a purchase request. Wanted various storage props, willing to exchange for water and source crystals. Sincere offers welcome. Please include your price. He initially thought that such a relatively obscure and rare item would take a while to find a seller, but to his surprise, shortly after posting, the survival manual lit up. Several people messaged him at the same time. Zhang Fan, bro, do you want a nightstand? It has 15 storage slots. How about 10 liters of water? Feng Yi, a backpack with 5 slots, fixed price of 45 source crystals. Xiaoen, Booty, check out this fine iron storage cabinet. It's compact, but has an amazing 20 storage slots. Only needs 15 liters of water. Equivalent materials can also work. Huang Lihua, I have a climbing backpack with 10 slots. Wei Chuan quickly skimmed through the messages and offers, finding the prices to be quite similar. Averaging it out, 1 storage slot was about 5 liters of water. He had never bought storage props before, so he wasn't sure if this price was high or low, but since so many people were selling at this price, it should be the normal market rate. And for him, it was just a small expense. I want them all. Without any hesitation, Wei Chuan activated the Allow Trading feature and quickly completed the transactions. 1, 2, 5. The storage props piled up beside the sofa, including nightstands, storage cabinets, wardrobes, climbing backpacks, and regular backpacks. That's enough. Wei Chuan looked at the colorful array of storage props, feeling elated. This wave of acquisitions had pushed the number of storage slots into triple digits. More than enough for the short term. He had furniture with backpacks that could be used both inside and outside the vehicle. After organizing these storage props, he immediately got to work, pulling out the bicycles and electric bike from under the bed. Now, you can retire. Wei Chuan chuckled, activating his thought-shaping ability to recycle the 4 two-wheeled vehicles into materials. Out. Cleanup completed. 10 minutes later, the convoy set off, heading into the unknown. This journey felt particularly slow and uneventful. From 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., they found nothing, not even encountering other vehicles. It seemed like only their 2 cars were driving alone in the desolate world. A simple night passed, and the 8th day of survival had arrived. Upon waking up, Wei Chuan habitually picked up the survival manual to check. Survivor, Wei Chuan, talent, S-class mechanical control, telekinesis, time, 6:05, weather, clear, temperature, 30. Upon seeing the temperature reading, Wei Chuan instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling something was off. It was already 30 degrees this early. Normally at this time, the temperature would stay between 25 to 27 degrees. While not cool, it certainly wasn't hot. The hottest times in the afternoon would reach 39 degrees. It was like an invisible ceiling that had never surpassed 40 degrees. But today, the temperature was already 30 degrees before dawn. Would it likely exceed 40 degrees or even higher by afternoon? Ridiculous, and there wasn't even a notification or anything. Wei Chuan muttered, then thought of a realistic good news. Water prices were going to rise. High temperatures would undoubtedly lead to increased water consumption, making the water he had even more valuable. He would check again in the afternoon. Shaking his head, he closed the survival manual and prepared to start a new day of armored vehicle modifications. However, just as he turned to grab materials, a flicker of movement caught his eye through the vehicle's observation window. In the moonlight that had yet to fully fade, he caught sight of a shadow that shouldn't exist in this dry grassland. It was a slender and somewhat tall shadow, swaying slightly. What the heck? A chill ran down Wei Chuan's spine, and almost instinctively, his submachine gun appeared in his hand. He held his breath and focused intently. The swaying black shadow outside seemed somewhat familiar. It looked like a tree. Where'd a tree come from in the dry grassland? There wasn't one last night. Did a roadside instant spawn? Wei Chuan quickly opened a flashlight, agilely climbed onto the roof of the vehicle through the shooting hatch, and aimed the beam toward the right side of the road. Holy crap! In the next moment, his pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Just a few meters away from the road, a vibrant patch of green appeared, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. It was a small oasis resource point. Not very large, about 500 square meters, it stood out like a paradise in the midst of the desolate grassland. Several tall, coconut trees grew in the oasis, their crowns dense and heavy with clusters of green coconuts. The ground was no longer sand and dry grass, but lush green grass interspersed with colorful wildflowers. He could vaguely see some low-lying plants bearing round watermelons. What excited Wei Chuan the most was that in the center of this small oasis, there was a familiar chest, subtly glowing with golden light under the illumination. A golden chest. Chapter 66. Attack, the troublesome mutated tree. I hit the jackpot these days. Wei Chuan felt a wave of immense joy rush to his head, almost flinging the flashlight away in excitement. An oasis rich in fruit resources. A golden box that is bound to yield treasures. This place is simply paradise. No, it also comes with an evolution crystal. Resource points are guarded by mutated creatures. That's the rule of resource points. Ling Shui, Qing Qing, get up quickly. Wei Chuan immediately began to pack his gear while shouting towards the bed. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't dawn yet and the temperature wasn't too high, he planned to head out now to harvest this oasis resource point. Honey? What's wrong? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were startled awake by Wei Chuan's shout, sitting up groggily in bed, looking blankly at Wei Chuan next to the storage rack. Get up quickly. There's a green oasis resource point outside, full of fruits, and there's a golden box. Wei Chuan spoke rapidly, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Fruits and a golden box? These two words acted like a stimulant, instantly clearing away any remnants of sleep from the two women. To them, fruit was just a common snack, but the experience of personally picking fruit in an oasis was undoubtedly a luxurious enjoyment in this world. Moreover, there was a golden box. The intelligent AI they encountered yesterday came from a golden box, and who knows, they might get something good this time too. The two women immediately got out of bed, changed into sportswear, and checked their weapons and ammunition. Wei Chuan moved the armored vehicle slightly, positioning the two bright high-beam headlights towards the oasis, instantly dispelling the darkness in that area, revealing many details. After preparing their gear, Wei Chuan, along with the fully armed women, jumped out of the vehicle. Passing by Li Yongxing's van, he knocked twice on the door. Yongxing, there's good stuff. Hurry up and get up. Boss. A groggy voice came from inside the vehicle. Get up quickly, we're going to pick fruit. Hearing the response, Wei Chuan no longer waited for him, leading Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue towards the oasis. Under the strong light, the coconut trees, poplar trees, grass, flowers, and fruits in the oasis appeared even clearer and more enticing. The angular golden box emitted a mesmerizing glow. However, strangely, the resource point was eerily quiet. At a glance, there were no signs of any mutated creatures moving around. Be careful, Wei Chuan whispered a warning, clapping his hands to create a noticeable noise, trying to lure out any hidden mutated creatures. Yet, the oasis remained silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Just as Wei Chuan's hands began to ache from clapping, contemplating whether to fire a shot as a probe, he heard Li Yongxing's tense shout from behind. Boss, it's a tree. Li Yongxing had just finished packing his gear and caught an astonishing sight. Almost simultaneously, Wei Chuan also detected movement at the front left. He saw that two seemingly ordinary sturdy poplar trees suddenly came to life at that moment. Their thick trunks twisted eerily like giant pythons, and the gnarled branches whipped through the air like powerful whips, rushing towards Wei Chuan and the two women with astonishing speed and force. No wonder no mutated creatures were drawn out. Guarding this resource point were actually two mutated trees. Dodge! Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, and without time to think, his telekinetic power erupted. Invisible forces grabbed Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue by the back of their collars and yanked them backward. while he himself executed a roll to the right. Whoosh! The massive wooden whip swept past them, the gust of wind stinging their faces. If they had been hit head-on, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Damn it, I was careless. During the update, the prompt had said causes mutations in plants and animals, but in the last 2 days, the resource points and dungeons they encountered had all been mutated animals, leading Wei Chuan to mistakenly believe that only animals would mutate, nearly causing him to fall into a trap. At this moment, Li Yongsheng rushed over. He quickly raised his crossbow and shot several arrows at one of the mutated poplar tree's trunk. However, the mutated poplar tree reacted extremely quickly, and several slender branches danced like thin arms, accurately deflecting all the incoming arrows. Damn! Li Yongsheng cursed under his breath, his face slightly pale. This mutated plant was much harder to deal with than mutated animals. It even understood defense and blocking. Bang! 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 At this moment, Wei Chuan had already stabilized himself and, without hesitation, pulled out a shotgun from the storage compartment, unleashing a barrage at the mutated poplar tree that was swinging its branches. You can block arrows, but let's see you block this shotgun. A storm of metal pellets enveloped a large area in an instant, although most were blocked by the branches. Sending wood chips and leaves flying, quite a few still penetrated the defenses and struck the trunk hard. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who had gotten up from the ground, were both shocked and angry, immediately aiming their handguns at another mutated poplar tree and firing fiercely. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the trunk and branches of the poplar tree, exploding into clumps of red and green, a viscous liquid that looked both like juice and blood, appearing extremely bizarre and grotesque. Creak! The 2 poplar trees seemed to feel the intense pain, emitting sharp, screeching sounds similar to wood breaking, and completely fell into madness. Their trunks and branches twisted and whipped aimlessly, trying to destroy everything around them. Of course, Wei Chuan and the other 3 had already distanced themselves completely. They retreated outside the oasis, attacking from a distance with firearms and crossbows. The power of the mutated poplar trees was terrifying, but they couldn't move beyond their roots. So all their attacks were futile, merely damaging the flowers and air. They had become targets. Don't waste ammo. Aim carefully before shooting. Start with the one on the left. Wei Chuan calmly issued commands, switching from the shotgun to the handgun, continuously firing at the trunk of one of the mutated poplar trees. The other 3 immediately redirected their weapons, unleashing a rain of bullets and crossbow arrows. Under the dense firepower, the trunk of that poplar tree accumulated more and more wounds, red and green liquid gushing out, and the whipping branches gradually became weak. Real meat. Wei Chuan stared at the shells at his feet, almost spitting blood from the pain. His current telekinetic range was only about 25 meters, so he could only use guns. If this ammo were used against normal mutated creatures, it would probably be enough to kill 5. Yet this mutated poplar tree was only heavily injured. This is the terrifying vitality of plants. Fortunately, they had the weakness of being unable to move. Otherwise, it would have been tough to deal with. This trip back, he must make some throwing weapons like spears specifically to deal with these hard-to-kill mutated plants. Chapter 67 Scar Rifle Set Recipe. Change to another tree. Wei Chuan turned the gun muzzle and aimed at another mutated poplar tree that was still thrashing around, firing fiercely. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately followed suit. Bang! 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 After a few shots from each person, the second mutated poplar tree was also hit, its sap splattering everywhere, and its thrashing branches clearly became slow and weak. Wilting down. Yongsheng, the cleanup is up to you. Wei Chuan didn't want to waste precious bullets anymore, so he said to Li Yongsheng, "Got it, boss." Li Yongsheng immediately loaded the crossbow bolts into the quiver and shot at the 2 mutated poplar trees that had already lost their vitality. The bolts were deeply embedded in their trunks. After emptying 2 quivers, the 2 mutated poplar trees seemed to have their life force instantly drained. Their trunks and leaves withered rapidly, shrinking, turning black, and finally becoming like charred wood, completely losing any motion. Obviously, they were dead beyond recovery. That was quite meaty. Wei Chuan sighed in relief, unable to help but exclaim, The defense and vitality of these two mutated poplar trees far exceeded all the mutated animals he had encountered before, even more than the mutated centipedes. If a team without range firepower had come, they definitely wouldn't have been able to take them down. But now that he thought about it, it wasn't necessary to fight them. These two mutated poplar trees couldn't move, so as long as they weren't ambushed by them, they could completely bypass them and go directly for the golden chest and fruits. Of course, he certainly wouldn't take the detour. Wei Chuan smiled at the two dead trees. The evolution crystals were treasures that couldn't be missed. After brushing off the dust that had covered his clothes while hiding, Wei Chuan approached the two dead mutated poplar trees with the three others. The dead mutated poplar trees had become very fragile. Their trunks were as brittle as sun-dried plastic, and a light poke could dig out a large hole. Wei Chuan rummaged around inside their main trunks and quickly dug out two evolution crystals. Second-level evolution crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the source of power for mutated organisms. Swallowing it can slightly enhance physical and mental strength, with a small probability of awakening a second talent. No wonder they were so meaty. It turned out to be level 2. Wei Chuan weighed it lightly and then put it in his pocket. Then he looked at Li Yongsheng and said, "Yongsheng, I have a use for the level 2 one. After we finish searching this resource point, I'll give you the level 1 one that the mutated rat dropped earlier." If it weren't for Li Yongsheng's timely shout just now, they might have been ambushed and injured, and this credit must be noted. Li Yongsheng hurriedly waved his hand upon hearing this. No, boss, you eat it yourself. Just wait until we have more to share later. I'm fine as long as I have you protecting me. Besides, if it weren't for your and the two sisters' fierce firepower, I wouldn't be able to handle a boss of this level. You keep it. Let's start searching. This place isn't small. Let's try to finish before the sun comes out. Wei Chuan smiled and patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. After that, he couldn't wait to lead the way deeper into the oasis. His first target was, of course, the golden chest located in the center of the oasis. Facing the golden chest again, the same expectation and the same action. Bring on some black technology. Wei Chuan squinted his eyes and whispered. After the AI transformation template appeared, he had completely fallen in love with this type of black technology source device with special abilities. With a strong push, the lid of the box quickly fell back. 2 sheets. Recipes? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. There were no finished products in the box. Only 2 light yellow scrolls tied together with white ribbons, lying quietly. He directly picked up the 2 recipes, untied the ribbons, and unfolded them. When he saw the item information provided by the recipes, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Recipe: Scar H Standard Assault Rifle. Description: a modular assault rifle with excellent shooting performance. Effective range of 300 meters. Uses 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle ammunition. Magazine capacity of 20 rounds. Crafting times: 5. Materials required: refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5. Recipe: 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle ammunition. Mature full power rifle ammunition. Made with a copper jacket and lead core structure. Relatively lightweight. Commonly used in standard rifles and light machine guns. Crafting times. Materials required: standard primer 1, standard propellant 1, refined copper ingot 1. Damn! Wei Chuan was overjoyed and couldn't help but punch the air. This was actually a complete set of recipes for an assault rifle and its ammunition. The gun recipe could be crafted 5 times, while the bullet recipe had no limits. This was truly hitting the jackpot. If it were just a simple rifle recipe or a finished rifle, to be honest, it wouldn't have much effect on him right now. After all, he already had a PPSH submachine gun, which completely overflowed in close-range firepower. A rifle with a magazine capacity of only 20 rounds, no matter how accurate or powerful, couldn't compete with a submachine gun that could hold 71 rounds in a drum during close combat. But the unlimited bullet recipe was completely different in significance. With his financial resources, he could achieve bullet freedom, firing 1 round and discarding 1 round without worry. No longer feeling the pain of ammunition. Damn it, this is really taking off. Wei Chuan directly used the 2 recipes, and an incredibly satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although he felt a bit regretful for not getting a black technology item, this set of unlimited bullet rifle recipes was truly delightful. What good stuff did the boss find? Let me see. Zhu Lingxue had been paying attention to Wei Chuan's movements, and when she saw him open the golden chest, she immediately jogged over, curious and expectant. It's a surprise. I'll tell you later. Wei Chuan was in a great mood, and seeing Zhu Lingxue's eager expression, he deliberately smiled and teased. How late is later? Seeing Wei Chuan's mysterious and clearly treasure-finding demeanor, Zhu Lingxue felt even more like her heart was being scratched by little cat paws, itching with curiosity. She immediately took advantage of her charm, pressed her soft body forward, tightly wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm, and gently shook it, using a sweet and sticky voice to plead. Hubby, just tell me, okay? Come on, hurry up. It's a good treasure. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and the sweet voice in his ear, Wei Chuan almost lost control. However, he still managed to suppress his delight, extending his finger to gently scratch Zhu Lingxue's delicate and perky nose, insisting, I said it's a surprise. Spoiling it in advance is no fun. You'll know soon enough. Oomph. Stingy. Seeing her spoiled charm attack fail, Zhu Lingxue immediately changed her expression, pouted in annoyance, released her hold, and retaliated by pinching the soft flesh at Wei Chuan's waist lightly. Ouch! Wei Chuan cooperatively exclaimed. I won't help you tonight. After pinching, Zhu Lingxue seemed unsatisfied, suddenly tiptoeing to Wei Chuan's cheek, opening her small mouth and gently biting him with her white teeth, leaving a shallow bite mark and a wet trace. After doing all this, she seemed to have scored a point, proudly lifting her chin, humming lightly, and skipping away to pick fruits. It's not me who's craving. Wei Chuan touched the spot where he had been bitten on his face, watching Zhu Lingxue's graceful and cheerful figure, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. This girl is really getting better at teasing him. Chapter 68. Want to be the yellow sparrow? Have you asked Bobo Sha? At this moment, Wei Chuan's mood was like this oasis, full of vitality and energy. He looked around, temporarily suppressing the immense joy in his heart. The coconuts hanging from the branches, the watermelons and cantaloupes hidden among the leaves, and even some unnamed fruits were all waiting for his harvest. The four of them spread out, eagerly starting to gather the fruits. Some fruits were more labor-intensive. For example, coconuts had to be chopped down from the trees, while sea buckthorn and goji berries could only be picked one by one. They picked for more than half an hour, and by 7 a.m., when the sky brightened, they barely finished harvesting all the edible fruits in the oasis. Comparatively, spending more time meant a richer harvest. The total weight of the various fruits exceeded 200 jin. Most of it was large fruits like coconuts, watermelons, and cantaloupes, while a smaller portion included figs, sea buckthorn, goji berries, ginseng fruits, and pomegranates. This harvest was truly exhilarating. Although the fruits were not precious treasures to them, the feeling of personally harvesting them from the branches and fields was incredibly satisfying, and everyone picked with great enthusiasm. This labor-intensive task allowed them to relax for a rare moment. If only there were a small lake. Wei Chuan wiped his sweat, threw a few goji berries into his mouth, and felt extremely pleased. However, just as he was about to call his wife and younger brother to finish up, a sudden, dense, and violent roar of engines came from behind the road, indicating that many vehicles were approaching quickly. Get back in the car. Wei Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed his pistol, shouting a warning. But they had just started to run when several arrows, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, shot in from the distance, embedding themselves in a nearby pile of grass after losing their momentum. The other side clearly had bows and arrows, but the distance was too far to pose a threat. Grass, seeking death. Wei Chuan was instantly enraged. If the other side was just passing by, it would be fine to avoid confrontation. But it was obvious that they were coming for them, and they likely noticed them from far away, deliberately waiting until they had gathered their supplies before attacking. Want to play the yellow sparrow behind? Give it a try. A cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Don't shoot. Draw them over here. Yong Sheng, get on the roof with me. Wei Chuan immediately halted Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were ready to fight back, and tossed a handgun to Li Yongsheng from the storage compartment. Don't worry, boss. I'll take them down. Li Yongsheng caught the handgun, his heart racing with excitement. He knew this meant Wei Chuan truly considered him one of their own. He gripped the handgun tightly, aiming it cautiously at the ground, and quickly followed Wei Chuan towards the armored vehicle. A distance of just 30 or 40 meters was covered in the blink of an eye for someone whose physique had been enhanced. Meanwhile, the attackers fully came into view. It was a large convoy consisting of 7 modified vehicles, led by a seemingly heavy-duty truck, followed by 6 vans and sedans. People were leaning out of the rooftops or windows, wielding a variety of weapons, primarily bows and knives. The lead truck seemed intent on ramming directly into them, while the 6 sedans accelerated from both sides, clearly trying to encircle and block Wei Chuan and their 2 vehicles. In the next life, be smarter. As the convoy approached within 100 meters, Wei Chuan had already climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. He sneered, pulled out his Bobo-Shah submachine gun from the storage compartment, and aimed directly at the driver's seat of the truck. Rat-a-tat-tat. The firepower from a 71-round drum exploded instantly, with bullets pouring out like a rainstorm. The seemingly sturdy windshield of the truck shattered into countless fragments, and the driver in the cabin didn't even have a chance to scream before being turned into a sieve along with his seat. The out-of-control truck immediately swerved, and just as it was about to crash into Li Yongxing's van, it thundered off the road, crashing into the nearby grass patch with a dull thud, flipping over and coming to a halt. Awesome. Li Yongxing's eyes widened as he saw Wei Chuan pull out the Bobo-Shah submachine gun. The next second he reacted, gripping his handgun tightly and firing repeatedly at the window of a van, trying to encircle them from the right side. His aim was terrible, and after firing an entire magazine, he didn't even know where the bullets had gone. But luck was on his side. The bullets seemed to hit the tire or scare the driver, causing the van's front to suddenly jerk, crashing into another sedan that was rushing to provide support. The 2 vehicles immediately became entangled, stopping amidst the grass pile. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue inside the vehicle were also busy, firing through the shooting holes in the compartment at the 2 colliding cars. Ot-ot-tot-tot. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the gunfire echoed across the hayfield, completely shattering the morning's tranquility. In just one encounter, this seemingly imposing convoy of 7 vehicles was left with only 4 that could still move. The people in those 4 vehicles were stunned by the terrifying firepower. Ignoring their teammate situation and even lacking the time to turn around, they immediately shifted into reverse. Trying to escape. Trying to run now? Too late. Wei Chuan leaped down from the roof, holding the Bobo-Shah with just under half the ammunition left, charging forward like a cheetah. As he ran at high speed, he smoothly took precise shots. The physique enhanced by 23 evolution crystals was fully displayed at this moment. His speed was astonishing. A 100-meter sprint took only 5 or 6 seconds, even faster than those cars that had just begun to reverse. He raised his gun, firing a round of precise shots that accurately hit the driver's side windows of the 2 vehicles on the left side of the road, instantly splattering blood in the driver's seats. With the Bobo-Shah's drum empty, Wei Chuan unhesitatingly stowed it away, switching to the enhanced version of the Big Black Star, and began attacking the vehicles on the road. Bang! Bang! The last 2 vehicles had reversed a short distance. Wei Chuan emptied the last 3 magazines. The front wheels of one vehicle were shot out, causing the rim to spark against the road as it came to a crooked stop. The other vehicle continued to reverse, but the front was swaying as if the driver had been shot. It barely escaped about 200 meters, but eventually stalled in the middle of the road. Chapter 69. Easy peasy, Scar H is out. Wei Chuan quickly chased after, switching from a handgun to a shotgun, cautiously approaching the first vehicle. The driver in the driver's seat was completely bloodless and in surprisingly good condition, holding a bow with an arrow nocked, aiming at the window, ready to counterattack as soon as Wei Chuan got closer. Bang! 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 But Wei Chuan would never give him the chance. Before he reached the rear of the car, he fired 3 shotgun rounds at the driver's position, instantly taking out the driver. After dealing with this vehicle, Wei Chuan continued to pursue. The second vehicle was the same. Before Wei Chuan got close, he blasted it with shotguns. There were 2 people in this vehicle, both in the front seats, covered in blood, completely turned into a sieve. Just then, a series of rapid gunshots came from the direction of the armored vehicle behind. It was all the sound of standard large black stars, indicating that Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were opening fire. Were there still stragglers? Wei Chuan's heart tightened, and he immediately turned around, rushing back as fast as he could. However, By the time Wei Chuan sprinted back to the armored vehicle, he found that the battle here was already over. Indeed, there were stragglers, but they weren't struggling for life. Rather, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were executing them thoroughly. Out of the 7 vehicles, there were a total of 10 people. Wei Chuan had dealt with 3 people from the 2 vehicles he pursued. The remaining 5 vehicles had 7 people, 3 of whom were relatively lucky and had not been shot dead immediately. After their vehicle was shot to a stop, they tried to escape but were spotted by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who took them down with several shots each. Li Yongsheng was even more ruthless, regardless of whether the people were dead or not. He didn't feel at ease and shot at the corpses with his pistol crossbow until they were turned into porcupines before stopping. Seeing Wei Chuan return, Li Yongsheng patted his chest proudly. He boasted, "Boss, don't worry. With me here, even if these bastards have the talent for rapid regeneration, they definitely won't survive." At first, Wei Chuan found this a bit speechless, thinking the kid was a bit overly nervous. But then he thought about it. In this bizarre world, all sorts of strange talents could appear. Although Li Yongsheng's approach seemed wasteful, it was actually the most reliable and safest. "Good job. Let's keep doing it this way." Wei Chuan's initial speechlessness instantly turned into seriousness as he appreciatively patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. No wonder he was General Wei's soldier. At this moment, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also walked over with their handguns. Both women's faces were slightly pale, and their breathing was somewhat rapid. This was their first time personally participating in direct combat and killing, and the physiological and psychological discomfort needed time to adapt. However, they both understood the survival rules of this world and had acted without hesitation. They stopped only when their targets were completely dead. "All right, everyone listen to me." Wei Chuan clapped his hands to draw the attention of the 3. "Now, let's organize the storage compartments and search all the supplies from these 7 vehicles. We'll keep the vehicles themselves for me to recover personally." He quickly assigned tasks. "Yongsheng, you take care of those 2 vehicles that are farther away. Drive over directly. Qingqing and Lingxue, you handle the nearby ones. If any other vehicles come close, open fire immediately." At this point, Wei Chuan paused for a moment. He took out 2 shotguns, tossed one to Li Yongsheng, and handed the other to Lu Qingqing. "This is the last of the ammunition. You guys search first, and I'll make some bullets in the car and come help you later." "Boss, don't worry. I'll guard this, and no one can get close." Li Yongsheng hugged the shotgun, deeply moved and feeling greatly trusted, and immediately scampered off to his van. "Then we'll head out first." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue hugged Wei Chuan in turn before heading towards the nearest large truck. This damned survival. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette at the original spot, watching as Li Yongsheng ignited and turned around before he turned back to the vehicle. The inside of the truck was very quiet. He sat quietly on the sofa for 2 minutes, suppressing the emotional fluctuations caused by the intense killing earlier, and then got up to the crafting table. Supplementing ammunition was the first task. No one knew when the next wave of danger would arrive. Damn, all high-grade materials. Wei Chuan opened the crafting table and remembered that the materials needed for the Scar rifle and bullets were all high-grade standard materials. There were some for sale at the service area's gun shop, but he hadn't bought any at all. However, these materials were also in the supply boxes. He had seen them many times in the trading market, so they weren't hard to obtain. Trade successful. Source crystal -5. Received. Refined steel ingot 6. Trade successful. Source crystal -5. Received. Refined copper ingot 5. Trade successful. Source crystal -9. Received. Standard propellant 10. The prices were slightly cheaper than at the gun shop. So Wei Chuan bought a bunch and immediately used 4 crafting attempts. Refined steel ingot 5. Refined aluminum ingot 5. Engineering plastic 5. Engineering rubber 5. Crafting successful. Received Scar H standard assault rifle 1. Refined steel ingot 5. Refined aluminum ingot 5. Engineering plastic 5. Engineering rubber 5. Crafting successful. Received Scar. These bullets are a bit expensive. When he got to the bullets, Wei Chuan calculated carefully. The cost of 1 batch of bullets was nearly 3 source crystals, meaning 1 liter of water could only be exchanged for 4 batches of bullets. If each batch only contained 1 bullet, that would really be burning money. Standard primer 1. Standard propellant 1. Refined copper ingot 1. Crafting successful 7. 62 by 51 millimeters rifle bullets 5. Thankfully, after crafting, it was one batch of 5 bullets, meaning 1 liter of water could fill 1 full magazine of 20 bullets. This price was acceptable to him. So Wei Chuan bought another batch of materials and crafted 400 bullets in one go. 400 bullets meant 20 magazines. He kept 11 for himself and evenly distributed the remaining 9 to his 2 wives and 1 little brother, giving each 3 magazines. That's right. He planned to arrange some for Li Yongxing too. Li Yongxing's performance since joining had already earned his trust. In fact, every time Li Yongxing had a gun in hand, Wei Chuan secretly prepared his mental power, but Li Yongxing had every time given up the opportunity to get big and strong. Although he wouldn't completely let his guard down because of this trust was genuine. Finally, Wei Chuan crafted another batch of metal magazines. After manually loading 4 magazines for the 4 guns, he set aside a portion from the remaining magazines and bullets, putting them into a plastic bag. Reloading bullets was too troublesome. He could help with his wives' bullets, but Li Yongxing could handle his own. Chapter 70, Fleet Strength Improvement, Metal Material Overflow. A bit too relaxed. Just before getting off the vehicle, Wei Chuan paused again. He looked down at his t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, feeling that his outfit was a bit off, as if he was going to collect rent. So he opened the trading post and searched carefully. Transaction successful. Source crystal -12. Received Desert Camouflage Combat Suit Set 1. Transaction successful. 500 milliliters water bottle -1. Received Multifunctional Tactical Vest 1. Transaction successful. Source crystal -7. Received Marine Combat Boots 1. Transaction successful. Compressed Biscuit -1. Received Tactical Goggles 1. Transaction successful. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan finished this round of procurement, and his identity had transformed from rent collector to Special Forces soldier. He changed into a combat outfit that exuded a strong, individual soldier vibe. He wore a police anti-explosion helmet on his head, tactical goggles on his face, a tactical vest with several magazines hanging on it, a holster on the outside of his thigh with a handgun inside, and camouflage combat boots on his feet. He also got knee and elbow pads, buying everything available in the trading post. Although half of it was second-hand goods produced from resource points, it did not affect the prestige and deterrent power of this equipment, because the gun in his hand was real. To improve shooting accuracy, he also searched for a scope. Fortunately, he found one called Advanced Combat Optical Sight, which could perform basic holographic aiming and had a maximum magnification of 4 times. He couldn't find a grip, so Wei Chuan planned to make one himself later. He also didn't manage to buy the bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet he wanted the most. He couldn't make those himself, but he could try posting a purchase request later. In short, he wanted to maximize everything he could, and for what he couldn't, he would find a way to maximize it. Damn, it's hot. When getting off the vehicle, Wei Chuan couldn't help but squint his eyes, but when he noticed gazes around him, he immediately straightened his back and put on a cool expression. Li Yongxing just happened to drive over a car that could still star from a distance and parked it next to the armored vehicle. When he got out of the car, he immediately spotted the distinctly designed new gun in Wei Chuan's hand, and a series of exclamations escaped his lips. Wow, wow, wow. Damn, is that for real? Boss, this new gun of yours is too awesome. Where did you get it? It's okay. Do you know it? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, patted the cold, hard gun body in his hand, maintaining a slightly pretentious tone. Of course I know. The Scar H is a famous gun. The recoil is not large, very easy to control, feels better than the M494, and the feel of switching guns is also good. If it weren't for the later guns becoming increasingly outrageous. Li Yongxing excitedly leaned closer, examining the Scar H as if it were a rare treasure. Stop. Before he could continue his gun evaluation, Wei Chuan interrupted him with annoyance. Are you playing CF here? Switching gun feels? Don't you know that switching guns is a bad habit? You look like a newbie. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Zhu Lingxue also ran over with Lu Qingqing. The beautiful eyes of the two women swept over Wei Chuan and finally focused on the Scar H they saw for the first time. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, Honey, is this the thing we just got from the golden box? Yes. Wei Chuan nodded and explained, I opened a complete set of recipes. The gun is just a decent rifle, nothing special, but its bullet recipe is unlimited. Unlimited bullet recipe. As soon as his voice fell, the three of them became excited at the same time. The cost of those little bullet things wouldn't be too high, and with an unlimited bullet recipe, they could go all out shooting in the future without worrying about every shot. Wei Chuan watched the surprised expressions on their faces and felt a great sense of satisfaction. After showing off the new equipment for a while, Wei Chuan took out 3 Scar HS from the storage compartment and handed one to Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng each. Then he tossed a small plastic bag to Li Yongsheng. Inside are enough bullets for 2 magazines. You can press them yourself. Okay. Li Yongsheng took the plastic bag, looking at the yellow bullets inside, feeling the weight of the brand new rifle in his hand, and was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He put away the things and raised his head, looking very seriously at Wei Chuan, patting his chest hard. "Boss, I won't say much, just give me orders." "Sure, let's get back to work. We need to finish searching early, or when the sun is fully up. We'll be baked like dried meat." Okay. The 4 of them split up again, continuing the cleanup work on the battlefield that was not yet finished. In fact, after the previous search, the supplies from the 7 vehicles had already been mostly scavenged, and the vehicles that could still start were driven over by Li Yongsheng. Now the main task left was to dismantle and recycle these vehicles. This cleanup work took nearly an hour to complete. The 7 vehicles have been modified to varying degrees, with reinforced bodies and plenty of metal materials. Wei Chuan had experienced a fruit picking and 2 combat consumptions, so his energy was running low, and he took a half-hour break in between. With a large batch of supplies and metal materials added, the recently expanded storage compartment was once again in trouble, with only a pitiful dozen compartments left, and it was about to be full again. After the fleet set off, Wei Chuan briefly assessed the gains from this battle. The various metal materials recovered totaled about 13 tons, which is 26,000 pounds. There were 17 ordinary crossbows and nearly 200 arrows. Over 500 source crystals. Various standard materials added up to nearly 300 units. There were a lot of miscellaneous living supplies. And just the water and food were enough for 10 people to eat for a month. Among all the gains, the best was a gun. A handgun called Glock 19, which was a bit small in size, but felt great to hold, with only 3 bullets left in the magazine. Zhu Lingxue found it on the truck driver, who should have been the head of this fleet and was the first unlucky guy to be taken down. After finding the recipe, Wei Chuan tossed the gun into the storage rack. The items were good, but he really didn't care much about them now and could only leave them to gather dust. Perhaps when he wanted to sell firearms, he would sell this low-power handgun to collect a wave of recipes and rare items. That's all for the main supplies. For some unusable items, such as furniture, tableware, and clothes, he was too lazy to count and directly put them on the trading post for a low price in exchange for source crystals. Chapter 71. Minor Update. The Defense Battle of the Research Institute. Is the effect this obvious? Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, a flash of brilliance in his gaze. Just now, he had consumed a second-tier evolution crystal, and the surging flow of energy and the feeling of enhancement far exceeded what he experienced with the first-tier evolution crystals. Roughly estimating, the effect was almost 3 times that of the first tier. He smacked his lips, feeling the increasingly abundant power within him, and swallowed the second-tier evolution crystal as well. The immense energy surged again, washing over his limbs and nourishing his mental awareness. And both his physical and mental strength increased at a clearly perceptible pace. He originally wanted to save these 2 evolution crystals for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, hoping they would awaken their second talent sooner. However, they insisted that after the ammunition issue was resolved, it didn't matter whether they awakened their second talent early or late, and urged him to use them to enhance his own strength. After consuming the 2 second-tier evolution crystals, Wei Chuan's strength rose another level. Although he couldn't conduct precise testing, he estimated that relying solely on his telekinesis, moving 600 pounds should not be a problem. His physical strength should be about the same. After all, during previous tests, the levels of these 2 types of power were always similar. Just as he was savoring his newfound strength, the survival manual placed beside him emitted a faint glow. Wei Chuan casually picked it up and opened it. It was a private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, "Boss, I awakened." Wei Chuan was slightly taken aback. This guy had only consumed 4 first-tier evolution crystals, and he actually awakened his second talent? What luck! However, given Li Yongxing's flamboyant personality, after awakening his second talent, he should be jumping for joy, yet he seems so calm. Was he dissatisfied with his second talent? Wei Chuan, what talent? Tell me about it. Li Yongxing, resilient recovery. The effect is that when injured, as long as consciousness remains, the body will automatically consume stamina to recover, with the recovery speed linked to stamina. In simple terms, it's a bankrupt version of rapid regeneration. Wei Chuan was stunned after reading the description. What a coincidence! Just this morning, Li Yongxing was still shouting about how to deal a fatal blow and worrying about enemies with recovery-type talents. And now he himself had awakened a recovery-type talent? No wonder he seemed so gloomy. For a young man who yearns for flashy abilities, this simple toughness passive talent wasn't particularly appealing. However, upon reflection, Wei Chuan realized that the development prospects for this talent were actually quite good. As long as he consumed more evolution crystals and continuously improved his physical strength and stamina, he could develop in the direction of Wolverine. It wouldn't be a bankrupt version of rapid regeneration, but rather the genuine article under a different name. Wei Chuan, that's already impressive. As long as you're alive, you can output damage. What could be more important than life? Li Yongxing, boss, I understand the logic, but I want to be a sorcerer. Let me be a healer. Fine, but I'm stuck being a disabled healer who can only heal himself. I'm really going crazy. Li Yongxing, the game hasn't even been live for 10 days, and submachine guns and rifles are already out. If we go further, who knows? There might even be missiles. No matter how resilient my talent is, I can't withstand an RPG to the face. Wei Chuan looked at the messages and could almost imagine Li Yongxing's woeful expression, which made him chuckle. Wei Chuan, that might not be the case. Eat more evolution crystals. Boost your physique, and as long as you don't get one shot, you could say you have an immortal talent. I guess that is all I can do. This awakening mechanism is too unfair. It should have a clear price tag like a supply card. Wei Chuan, you've already awakened, so complaining about it is useless. I'll get some pistol crossbows for you to trade for evolution crystals, and we'll split what you get. Li Yongxing, thanks boss. I'll give it a try. After chatting with Li Yongxing, Wei Chuan shook his head and prepared to start making the Scar H rifle. The recipe produced a standard version made of half metal and half engineering plastic, which felt a bit too light for him. He preferred the heavy texture, durability, and stability of all metal designs. Buzz, just as he closed the survival manual, it suddenly lit up with a red light that had never appeared before and emitted a slight vibration. Huh. Wei Chuan was startled. This was the first time the survival manual had shown such a reaction. He turned to see Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also looking surprised while holding the survival manual, indicating that everyone had received some kind of information. It wasn't a private message or a trading hall notification. Wei Chuan checked sequentially and found that the anomaly came from the world channel, which had not yet been opened. Energy in the Shadow Realm is abnormally active, with a large-scale influx of chaotic source power into the Light and Shadow Realm, triggering a shadow tide on the Light and Shadow Highway. After the appearance of the Shadow Tide, mysterious shadow merchants have entered the Light and Shadow Highway, bringing with them a large number of rare items, but their prices are extremely high. Affected by the Shadow Tide, night demons have entered an extreme frenzy and will launch a concentrated attack on the Light and Shadow Research Institute at 8 p.m. tonight, with the assault expected to last 30 minutes. The Light and Shadow Research Institute urgently needs support. Survivors can enter the Research Institute through the temporary portal next to the Light and Shadow Highway between 7:30 p.m. and 7:59 p.m. to assist in defending against the night demon attack. Researchers will reward survivors based on their contributions. Another update? After reading the announcement, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted slightly. This update was quite interesting. The mysterious merchants were similar to hidden merchants, and the defense battle of the Research Institute resembled a world boss that required damage output. Let's do it. Wei Chuan's combat desire was instantly ignited. Rewards based on contribution were too advantageous for him. There might be some difficulty, but it definitely wouldn't be too high. As the saying goes, if he couldn't withstand it, then at least 99 of those participating tonight would perish, so there was no need to worry too much. The only thing to consider was how to deal more damage. He needed to make more bullets. Wei Chuan instantly entered a state of readiness, rapidly calculating in his mind. Based on a normal click output frequency, he could fire about 100 rounds per minute, which would amount to 3,000 rounds in 30 minutes, requiring 150 magazines. If telekinesis was included, the amount needed would be even greater and the cost would be explosive. This was only what he needed. His 2 wives and a little brother also needed supplies. Not to mention they wouldn't need as many as him, but each would still require at least 30 magazines. With that in mind, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, I was confused. With a blueprint construction talent skill, he could directly craft a large-capacity extended magazine by hand. Why bother with a standard 20-round short magazine? Lightning, slow down and stop. Ching, Ling Xue, bring out all the remaining source crystals. We have a big battle to fight tonight. Wei Chuan sprang up from the sofa, his eyes shining with excitement and sharpness. Chapter 72, The Ocean of Bullets. As soon as the armored vehicle came to a stop, Wei Chuan opened the trading interface. His movements were quick and decisive, with a clear goal to exchange all the source crystals in hand for gunpowder. Over the past few days, the consumption of source crystals had mainly focused on the operation of engines and household appliances, which had not incurred large expenses. Additionally, he had sold off some scattered supplies that he didn't want or couldn't use, allowing him to recover some funds, so he was quite well off. With a total of about 5,000 source crystals, he planned to turn this fortune entirely into bullets. 5,000 source crystals was indeed a large number, enough to make most people in this world envious. However, for Wei Chuan, it was just okay. Roughly calculated at current market prices, these source crystals were equivalent to 420 liters of drinking water, and he still had over 1,500 liters of drinking water securely stored. Most importantly, ammunition was one of the primary guarantees of survival. Even if he might not use it all tonight, it would definitely be needed in the future. Ammunition would never be a burden. Therefore, he felt no regret about spending these 5,000 source crystals. He focused on searching and purchasing in the trading interface, his fingers moving rapidly. A few minutes later, just as Wei Chuan was handing over the procurement tasks to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, preparing to first research the extended magazine, a familiar honking sound came from outside the vehicle. It was Li Yongxing's heavily modified van. Wei Chuan suddenly remembered that he had been too busy looking at announcements and purchasing to notify the little brothers who were clearing the way ahead. Li Yongxing had also clearly been drawn in by the sudden announcement, driving far ahead before realizing the armored vehicle had not followed, and hurriedly turned back to catch up. As soon as the armored vehicle door opened, Li Yongxing shouted, his face filled with urgency and excitement. Boss, did you see the announcement? Shouldn't we prepare in advance? His thoughts aligned perfectly with Wei Chuan's. If they wanted to participate in tonight's defense battle, stockpiling ammunition was undoubtedly the top priority, and the more, the better. I saw it. Standard base gunpowder, standard propellant, refined copper ingots, in a 1-to-1 ratio. Wei Chuan nodded and succinctly replied, while giving Li Yongxing a you-know-what-I-mean look. Understood. Li Yongxing immediately grasped the situation, his spirits high as he said, Boss, I've saved up over 1,000 source crystals. I'm putting it all in. Let's do this. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and sprinted towards his van, moving so quickly that it created a gust of wind. Over 1,000. Wei Chuan watched Li Yongxing's departing figure, quickly calculating in his mind. Adding his 5,000 to that made a total of 6,000 source crystals, just enough to make 10,000 bullets. According to his earlier plan, the new magazine would be a 50-round curve magazine, and 200 magazines would be just enough to hold those 10,000 bullets. The distribution plan quickly formed in his mind. He would take 100 magazines and 5,000 bullets, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would each take 35 magazines and 1,750 bullets. Li Yongxing would get 30 magazines and 1,500 bullets. Naturally, there was a bit of selfishness if damage were to be ranked. The top 3 must be his Wei family members. However, he believed he was being quite generous to his little brothers, providing them with a solid 1,500 bullets, which cost him 900 source crystals in material. As the boss, he only took a small handling fee, which could be considered conscientious. If it were someone else, not to mention 900 source crystals, even doubling that wouldn't guarantee help. About 20 minutes later, Li Yongxing returned. He was carrying a wooden box on his shoulder, which contained a full 360 sets of bullet materials. I'll take these back and compress them slowly. Wei Chuan directly handed him a heavy camouflage backpack, which contained the already made 1,500 bullets, 30 empty magazines, and a fully metal-structured SCAR-H. Using one gun continuously can easily cause overheating. It's safer to alternate between two. Got it. When Li Yongsheng opened the backpack, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. After showering Wei Chuan with compliments, he returned to his van. For the next 20 minutes, Wei Chuan fully immersed himself in manufacturing. Batch-producing bullets was an extremely tedious process because he could only make 5 at a time. Although there was no cooling time and he could click continuously, the thousands of clicks left his fingers nearly numb. The most daunting part was that, compared to manufacturing, compressing bullets was even more tedious. At least 8,500 bullets needed to be compressed one by one into magazines. However, this work didn't require him to squat in front of the production table, and Wei Chuan didn't intend to force himself. He first produced all the remaining magazines, then turned on the TV, selected a comedy movie, and began compressing bullets with the company of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Taking bullets, compressing bullets, and taking bullets again. The air was filled only with the cheerful dialogue and background sounds of the movie, alongside the crisp clicking sounds of bullets being pressed into magazines. This continued for 4 hours. From 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, lunch was just simple fruit and milk. During this time, after finishing his own 1,500 bullets, Li Yongsheng also asked Wei Chuan for several hundred more to help out. Otherwise, the process would have taken even longer. From purchasing materials to finishing the bullets, it took nearly 5 hours of hard work. The results of these 5 hours were quite fruitful. On the sofa, 178 extended magazines, filled to the brim, were stacked together like a small mountain shimmering with a metallic glow. They contained a total of 8,900 bullets, maximizing both destructive power and sense of security. Wei Chuan looked at that mountain-like stack of magazines and let out a long sigh of relief. He perked up and divided the heavy magazines into 3 camouflage backpacks, leaving the largest one for himself and handing the 2 slightly smaller ones to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Qingqing, Lingxue, the bullets I gave you this morning can be used to practice your shooting. Keep the original magazines for collection. I'm planning to take a nap. Wei Chuan rubbed his slightly swollen temples, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Making bullets, crafting magazines, and compressing bullets had consumed a lot of his energy, especially mentally. Tonight's defense battle was extremely important, and he needed to be in the best possible state to face it. All right, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue responded in unison, putting the camouflage backpacks into the storage compartment. They turned down the TV volume, selected 2 sets of combat gear identical to Wei Chuan's from the trading interface, and then organized all the empty bottles in the vehicle. They were also looking forward to tonight's operation, hoping to bring back some rewards for Wei Chuan. These empty bottles could be used as targets. However, not right now. The outside temperature had risen to 43 degrees, and the air was filled with dust and a burnt odor. Practicing shooting under the scorching sun was akin to seeking death. Chapter 73. Entering the Research Institute. Uncertain how long it had been, a series of dense and crisp gunshots jolted Wei Chuan awake from his sleep. Survivor. Wei Chuan. Talent. S-Class Mechanical Control. Telekinesis. Time. 1905. Weather. Clear. Temperature. 32°C. He suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the survival manual, and glanced at it. The display time made him pause slightly. It was already 7 p.m. Outside the window, it was pitch black. He had slept for nearly 6 hours straight. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, and his bones made slight cracking sounds. The long, deep sleep had dispelled all fatigue, and he felt fully revitalized. He got up from the sofa bed and opened the rear door of the armored vehicle. Outside, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were fully focused on shooting practice. Their target was a humanoid night demon, which had already been shot to a pulp. Li Yongsheng was squatting by the roadside with a kerosene lamp, carefully cleaning a firearm with a clean towel under the dim light, his movements precise and meticulous. "Boss, I'm ready." Li Yongsheng was the first to notice Wei Chuan waking up and immediately stood up to greet him, excitement evident on his face. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also stopped shooting and walked over. Lu Qingqing gently reminded him, "Honey, there's porridge in the pot. It's already cooled down." The dishes are in the microwave. Okay, I'll go get it. Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three of them to confirm that they were all equipped properly. There were still about 20 minutes left. The portal should appear in all populated areas. Practicing shooting was fine, but don't tire yourselves too much. There would only be half an hour of rest time after entering. Got it. Lu Qingqing and the others all responded seriously. After a brief reminder, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle. Dinner consisted of sweet potato porridge with braised deer meat and a canned fish. Simple, but delicious. Exactly at 7:30 p.m., a soft blue light suddenly illuminated the roadside, casting a dreamlike glow over the desolate night of the prairie. A temporary parking lot, outlined by light, appeared out of nowhere at the roadside. At the end of the parking lot, a deep blue energy portal was slowly rotating, resembling a miniature black hole vortex. Next to the portal stood a fully armed soldier. The four of them, already prepared, walked straight over. The soldier's equipment was beyond imagination. A full coverage dark gray exoskeleton armor completely enveloped him, with his eyes hidden behind reflective goggles, revealing no expression. The weapon was not a conventional firearm, but rather a gun emitting a faint blue light, seemingly an energy weapon. Drifter, the Research Institute needs your help. A mechanical voice emanated from beneath the helmet, cold and devoid of inflection. After saying this, the soldier stood motionless like a statue, clearly just a part of the guiding program. Having a parking lot is great. I was really worried about the car being stolen, Li Yongsheng said cheerfully, looking at the light-formed parking area, easing his tension. Drive the car over and go right in. Wei Chuan's gaze lingered on the soldier's equipment for a moment before turning back to the armored vehicle. He personally drove the armored vehicle into the parking space, then without hesitation, led the three of them directly into the blue vortex. In an instant, the world spun around. The scenery before him suddenly changed from the dry and desolate prairie to a vibrant oasis. A magnificent silver-white, circular complex stood in the center of the oasis. Massive in scale, resembling a futuristic city surrounded by high walls. The four of them stood on the steel defensive wall of this future city, looking down. The ground below was filled with huge anti-tank cones and various bunkers, clearly prepared as defensive structures for participants, as not everyone had ranged weapons. Drifter, all acts of harm and plunder are prohibited within the Research Institute. You only need to attack the incoming night demons. Rewards will be distributed after the battle ends. A similarly armored exoskeleton soldier walked past them, leaving behind a clear explanation of the rules before silently moving on. Boss, sister-in-law, I'm familiar with this gameplay. It's just a tower defense damage ranking. We just need to hit hard. Li Yongsheng immediately became excited, quickly understanding the rules thanks to his previous gaming experience. Yeah, Wei Chuan nodded, but his gaze continued to scan the surroundings. Many people had already gathered on the defensive wall. Just the visible ones numbered over 100. And new light points were continuously illuminating as new participants were being teleported in. The number was not small, but compared to the survival population worldwide, it seemed too few. This event must be conducted in zones. Retrieving his gaze, Wei Chuan casually opened the regional communication channel. Region 89, 8,355, 10,000 people. Lin Jian's, with so many people defending, it seems there will be a lot of night demons tonight. Dujia. The risk shouldn't be too high. Look at the Research Institute itself. Even the automated turrets are present. It feels more like a welfare event. Bloom, damn. That guy over there has a grenade in hand. What luck? Jin Shinkai. No way. I respawned on the city wall. How do I fight without ranged weapons? Can I go downstairs? Beth. I've already tried. You can return through the teleporter downstairs. If the Research Institute falls, we can retreat early. Chinyobwa. If you don't have ranged weapons, come to the west wall. There are many bunkers outside, which should be output points for melee players. The regional channel was bustling with information, mostly discussing the situation of this event. However, since the event hadn't started yet, there wasn't much valuable information. Wei Chuan quickly browsed through it and closed the communication interface. At the same time, as more and more people gathered on the steel defensive wall, the small group formed by Wei Chuan and his companions attracted increasing attention. Their equipment at this stage was truly exaggerated. Uniform combat uniforms were somewhat common. There were quite a few in the trading market, and the prices weren't too high. So many people had similar ones. But this combat uniform, combined with each person holding a Scar H assault rifle, created a strong visual impact. After all, many people were still using cold weapons. Those in better conditions were using various bows and arrows, and even hand crossbows were rare. A squad armed with rifles at this stage almost meant invincibility, silently proclaiming their strength. For a moment, the regional communication channel became even more chaotic. Information about Wei Chuan's squad's equipment spread instantly, with countless photos being shared. This was also why Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongshang followed Wei Chuan's lead in dressing this way. No one wanted to be the subject of gossip and photos. During the waiting period, many people came over to greet them, either trying to build connections or wanting to buy weapons. Wei Chuan had no intention of selling guns, so he said he had obtained them from the trading market. Of course, he had no objection to getting to know more people, especially those who could tell from just looking at the weapons that they were not to be underestimated. These people could be potential sellers and buyers, making it worthwhile to add them as friends. Chapter 74. Time's up. Night demons attack. Half an hour is neither too long nor too short. When busy, time flies by in an instant. But when waiting for battle rewards with a stopwatch in hand, it feels exceptionally long. Every minute and every second seems to stretch infinitely, and the air is filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety, making it hard to calm down. To dispel this tension, Wei Chuan turned his gaze toward the massive research institute. The building itself is visually striking, with smooth metallic lines and huge glass curtain walls, exuding a sense of technology. However, for him, who possesses S-level talent, mechanical control, it's not too difficult. At least the exterior isn't challenging. As long as he has enough materials and energy, he can transform the armored vehicle step by step into an indestructible mobile fortress. What truly caught his attention were the silent steel behemoths on the defensive wall. Rocket launch pads, multi-barrel machine gun emplacements, mortar platforms, and some platforms flickering with ghostly blue energy, clearly energy weapons. These killing machines stood empty, lacking manual operation buttons or machine extensions, all appearing to be automated weapons. Gazing at these powerful defense facilities, a thought became increasingly clear in Wei Chuan's mind. These formidable weapons must have blueprints, likely hidden in higher-level resource boxes or in resource points heavily guarded by mutated creatures. Perhaps tonight's highest reward is hidden there. As this thought crossed his mind, Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened suddenly. "Honey, it's about to start." Time reached a critical point in the silence, and Lu Qingqing's gentle reminder pulled Wei Chuan's thoughts back to reality from those automated weapons. Alarm! Alarm! The night demon swarm has invaded the edge of the oasis. All personnel prepare for battle. At exactly 8 p.m., all the lights in the Research Institute instantly switched to a heart-pounding dark red, and urgent alarms filled the sky, casting a strong sense of urgency over everyone. Meanwhile, a line of semi-transparent light characters appeared on everyone's right arm. It displayed a name at the front, numbers in the middle, and a clear star mark at the end. Wei Chuan, 0, this is the score. Wei Chuan realized instantly. It's begun. Maintain a little distance, don't waste bullets, but don't be too stingy either. Just aim and shoot. Wei Chuan reminded the three people beside him and quickly moved 20 meters to the left. For people, for guns, a lot of bullets. Crammed together would not only waste output angles, but also easily cause interference and damage overflow. In other words, don't steal kills from teammates. Let's go old way. Adjusting the magnification of the scope to 4x, Wei Chuan steadied his gun, looking through the lens towards the edge of the oasis. So few? In the scope's view, he could vaguely see some night demons beginning to pour into the oasis. But the scale was far smaller than he had anticipated. Roughly, it seemed there were only about 100. These 100 night demons were scattered across the vast oasis, and even if they only attacked in one direction, there simply weren't enough for so many people to fight. After all, just those lacking long-range attacks hiding behind cover at the wall likely numbered in the thousands. Each of them could drown those 100 night demons with just a single P. It should be an easy initial difficulty. The first wave is just an appetizer. To secure first place, I need to start racking up points now. Wei Chuan's mind raced, and he began to aim directly. He held his breath, slightly moving the gun's muzzle, locking onto a slightly smaller, humanoid night demon with an exceptionally large head. The edge of the oasis was about 500 meters from the defensive wall. At this distance, for the Scar H, it was well within effective killing range. The effective range of 300 meters in the item information refers to precision range, not that the bullet loses energy after traveling 300 meters. However, beyond 300 meters, shooting requires considering factors like wind speed, humidity, and gravity. Bang! The sound of a gunshot shattered the silence before the battle. This was Wei Chuan's first bullet fired with the Scar H. The blazing bullet tore through the air and finally slammed into the ground. The weather was too hot, and his hands were sweaty. However, Wei Chuan was not discouraged. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The Scar H felt great. The recoil was almost zero for him now, and the deep, powerful gunshot was accompanied by the crisp sound of ejected shells, instantly bringing a strong sense of battlefield atmosphere. Bang! Bang! Wei Chuan made slight adjustments and fired several more shots in quick succession. The fourth bullet finally hit and exploded the eye socket of that night demon. Wei Chuan, 1. The score on his right arm flashed appropriately, the number changing from 0 to 1. As expected, I need to aim higher. My previous experience with shooting games wasn't in vain. Wei Chuan glanced at his increasing score and threw himself back into shooting, calmly summarizing his shooting skills. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out in succession, and after a moment of hesitation, nearby people quickly dispersed, leaving behind 200 to 300. Competing for kills with those playing with guns? Forget it. Some who had figured out the rules and wanted to strive for rankings knew that staying at this wall was a waste of time. It was better to find a weaker area while the night demon swarm was still far away. Those still remaining were either slow to react or believed being close to someone with a gun was safer. Come on, move more. Watching the originally dense crowd below the wall scatter, a smile crept onto Wei Chuan's face. These people were still too timid. If he only had cold weapons in hand, he would definitely take advantage of the few night demons and the inability to unleash full firepower with ranged weapons to charge out and drink the soup. In times like this, hesitation means you won't even get a sip of soup. Bang! Bang! Just then, a steady stream of gunfire erupted beside him. Wei Chuan turned his head to see his two wives and a little brother also starting to fire, decisively pulling the trigger. Seeing this, he quickly focused his mind, driving away all distractions, and pressed his cheek against the cool gunstock again, looking through the lens to aim. His accuracy was the best in the team, partly due to accumulating more shooting experience, and partly because he bought the only scope in the trading hall that could magnify. Good marksmanship, the best optics, and an endless supply of bullets. As long as he didn't lay down to sleep, first place in this event was guaranteed. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan, 8 bang! 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 Wei Chuan, 9. The score kept rising, and Wei Chuan's shooting field became hotter and hotter. Chapter 75. The exciting situation, all firepower unleashed. Under the continuous precise firing of 4 Scar H rifles, the initial scattered shadows of the night demons from the Research Institute were unable to make any progress. Before they even charged within 100 meters, they were all picked off one by one, falling onto the grass. For a moment, the entire defensive line presented a bizarre safe zone situation. Those melee fighters who remained under the wall were dumbfounded, and then a wave of frustration washed over them. Safety was safety, but damn it, they couldn't just let a single point go unearned. Staying here was nothing but watching the show and eating dirt. Thus, many of them cursed and turned around, sprinting towards the area without gunfire, trying to get a piece of the action. This leisurely situation lasted for about 10 minutes. Starting from the 11th minute, the situation suddenly changed. The shadows at the edge of the oasis were no longer sparse, but transformed into a writhing black tide. With numbers exceeding 1,000, densely packed, sending chills down the spine just by looking at them. Moreover, they no longer waited for one wave to finish before the next one appeared. It was almost seamless, as if a certain respawn mechanism had been activated, with night demons continuously pouring into the oasis, showing no signs of stopping. Goodness, the main course has finally arrived. Wei Chuan was not surprised, but rather excited. Under pressure, he felt even more exhilarated. Facing the mass night demons, single-shot firing was outdated. Without hesitation, he shifted his shooting rhythm from sniping to suppression. beginning to rhythmically fire in bursts. Sensing the change in gunfire, Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng also understood the signal and increased their firepower output. The muffled and powerful gunfire instantly became dense. The combined ammunition of the four of them exceeded 10,000 rounds, waiting for this moment to unleash their firepower. However, just as Wei Chuan was in the heat of the battle, whoosh, boom, a distinctly different explosive sound suddenly erupted from his left front. He saw an RPG rocket trailing flames carve out a deadly arc, smashing into the distant tide of night demons and exploding violently. In an instant, a large area was cleared, with at least a dozen night demons blown to pieces. What the hell? Wei Chuan's hand trembled, almost losing control of his gun. RPG? So fierce. Before he could locate the source, a muscular man less than 30 meters away had already skillfully lowered the launcher and reloaded. Another rocket whistled out, once again creating a bloody fireworks display. Damn, this is so intense. Wei Chuan's mouth twitched, feeling real pressure. He immediately focused his mind, casting aside all feelings of envy and jealousy, directing all his attention back into the scope, pulling the trigger even faster. Fortunately, the explosions of the rockets did not last long. After firing a dozen rounds, they finally ceased, likely due to running low on ammunition. I need to go all out now. Wei Chuan let out a slight sigh of relief, but the sense of urgency in his heart only intensified, and his speed in changing magazines became astonishingly quick, almost muscle memory. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the number of night demons had gathered into a true wave. They even began to split into multiple routes, surging towards the area 100 meters away from the defensive wall like black sewage. Only then did those who remained under the wall, armed with melee weapons, finally realize the gravity of the situation. It was already too late. They had missed the best opportunity to score points. Now, charging out meant not even being able to stand for 3 seconds amidst the monster pile was a question. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield seemed to have ignited. The sounds coming from all directions suddenly escalated, with explosions from various explosives, the gunfire of different models of pistols and rifles, and even a unique roar of more than one machine gun. One must not underestimate the luck of others. Listening to this sudden frenzy of firepower, Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle. He had always thought his luck and strength were overwhelmingly superior, but now it seemed he was not the only lucky one. He had to thank this event for helping him deplete a significant amount of his potential enemy's ammunition stock. Wei Chuan, 259. Wei Chuan glanced at his score, buried his head, and poured all his bullets. The Scar H in his hands continued to roar, only pausing for a couple of seconds while changing magazines. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng clearly felt the pressure as well, their shooting frequency noticeably increasing as they fired with all their might. Under the enhanced firepower of everyone, the advancing tide of night demons was finally forcefully halted. The frontline night demons fell in droves, while the rearline night demons kept coming up to fill the gaps, plunging the battlefield into a stalemate of attrition. This deadlock continued until 8:20. The gunfire on the defensive wall began to noticeably thin out, one after another. Not everyone had a full set of weapon recipes like Wei Chuan, nor could anyone casually pull out thousands of source crystals to make bullets. The vast majority of those with firearms had depleted their ammunition reserves. The competitors' output weakened, which was undoubtedly the best news for Wei Chuan. His first place was already a certainty. However, the situation also completely spiraled out of control at that moment. Without enough firepower to suppress, the tide of night demons surged like a black flood, almost covering the entire visible surface. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see the Research Institute had transformed into an island in a dark ocean, surrounded by an endless wave of flesh and blood, precariously close to disaster. At that moment, the melee fighters under the wall were already scared out of their wits, all turning back to retreat into the Research Institute. Those with a smaller heart or more cautious personalities directly fled through the teleportation portal in the square, not even looking back. Damn, can this be held? Just as this thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind, preparing to remind his wife and younger brother, ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp and urgent electronic sounds suddenly rang out from all around. The next moment, on the defensive wall, all the long-silent automated defense weapons, rocket launchers, mortars, heavy machine guns, energy weapons, etc., were instantly activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Countless tongues of fire spewed forth, weaving a deadly net of barges and energy beams that rained down into the tide of night demons. Explosive flashes burst forth, instantly tearing apart entire groups of night demons. Just a single round of salvo, and that tide of night demons, which looked capable of overwhelming everything, possibly numbering over 100,000, was violently blown apart, leaving large areas of emptiness. The endless black ocean quickly became just a few sparse streams. So fierce. This is the battle a man should fight. This is the weapon a man should use. Wei Chuan watched, his heart racing, adrenaline surging. He directly placed the fully loaded backpack at his feet, completely unzipping it, then pulled out 4 fully metal Scar H rifles from his storage compartment. In the next moment, he activated his telekinesis, along with the Scar H in his hand. A total of 5 Scar H rifles floated in front of him, as his right hand extended, gently gripping forward. The 5 muzzles aimed at the densely packed area of night demons, beginning to spew fire wildly. This was his strongest firepower at the moment. Although he could control more guns, too many would slow down his reloading speed, and 5 was just the right amount for efficiency. Chapter 76, The First Breakthrough. Bang, bang, bang. When Wei Chuan stopped holding back and truly unleashed his firepower, the score on his right arm began a frenzied rise. At 821, it was 456. At 822, 589. At 823, 723. Just a few minutes earlier, at 820, his score had just barely crossed the 300 mark. But from that moment on, the score surged wildly, jumping at a terrifying rate of almost 130 points per minute. 5 Scar H rifles hovered at his sides, like metal beasts with a life of their own, continuously spewing flames. Shell casings rained down, and a dense storm of bullets created a deadly metallic whirlwind, with an average of 2 night demons killed every second. This almost perverse firepower made Wei Chuan the center of attention on this defensive line. Look over there. What the hell? Can it be played like this? Damn, Magneto. The surrounding eyes were completely drawn to Wei Chuan, and amidst the shock, many began to take photos. At this moment, even the slowest person understood. Wei Chuan, the rich guy who played with guns, not only possessed the formula for the Scar H assault rifle, but also had the corresponding ammunition formula in hand. What was even scarier was his displayed second talent, remote control of objects. Whether it looked like telekinesis or magnetism, combined with multiple firearms and nearly infinite ammunition. It was a bug-like existence that struck down opponents on a different dimension. That kind of sustained, powerful fire made it impossible for anyone to even consider countering. Perhaps there existed super tanks that could withstand such firepower, but at least in their District 89, there absolutely were none. The rich folks who had previously added Wei Chuan as a friend were now so excited that their fists were shaking. Brother, you can't hide the formula anymore, can you? Name your price. They firmly believed that there was no deal that couldn't be made in this world, only insufficient offers. In stark contrast to the excitement of these people were the experts whose ammunition had long been exhausted, who had originally held a glimmer of hope for ranking. They all wore bitter expressions, watching Wei Chuan's performance with complex emotions, their hearts almost bleeding. Damn, what a huge loss. If I had known, I wouldn't have used the machine gun. It was a total waste. This style of play consumed ammunition like pouring water, and it would bankrupt you. At 8:25 p.m., Wei Chuan's score stabilized at 890. With a thought, the 4 pure metal Scar HS floating in the air instantly flew back to his storage compartment. The release of the strongest firepower was indeed exhilarating, but the cost was equally substantial. The previous 300 points had only consumed 25 magazines. However, the subsequent 590 points had required a full 80 magazines of firepower, and that was still at close range. The efficiency had dropped linearly, and the rate of ammunition consumption was terrifying. Now, he only had 3 magazines left, totaling 150 rounds, and he had to be frugal, returning to the rhythm of precise sniping. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng were in a similar situation. Just now, when the night demons gathered, they shot at them as soon as they aimed, and although they had scored a lot, they had also used a lot of ammunition. And now they were starting to conserve firepower. Of course, if viewed from a different angle, this style of play couldn't be said to be wasteful. After all, so many bullets wouldn't finish without spraying, just a bit hasty. As the firepower on the defense wall gradually weakened, the advance of the night demon tide became unstoppable. The black tide surged and engulfed the shelter area below the wall, with the fierce claws about to touch the cold metal wall. Just as this collision was about to occur, the defense system of the Research Institute once again displayed its terrifying power. All automated weapons and defense systems awaken again, erupting with deafening roars. The automatic firearms accurately shot down threats below the wall, turning all the night demons that approached the defense wall into fragments, while the night demons further away were dealt with by various turrets and energy weapons. A large number of shells and energy beams wove a covering fire network, harvesting the night demons in large swathes, with the explosion sending blood and flesh fragments soaring close to the defense wall. The turf was completely shattered, revealing shocking dark red stains. Wei Chuan also seized this last opportunity. He held his breath, stabilizing his scar H for precise shots, with nearly every 2 shots resulting in 1 bullet accurately drilling into a night demon's head. With the convenience of close range, his kill efficiency reached an astonishing peak. Time flew by amidst the final smoke and roars. At 8:30 p.m., it finally arrived. Just as the event was coming to an end, a deep black light suddenly burst forth from the top of the highest tower in the center of the Research Institute, as if it could swallow all light. The black light quickly expanded, transforming into a silent yet majestic shockwave, sweeping across the entire oasis at an astonishing speed. All the night demons touched by this black light didn't even have time to let out a roar before their bodies crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, turning into dust that floated away, ultimately dissipating into the air. The battlefield, which had just been roaring, fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Immediately afterward, the Research Institute's broadcast sounded again. The night demons have been eradicated. Thank you all for your efforts. The Institute will distribute rewards based on each person's contribution. Please return through the portal to the Light and Shadow Highway to collect them. At the same time, several large holographic screens lit up in the sky, clearly displaying the final rankings of this event. 1. Wei Chuan, 965. 2. Lu Qingqing, 306. 3. Zhu Lingxue, 301. 4. Hannah, 295. 5. Wang Gang, 292. 6. Li Yongsheng, 257. Chun Jialing, 244. 917. Deng Yingying. In everyone's view, their names and rankings were magnified, particularly eye-catching. With only 917 rankings, it was far too few compared to the number of participants. After all, at the beginning, there were over 1,000 people just on one defensive front, and the leaderboard should only have registered the living with scores. Unfortunately, it was so close to breaking 1,000. Wei Chuan twisted his somewhat stiff neck. Looking at his score, a hint of small regret passing through his mind. However, he finally got first place. Moreover, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also secured the second and third places. The Wei family directly swept the top 3, and it looked incredibly satisfying. Not in vain for spending so many source crystals on bullets. What surprised Wei Chuan was that Li Yongsheng only ranked 6th. But after a quick calculation, he understood. This guy's marksmanship was too poor, averaging 6 bullets to take down a night demon, even if he had as many magazines as Lu Qingqing and the others. He would still only rank 6th. As for 4th and 5th, they were definitely heavy firepower players who had invested a lot. Wei Chuan was almost certain that the guy who used the RPG earlier must be either 4th or 5th, with the night demons so dense. Scoring nearly 300 points with a dozen rocket-propelled grenades was completely understandable. Chapter 77, Automatic Cannon. Source Energy Potion Formula. M249 Formula. Honey, we took the top 3 places. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue jogged over side by side, their faces beaming with uncontrollable excitement, their voices a few shades brighter than usual. Well done. Wei Chuan smiled as he patted their arms in succession, his tone warm and approving. Efficient work, much better than that guy Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, who was walking behind, heard this and immediately grimaced, sighing, "Boss, you can't blame me for this." At first, I was afraid of running out of bullets and didn't dare to shoot. Later, I was worried about not finishing, so I shot hard, and only when I was almost done did I realize I really didn't have enough bullets. I was trapped by the monster spawn mechanics. All right. Wei Chuan was amused by his analysis and waved his hand. 6th place is already high enough. And those 2 ahead of you are tough competitors. One of them must be playing RPG. If he had blown up a few more rounds, I might have been taken down by him. The 4-man team secured the top 3 and 6th places, which was already explosive performance. He paused and added quietly, "There are quite a few tough players this time. If they don't have the ammunition formula, they won't pose any threat to us afterward. We should thank this event. Let's go back and collect our rewards. We should ask the guard for them." After comforting the somewhat disappointed Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan led the 3 down from the defense wall to the central square. The giant blue vortex portal was slowly rotating, with people continuously entering it. As soon as Wei Chuan stepped into the square, several people who had been waiting by the portal immediately approached him, their attitude very warm. "Bro, take a look at my private message when you have time." "Big shot, I sent you a private message." "Brother, I sent you the offer. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate. Please give me a chance." "Okay, I'll check it when I get back." Wei Chuan wore a polite smile and nodded. These people were potential clients who had added him as friends half an hour ago. It was obvious what they were after: guns. The only gun he had with a complete formula was the Scar H, but that was his main equipment and far from being obsolete. Unless the other party offered him an irresistible price, he would never sell it. After all, they were all in the same area. Selling a gun today could mean getting hit by its bullets tomorrow. Perhaps he could consider the handgun business, although he didn't have the bullet formula. If Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue helped out, they could produce about 100 bullets in an hour, just enough to squeeze some money from these rich folks. After casually chatting for a bit, Wei Chuan led the 3 into the portal. With a flash of vision, they returned to the familiar parking lot, where the armored vehicle and the van stood quietly. The soldier covered in exoskeleton still stood in place, as if he had never moved. "Wanderers, thank you for your help to the Research Institute. Here is your reward." Before Wei Chuan could step forward, the soldier spoke first, his mechanical, synthesized voice devoid of emotion. He handed each person a small silver box made of special material, shimmering with a faint light. The moment the 4 received the boxes, the soldier, the portal, and even the parking lot seemed to vanish like a mirage, leaving only the originally desolate dry grassland. "Formula!" Li Yongsheng exclaimed in shock, looking excitedly at Wei Chuan and the others. "Boss, sister-in-law, this is the reward package. Everything is inside." Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze falling on the box in his hand. "Gift from the Light and Shadow Research Institute. Contains source crystals 965, evolution crystals 10, smart cannon platform modification templates 5, smart cannon." Even Wei Chuan, whose worth was astonishing, felt his heart race the moment he saw the rewards contents. Smart cannon platform modification templates. He had previously speculated that such weapons would appear in the rewards, but he never expected they would actually be given. Damn, not feeling too happy about this. Looking at the item information in the silver box, Wei Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. If the rewards were given based on rankings, then weapons of this level, like the smart cannon, would appear in every area. If the rewards were based on scores, better weapons than the smart cannon might appear. After all, there could be super lucky players who got to shoot from beginning to end. He needed to be careful in future merges. He couldn't let himself be easily taken advantage of like in previous times. This smart cannon arrived just in time. It could scare and shoot, providing a full sense of security. Wow, I got a complete machine gun formula, and there's even a bullet formula called M249 plus 301 source crystals and 4 evolution crystals. Zhu Lingxue was so excited she almost jumped up, her voice full of surprise. "Big brother?" Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. The sustained firepower and suppression capability of the M249 were much more formidable than the Scar H, capable of pinning down rifle users in head-on combat. Source crystals were like kill counts. The more night demons killed, the more source crystals obtained. Evolution crystals were more generous. They should be awarded based on percentile for each stage. 1 to 100 points for 1 crystal, 101 to 200 points for 2 crystals. I got the Source Energy Potion formula, 306 Source Crystals, and 4 Evolution Crystals. Lu Qingqing smiled as she shared her gains. Although she was still unsure what effect the Source Energy Potion had, the core reward for second place definitely wouldn't be bad. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng excitedly reported 250 Source Crystals, 3 Evolution Crystals, and a tactical waste bag formula. Although it's just a waste bag, the 6th place waste bag must be different from a regular one. Wei Chuan grasped the reward box, nodded. Let's head back to the vehicle to sort things out. Keep the Source Crystals and Evolution Crystal for yourselves, and I'll share the formula information later. At this point, he paused, a mysterious smile curving his lips. As for my reward, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow when it's done. Otherwise, I fear you won't be able to sleep tonight. This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Not again, Zhu Lingxue huffed, directly pulling Lu Qingqing back to the vehicle. Li Yongsheng rubbed his hands together and leaned closer, asking ingratiatingly, "Boss, does that treasure include my share?" "Of course." Wei Chuan mockingly scolded with a laugh, giving him a light kick. "You called me boss. How could your share be less? Hurry up and get lost, right? The waste bag needs to be presented." "Yes, sir." Task guaranteed to be completed. Li Yongsheng immediately beamed, exaggeratedly saluting, and scampered off towards his van. Back in the armored vehicle, Wei Chuan opened the cold metal reward box. With a flash of light and a crisp sound, 965 Source Crystals mixed with 10 Evolution Crystals fell onto the dining table, alongside 5 brown, small blueprints. Just as Zhu Lingxue was about to reach out to grab them, Wei Chuan quickly snatched up the modification templates first. Zhu Lingxue immediately pouted, losing interest, and turned to open her own reward box. Chapter 78, All Treasures. The popular Akar H. The two women opened their reward boxes with anticipation. In an instant, the carriage was filled with flickering lights and the crisp sounds of Source Crystals clinking together. After briefly reviewing the item descriptions of the formulas, they handed the formulas directly to Wei Chuan and began to tidy up the scattered Source Crystals on the table. The more than 500 Source Crystals were enough to support at least a week's daily consumption, eliminating the need to specifically go to the trading post for purchases. Source Energy Potion. Wei Chuan walked over to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of chilled beer, took a big swig, feeling the icy refreshment suppress the heat in his chest, before starting to examine the formulas in his hand one by one. The first one he checked was the Source Energy Potion formula obtained by Lu Qingqing. Formula: Source Energy Potion. Description: a precise potion containing considerable source energy. Drinking it directly can significantly enhance physical fitness and mental power. Crafting times: 10. Materials required: Evolution Crystal 1, Source Crystal 10, Glass 3, Plastic 3. Significantly enhance? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. The words considerable and significant in the item description sounded even stronger than a Tier 2 Evolution Crystal. However, to know the exact enhancement, he would have to brew it and drink it. Next, he looked at the big pineapple blueprint obtained by Zhu Lingxue. Formula: M249 Standard Light Machine Gun. A light machine gun with extremely strong sustained firepower. Effective range of 600 meters, using 5.56 by 45 millimeters rifle rounds. Magazine capacity of 100 rounds. Crafting times: 10. Materials required: refined steel ingot 10, refined aluminum ingot 10. Engineering plastic 3, engineering rubber 3. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded. It was indeed a good item, one of the classics in the light machine gun family, with fierce firepower. Unfortunately, he was too familiar with this gun, so it didn't feel surprising. The cost of the accompanying 5.56 bullet formula was about the same as the 7.62 bullets he was currently using. However, this bullet formula had a highlight: 100 rounds time, crafting requiring a minimum of 100 rounds to start. But it came with a belt and magazine. This meant he wouldn't have to press bullets anymore, and this natural magazine could stack 10 together in one storage slot. One storage slot could hold 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and he would have to worry about running out of bullets even if he went out unprepared. Just for the sake of freeing his hands and saving time, Wei Chuan decided to temporarily set aside the Scar H, which had an excellent feel. Sorry. It's not that you're bad. It's just that the big pineapple understands me better. Finally, his gaze heatedly fell on the 5 brown, small blueprints. The real highlight of this reward. Smart Artillery Platform Modification Template. Load a 30mm chain smart cannon, built-in intelligent targeting system. Can choose various attack modes such as free attack, area defense, etc. Achieving autonomous attacks in all directions. Effective range of 3,000 meters. Maximum firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. Launching 1 high-explosive shell consumes Source Crystal 3. Modification times 1-1. Materials required for modification. Electronic components 3. Refined steel ingot 50. Refined iron ingot 30. Refined copper ingot 30. Please place materials near the template. Awesome. After reading this exaggerated item information, Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. He had originally thought it was just a small caliber automatic cannon, but unexpectedly, it was this 30mm caliber source device rotary cannon. It even used high explosive shells. Of course, the impressive thing came with a high cost of use. The cost of each high explosive shell was 5 times that of the SCAR H and M249 bullets. If 5 artillery pieces fired at full power, they would burn through 15,000 source crystals in just 1 minute. That was really burning money. It couldn't be used lightly. Just as he was immersed in the shock brought by the artillery, the survival manual lit up. And it was a message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, that waste bag is indeed a treasure. Li Yongsheng, a small waste bag, actually has 50 storage slots. It's simply a divine artifact. The formula can make 10. I'll keep 3 for myself, and the remaining 7 you and your sister-in-law can use. Wei Chuan. I'll keep the evolution crystals, and tomorrow I'll get you a potion that's even more powerful than the Tier 2 evolution crystal. Li Yongsheng, no problem. Boss is mighty. After replying to the message, Wei Chuan looked at the blueprints filled with power on the table. A smile crept across his face. Tomorrow's primary task was to turn these into real combat power. As for tonight, he wanted to completely modify the armored vehicle. The original plan was to finish it by this afternoon, but the preparations for the Research Institute's activities had taken too much energy and time, and he hadn't managed to focus on the armored vehicle at all. The sooner it was completed, the sooner he could relax. And it was just right to squeeze out some energy. Otherwise, after sleeping the whole afternoon, he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Almost forgot. Wei Chuan was just about to get up to fetch metal materials, but as soon as he lifted his butt off the chair, he sat back down. He opened the survival manual and clicked into social. Yu Pingon, brother, I really want to buy 500 source crystals, just for 1 gun and 100 rounds of bullets. Reply when you see this. Benson, mate, if you don't need source crystals, I'm willing to offer 2 bulletproof vests. 1 SCAR ISNT, a big deal for you, but you need better protection. Collins, hey, why aren't you responding? I admit the price I offered earlier was a bit low, but you can raise it. I said the price can be negotiated. Jian Shui, expert brother, why don't you respond to me? I'll add a pack of cigarettes and 100 source crystals, okay? So many wealthy people as private messages hadn't been replied to. Seeing everyone sending several messages and even starting to raise their offers, Wei Chuan almost laughed out loud. He was dissatisfied with the price. He just simply forgot. SCAR. Looking at these people's quotes, Wei Chuan hesitated for a moment. He had indeed planned not to sell it, but that was before he obtained the smart artillery modification template. He was worried that others would become his enemies after buying the gun. Once he made the smart artillery, he could easily have it firing 24/7 and let lightning control it. Sneak attacks? Tell that to my 30mm caliber cannon. Pressing bullets was indeed troublesome, while the big pineapple was much more convenient, and it had fierce and sustained firepower. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chuan decided to sell it. He already knew the rewards for tonight's activity, even if only 1 set of firearm formulas was produced in 1 zone. The firearm market in the trading post would be activated, while others hadn't started profiting yet. He wanted to take the biggest bite. However, he couldn't sell the extended magazine with 50 rounds. He needed to exchange it for a 20-round small magazine. The price also had to rise. He would only exchange the gun for a formula, evolution crystals, or rare items, and wound tea except any other materials. As for the bullets, a fully loaded 20-round magazine required 6 liters of water. 1 liter was the cost, and the remaining 5 liters was pure profit. just enough to cover the consumption of the smart artillery. No bargaining. 8 days had passed, and Wei Chuan was well aware of how deep the resource dealer's pockets were. Chapter 79. The Gun Business, New Armored Vehicle. Wei Chuan, brother, it's not that I don't want to sell, it's just that the cost of this gun is too high. 500 source crystals can only make 140 rounds of ammunition. I just burned over 20,000 source crystals in half an hour. No one would believe it if I said it. This business is impossible to do. Wei Chuan, dude, let's skip the drinks. I just want the formula and evolution crystals. Wei Chuan, I do need protection, but a honey badger will never be a match for a lion. If you want to become a lion, you must have a firm will, for example, a bulletproof vest formula. Wei Chuan, buddy, your price is not sincere. I remember you were the 20th tonight. What formula did you get? Wei Chuan, Master Sister. Did you use the bulletproof helmet formula while fighting the night demon just now? After a few minutes, Wei Chuan kept replying to messages, mainly negotiating prices. These customers were all ranked in the top 50 for tonight's activities, and they definitely had good stuff in hand. In response to his offered prices, everyone on the other side shouted that it was expensive, but no one gave up. After about 20 minutes of back and forth, Wei Chuan finalized 4 deals. 1 Scar H with 100 rounds of ammunition was exchanged for 1 formula for making 10 bulletproof vests and 120 source crystals. 1 Scar H with 60 rounds of ammunition was exchanged for bulletproof helmets, a pack of cigarettes, a fragmentation grenade, and 100 source crystals. 1 Scar H with 300 rounds of ammunition was exchanged for 3 evolution crystals, 1 formula for making 10 source energy intercoms, and 400 source crystals. 1 Scar H with 100 rounds of ammunition was exchanged for 1 evolution crystal, 3 templates for modifying bulletproof windows, and 1 template for modifying bulletproof tires. The prices of the sets were not uniform. It all depended on what was wanted for what. However, the price of the ammunition had been uniformly negotiated. 20 rounds of the magazine required 7 liters of water, which is 84 source crystals, already exceeding expectations. To be honest, even Wei Chuan felt this price was expensive. However, the buyers all agreed readily. These buyers had means to earn resources. Even if they were not as good as Li Yongsheng selling oil, they wouldn't be far off. So, in the face of the temptation of gaining the way, even if it meant digging deep into their pockets, they were unwilling to miss this opportunity. A few buyers had wallets that weren't as thick and were hesitating. However, Wei Chuan was sure they would soon make up their minds. Whether they would buy or not had an answer the moment they hesitated. Only those who could afford it and wanted to buy would hesitate. After a round of transactions, it was already 9 p.m. Wei Chuan briefly organized his gains. He made a profit from the source crystals, currently having about 1,800. He made 4 bulletproof vests and added 4 finished bulletproof helmets. Just enough for 4 sets of protection to be distributed for use tomorrow. He also made 4 intercoms with a communication range of 10 kilometers in a straight line, consuming only 1 source crystal per hour when powered on, and they could be worn on the waist like a phone. There were 22 evolution crystals, and with the 3 that Li Yongsheng had, that made 25 crystals. 10 would be used to make source energy potions, and the remaining 15 would be divided among the 3 of them tomorrow. The modification templates for bulletproof windows and tires would be used shortly. After categorizing and neatly storing these supplies on the shelves, Wei Chuan let out a long breath, and the light in his eyes gradually burned intensely. Next was the ultimate task of the night, modifying the armored vehicle. Currently, the modification status was that it was still 0. 5 meters short in height, 1. 5 meters short in length, and 2 meters short in width. The engineering workload was enormous, and he was ready to stay up late. He exerted his telekinesis, moving all the storage items containing metal materials to an open space outside the vehicle, then took out some of the metal materials. The mental shaping began, and a large amount of metal material turned into liquid, slowly covering the surface of the armored vehicle. The modification officially started. The first step was to extend the length of the vehicle. Under his precise control, the liquid metal blended into the body and chassis like tentacles. The entire vehicle emitted a low metallic hum, visibly extending backward at a rapid pace. 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters, in just 2 to 3 minutes. The full 1. 5 meters of extension was completed. However, quick work also required significant effort. After completing the body extension, Wei Chuan's energy had already decreased by about 60 to 70%. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the front of the vehicle to rest. Just then, from the darkness in the distance, a roar was heard. Two long, twisted humanoid night demons sensed the presence of living humans and rushed over. They moved quickly, their elongated claws glinting coldly. So noisy. But Wei Chuan lazily lifted his eyes, not even changing his posture, and lightly pointed his 2 fingers holding the cigarette at the air. Boom! Boom! 2 dull sounds almost simultaneously echoed, and the heads of the 2 night demons burst as if crushed by an invisible giant force. 2 glowing source crystals were drawn by telekinesis, obediently shaking off the blood and flying into Wei Chuan's hands. Faster! Wei Chuan muttered to himself, exhaling a puff of white smoke. He could feel the night demons' athletic abilities increasing daily, and even their intelligence was beginning to awaken. However, his evolution speed far surpassed that of the night demons, making killing them as easy as crushing ants. The only regret was that the number of night demons was far fewer than on the previous 3 nights. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hard to farm over 1,000 or 1,800 source crystals in one night. After finishing a cigarette, he returned to the vehicle to watch a movie with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. With his significantly enhanced physique, his energy recovery speed had also become extremely fast. What used to take an hour to recover now only took 10 to 20 minutes. After a short rest, he got out of the vehicle again to proceed with the second modification, increasing the height compared to lengthening, simply increasing the wall height by 0.5 meters was very simple, with no complex structural interactions, and required less energy. The metal materials blended into the walls, and in less than a minute, the total height of the armored vehicle reached 4 meters. Lastly, and most complex, was to widen it by 2 meters. Widening involved proportionally expanding the chassis and restructuring, synchronously extending the front and rear walls and the roof, and even the tires needed to be adjusted based on the widened chassis. In short, this modification was very troublesome and required the most materials and energy. Starting from 9:30 p.m., Wei Chuan entered a cycle of modification, rest, adjustment, modification, meticulously carving out every detail. Until 12:30 a.m., the final widening was finally completed. The convoy he encountered yesterday was a huge help. Otherwise, the materials would definitely not have been enough. Just fixing 10 large tires would require a whole day's worth of materials. Beautiful. Wei Chuan stood 10 meters in front of the vehicle, hands on his hips, his face glistening with sweat and an unmistakable satisfaction. The brand new armored vehicle before him was 15 meters long, 5 meters high, and 6 meters wide. The massive body had a sturdy line, the dark armor glimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight, resembling a lurking steel behemoth, steady, heavy, providing an unparalleled sense of security. To be honest, it looked a bit like a giant cockroach, but it was really cool. Chapter 80, Invincible War Machine. Firepower Source. Interior Transformation. The position of the cannons. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, slowly pacing around this steel giant, rapidly planning in his mind. Since it was a multi-directional intelligent attack, placing on the roof would be too wasteful, creating some low-angle attack blind spots. His gaze swept over the vehicle, and he eventually settled on a plan. He would extend the cannons directly from both sides of the vehicle, one on each side at the front and back, forming a nearly complete crossfire network with almost no blind spots. Done. The moment this thought emerged, it grew wildly in Wei Chuan's heart like wild grass. The planned rest was thrown aside. Just thinking about the powerful, intelligent cannons becoming part of the armored vehicle made him restless, filled with energy. Since he was already doing it, he might as well finish it in one go, working through the night. Wei Chuan was determined. The metal materials were once again shaped and influenced by his thoughts, molding precisely along the sides of the vehicle like obedient cement. Soon, 4 incredibly sturdy steel platforms, directly extending from the vehicle body, took shape. They looked like 4 small wings attached to the armored vehicle, reinforced at the bottom with heavy metal triangular supports. Solid as rock. With the platforms built, Wei Chuan immediately returned to the vehicle exchange for the materials needed for the 4 intelligent cannons at the trading post, and then hurry back outside. Materials required for transformation have been met. Start transformation, cancel transformation. He ran around the armored vehicle to 4 points, initiating star transformation next to each platform. Buzz. A low hum sounded simultaneously from the 4 platforms, accompanied by the clanking of metal interlocking and structural reshaping, filled with a sense of technological power. Like the previous mammoth engine, the energy boxes for the 4 intelligent cannons were also located in the driver's area. 1 minute later, the transformation was complete. Awesome. At the moment he saw the final product, Wei Chuan was so excited he nearly floated, all fatigue completely gone. So cool. The 4 30mm intelligent cannons stood quietly on the platforms, their black barrels reflecting a cold gleam under the moonlight. They seemed like the mechanical arms of the armored vehicle, slowly rotating, occasionally extending and retracting the barrels, resembling living creatures stretching their muscles, filled with a sense of latent power. Now it looked even more like a cockroach. Wei Chuan walked around his beloved vehicle twice, stroked his chin, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Biomechanical cockroach war vehicle? Sounds pretty good. After enjoying the moment for a while, he returned to the driver's cabin and unhesitatingly stuffed 500 energy crystals into the energy box as the initial power source for the cannons. Lightning. Can you control the intelligent cannons I just installed? Wei Chuan began to call the onboard AI. Yes, Commander. I can operate all energy devices on the vehicle. They are powerful weapons and come with a built-in intelligent targeting system, which compensates for my lack of physical capabilities. Lightning's electronic voice remained calm. Very good from now on. You take over, eliminate all nearby night demons or mutated creatures, and issue warning shots to any unfamiliar vehicles or humans attempting to approach within a kilometer. If they continue to approach, fire to destroy. By the way, just use the burst fire mode unless I order a change in attack mode. Understood, Commander. The defense protocol is now active. Do a good job. After assigning the security task to Lightning, who could work 24 hours a day, Wei Chuan approached the crafting table. Lu Qingqing and Zhuling Xue had brought in the recipes. After spending so many days together, their relationship had long surpassed mere teammates or lovers. It was more like a fateful community infused with passionate romance and stable affection. There was no need for pleasantries between them. Trust and tacit understanding had become habitual. Thus, when the 2 women received the recipes, they handed them to him without a word, and he naturally used them directly. 10 steel ingots, 10 aluminum ingots. Wei Chuan calculated the materials needed to craft the M249 light machine gun, quickly purchasing 4 sets at the trading post, along with additional materials to make 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Consumption: refined steel ingot, 10, refined aluminum ingot, 10, engineering plastic, 3, engineering rubber, 3, crafting successful, obtained M249 standard light machine gun 1. 4 prompts flashed in succession, and 4 shiny new M249s appeared on the crafting table. Then, he crafted 10 ammo boxes, each containing 100 rounds. Finally, it was time for the energy potion. Consumption: evolution crystal, 1, energy crystal, 10 glass, 3, plastic, 3, crafting successful, obtained energy potion 1, consumption, evolution crystal, 1 energy crystal, 10 glass, 3 plastic, 3, crafting successful, obtained energy. After 10 consecutive successful crafts, 10 reagent-like potion vials appeared. They looked unremarkable, with transparent glass bodies and blue plastic caps, containing a faintly red liquid, resembling ordinary lab reagents. The effects should be good. Wei Chuan suppressed the urge to try one immediately, deciding to wait until tomorrow to take them with the 2 women and store them all away. The brand new standard items were so convenient. For M249s, 10 ammo boxes and 10 energy potions only took up 3 storage slots in total. After completing all this, Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the spacious cabin, his eyes growing brighter. The room was set. How could he not decorate it? After taking a 10-minute break and regaining some energy, Wei Chuan began to work. The armored vehicle was 15 meters long and 6 meters wide. After accounting for the armor layer and the fixed driving area, about 80 square meters of usable space remained inside. He already had a preliminary plan in his mind. Two 16-square-meter bedrooms, one 5-square-meter bathroom, and a 35-square-meter living room, combining a kitchen, storage room, and lounge, leaving 8 square meters as a corridor connecting all areas. The core idea was like this, but more details would need to be discovered and adjusted during the transformation process. He started with the bedrooms. Wei Chuan focused his mind, activating both thought, shaping, and blueprint construction. The two sturdy double-deck iron frame beds seemed to come alive, the metal bed legs moving silently like soft metal tentacles, smoothly shifting the bed bodies. On the beds, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the bed's movement. Wei Chuan took these two beds as the core of the bedrooms and began constructing the framework. A large amount of metal material, under his control, flowed like obedient water, slowly growing from the chassis, extending upward along the lines of the blueprint, shaping and finally connecting seamlessly to the roof of the vehicle. These metal walls not only divided the space, but also provided additional support to the roof, enhancing the stability of the vehicle. Hard decoration came first. The soft decoration could wait. Wei Chuan was fully focused, controlling the metal materials to continue working, this time targeting the bathroom at the rear. The cold metal came to life in his hands, emitting an extremely faint humming sound, quietly constructing a warm home in the tranquil night. Chapter 81. A Family of Three. At 6:30 the next morning, Lu Qingqing woke from her slumber. Habitually, she wanted to get out of bed to prepare breakfast. However, when she saw the scene before her, the remnants of her drowsiness were instantly shattered, and a wave of immense astonishment washed over her. The spacious carriage had vanished. In its place was a small, independent room, enclosed by smooth metal walls, roughly 15 square meters in size. Embedded in the wall was a thick, round glass porthole, through which faint morning light streamed in. A simple light bulb hung lonely from the ceiling. Aside from the iron-framed bed beneath her, the room was completely bare. It was somewhat rudimentary, but the clearly demarcated independent space made her feel a long-lost sense of stability that belonged to home. Renovated again? After a brief moment of daze, she immediately thought of Wei Chuan's initial talent. She hurriedly got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and carefully pushed open the somewhat rough but very sturdy metal door. The scene outside the door made her pause again. In front of her was a rather spacious corridor, about 2 meters wide. 3 neat rows of storage shelves extended along the walls, categorically filled with various daily necessities, in perfect order. One end of the corridor led to the familiar cockpit, while the other extended toward the rear compartment. She noticed that there was another identical door along the path to the rear compartment. Gently pushing it open, she found that the size and layout of this room were exactly the same as hers, with Zhu Lingxue quietly sleeping on the iron bed, while Wei Chuan was not there. With a light and curious heart, Lu Qingqing walked down the corridor toward the rear compartment. The scene before her opened up dramatically. It had been transformed into a brand new integrated kitchen and dining area, although the area was much smaller than the original entire carriage. It had distinct functional areas and truly resembled a standard living room. On both sides of the walls were long rectangular glass windows about 3 meters long, providing an open view. Wei Chuan, wearing only a pair of shorts, lay sprawled on the sofa, asleep, while a movie played on the television in front of him, the sound turned down to a minimum. On the nearby metal table lay a dozen evolution crystals carelessly scattered about. Lu Qingqing walked over to tidy them up and discovered a note pressed underneath one of the crystals. She picked it up, and it read, "Qingqing, I didn't scare you, did I? Haha, I was too excited last night and finished it all at once. Go out and have a look. There's a surprise outside. You fool, it's not like we can't change it again today." Lu Qingqing immediately understood that Wei Chuan must have been exhausted to the limit and had fallen asleep right there. The corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. She really liked this special conversation. She carefully folded the note and treasured it in her storage compartment. Then, she tiptoed toward a small compartment at the end of the carriage. Upon pushing the door open, her eyes sparkled with surprise. It was a fully functional bathroom. The space inside was small, and the decor was somewhat rough, but it had all the essentials: a toilet, a water heater, a sink, and a mirror, making it quite complete. Although she had no objection to washing in front of her man and sisters, having a bathroom was always different. The significance was different. A stable life on the right track would make one feel more at ease. This bathroom had taken a lot of effort from Wei Chuan. Aside from the water heater being a source device, all the sanitary ware had been handcrafted. Especially the seemingly inconspicuous plumbing fixtures, shower heads, and faucets all needed adjustments. To avoid waking Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing suppressed her urge to wash up. She found a flashlight on the shelf, quietly made her way through the corridor, entered the cockpit, and retrieved the big black star pistol with bullets from the armrest box before stepping out of the vehicle. As soon as she got out, she raised the pistol and flashlight. The light swept across the body of the vehicle, and she froze in place as if struck by a spell, completely stunned, her pupils slightly constricting in shock. The armored vehicle had undergone a dramatic transformation. The body had become larger, exuding a sense of weight and power. What shocked her the most were the 4 additional metal platforms at the corners of the vehicle and the 4 intelligent machine guns on top, radiating a chilling aura of death. Those were the terrifying weapons she had seen on the defense wall of the Research Institute last night. This is the reward for first place. A tidal wave of excitement surged within Lu Qingqing's heart. Even though she wasn't very knowledgeable about firearms, she was well aware of what these 4 automatically attacking intelligent machine guns meant. It meant that from now on, whether day or night, no matter what they were doing, there would always be 4 pairs of powerful deathly eyes on alert. It meant they had obtained nearly absolute security. She stood there for a long time, unable to calm her excited heart, her gaze lingering on the 4 silent, intelligent machine guns. No wonder there were no ammunition on the table today. They truly didn't need it. Back inside the vehicle, she walked to the kitchen and looked at the man sprawled on the sofa. Her eyes filled with indescribable tenderness and pride. Cease kinking. At that moment, a soft, drowsy call came from behind her. Lu Qingqing turned around to see Zhu Lingxiu rubbing her eyes, looking bewildered at the completely transformed carriage, her mouth slightly agape, clearly still in disbelief over the enormous change. Lu Qingqing quickly placed her right index finger on her lips, then gestured with her eyes toward the still sleeping Wei Chuan on the sofa. Zhu Lingxiu immediately understood and became significantly more alert. Playfully, she made a zipping motion in front of her mouth, then waved at Lu Qingqing. Wanted her to come over and talk. Sis Qingqing, what is going on? Looking at her astonished and confused expression, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly and whispered, "What else could it be? Of course, it's the surprise that our Mr. Wei gave us." As she spoke, she took Zhu Lingxiu's hand. "Come with me. The real surprise is outside." She led the curious Zhu Lingxiu, and the two moved quietly like thieves, trying to make as little noise as possible as they tiptoed through the corridor to the cockpit. "This is a machine gun?" When Zhu Lingxiu's feet touched the ground and she looked up to see the transformed steel beast before her, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Lu Qingqing's had been. She gasped sharply, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes, usually filled with a hint of mischief, now wide open in disbelief. Yeah, the reward for first place. He installed it overnight. Lu Qingqing stood beside her, clearly sensing the slight tremor in her body. So amazing. Zhu Lingxiu tilted her head back, slowly walking around the back of the vehicle, taking a long time to retract her gaze from the intelligent machine guns and turn to Lu Qingqing, her voice somewhat dreamy. "Sis Qingqing, can we be rice bugs now? In fact, we always have been. Being rice bugs is fine, just don't hold them back, okay? Hey Sis Qingqing, you've fallen in love." The two girls stood side by side next to this armored vehicle, fully armed to the teeth. Although the morning light was still dim, their hearts had already brightened completely. Chapter 82. Dividing the Treasure. At 8:30 in the morning, Wei Chuan slowly woke up from a deep sleep, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Just as he opened his eyes, a delicate face quickly enlarged in his view, accompanied by a fresh scent, and then a soft, warm touch heavily pressed against his cheek. It was Zhu Lingxiu. Before Wei Chuan could react to this sudden attack, Lu Qingqing also leaned down, smiling gently, and gave him a light kiss on the forehead. What's going on?" Wei Chuan was completely bewildered, his sleepiness instantly gone as he sat up abruptly from the sofa, looking at the two smiling girls in front of him, utterly confused. "Husband, you're amazing." Zhu Lingxiu's voice was filled with excitement as she directly lunged into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her face against his chest and rubbing it like a spoiled little cat. Wei Chuan instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently patting her back, and seemed to understand a bit, smiling as he asked, "Did you see the cannon outside?" "Yeah, Sister Qingqing took me to see it." Zhu Lingxue nodded vigorously in his embrace, raising her head with sparkling eyes looking at him. "The car is awesome too. It really feels like a home now. That's great." Wei Chuan's heart was instantly filled with a tremendous sense of accomplishment, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Considering he had been busy until 3 a.m. the previous night, he held Zhu Lingxue and smiled at Lu Qingqing, starting to introduce his labor results. Both rooms are 16 square meters. The bathroom is 5 square meters. The kitchen and dining area is 27 square meters. And the corridor is 16 square meters. I initially planned to allocate only 8 square meters for the corridor, but if it's too small, it would be inconvenient to enter and exit the driver's cabin. So I decided to take out 8 square meters from the rooms for the corridor, just right to move in the daily supplies. I think it's great. Lu Qingqing looked around the not particularly spacious, but lively kitchen and dining area. Although it's a bit more compact compared to before, it feels warm to be here. If it were too big, it would feel less secure. Yes, this is the best. Zhu Lingxue nodded repeatedly, clearly very satisfied with the final result. Also, the windows are modified bulletproof windows made from templates. To keep up with the next round of vehicle modifications, I made them 10 centimeters thick, and the protruding parts are wrapped in metal outside. Although they can't be opened for ventilation, safety is definitely not a concern. I'll hang up some curtains later, and I don't plan to make a skylight for now. The current temperature isn't suitable. Wei Chuan continued. After being busy for so long last night, the results were not just about spatial separation. In short, the foundation was very solid, and the remaining work was just various small supplements. By the way, I'll go wash up first. I have more things for you later. Saying this, Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue, who was still lingering in his embrace. "Okay, hurry up." Zhu Lingxue quickly got up and gave him another kiss on the cheek. Entering the brand-new independent bathroom, Wei Chuan quickly took a shower and brushed his teeth. "Wow, it really feels different." Wei Chuan sighed while drying his hair. No more getting out of the car just to brush his teeth, and he didn't have to curl up in the back of the car while showering. Even cleaning up had become infinitely simpler. The improvement in quality of life brought a tangible sense of happiness. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the kitchen and dining area, where Lu Qingqing had already prepared a big bowl of sweet potato porridge for him, alongside a plate of pickled vegetables and 3 golden, fragrant fried eggs. "Husband, this was brought over by Yongsheng this morning." After Wei Chuan finished his breakfast, Lu Qingqing handed him a plastic bag. Wei Chuan took it and looked inside. There were 7 brand-new tactical waste bags and 3 evolution crystals. He picked up one waste bag, and the item information immediately appeared. Tactical waste bag, multifunctional military waste bag with 50 storage compartments. Indeed, it's a good item. Wei Chuan nodded secretly. This exaggerated capacity, combined with a small size, was practically a storage artifact at this stage. "You each get 2. He took out 4 tactical waste bags, handing them to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, then opened the survival manual to send a message to Li Yongsheng. "Wei Chuan, come over to get the items." As soon as the message was sent, before he could receive a reply, in less than 5 seconds, the back door gently trembled twice, and a faint voice came in, "Boss, take them and study them yourself." Wei Chuan smiled as he opened the back door, handing over the prepared items to the eagerly waiting Li Yongsheng. 1 smart cannon modification template, 1 big pineapple with 2 ammo boxes, 1 walkie-talkie, 1 bulletproof vest, 1 bulletproof helmet, and 1 source energy potion. "Thank you, boss." Li Yongsheng's eyes turned red the moment he saw the modification template, his mouth nearly splitting into a grin. He quickly stored the items in the storage compartment, his voice slightly altered with excitement, and after thanking him, he rushed back to his van, as if these items would expire the next moment. After getting up that morning, he had noticed the changes in the armored vehicle. Those 4 powerful smart cannons were simply stunning. So he thought of Wei Chuan's promise last night. He also had a share. Hence, from the moment he woke up until now, he had hardly done anything, just sitting tensely in the driver's seat, waiting for Wei Chuan's summons like waiting for lottery results. And now, this coveted super treasure was finally in hand. Closing the back door, Wei Chuan returned to the dining table. He looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were nestled on the sofa watching a movie, and waved with a smile. Qingqing, Lingxue, don't watch for now. It's time to share the treasures. Hearing this, the two immediately paused the movie and curiously gathered around. These are new gear. The walkie-talkies are already tuned and ready to use, Wei Chuan said as he first laid out 2 sets of brand new equipment on the table. Next, he took out the more precious source energy potions and evolution crystals. 9 bottles of potions, 15 evolution crystals. Let us split them evenly. These are all good items that can directly enhance our strength. Let us use them as soon as possible. Wei Chuan distributed them, his tone casual, as if he was giving out ordinary candies. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and instinctively reached out. They accepted the combat gear decisively, but when it came to the source energy potions and evolution crystals, their movements paused. They carefully counted the total, each only taking 2 bottles of source energy potion and 3 evolution crystals. Drink! Just as Wei Chuan was about to speak, the usually gentle Lu Qingqing put on a serious face and pushed the remaining 5 bottles of source energy potions and 9 evolution crystals back towards Wei Chuan. Chapter 83. Little Superman, Master of Telekinesis, and a Leaderboard. You guys! Wei Chuan looked at the source energy potions and evolution crystals pushed over in front of him. He opened his mouth, but facing the determined gazes of the 2 girls. He ultimately didn't say anything. He just smiled helplessly and fondly, accepting this heavy love. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged smiles, feeling reassured. Just as they were about to swallow the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan suddenly remembered the 2 medicine formulas that had been overlooked earlier: primary adrenaline injection and primary medical injection. At that time, they had found 4 types of medicine in the hospital instance, with the antiviral serum and glucose being ready-made, while the adrenaline and medical injections were formulas that had been temporarily set aside due to the need for evolution crystals in their production. 1 for each person. Wei Chuan quickly finished the remaining porridge in the bowl and stood up to go to the crafting table. Consumption: evolution crystal -1, source crystal -10, plastic -3, steel ingot -1. Crafting successful. Obtained. Primary adrenaline injection 1. Consumption: evolution crystal -1, source crystal -10, plastic -3. Steel ingot -1. Crafting successful. Obtained. Primary medical injection 1. He hesitated not and crafted 3 of each, a total of 6. Qingqing, Lingxue. These are the last 2 types of medicine. Like the previous 2, they must be carried with you. They can save your life in critical moments. Wei Chuan handed the 2 types of injections to the girls. In fact, given the current strength of the convoy, these 2 medicines might not be used for a long time, or even forever. But medicines are strategic resources that are not needed, but absolutely cannot be without. Wasting 9 evolution crystals. Wei Chuan felt 2 mixed gazes of gratitude and helplessness from the opposite side. He wisely avoided looking at them and quickly began to consume the evolution crystals and source energy potions. After swallowing 3 first-level evolution crystals, he felt it wasn't very strong. It felt like his body had briefly gone numb, and then it quickly faded away. The enhancement was no longer as significant as it was at the beginning. But the source energy potion that followed had a violent effect. It was far more intense than second-level evolution crystals, almost double the effect. Roughly estimating, the energy contained in 1 bottle of source energy potion was comparable to 6 first-level evolution crystals. As soon as he drank the first bottle, he felt a sudden surge of heat throughout his body, with a strong soreness and swelling deep in his muscles, as if he had just undergone an extreme physical training session. He felt weak all over. Even lifting his arm was somewhat difficult. As this intense sensation gradually faded, he could clearly feel that both his physique and mental strength had been significantly enhanced. He didn't pause and consumed all 4 remaining bottles of source energy potions. The enhancement brought by the 5 bottles of source energy potions was terrifying. As the last trace of the potion's power was absorbed, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling explosive power surging within him. A sense of invincibility flooded his mind, as if he could punch through an armored vehicle with 1 blow. Bang! On a whim, He actually got up and punched the wall of the vehicle. With a dull sound, to his surprise, a clear fist imprint was left on the thick armor plate, while his fist was completely unharmed. Excited, he glanced over the furniture in the kitchen and, with a slight movement of his mind, raised his right hand. In the next moment, the heavy metal dining table, the large sofa, the not-so-light massage chair, and even Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were staring at him in astonishment, all floated up, completely defying gravity. The power of telekinesis had surged to the point where he could easily manipulate thousands of pounds. Awesome. Feeling the new power surging within him and the overwhelming telekinesis at his command, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile broadly. This wave of enhancement was simply too great. His overall strength had at least doubled compared to yesterday, just as he was about to gently lower the furniture and his wives back to the ground. The familiar and icy notification sound echoed in the minds of all survivors without warning. Survivor, congratulations on initially mastering the power of the human treasure. Please continue to strengthen it. Please note, mutated creatures and night demons are also evolving in sync. Their hidden powers are awakening and will soon catch up to you. Good luck. To eliminate these increasingly powerful threats, the Light and Shadow Highway will provide you with new assistance, activating the functional convoy and leaderboard. Only true heroes can ascend the leaderboard and receive the gifts of the Light and Shadow Highway. A leaderboard? It updates just as I take off. Wei Chuan was immediately intrigued and pulled out the survival manual from the storage compartment to check the new function. However, as soon as his hand touched the survival manual, it transformed into a stream of light and swiftly entered the back of his left hand, leaving behind a diamond-shaped mark that emitted a faint glow. At the same time, an item information lit up. Survival device, the most reliable survival assistant. Open. With a thought, a translucent light screen immediately unfolded before him. All the familiar functions were there, but the interface was more straightforward and intuitive, with a prominent leaderboard icon added at the bottom. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded slightly. The new version of the survival manual had evolved into a true auxiliary system, making things much more convenient. He first clicked to open the updated personal information panel. Survivor, Wei Chuan, first talent, S-Class Mechanical Control, second talent, second level telekinesis, 8-3, time, 8:51, weather, clear, temperature, 33. When he saw the third line, Wei Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and after confirming again, the corners of his mouth finally lifted, revealing a knowing smile. Sure enough, because his telekinesis had broken through a significant bottleneck and reached a new stage, this triggered this small update. This meant that if there was a strength ranking or talent ranking in the newly opened leaderboard, he would definitely rank first. However, he didn't rush to look. Instead, he browsed through the other functions one by one. The talent skills page remained unchanged, still featuring skills like mind shaping and mechanical perception, while the social features added a convoy option. The vehicle function was the same as before, but the vehicle information had been updated. Vehicle, 1010-wheeled bulletproof source energy combat vehicle. Maximum highway speed, 560 kilometers h. Energy consumption. Under stable driving conditions, consumes source crystals 35 per 100 kilometers. Special function, crafting table. The name had become more imposing, but the maximum speed had dropped by 20 kilometers h, likely due to the increased weight of the vehicle, which Wei Chuan had anticipated last night. Next were the trading hall and communication channel, which remained unchanged. Finally, his gaze fell on the newly appeared leaderboard feature. Chapter 84. First on a single list, top 10 on 3 lists. Great leader. Wei Chuan clicked in with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. The light screen flickered and instantly switched to show 3 parallel leaderboard icons. This is where true heroes belong. Every hero will receive the gifts of the Light and Shadow Highway, which will be distributed daily at midnight 00:00. Please collect them before 23:59 the next day. Hero list, vehicle list, wealth list. According to the game's rules, these 3 lists represent the personal level leaderboard, vehicle level leaderboard, and resource leaderboard. Simple and straightforward. Without hesitation, Wei Chuan first clicked on the list he was most interested in, the hero list. Records the second talent level of survivors. In the case of the same level, the ranking is based on the order of enhancement time. Top 1, Wei Chuan, Level 2, Zone 89, Top 2. Kapil, Level 1, Zone 299, Top 3. Nia, Level 1, Zone 10047, Top 4. Nicholas, Level 1, Zone 380, Top 5. Chunjian, Level 1, Zone 36654, Top 6. Carol, Level 1, Zone 6541, Top 7. Kofi, Level 1, Zone 1678, Top 8. Erickson, Level 1, Zone 161651, Top 9. Jean, Level 1, Zone 9489, Top 10. Josip, Level 1, Zone 14654. Sure enough, the earlier guess was correct. He was the only one who had reached Level 2. There were a total of 10 pages, with 10 people on each page, making for a total of 100 people who could make the list. The ranking reward was source crystals, and all 3 lists were the same. The first place could receive 100 source crystals daily, which was neither too much nor too little and could help with daily expenses. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also made the list, ranking 46th and 43rd respectively. Li Yongsheng did not make the list, as this was a ranking across the entire server, and the competition was too fierce. Qingqing, Lingxue, what is your experience bar? Wei Chuan raised his head and asked the 2 girls who were also checking their survival devices. 32, 36. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue answered in turn. This answer gave Wei Chuan a rough estimate of the experience bars for Level 1 and Level 2. If the effects of the Source Energy Potion and Level 2 Evolution Crystals were converted to Level 1 Evolution Crystals, then Lu Qingqing had consumed 16 Level 1 Evolution Crystals, and Zhu Lingxue had consumed 18. In other words, it required 50 Level 1 Evolution Crystals to upgrade the second talent from Level 1 to Level 2. He had eaten 62 Level 1 Evolution Crystals, and his current experience bar was at second Level 8. 3. Therefore, to advance from Level 2 to Level 3, he would need a total of 100 Level 1 Evolution Crystals, meaning he still needed 88 more. I have a huge advantage. Even if the second place eats 1 more Level 1 Evolution Crystal and reaches Level 2, I still lead him by 13 Level 1 Evolution Crystals. Wei Chuan calculated the gap in experience bars, feeling secretly pleased. This leaderboard was released just in time, allowing him to understand the level of players across the server. Next was the vehicle list. Records the comprehensive performance of vehicles. In the case of the same comprehensive performance, the ranking is based on the order of enhancement time. Top 1, Hayden 141, Zone 37, Top 2, Lao 133, Zone 453, Top 3, Zhang Baiwan 125, Zone 783, Top 4, Amir 117, Zone 43655, Top 5, Yang Zhaodi 111, Zone 9984, Top 6, Shangwan Jinhua 106, Zone 2151, Top 7, Wei Chuan 101, Zone 89, Top 8, Grover 94, Zone 8162, Top 9, Liu 90, Zone 16800, Top 10, Kalami 86, Zone 604617. Wei Chuan felt a slight regret at being ranked 7th, but he could accept it, given that so many good items were released during last night's event. While he was able to obtain the smart machine gun, others might have received the smart rocket launcher. There was nothing to be confused about. Having made it to the top 10 on 2 lists was impressive enough. Besides, they weren't even in the same zone. No matter how powerful someone was in a different zone, what could they do against him? Finally, it was the wealth list. Records the comprehensive value of resources. In the case of the same comprehensive value, the ranking is based on the order of enhancement time. Top 1, Clarissa, 340, Zone 648. Top 2, Jia Guanjuan, 321, Zone 8755. Top 3, Jones, 311, Zone 148912. Top 4, Troy, 299, Zone 42708. Top 5, Qi Jiang, 294, Zone 967. Top 6, Song Gang, 288, Zone 65100. Top 7, Sphinx, 280, Zone 255. Top 8, Nandina, 277, Zone 1. Top 9, Shun Mingho, 275, Zone 19846. Top 10, Wei Chuan, 269, Zone 89. Got it. Seeing his name in the top 10 of the wealth list, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. First on a single list. Top 10 on 3 lists. Besides him, no one else could achieve a top 10 on all 3 lists. Not even anyone else in the top 10 on 2 lists. This meant that everyone else had their weaknesses, while he did not. Personal strength, vehicles, and funds, all 3 were crucial. Missing any one would slow down development, and, eventually, those who excelled in all 3 would catch up. This feels great. Wei Chuan turned off the survival device and stretched comfortably. He walked over and squeezed into the middle of the sofa, wrapping an arm around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue on either side. At that moment, Zhu Lingxue also finished looking at the leaderboard, excitedly turning to hug Wei Chuan's waist. "Hubby, you have a first place and 2 top 10s. The first list is the most important. Strength is fundamental, and the other 2 just need to be decent." Wei Chuan smiled and kissed Zhu Lingxue's smooth cheek. His tone was calm, but the pride in his expression was hard to hide. On the other side, Lu Qingqing thought further ahead and said softly, "Now that the leaderboard is out, it should stimulate a lot of people." Wei Chuan nodded, a hint of understanding in his eyes. The gap is right here. The only way to catch up is to grind through those high-difficulty dungeons, and many people will die in the process. Zhu Lingxue looked puzzled, since they know it's dangerous. Can't they just not go? They can, but not going means falling behind. Anyone they encounter could easily take them out. How many people can just slack off in that situation? Not to mention the increasingly powerful night demons. If your strength doesn't keep up, you might not even see the sun the next day. Wei Chuan shook his head. Unless this survival game stops, who would dare to stop? After saying that, he opened the survival device again and checked the regional communication channel. Zone 89, 8,110,000 people. Chen Jieyu. Wow, there's a super expert in our zone. The first on the hero list. Read, damn, I've eaten 5 evolution crystals, and I'm only at 10 for level 1. I haven't even awakened my second talent. How'd he do it? Jian Shui. It's normal. Wei is selling weapons. The dungeons we dare not enter. He can clear with just a little ammo. Samuel. He sells weapons? Can you recommend something to me? Benson. Dude, check out this Scar H standard assault rifle. That SWS strength. Lian Junda. You all missed the point. Our district has 3 people on the hero list, and the other 2 names clearly belong to women. Remember the 2 beauties next to the big shot? I now suspect that even the mice in the big shot's house can eat 4 dishes. What's the price of the big shot's gun? Can you chat privately about it? The channel has indeed exploded, with almost all discussions revolving around the leaderboard. The ranking of District 89, Wei Chuan, has become the absolute center of attention. Watching the various exclamations, envy, and even a hint of reverence in the discussions, especially being called big shot by others, to be honest, Wei Chuan felt quite pleased. After all, who doesn't like the feeling of being admired and praised? Chapter 85. The arms dealer goes online. After lurking in the communication channel for a while and feeling the commotion he caused, Wei Chuan switched to the trading interface. He posted a purchase request. Wanted, source device recipes and evolution crystals. Practical ordinary item recipes are also acceptable. Will trade for Scar H assault rifles. Bullets can be sold long-term. Bring your own price. The plan to sell guns was decided yesterday. Since he made up his mind, he needed to act quickly. Early in the morning, he had browsed a trading hall and found that various bows and crossbows were becoming nearly ubiquitous, and there were even multiple types of handguns available. He had a hunch that rifles and even machine guns might flood the market today. He had to seize the opportunity before other gun dealers were still hesitating. To harvest as much as possible from the first wave, which would also be the most profitable. After posting the purchase request, he crafted 10 Scar H rifles by hand and exchanged half of his source crystals for bullet materials, making a total of 1,000 rounds. He decided to wait half an hour to see if he could directly find suitable customers. If not, he would hang them in the trading hall. Rifles were still rare equipment at this point, so the price couldn't be too low, but if it was too high, it would be hard to sell, as not many could afford it. As for handguns, if the price was set a little lower, they could be used to harvest scattered evolution crystals. Wei Chuan crossed his hands over his forehead, lost in deep thought. During last night's event, as long as there were points, there was a guaranteed 1 evolution crystal. Although most people would eat it immediately, some would think about hoarding it or trading it for more urgently needed supplies. His target was that 1 evolution crystal in the hands of these people. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Little by little, it adds up. He needed to act quickly. Handcrafting bullets was too inefficient, and he had to use recipes for mass production, but he only had the rifle bullet recipe now. And the handgun couldn't use this pointed rifle bullet. As Wei Chuan pondered, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if he used his blueprint construction ability to research a handgun that could fire existing handgun bullets? Theoretically feasible, let's give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, got up, and took two big black stars from the storage rack, one standard and the other the previously researched large reinforced version. Blueprint construction, go, go, go. He focused his mind, and the blue light in his eyes lit up. The two handguns instantly transformed into semi-transparent, three-dimensional structural diagrams in his view, with countless fine lines outlining every part and internal structure. Wei Chuan modified the blueprint with his concept as the core, using 56 by 45 millimeters rifle bullets, a fully metal structure, stable performance, and controlled size. The blueprint rapidly evolved, adjusted, and combined under his mental guidance, generating one new handgun design after another. This one won't work. The size is almost comparable to a small submachine gun. This one also won't work. With such a large grip, it would be better suited for an octopus. This one is not bad. It could be refined and optimized further. Wei Chuan focused entirely, screening each design one by one. This was much more complex than simply proportionally adjusting the big black star. Although it wouldn't consume too much energy, it was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Finally, after eliminating 40 unsatisfactory blueprints, the 41st blueprint caught his eye. It was 28 centimeters long, made of a fully metal structure, capable of firing standard 56 by 45 millimeters rifle bullets with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. It was 1 centimeter longer than the reinforced Big Black Star, rugged in appearance. With a hint of Desert Eagle style, the magazine and grip were slightly thicker to accommodate the rifle bullets. This is it. After carefully checking it once, Wei Chuan immediately crafted one. Then he dismantled a large pineapple's ammo box, took out a few rounds from inside, loaded them into the new handgun's magazine, and tested it by firing a magazine through the shooting hole on the body. Bang, bang, bang. The recoil was greater than that of the reinforced Big Black Star, but the gun body was very stable and the performance was reliable. The kick was a bit strong, but anyone who could afford to buy a gun with evolution crystals would definitely be able to handle this recoil. Wei Chuan was very satisfied with this handgun. He immediately got to work, crafting 49 more new handguns, then made 4 ammo boxes, melting down the box shell and ammo chain, leaving only 400 rounds. Using Scar H bullets could save this step, but Scar H bullets were longer, and he didn't want to make the handgun 30 centimeters long. Ching Ching, Ling Xue, help me compress the bullets. Once done, load them into the guns and hang them in the trading hall. As for the price, hang them all for 1 evolution crystal each. Wei Chuan said decisively. This price isn't high. To exaggerate, it's practically a giveaway, but that's exactly the price he wanted to attract the most buyers. After finishing this task, Wei Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and reopened the survival device. He had been busy for over half an hour, and his private messages must have piled up into a mountain. However, before discussing business, he shouted into the walkie-talkie. Yongshan, let's go. Having stayed here for a day and night, it was time to set off. The search for dungeons and resource points couldn't stop. Immediately, Li Yongxing's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Okay, setting off now, boss. Have you seen a leaderboard? Those people have been completely outclassed by you. Wei Chuan replied with a smile. I've seen it. The ranking is pretty good. You need to step up your efforts too. You're not far from leveling up. Find a couple of bronze-level dungeons and get on the board. Boss, are there many mutated creatures in bronze-level dungeons? Hearing that he also had a chance to make the leaderboard, Li Yongsheng immediately became excited and curiously asked. He had bought a handgun crossbow from Wei Chuan before nightfall on his first day and wasn't too afraid of night demons and mutated creatures. Now, he wanted to encounter more of them, to farm more source crystals and evolution crystals. A lot. Last time, the hospital hid a dozen mutated centipedes. The largest one was 2 meters long. Luckily, you avoided it, otherwise it would have been game over. Wei Chuan briefly described the situation from last time. It was indeed thrilling. he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. The real difficulty of dungeons was often unclear. Many people have been killed because of this. What? A 2-meter-long centipede? Thank goodness you went, boss. If you had been a little later, I would have definitely gone in and become a headshot. Li Yongsheng was both shocked and delighted. Shocked that he had almost met his end, and delighted that there were many mutated creatures in bronze-level dungeons. Now, there's no need to worry about so much. Just pull the trigger and that's it. Let us go at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Okay, we're off. After chatting with Li Yongsheng for a bit, Wei Chuan put down the walkie-talkie and clicked into the social interface. Sure enough, his private messages were overflowing, with a dense cluster of message windows that were still continuously increasing. It would take quite a bit of time just to read through them all. Chapter 86. Get Rich. A large number of evolution crystals. Pang Xiufu, wow, it's the top boss. Boss, I have an AWM, and it's the best L115A3 model. Can I trade for one? The magazine too, 1 for 1. It's his son Chuan. I can give you 2 recurve bows and a stun baton. Wang Ping, how about 1 grenade? One can match the firepower of 2 magazines. Taylor, how about a nylon rope recipe? Santiago, can I check the condition of the firearm? You can take the magazine out first. Huang Lichio, hey there, I have 2 military-grade bulletproof shields. Want to trade? Tracy, sir, can I ask how to upgrade to Tier 2? Turner, buddy, how about 2 evolution crystals? Susanna, how about using this vehicle repair kit to trade with you? It's like a second life for the vehicle. Wei Chuan opened the window and carefully checked each line, deleting useless conversations and only keeping those who sincerely wanted to do business. It took about 10 minutes. He traded away 7 Akar HS and 17 magazines, and in total received 1 AWM sniper rifle, 3 spare magazines, 3 military bulletproof shields, 70 source crystals, 10 buckets of instant noodles, 1 fragmentation grenade, 1 evolution crystal, 70 source crystals, 2 evolution crystals, 160 source crystals, 1 vehicle repair kit, 70 source crystals, 1 recipe for a full face gas mask that can be made 10 times, 1 full sealed heavy protective suit, and 5 portable gas detectors, 1 UTS, 15 shotgun, and 60 source crystals. These supplies included some that Wei Chuan wanted and some practical items he might use in the future, considered an equivalent exchange for mutual benefit. He didn't come across any particularly good recipes or items. At this stage, it's already difficult to find good deals. What a pity. Wei Chuan tossed the grenade in his hand, feeling a slight regret. With this one, he already had 2 different models of fragmentation grenades. He really wanted to mass-produce grenades, but conditions didn't allow it. The gunpowder used for grenades is high explosive and strong explosive, completely different from bullet powder, and there's none available in the trading hall. So he couldn't make them by hand. Otherwise, he could easily churn out 100 or so, throw them around, and they would explode wherever he went, without needing a gun. Hubby, they sold. Zhu Lingxue, who was focused on loading bullets into magazines, suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. How much did you sell? Wei Chuan immediately turned to ask. All 5 that I listed sold. I just confirmed they were listed and they were bought. Lu Qingqing said excitedly, her eyes wide open. Trading evolution crystals for handguns, something that seemed a bad deal in her eyes, turned out to be so easy. I'll try to. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing immediately listed her 6 fully loaded handguns in the trading hall. The result was the same. Almost the moment they were listed, the success notification sounded continuously. The whole process taking less than 3 seconds. Good. Wei Chuan was instantly energized, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He immediately set aside the Scar H business and focused entirely on making handguns, shaping them with thought. Metal materials rapidly reassembled, and 50 brand new pure metal handguns appeared. Estimating he only had half his energy left, and that resource points and instances could appear at any time, he had to save some strength for fighting monsters. Wei Chuan forced himself to stop, maintaining a bit of caution. Next, he made 4 large pineapple ammo boxes and joined the bullet loading ranks. While loading bullets, he curiously opened the trading hall to see the status of other firearms. Item name, Mauser C96 pistol quantity, 1 price, source crystal 303, item name, Walter P38 pistol quantity, 1 price, source crystal 333, item name, Taurus M85 revolver quantity, 1 price. Source crystal 3, 10. There were many handguns listed, spanning over a dozen pages and various models, but each had a high price, starting at 300 source crystals. Converted to water, that is 25 liters, and when converted to fuel, it's as high as 550 liters. It's worth noting that the neighboring category of rifles and machine guns had an average selling price of only 600 to 800 source crystals. Yet these mere handguns were priced at 300 source crystals? That's ridiculous. Wei Chuan secretly shook his head. Resource traders would rather pay more for rifles than look at such low-cost performance handguns. Those with slightly less financial power, who genuinely needed handguns for self-defense, would also find it almost impossible to produce that many source crystals at once. It's not necessarily being foolish. Wei Chuan shook his head. These sellers might just be listing high prices to test their luck, fishing while also privately posting purchase requests or directly looking for buyers in the area. About 20 minutes later, all 100 handgun bullets were loaded. Since they were loading while selling, 97 of those handguns had already sold. While they took a break to drink water, the last 3 consignment messages arrived, and all 100 handguns were sold. The final harvest was a full 100 glowing Tier 1 evolution crystals. They scattered across the table, resembling a miniature starry river, breathtakingly beautiful. A pile of scrap metal plus 800 rounds of ammunition cost less than 500 source crystals. The profit was terrifying. At this moment, Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue looked at each other, all stunned by the astonishing harvest, unable to speak. We could stack up to 2 Tier 2s with this. Zhu Lingxue murmured. I'll stack you all to Tier 2. Wei Chuan was the first to snap out of his shock, fiery light burning in his eyes, decisively saying, while other gun sellers haven't noticed the trading hall and started a price draw competition, we must seize this time window. Every little bit we can earn is worth it. This strategy is correct. After saying this, he unhesitatingly walked toward a cabinet with storage compartments, selecting metal materials. Save energy for dealing with instances and resource points? Forget it. This profitable opportunity, comparable to a money printer, would be unforgivable to miss. With full firepower, he ramped up production. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also very excited. To avoid distractions, they simply turned off the television, focusing entirely on loading bullets, their efficiency nearly doubling. Wei Chuan even considered using telekinesis to load bullets, but he didn't have enough energy. It was still more cost-effective to save it for making guns. 1-5-10. With the remaining energy, Wei Chuan made a total of 120 handguns in one go. He only stopped when he felt dizzy and his hands and feet were weak. The meticulous work consumed too much energy. If it were recycled metal, even multiplying the amount by 100 would be nothing. Chapter 87. 423 Evolution Crystals. 2 women awaken. Freezing barrier. Time quietly passed, and an hour quickly slipped by. Damn, you deserve to eat dirt. Wei Chuan cursed as he closed the trading interface, his face filled with displeasure and a hint of helplessness. Just half an hour ago, the situation took a sharp turn. Those sellers with high-priced handguns finally realized that a troublemaker was wildly crashing the market. At first, they thought about joining in and adjusted their handgun prices to 1 evolution crystal. But the problem was that Wei Chuan's full metal rifle bullets outperformed their small handguns and revolvers, and the restocking speed was incredibly fast. Therefore, even at the same price, buyers lurking in the trading hall preferred to wait for Wei Chuan's restock rather than buying from others. This situation caused some sellers with unbalanced mindsets to completely break down. Seeing they couldn't make a profit, they began an even crazier price crash. They directly abandoned earning evolution crystals, reverting to source crystals, while slashing prices repeatedly, bringing them down to a bargain price of 100 source crystals. This price was only equivalent to a little over 8 liters of water. Anyone who was doing too poorly could afford it. This led to a sudden drop in sales for Wei Chuan's handguns priced at 1 evolution crystal. After all, at this stage, evolution crystals were hard to trade for basic materials. Generally, they were exchanged for goods, making them far more valuable than 8 liters of water. Wei Chuan could accept the sharp drop in sales, as he could still sell a few. But worse was yet to come. The news of the handgun price avalanche spread like wildfire through communication channels and private chats. Many who had been holding on to formulas or secretly selling their goods could no longer sit still. They feared their items would continue to devalue and began to panic, flooding the market and starting a new round of mad price cuts. Although 100 source crystals were cheap, there were still those who couldn't afford it. So these people, desperate for one last bite of the pie, began accepting trades for water, food, and various basic materials, forcefully driving the price of handguns down to rock bottom. In just half an hour, the average price of a handgun in the trading hall plummeted from 100 source crystals to 60 source crystals. 60 source crystals were only equivalent to 5 liters of water. This price tsunami sweeping the entire handgun market even began to affect the higher-end market. The most obvious impact was on rifles and light machine guns, whose numbers began to gradually increase, and prices started to drop, now down to about 80 of their original price. Wei Chuan was also affected. His Scar H was harder to sell, and customers who hadn't finalized deals all ran away. Even 2 buyers who had already purchased from him messaged him angrily, accusing him of being unscrupulous, and there were even people in the channel mocking him. Unbelievable. Am I not benefiting the public? If it weren't for me, the newbies wouldn't even get a chance to touch a gun in another half-month. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette, shaking his head helplessly. The trading hall was now filled with an astonishing 1,086 pages of handgun listings. The handgun market had completely collapsed. This terrifying number confirmed one thing. Those sellers who previously listed high prices were indeed not foolish. They were quite shrewd, simply maintaining a lucrative private trading market. If he hadn't stirred things up, this lucrative trend could have lasted a long time. To be honest, Wei Chuan felt a bit regretful. Had he known it would turn out this way, he shouldn't have listed so many at once. He could have sold them slowly, making even more profit. But that said, his strategy couldn't be considered wrong. While others were secretly savoring a bite or two, he had already devoured the meat at the fastest speed, leaving only some broth for the later ones. One move eliminated all competitors. Now, the evolution crystals on the table had piled up to 423. This was the result of his frenzied harvesting. His energy had been continuously recovering, and he had successively listed many handguns in the trading hall, which accumulated to this point. These source crystals were enough to instantly feed 8 level 2 experts. Let the market collapse. He had already reaped his rewards. Wei Chuan extinguished his cigarette, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Wives, it's time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You go ahead and eat until you reach level 2. By the way, I almost forgot you haven't awakened yet. This time it will definitely succeed. Let us see what your second abilities are. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They didn't hesitate any longer and began to swallow the evolution crystals one by one. When a number of evolution crystals was low, they would insist on letting Wei Chuan use them first, but now that there were so many, there was no need to push back and forth. Wei Chuan watched them intently, hoping for good news. However, their luck was not too great, or perhaps it was just average. They only heard the awakening prompt sound after continuously swallowing more than 10. Including the amount they had taken previously, they awakened around the 30th crystal. The first to complete the awakening was Zhu Lingxue. Her face was filled with surprise as she looked at Wei Chuan excitedly and said, "Honey, I awakened the heart of ice. I can consume stamina to create and control ice, and I can also control external ice. This ability is incredible." After speaking, she gently raised her hand, and visible cold air instantly surged from her palm. Translucent ice crystals quickly spread, wrapping around her hands and forming a pair of art-like ice crystal gloves. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan's heart stirred. Wasn't this just the ability of the ice fruit, but without the elementalization? This was undoubtedly an excellent talent, with great potential and combat power. Soon after, Lu Qingqing also completed her awakening. She felt the new powers surging within her and spoke with a hint of joy. "Mine is guardian. I can consume mental energy to create a protective shield that I can control and adjust in size and strength." Wow, this time it's a barrier fruit? Wei Chuan was even more surprised. This ability had tremendous advantages in team battles. "Keep eating. Let us reach level 2 first." Wei Chuan suppressed his joy and urged them on. Awakening the second ability was just the beginning. The increase in basic attributes brought by enhancement was equally crucial. The two women nodded obediently, picking up the evolution crystals to start consuming again. After continuously absorbing more than 10 more, they also felt the strange sensation brought by their surging power and successfully broke through to level 2. Once they reached level 2, they immediately stopped and, without coordinating, turned their gazes toward Wei Chuan, their eyes clearly conveying one message: it's your turn. Okay. Meeting the gazes of the two women, Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, tossing the evolution crystals into his mouth one after another like eating peanuts. Chapter 88. Third-tier powerhouses, terrifying indeed. As the energy from the evolution crystal spread throughout his body, the experience bar for the second talent began to rise slowly on the survival device panel. Second talent, Tier 2 Telekinesis, 16, 6, second talent. Tier 2 Telekinesis, 33, 3, second talent. Tier 2 Telekinesis, 66, 6, when he consumed the 88th crystal. That familiar feeling of transformation surged once again. It was even stronger than the one in the morning. His blood felt like it was boiling, and every muscle and bone in his body was experiencing intense soreness and a burning sensation, as if they were being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. Damn! Wei Chuan quickly lay down on the sofa, gritting his teeth. After enduring for about 3 to 4 minutes, the intense discomfort gradually receded like a tide. Damn it! That hurt. Wei Chuan closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath filled with heat, slowly extending his hands to carefully feel the terrifying power surging within him. It was hard to quantify the exact improvement, but it was definitely much stronger than Tier 2, possibly even an astonishing increase of over 1 times. With a thought, he opened his personal information panel. Survivor, Wei Chuan, first talent, S-Class Mechanical Control, second talent. Tier 3 Telekinesis, 0, time, 11:29, weather, clear, temperature, 39. Sure enough, he successfully advanced to Tier 3. To calculate how much experience was needed to level up from Tier 3 to Tier 4, he tossed another evolution crystal into his mouth. However, after swallowing this crystal, the experience bar remained unchanged at 0, so he continued to try. It wasn't until he absorbed the third evolution crystal that the stubborn experience bar finally flickered. Second talent, Tier 3 Telekinesis 1. It actually required 300 crystals. Wei Chuan's face instantly darkened, unable to suppress a low curse. That was too much. He had initially thought he could directly push to Tier 4 today, but now it seemed he was overly optimistic. However, after calculating, he found there was still hope. There were a total of 423 evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing had consumed 34. Zhu Lingxue had consumed 32, and he himself had consumed 91, leaving 266 crystals on the table. 2663, only 31 crystals away from Tier 3. If he was willing to exchange his Scar H for evolution crystals, he could definitely reach Tier 4 today. A thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind. Although rifles had started selling in the trading market, the quantity was still limited, only a few dozen pages. Exchanging 1 rifle for 2 evolution crystals was absolutely reasonable. Today, he must reach Tier 4. At worst, he could do a 1-for-1 exchange and crash the rifle market. Wei Chuan steeled his resolve and shared his plan with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Both of them fully supported Wei Chuan and even thought of posting a purchase request in the trading market as soon as he finished speaking. Not in a hurry. Let's eat first. Wei Chuan quickly waved his hand. It was already 11:30, and after a busy morning, it was time to take a break. After saying that, he also used the intercom to notify Li Yongsheng, making sure he didn't wander off alone again. Survivor, Wei Chuan, first talent, S-Class Mechanical Control, second talent, Tier 3 Telekinesis, 89, 7, time, 11:29, weather, clear, temperature, 39, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were cooking. Wei Chuan consumed the remaining evolution crystals, raising the experience bar to 89, 7. Thinking that he could level up to Tier 4 today, Wei Chuan felt a little pleased and opened the leaderboard to take a look. Top 1, Wei Chuan Tier 3, Zone 89. Top 2, Clarissa, Tier 2, Zone 648, Top 3. Caper, Tier 2, Zone 299, Top 4. Nia, Tier 2, Zone 10047, Top 5. Sphinx, Tier 2, Zone 255, Top 6. Chendijan, Tier 2, Zone 36654, Top 7. Jiaguanjuan, Tier 2, Zone 8755, Top 8. Shun Mingho, Tier 2, Zone 19846, Top 9. Jones, Tier 2, Zone 148912, Top 10. Song Gang, Tier 2, Zone 65100. The changes in the Brave list were significant, with all the top 30 rushing to Tier 2, and 6 of the top 10 from the morning were pushed down. Notably, the 6 newcomers who just broke into the top 10 also ranked in the top 10 of the wealth list. Resource tycoons were starting to make their move. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue ranked 28th and 29th, which was already very high, surpassing many leaders from various zones. There was no change in the top 10 of the vehicle list. Only a few people gained an extra star, but to move up one rank required several stars, making it not so easy to surpass. The changes in the wealth list were also minimal, with only 3 people being kicked out of the top 10. Wei Chuan was among them, dropping to 15th. However, Wei Chuan didn't care much. He believed that among the 3 lists, the wealth list was the easiest to climb, as he could easily earn some resources to get back up. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wei Chuan turned off the survival.This screen, a few light knocks came from the back door. Wei Chuan went over to open the door. It was Li Yongsheng, and only he would come. Boss, you've reached Tier 3, and your sister-in-law is also Tier 2. How did you do it? Take me along, little brother. The moment Li Yongsheng saw Wei Chuan, his eyes sparkled, filled with admiration and eagerness. After setting out in the morning, he hadn't checked the leaderboard much, but just now in the regional communication channel, he heard someone say there had been significant changes in the rankings. Upon checking, he was astonished to find that Wei Chuan had reached Tier 3, and even his 2 sisters-in-law were at Tier 2. This leveling speed truly seemed like cheating. I can take you along, but you have to put in the effort yourself. Wei Chuan smiled, handing him a cigarette. After lunch, I'll give you 50 handguns. You can exchange them for source crystals or resources and see if you can trade them for evolution crystals. We'll split it evenly. Boss, that's too easy. Although we look down on handguns, many people are still using bows and knives. I could just take them to trade for evolution crystals. Li Yongsheng confidently replied as he took the cigarette. This morning was fine, but not now. Wei Chuan shook his head, blowing out a smoke ring. Do you think I reached Tier 3, just like that? Li Yongsheng took the cigarette, paused for a moment, but quickly understood. His boss must have been making quick money by cutting the leaks. Thinking carefully, this strategy is simply brilliant. Before the unlimited gun recipes appeared too frequently, mass-producing firearms was the biggest advantage. By flooding the market with supply and low prices, one could both fill their pockets while squeezing all competitors' survival space and slowing down their development speed. Truly worthy of being the boss. Li Yongsheng gave a heartfelt thumbs up, admiration evident on his face. All right, enough flattery. Wei Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Take a good rest. You'll be busy in the afternoon. Don't worry, boss. Li Yongsheng thumped his chest confidently. Even if the market crashes, handguns are still good goods. You can count on me. After saying that, he excitedly turned to leave, already starting to fiddle with the survival.This as he walked. He had not been idle these past few days and had gotten to know several small tycoons, so he could contact them in advance. Perhaps he could secure a few orders. Chapter 89. Super strong telekinesis. Bullets are ineffective. Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan turned on the car's TV and DVD player, selecting a comedy movie to help relax his slightly overexcited nerves. While the movie was starting, he opened the survival.This. He set the private chat function to friends only and directly disabled the friend edition feature. It wasn't that he installed it after takeoff. He was simply forced to do so. Before the leaderboard appeared, to engage in private chats or friend editions, one could only operate by clicking on avatars in the communication channel or purchase posts. But once the leaderboard was out, one could initiate private chats and friend requests directly by clicking on names on the list. As the first place on the leaderboard with a significant advantage, his social features had been almost overwhelmed. Private chat notifications and friend requests were refreshing every second, severely affecting his daily usage. So he had to temporarily turn off these functions. He could always turn them back on later when needed. 20 minutes later, the aroma of lunch wafted through the air. Today, he was having colorful butterfly pasta, paired with wolf meat, shiitake mushrooms, some slices of ham, and bok choy. Looking at the butterfly-shaped pasta in his bowl, Wei Chuan suddenly thought of CMA. This butterfly pasta was a gift from her. He hadn't contacted her for 2 days, and in such a high-pressure survival world, feelings could easily fade if not maintained. As long as she's alive, that's good. He opened his friend list and saw Xia Mei's name still there, feeling a little relieved. Wei Chuan, Mei Jia, I've had some good luck these past 2 days. I have some handguns and rifles on hand. Do you want a couple for self-defense? Xia Mei, oh, the top scholar finally remembers this poor Annie? I thought you were doing so well that you'd forget your old acquaintances. Wei Chuan, don't say that. I'm not that kind of person. I've just been a bit busy these past few days. Xia Mei, seriously, your improvement speed is terrifying. Everyone in our district is saying you're either cheating or a reincarnated master. Wei Chuan, it's not that mystical, just lucky. In this world, no matter how hard you try, you can't compare to having a good recipe. After chatting casually with Xia Mei for a while, Wei Chuan turned off the survival device. Xia Mei mentioned she had bought an AK in the trading hall, but it only came with 1 magazine. Wei Chuan noted it down, planning to prepare an extra Scar H and 5 magazines for her when he stocked up for Li Yongxing later. Although it was a gift, Wei Chuan felt this investment was very worthwhile, even though Xia Mei wasn't on any of the 3 leaderboards. Her talent related to food production was the truly long-term and stable core ability. No matter what stage one reached, talents that could solve fundamental survival issues were always in demand. If there was an opportunity in the future, he wanted to bring Xia Mei into his team. After finishing lunch, Wei Chuan crafted all the ammunition he could for remote weapons. Hubby, can the crossbow still make money? Zhi Lingxue asked curiously when she saw Wei Chuan preparing several crossbow bolts. Not for sale, Wei Chuan shook his head. I want to test my current telekinesis strength. Can you help me with the test? Isn't that too dangerous? Zhi Lingxue collected the ammunition, her face showing a hint of worry. Silly, just don't aim at my body. Wei Chuan chuckled, affectionately scratching her nose. Oh, right. Zhi Lingxue suddenly realized and went to the storage cabinet to pick out all the remote weapons she would need before getting out of the car with Wei Chuan. Let us start with the crossbow. Aim at this spot. Wei Chuan stood about 20 meters away from Zhi Lingxue, pointing to an empty space to his left. Okay. Zhi Lingxue took a deep breath, raised the crossbow, aimed at the empty space 1 meter to the left of Wei Chuan, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt shot out swiftly, but after flying just a few meters, it hit an invisible steel wall, instantly twisting and deforming, then falling helplessly to the ground. Very simple. Wei Chuan relaxed a lot. This crossbow bolt that could pierce through a night demon felt like raindrops hitting his hand, causing almost no pressure. Approaching level 4 telekinesis. The strength was beyond imagination. Lingxue used the remaining bolts in rapid succession. Wei Chuan waved to the opposite side. At this moment, Lu Qingqing, who had just finished washing the dishes, and Li Yongxing, who was munching on a watermelon, noticed the commotion outside the car and came down to watch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Zhi Lingxue pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing 4 bolts in rapid succession. As expected, all the bolts were easily blocked by the invisible telekinetic wall at the same distance, twisting and falling to the ground. Next, let us try the handgun. Wei Chuan used telekinesis to gather all the bolts on the ground and squeeze them into a metal block with a gentle force. Zhi Lingxue switched to the standard version of the big black star handgun, her expression becoming more serious, deliberately tilting the gun slightly to the left to avoid any accidental injury. Bang! The gunfire rang out. However, the bullet, just like the previous bolts, suddenly crashed into that invisible barrier, its kinetic energy completely suppressed, falling to the ground. Very strong, Wei Chuan felt as if he had caught a powerful basketball pass. His hands vibrating slightly, but it was far from dangerous. He nodded at Zhi Lingxue, signaling her to continue. Zhi Lingxue understood and fired the remaining 3 bullets in the magazine. Bang! 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 Again, there was no change. All the bullets were steadily blocked by the telekinetic wall, unable to budge an inch. Seeing this scene, Zhi Lingxue, Lu Qingqing, and Li Yongxing were all stunned. Can you really use telekinesis to block bullets? Li Yongsheng suddenly shouted excitedly, "Boss, you're amazing." "Not bad." Wei Chuan smiled, not explaining too much. In fact, he couldn't see the bullet trajectories clearly, and his nerve reaction speed couldn't fully keep up. Blocking these bullets relied entirely on the telekinetic wall released in advance. It was purely passive defense. However, this level of defense was already sufficient to handle most threats. After that, Wei Chuan also tried the rifle, submachine gun, and light machine gun. Like the handgun, they were all quite easy to block, but continuous blocking consumed mental energy relatively quickly, making it impossible to sustain for too long. Chapter 90, Silver Level Dungeon. 1:20 p.m. The convoy sets off. Wei Chuan comfortably leans on the sofa, holding Zhu Lingxue, who is browsing the survival device, while leisurely watching a movie. Before departing, he crafted a batch of firearms. He sent 1 Scar H to CMA, gave 20 Scar HS to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and handed 50 handguns to Li Yongsheng. With these arrangements made, all that was left to do was patiently wait. He anticipated the arrival of the evolution crystals, pushing his power to a new peak. He expected to gather 31 evolution crystals before sunset. He casually opened the regional communication channel to see what was happening in the outside world. Region 89, 8,077, 10,000 people. Charisma. 2 convoys are fighting at the entrance of a dungeon. Several people are dead. What a bunch of madmen. Yang finally got to use a gun. Feels great. Ren Haochu. Is anyone selling car modification kits? I'll trade for water or compound bows. DM me. Robert. Hey, got my second class. I only consumed 5 evolution crystals. Irina. Another bronze level dungeon. Damn it. Can't I get a gray iron level 1? Latinia. Has anyone encountered a station type dungeon? We can exchange information. I've been to a station dungeon and a villa dungeon. Luo Qing. Damn. The handgun I just bought last night dropped in price by the morning. Qing Guangjia. Haha. Unlimited source device fan formula. I'm about to turn my luck around. 2 hours passed, and the discussions in the communication channel returned to normal, no longer dominated by leaderboard-related topics, replaced instead by various shares, boasts, and trade information. Wei Chuan glanced through a few messages before turning off the survival device, redirecting his attention back to the movie. As long as no one bothered him, he didn't care about anything else. Time quietly passed, and it gradually approached 6 p.m. The sky began to turn yellow. But today's journey felt unusually eerie. It was too quiet. The entire day passed without encountering a single resource point or supply box. Nor did he see any forks in the road or vehicles, a stark contrast to the usual occurrence of at least one each day. It seemed all of today's luck had been spent on making money. Wei Chuan sat in the driver's seat, adding some source crystals to the mammoth engine through the energy box. That afternoon, he received a total of 21 evolution crystals. Among them, 15 were exchanged by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue for Scar HS, and the other 6 were traded by Li Yongsheng for handguns. Li Yongsheng didn't keep any for himself and gave them all to Wei Chuan. He knew Wei Chuan was pushing for the 4th tier and had clearly stated he would help out fully. His 2nd tier could wait a few days. After consuming all 21 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan's experience bar shot up to 96, 7 of the 3rd tier. He only needed 10 more crystals to break through to the 4th tier. 10 crystals were not a problem. He was sure he would receive them before going to bed tonight. Even if Scar HS and handguns were hard to trade, he still had the big pineapple. Strong version firearms were in high demand. As it approached 6:30 p.m., Wei Chuan picked up the walkie-talkie, ready to instruct Li Yongsheng to find a flat area to park for the night. However, just as he brought the walkie-talkie to his mouth, before he could press the talk button, Li Yongsheng's voice came through the speaker, nearly breaking. Boss, look ahead. No warning from lightning. No danger. Did they stumble upon a high-level supply box? Wei Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he reacted quickly, taking several big strides to the front driver's seat. He grabbed the binoculars to look ahead, and his pupils suddenly constricted sharply. At the end of the road, an incredibly majestic giant building loomed. Its outline appeared particularly sinister under the sunset, resembling a giant predatory eagle, crouched on the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. As they drew nearer, it became clear that it was a massive airport. The terminal stretched horizontally, at least over 100 meters long, with entrances and windows resembling countless deep black holes, making it impossible to see what was inside. "Honey, is that a resource point?" Zhu Lingxue also came over, her tone filled with shock. "Unlikely." Wei Chuan shook his head seriously. "If this is a resource point, we'd better steer clear. A resource point this large would definitely have guards beyond our capability to handle. It should be a dungeon. I've never heard of a resource point being this big and new." Soon, the convoy reached the front of the giant airport. Just then, several lines of huge, translucent gray text appeared out of nowhere in front of the deep entrance. "Survivor, welcome to the Shadow Airport." The Shadow Airport has been abandoned for many years and is now occupied by numerous night demons and mutated creatures. There are some emergency supplies left inside. Please explore with caution. Dangerous survival difficulty. Silver level. Dangerous entry time. 120 minutes. Dangerous existence time. 500 minutes. It was indeed a dungeon. And a higher difficulty silver level dungeon at that. "Boss, it's a silver level dungeon." Li Yongxing shouted through the walkie-talkie from the van, his voice clearly tense. "Bronze-level dungeons have a dozen mutated creatures. This silver-level one will definitely have more, and it looks particularly difficult. How are we going to handle this?" "I see it. Let us park first." Under Wei Chuan's command, the two vehicles drove into the airport's enormous parking lot and came to a stop. Li Yongxing immediately jumped out of the car, his face serious as he rushed over. If it were a gray iron or even bronze-level dungeon, he would be excited, just following the boss in to wreak havoc. But a silver-level dungeon was genuinely daunting. "What are you panicking about?" Wei Chuan's tone remained calm, even with a hint of eagerness. "Go back and bring food, water, medicine, and all useful items. I'm going to make ammunition now." He paused, a strong confidence flashing in his eyes. "If bullets can't solve the problem, my nearly fourth-tier telekinesis ISNT, just for show." The bosses of gray iron-level dungeons are usually first-tier mutated creatures, and bronze-level ones are second-tier. So, the boss of this silver-level dungeon will likely be a third-tier mutated creature. But Wei Chuan was approaching the fourth tier in strength, equipped with top-tier gear, ample ammunition, and with teammates for support. What is there to be afraid of? Let's just do it. "All right, I'll go right now." Hearing Wei Chuan's steady and confident words, Li Yongxing quickly calmed down, replaced by a surge of excitement. The harder the dungeon, the better the rewards. Once the boss breaks through to the fourth tier, he can push for the second tier. Chapter 91, the difficulty is obvious. 20 minutes later, the fully armed four-person team gathered in front of the terminal. Each person had changed into camouflage combat uniforms, donned bulletproof helmets, and put on heavy bulletproof vests. This outfit finally had a semblance of a regular army, with basic protection adequately covered, in addition to the standard protective gear. They also carried plenty of combat supplies. Each member was equipped with 5 100-round magazines, and with the additional ones made previously that had no place to use. Each person had 700 rounds of ammunition, considering the time needed to change magazines. Wei Chuan also prepared 10 extra 50-round extended magazines for the Scar Age for emergencies. In terms of medical supplies, Wei Chuan brought a full set of 4 items: antiviral serum, adrenaline injection, medical injection, and glucose. He also prepared antiviral serum and medical needles for Li Yongxing, but instead of giving them directly, he kept them in his tactical waist pack as a backup. Wei Chuan knew in his heart that when it came to saving lives, he wouldn't be stingy, even if there were only 5 vials of antiviral serum. However, this second life had to be saved for the moment it was truly needed, at which point he could say it was for his own survival, maximizing the loyalty of his subordinate. "Let us go in and take a look. If things are off, we retreat immediately." Standing before the terminal doorway, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast, Wei Chuan reminded, then took a deep breath and stepped through the door first. The scene before them suddenly changed as the 4 passed through the empty door frame, as if crossing an invisible membrane, entering the airport's arrival hall. Inside and outside the door were completely different worlds. The lighting inside the hall was extremely dim, and the air was filled with dust and the smell of mold. Although there was only a door separating them from the outside, it was eerily silent and haunting, like an abandoned scene from a horror movie. The check-in counters were askew, and the ground was littered with broken glass and debris, everything appearing dilapidated and strange. As soon as they entered the hall, a roar came from the lounge area on the right. 3 night demons, still maintaining a human shape but with ashen skin, were lurking around the tattered sofa. Almost the moment they spotted Wei Chuan and his team, they charged over with twisted postures. "I'll handle it," Wei Chuan said softly, then casually raised his right hand and made a slight fist at the void. With a thud, a muffled explosion echoed, and the 3 night demons seemed to be transformed into rubbery clay caught by an invisible giant hand, their bodies twisting and compressing in midair before bursting apart. They splattered into pools of red and black flesh and broken bones on the ground, leaving behind 3 faintly glowing source crystals floating in place. Wei Chuan summoned the source crystals and stored them in his inventory. He scanned the area without changing his expression and chose a relatively clean passage to the right. Find a corner without windows, shoot to lure the nearby monsters over, clear out a batch, then continue to advance. He calmly stated as he moved forward. This was the safest tactic. Find and utilize the terrain advantage, avoid being surrounded, and gradually whittle down the enemies in the instance. The 3 behind him immediately followed, holding their light machine guns, cautiously advancing along the dim corridor, following Wei Chuan deeper into the airport. The silver-level instance raid officially began. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan found an ideal spawning point. It was a right-angle corner without windows, connected to the arrival hall they had entered from behind, and leading into an open commercial area in front, flanked by various dilapidated shop remnants. "This will do." Wei Chuan nodded as he surveyed the silence hiding danger in the commercial area ahead. Hearing this, Li Yongsheng stepped forward, raised his light machine gun, and fired a shot in several different directions deep into the commercial area. The crisp and loud gunfire echoed violently within the empty building, resonating into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was like stones thrown into still water, instantly stirring up layers of waves. Immediately, a cacophony erupted from deep within the commercial area. The sounds of breaking glass, heavy objects colliding, and faint roars, indicating that something had been disturbed and was coming this way. "Qing, keep an eye on the back. Ling Xue and Yongsheng, you handle the front." Wei Chuan quickly assigned tasks, while he casually leaned against the cold wall, a position allowing him to observe both directions simultaneously. From now on, he did not plan to act easily. He would use guns to solve problems that could be solved with guns, reserving his energy for those situations where guns could not handle or difficult to handle. After about 3 or 4 seconds, a dark horde of figures charged out from the dim depths of the commercial area, roaring. A quick glance revealed around 20 of them. These night demons varied in form. Some were humanoid, some beast-like, and others were so bizarre that they defied description, as if they were haphazardly assembled from the limbs of various creatures. The Cthulhu style was too strong. It could easily make one's sanity drop. However, the 4 of them were seasoned veterans and were not easily intimidated by the appearance of the night demons. To draw out so many from just a small area, it was no wonder it was a silver-level instance. They had to be extra careful this time. Wei Chuan's heart tightened, and his alertness peaked. Bang, 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 as the group of variously shaped night demons gathered and roared, charging within about 30 meters of distance. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng simultaneously opened fire with their light machine guns. The sound of the big pineapple was loud, dull, and continuous. It was not as crisp and sharp as the Scar H, but it carried a reassuring sense of heavy firepower. The 2 metal storms swept out simultaneously, instantly turning the leading night demons into headless corpses. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng's shooting skills had been improving. Even with spraying fire, their accuracy was quite good. They didn't even empty a single 100-round magazine, and the 20 or so night demons were wiped out cleanly, with not a single one able to move. Almost simultaneously, there were several short bursts of gunfire from the back. Lu Qingqing swiftly and efficiently took down a few scattered night demons that had approached from the direction of the hall. "Let us carefully search this commercial area. I'll collect the source crystals first, then keep watch for you. Don't bother with basic supplies of general utility. Mainly look for items and formulas. It's hard to come across a silver-level instance, so we must seize the time." Wei Chuan stood up straight, waved his hand, and led the 3 into the recently bloodied commercial area. In such a large airport, not to mention 2 hours, Even 2 days might not be enough to search it completely. The main time must be allocated to areas with mutated creatures.